He was a born awakener, possessing immense power from the moment he came into the world. But the first thing Kim Seo-jeon had to do was pay off the debt his parents left behind. 9 years passed quickly. He finally saved enough to enroll in his Dream Hunter Academy. While browsing the web, an advertisement for the Ultimate Academy suddenly caught his eye, making him stop. What the hell is this? The video was full of high praise, boasting to the skies. Bored, he scrolled over to a video of the great sage equal to heaven dancing sensually, but the entire technique and effort displayed in it left him dazzled. Kim Seo-jeon gaped, unable to believe what he was seeing. Out of curiosity, he clicked at the sign-up button to give it a try. Immediately, the screen showed a figure of $40,000, exactly the amount he had. Really? Is this trying to scam me? Despite that, he made a conscious decision. He quickly left the website and continued putting on his hat to go to his night shift, but no one knows what life holds, and all of Kim Seo-jeon's hopes vanished. In just a few short seconds, everything flew away. In an instant, the chain hooking a monster's corpse accidentally snapped right above his head. Everything around him went dark, just like his future at that moment. His body was severely injured, needing exactly $40,000 for surgery. The company reneged, refusing to pay for the occupational accident. His bright future was deemed over on his hospital bed because he had no money for surgery. In his pocket, he only had $3,000 left, given by Uncle Manchel. As he was in a daze, his phone rang with a notification from the Ultimate Academy. The registration fee had now dropped to $3,000, leaving Seo-jeon extremely surprised. With nothing left to lose, he decided to take a gamble. The moment his finger touched the button, the envelope of money beside him vanished, frightening him. After successfully registering as a member, everything began to change. A tiny kid radiating a sparkling light crawled out from the phone. The kid said he would be his advisor, leaving Kim Seo-jeon stunned. He thought his head must be injured too. Yeah, that's great. The advisor was named Mentor, and the kid grinned boastfully. The god Asura was the first student the kid had been in charge of. Kim Seo-jeon couldn't help but wonder if there was anyone sicker than him. Mentor explained that the Ultimate Academy had teachers who always wanted to transcend racial limits. He was startled, realizing this was a school for transcendence, not hunters. What the hell is a hunter? Mentor quickly added. He took an aptitude survey, trembling as he clicked without knowing what to choose for the second question, because for all those abilities, he currently had none. Strange, Mentor sighed despondently. Well, this academy will temporarily accept you, Mentor said, then rattled off 180 questions in a row. It made Kim Seo-jeon feel like dying right there on his hospital bed. After learning that he liked alchemy, Mentor decided to choose Eastern Key cultivation for him. With that, Mentor played a lecture from Professor Buddha for him to watch. Kim Seo-jeon froze, questioning his existence. What the hell is this? Following Mentor's advice, he immediately clicked on the lecture on unwavering determination. The image of Buddha along with the echoing teachings made him drift into a daze, as if he had just bitten 5 tons of rock. Listening intently for a week, his body completely recovered, becoming strangely solid and strong. It amazed all the doctors. Truly the power of the Buddha's Dharma. Kim Seo-jeon listened and realized everything, even though he had only completed 1.3%. He immediately decided to try Charon's lecture. Charon was a centaur, half human, half horse. He was the teacher of most heroes in Greek mythology. He cheerfully lay down, listening and relaxing. Suddenly, that man shouted loudly, ordering him to be quick and nimble. His legs stood up, making Kim Seo-jeon jolt and nearly fall off the bed. A notification immediately appeared on his phone screen about the daily personal quests he needed to complete. He dived into countless physical exercises more difficult than usual. Kim Seo-jeon sighed in annoyance and pressed the skip button. But no matter how hard he tried to press, the screen stubbornly kept that same line. The system notified him that he must complete the task of becoming Kim Seo-jeon, as if it wanted to work him to death. What kind of speck of dust was he in this life? Kim Seo-jeon had no choice but to click on the lecture of Professor Buddha. On the toolbar, a deadline notification of 83 days appeared. He considered that he had already taken one step. From that day on, even though he did not want to, Kim Seo-jeon still had to strenuously train his body every day. He firmly believed that his insignificant self would grow stronger. However, things were, even after studying for a whole week, there was no progress. His level did not budge even a single bit. Well, it had been a long time since he last exercised. Kim Seo-jeon used this opportunity as a reason to train his body. He exerted himself to do 300 push-ups, exhausting himself to the point of feeling like jelly. When he was about to switch to a different exercise, he noticed that the screen only showed 81, so it only counted the correct form. Truly wicked. Kim Seo-jeon cried without tears, gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath as he worked out. He toiled from morning until night, finally hitting the target. He was so tired he was spitting blood, yet he still rolled around on the ground under the bewildered gaze of everyone. Was this a joke? From now on, he had to do the exact same task every day, and also listen to lectures. Just hearing it made him want to faint. A few days later, when he went down to the hospital lobby to go outside and exercise, he spotted an old lady and immediately greeted her. On the TV, news was playing about an awakener who had handled a building monster in time. Thanks to their powerful ability, the old lady seemed extremely excited. He was confused, not knowing how to explain his current strength to her. The man sitting next to him then harshly advised him that he should just give up. Kim Seo-jeon was so angry he clenched his hands into fists. He coldly said he would decide his own life. The man should mind his own business first. He walked away in one go, ignoring the curses hurled at his back. What age could possibly stop his dreams? He firmly believed he would become a professional hunter, so Kim Seo-jeon arduously trained day after day. At the academy, a cataclysmic battle was taking place between a female teacher and a ferocious giant beast. After a noisy commotion, each of her sharp sword strikes cut it to pieces. Fresh, bloody blood splattered all over the yard, mixing with dust and smoke, creating a scene of devastation. After 2 hellish weeks, Kim Seo-jeon finally got to return home. He lay blissfully flat on his bed, but was still troubled about the hunter exam next year. He was startled, remembering he had completed today's daily task. The system unlocked the next lesson, causing Kim Seo-jeon to rejoice greatly. Teacher Karen, surprised to see him persistently return, picked up his staff and prepared a new lesson. That was the feeling. Next morning, even though his lower back felt like it would break, Kim Seo-jeon had to shamelessly go to the club to continue, because his wallet was empty. Another money problem arose: work to eat, but working meant no time for lectures and tasks. This problem truly gave Kim Seo-jeon a headache. During a rare break, he silently reviewed the lesson on the 5 decisive senses in combat: sight, taste, hearing, smell, and touch. Because these processes were too slow, teacher Karen had taught him how to shorten them. That was to use intuition, the 6th sense. Lost in thought, the colleague behind him suddenly patted his shoulder. But surprisingly, Kim Seo-jeon dodged it with ease, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, which greatly surprised the man. Afterward, he was even able to carry 3 pieces of monster parts totaling 200 kg, as light as nothing. Even though he was freshly injured, causing everyone on the construction site to stare in disbelief, he felt a surge of power within him, truly unbelievable. Realizing that waiting until he finished work would waste time, he decided to seize the moment to train while carrying the goods. Unexpectedly, after he did just a few exercises, the system automatically tripled them, so heavier meant more efficient. Kim Seo-jeon understood the truth, overjoyed to the heavens. So that was how it was. In the following days, he seized every chance to work and train simultaneously, earning money while saving time. 1 arrow, 2 spiders. The consequence was his body was utterly exhausted, but the results were no less impressive. Having finished all the old lessons, he decided to look for other free courses. After searching for a while, Kim Seo-jeon unexpectedly found Professor Siang-gil, also known as the Overlord of Western Siang-gil. The legend of a wealthy man and a man with superior physical ability spread everywhere. Free things should be signed up for immediately. As soon as Kim Seo-jeon touched it, Siang-gil force-fed him a breath of energy. It paralyzed his entire body. After listening to him curse for a while, the system gave a new quest. Swinging a fence-type weapon 5,000 times left him completely baffled. The lesson had just ended, and now this damned quest appeared. Truly, cheap goods are no good. The next day, Park Seo-jeon, the granddaughter of Sword Star, unexpectedly came to investigate the accident. She heard the fearful whispers from the group of workers. Kim Seo-jeon felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing the name Sword Star Park Min-chun. 100 years ago, he was an awakener active when the concept of gates was born. Unlike the systematic understanding of awakeners back then, the monsters of that era were ferocious and filled the streets. Humans faced an existence where survival was not guaranteed. Park Min-chun awakened in such a world. He was the one who rebuilt civilization and was hailed as a savior hero. Even in his old age, he remained a formidable force that Kim Seo-jeon admired. He strained to carry goods, revealing an ugly set of teeth that caught Park Seo-jeon's attention. He still made use of monsters to train his body every day. He was chatting with a colleague. The monster corpse suddenly stirred and lunged at the other man, so fast that neither of them could react. Few minutes earlier, Park Seo-jeon, surrounded by workers, had quickly hidden in a dark corner. She felt she was not suited to be a principal here. Hearing the gossip about a B-rank ability made her feel hurt. The title of Sword Star was just a weight hanging around her waist, even though her grandfather had taught her to become a hunter since childhood. The wall of the Sword Star's fame was still too high for her to overcome. Constantly compared to her grandfather all day, her dream of becoming a teacher had been crushed. She compromised by teaching hunter trainees, but after that news, the academy class she established did not feature the Sword Star. The trainees lost interest and left because they came for the Sword Star, not for her. She longed for a suitable student, lost in thought. The noise signaled a monster, startling her. Kim Seo-jeon and the other man were surrounded by a ferocious beast. He shouted in desperation, seeing someone he cherished facing death. He panicked, realizing that ordinary people and even manaless awakeners could not defeat the monster. This 4-star monster was difficult even for professional hunters to take down. By the time Park Seo-jeon arrived, it was too late. The other man had only a few seconds left before he would be in its mouth. Kim Seo-jeon trembled, hesitated, then charged forward recklessly. He thrashed wildly while creating a barrier for him to escape. In an instant, only he and the savage monster remained in the space. Kim Seo-jeon reassured himself that he had to hold out until the hunters arrived, saying that his body still shook uncontrollably with fear. In his panic, the words of Shakyamuni Buddha rang out, calming his mind. The fear and trembling heart were gradually suppressed, and he gained more courage. He faced the vicious beast, raised his hand, and lunged forward. Realizing that thinking ahead would be too late, Kim Seo-jeon chose to act on instinct. He easily dodged each solid punch. Aiming for the weak point, he utilized Seangjil's mountain uprooting skill. He put all his strength into striking down. The rod in his hand flashed, and less than a second later, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Seeing the commotion, Seo-jeon rushed over. Through the dust, the scene showed Kim Seo-jeon, full of presence, standing beside the blood-soaked monster corpse. It seems he successfully applied the lesson. Truly worthy of being my son. What the hell just happened? Park Seo-jeon could not believe one man had taken down a monster. He was not a hunter, had no weapon, and only used a steel pipe to accomplish this. Amidst all the confusion, Kim Seo-jeon hurried past her because at this moment he was extremely worried about his colleague. Seo-jeon quietly observed the noisy conversation between Kim Seo-jeon and those around him. He suddenly exclaimed that he had found a suitable cadet in the silent yet deeply gloomy space. The work session ended in a tense atmosphere with the foreman's threat. Kim Seo-jeon opened his phone to check. He was startled to see that the lecture progress rate had increased significantly. He guessed it might be thanks to taking down the monster this afternoon. He realized the best way to increase progress was applying learned knowledge into actual combat. But the problem was he couldn't enter the dungeon without joining a hunter academy, and the financial issue weighed heavily on his shoulders. While he was thinking, Seo-jeon suddenly appeared from behind. She wanted to talk to him. Kim Seo-jeon recognized that she was the granddaughter of Sword Star. He wondered why someone like her would want to meet him, and immediately got straight to the point. She wanted to invite him to meet her grandfather, but contrary to expectations, Kim Seo-jeon flatly refused and walked away. This left her extremely flustered. She, a 31-year-old Park Seo-jeon, had never encountered such a situation before, so she was quite awkward. Kim Seo-jeon coldly said he couldn't believe in an academy with no cadets. It sounded too far-fetched. After seeing him perform strange exercises and even, while severely weakened, he still cleaved a 4-star monster in two. She realized he was definitely trying to become a hunter. She quickly ran after him, making promises about the facilities at the academy, but he persistently refused, driving her into a corner. Park Seo-jeon had to play her final card, asking her grandfather to teach him swordsmanship. Kim Seo-jeon hesitated for a second but still refused, infuriating her because he rejected even the chance to learn from Sword Star. Her desire to have him increased. She was determined not to let him go easily. Seo-jeon continued, saying she would help him link up with her academy. She would provide a private training ground and waive his tuition fees. Kim Seo-jeon found it enticing but remained cautious. He wondered what he had to give in return, because nothing in this world was free. What she really wanted was for him to participate in many competitions under the academy's name to gain recognition. Before the professional hunter exam, Kim Seo-jeon was gradually swayed by the tempting offer. Even though she could resolve all his worries in one go, he still didn't understand why she did it just for him to join. Under the glaring evening light, Park Seo-jeon said thoughtfully that she had seen his potential. Her resolute attitude made Kim Seo-jeon feel it wasn't bad. The two happily shook hands, their goals seemingly common but hiding a mutually exploitative relationship. The next day, Kim Seo-jeon received news that the construction crew leader had been fired because yesterday he had asked Park Seo-jeon to do that for him. This made everyone happy. The joy doubled because today was his first day at the Hunter Academy. As soon as he reached the gate, he saw Park Seo-jeon waiting to hand him a baldr. Kim Seo-jeon dumbly received it. He felt that even though he wasn't a professional hunter yet, this was the first step on the journey towards his dream. Before training, he had to choose a weapon to prepare for the dungeon she had already set up. In a blink he had chosen one, then together they entered a rat den as dark as pitch. Inside were only 2-star monsters, a perfect place for someone inexperienced like him to test himself. A rat spirit suddenly charged at him, but Kim Seo-jeon dodged nimbly. He immediately swung his club straight at the monster, its body staggering after a bout of fighting. Kim Seo-jeon was delighted to see his progress slowly increasing. This place was suitable for gaining strength and making money. Like leveling up in a game, it made him more and more excited. His speed was becoming faster and more powerful than ever before. Park Seo-jeon wondered if she had found the wrong person, even though she knew he was strange, but finishing a dungeon sweep and then burying his head in his phone to read nonsense was a first for her. In her eyes, Kim Seo-jeon was like an escaped patient. She didn't know how many hours he had been staring intently at that black screen. The bigger issue was that a cadet, without proper training, could slaughter rat spirits like a 10-year veteran hunter, leaving her jaw dropped. After fixing the scene, he continued his bizarre exercise while moving the corpses, even though he could use the baldr to call a service. It was truly beyond her imagination, but now she worried about what to tell her grandfather about his appearance. After speaking, she hugged her head in frustration amidst Kim Seo-jeon's shouts. Because it was past midnight and he hadn't finished his lecture, the situation was getting more and more tangled. The next day, Kim Seo-jeon smiled contentedly, sweating in front of his account screen. Early on, several zeros appeared on his balance. Truly his hard work had not been in vain. However, he briefly thought that this cleaning up took too much time. Kim Seo-john wondered if he should ask his colleague Uncle Manchul to come and work with him. Remembering the nearly $10,000 he just earned, Kim Seo-john wondered what he should use the money for. The dungeon raid gave him more money and progress on the lecture, but it was still not as fast as expected. While thinking, Kim Seo-john suddenly remembered the legendary lecture of the great sage, Heaven's Equal. He excitedly clicked to register, but the reality was too shocking. The price skyrocketed to $27 million, making him want to cry and smash his phone. This was truly damned capitalism, the epitome of the ultimate academy. At this price, even after becoming a professional hunter, he would be buried in debt. Kim Seo-john moped for a while, then pulled himself together and continued browsing to see if there were any useful items. After searching for a while, his jaw dropped when he saw that everything was available here. There was holy water, and there were divine shields. Even the Spear of Longinus appeared. Though they were only replicas, they were all legendary-grade equipment, leaving him stunned. Thinking about how these supreme equipment could be easily bought and sold, Kim Seo-john's eyes lit up like headlights. He immediately clicked to buy the Spear of Longinus without any hesitation. But that was just a plan. Whether he could buy it was another matter, as everything happened at once. The figure of $100,000 appeared, making him train even more fervently. Kim Seo-john wept silently, not knowing where to find so much money. The $27 million lecture by the great sage, Heaven's Equal, would probably have to wait for his next life. Seo-john laughed wryly, handing him a document about the Academy race, where students showcased their peak talents. She said the Academy race was a level 4 tournament, and one could earn the right to participate in higher-level competitions. Allowed to register at government-authorized academies, hunter academies poured their best talents into participating. Seo-john's intention was clear on his face. She laughed heartily, wanting Kim Seo-john to represent her hunter academy. He hesitated for a moment before agreeing to participate, making Seo-john extremely happy. Although he did not know the details of the race, points would be evaluated based on total dungeon stage points and cadet tournament points. Kim Seo-john was uncertain about his own abilities, as his combat experience was only against monsters, unlike other cadets. Having committed to it, he had to follow through. Kim Seo-john thought for a moment and then proposed a sparring match with Seo-john to test his strength. Because she was a B-rank hunter, trained under the legendary sword expert, her hidden strength made Kim Seo-john curious. Both entered their stances, staff and sword at the ready. Seo-john noticed that Kim Seo-john's hurried attacks, though fast, were easy to read, and she predicted he would aim for her head. Her expectations gradually diminished. She swung her sword, intending to end the match. But strangely enough, the moment Seo-john's powerful sword energy swept down, it was gently blocked by Kim Seo-john, albeit with some difficulty. Seo-john was astonished, not believing he could block her man-infused strike. The weapon should have been knocked from his hand, and she should have held her sword to his throat. Facing Seo-john's dazed expression, Kim Seo-john flashed a proud smile, then continued swinging his staff as he charged forward. Suddenly, Kim Seo-john's attacks became much faster and sharper. His speed was vastly different from before, causing Seo-john some confusion. During the fight, a voice in his head commanded him to change tactics immediately. Then came the methods of attack and defense, even the way to spin the staff and detailed combat methods. Just as Kim Seo-john swung his staff for a final strike, Seo-john panicked, using all her strength to counter. Clang rang out, resulting in a scene of devastation with Kim Seo-john struck, bleeding from the head, and lying flat in the opposite corner. She gasped in fear, hurriedly running over to see if he was okay. Kim Seo-john got up painfully, scratching his head in embarrassment, not expecting to lose to her. He wondered if this was really a match between a B-rank hunter and a cadet. It seemed Kim Seo-john still had a long way to go before reaching the title of professional hunter. He quickly checked his phone, happily noticing his score had increased as expected. It seemed he would have to ask Seo-john to keep fighting alongside him from now on. She naturally agreed, then casually mentioned that the prize money for the competition was worth $100,000. This caused the monster inside Kim Seo-john to awaken faster than ever before. His eyes suddenly blazed with fire, his whole body burning with spirit and hot blood. He threw himself into training like a madman, determined to win, leaving Seo-john with no choice but to give up. 2 weeks passed quickly, and today was the day of the tournament. At the assembly point, the crowd was noisy with endless chatter. Among them was a strange boy wearing glasses, standing there muttering to himself. He had also come today to participate in the competition. After wolfing down food in the waiting room, Jun arrived at the venue, his limbs constantly bumping into each other. His body stiffened like stone when he witnessed the scene before him. Muscular soldiers with heavy weapons left him increasingly dazzled the more he looked. Suddenly, he saw Kim Seo-john with a shabby weapon and a cloth full of injuries. Looking so pitiful, it was completely out of place with the surrounding scene. The people around gradually noticed his strangeness and began whispering among themselves. Kim Seo-john ignored them and continued studying his notes. His idol-like demeanor made that bookish boy feel a sense of kinship. It felt like the first day of class with no one to play with, truly hard to find a teammate. A one-sided camaraderie thus blossomed under Kim Seo-john's puzzled gaze. Timidly approached to make friends, introducing himself as Min Jae, 19 years old, with a fairly natural personality. After a few inquiries, he revealed that the two people arguing loudly were Daik Jun from Gochuri Academy, extremely strong, and Chun Min from Ming Academy, were confronting each other. Kim Seo-jan was dumbfounded, not understanding anything, who asked him to blurt out all that information. The noisy argument was quickly silenced by Jung Won from Revenant Academy. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere fell dead silent as if nothing had happened. According to Min Ji, he was the tournament champion thanks to his devastating strength. Previously, he had rejected Seo-jan's invitation to join. Currently, he was angrily smashing tables and chairs because he had to compete with a bunch of low levels. He felt a bit regretful for rejecting Seo-jan's invitation, losing the chance to use her. Feeling Kim Seo-jan's scrutinizing gaze, he became even more annoyed. Kim Seo-jan was just curious how many reward points he would get if he fought that man. While lost in thought, the loudspeaker announced that the two matches were about to begin, and the crowd stirred. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jan stood up and walked straight to the window. He realized he had prepared well over the past 2 weeks, but still hadn't reached 30% progress in the lessons from Karen and Sang-gil. His practical experience was also lacking compared to other cadets. However, all of that was compensated by attacking the dungeon and sparring with Seo-jan. He clenched his fist to reassure himself he would overcome everything, straight for the $100,000. Turning around, Kim Seo-jan nearly fainted when the loudspeaker announced the dungeon maze competition was about to start. Scared right upon entry, Kim Seo-jan was truly unlucky. The first round of the tournament officially began amidst the cheers of the spectator crowd. Round 1 was the dungeon maze race, with nothing special except the ban on attacking each other or escaping outside. The spectators were puzzled, because even for a low-level tournament, this maze was unbelievably simple. I guess there were monsters inside the maze, and hunting them to find a way out tested the crucial skills of a hunter. On the large screen, Jung Won, with a murderous look in his eyes, was swinging his sword, covered in blood. Amidst the roaring cheers of the audience, no one noticed Seo-jan secretly sneaking in. Jung Won's presence astonished Seo-jan, who immediately worried for Kim Seo-jan's safety. Meanwhile, he was struggling with the damned maze, its walls as hard as rock and unbreakable. He groped his way along, regretting not having yet learned the mountain-splitting lesson from the So. Walking on, Kim Seo-jan suddenly came across a fork in the road. He intended to follow the maze escape rule of keeping one hand on a wall, but it felt strange. Something inside him seemed to tell him to take the opposite direction from the initial one. It seemed the sixth sense from Karen's lecture was kicking in. Well, fortune favors the bold, Kim Seo-jan decided to trust his intuition. The announcements of eliminated contestants rang out continuously, but he encountered no obstacles along the way. Everything was so peaceful that he began to doubt, could his intuition even avoid monsters? While daydreaming about his own abilities, Min Ji's voice made him jump. Meeting this timid guy was truly unlucky. Ignoring his directions on things he already knew, Kim Seo-jan still wanted to follow his own feelings. Being categorized by Min Ji as the weak type like himself, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. After Min Ji showed him a picture of his younger sister, Kim Seo-jan was sure he should go alone. It was great meeting him, but better not to meet again next time. Seeing him quickly turn away, Min Ji dragged himself to cling on, making him extremely awkward. $100,000 were waiting for him ahead. How could he be moved by this kid? Hearing Min Ji say his parents had passed away, his own painful memories from the past suddenly came back. Min Ji saw Kim Seo-jan standing like a statue, becoming even more flustered. Suddenly, his attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. A hint of sympathy arose in his heart, and he agreed to let Min Ji come along, leaving the boy bewildered. After he spoke, Min Ji saw that each step Kim Seo-jan took was incredibly confident. As if he already knew the way, it left Min Ji deeply unsettled. Her legs were weary as she ran after him. Before them was a dead end. Kim Seo-jan did not hesitate as he swung his hand and leaped straight up. Their faces were illuminated by light and chaotic sounds. Had escaped the maze in record time. The crowd screamed in disbelief. Min Ji had yet to recover her senses. She was utterly shocked. He had only met Kim Seo-jan by chance and wanted to cooperate to get out of the maze. Yet he had achieved first place in 27 minutes so easily. Ignoring the buzzing gossip, Kim Seo-jan calmly watched a lecture on his phone. He did not notice Jung Won approaching with a sullen face. That man looked him up and down, confusing Kim Seo-jan. After looking, he let out a mocking smile, then turned and walked back into the crowd. He thought Kim Seo-jan was just lucky. Kim Seo-jan wondered what he was planning to do. Amidst the noise, the content of the second round was announced as a duel tournament. Man-infused weapons and physical enhancement were both banned. Kim Seo-jan calculated 32 people passed the first round for one-on-one matches, but when arranging the pairs, one person surrendered out of fear. This made Kim Jan freeze in place. Outside the stadium under the harsh sun, Seo-jan was at to head back first. Suddenly, a crowd arguing loudly caught her attention. They were betting on Jung Won. No one dared to bet on the new cadet. A mysterious woman carrying a suitcase of $1 million placed a bet on Seo-jan. This drove everyone crazy that someone would gamble so big. Meanwhile, for Kim Seo-jan, a few minutes earlier, The lower-ranked cadets heard rumors about Deng Quang and the high-ranking soldiers. Their fear rose high and they hurriedly lined up to withdraw. In the end, only 5 people remained. The team was evenly split with Kim Seo-jeon and Dak Jun, Jung-wan and Min-ji, while Chun-min was asked to leave as surplus. He thought that if he won both rounds he would achieve first place. Seeing Min-ji tremble and cry but determined not to give up, he laughed. When it was time for the match, Kim Seo-jeon stepped out leisurely, leaving Min-ji speechless. The crowd clamored, cheering for the match between Kim Seo-jeon and Dak Jun. The two of them fought for a while before it began. He immediately swung with full force and charged. Before the arrogant gaze of Kim Seo-jeon, Min-ji in the waiting room was no less trembling. He trembled for him and for himself later. Jung-wan's gloomy expression was enough to scare him to death. Just as he was about to give up, the screen showed Kim Seo-jeon victorious. It was as if Min-ji had been given a surge of strength. All his fears vanished completely. Minutes earlier, Dak Jun swung his sword like pounding rice. Kim Seo-jeon dodged gracefully and swiftly. His strength drained away with each passing minute. He exerted all his power to unleash his final move. He was sent flying by Kim Seo-jeon's sword as if it were child's play. This shocked him into trembling. He knelt in defeat, utterly pathetic. Kim Seo-jeon frowned as he checked his phone. After all that effort, his stat had only increased a tiny bit. The remaining days were closing in. At this pace, he could not finish the lectures of Buddha Karen or Siang Gilan. To avoid going broke buying weapons and travel passes, he had to win the prize money. He had just wearily dragged himself into the room when Min-ji enthusiastically congratulated him. The first round began. Contrary to Min-ji's fear, Jung-wan was arrogantly confident. Min-ji said shakily that ever since he saw Kim Seo-jeon, he had felt familiar with him, happy that he won but also a bit envious, because he knew he was unlucky and had no talent. The heart of a man who wanted his younger sister to be proud would always guide him. Finally, it was Min-ji's turn to go out onto the field. Kim Seo-jeon quietly watched his small figure, silently hoping that the two of them would meet again in the finals. Seeing Min-ji rambling on to calm herself, Jung-wan grew even more annoyed. He poured all his strength into charging straight at him. Filled with arrogance, he thought Min-ji was just a useless person, a creature at the bottom of the food chain. Compared to a beast of prey like himself, he was no different from a blade of grass. He always believed he was on an entirely different level. Seeing Min-ji trembling as she pointed her sword, Jung-wan found it even more amusing. Right after that, the whistle signaling the start of the match sounded. Jung-wan immediately swung his sword ferociously, forcing Min-ji to brace herself to block the blow. His whole body had already tensed up. A punch like a hammer from the sky struck his stomach, causing Min-ji to collapse in pain. Fresh blood gushed from his mouth, and he could not stand up. Min-ji understood clearly that he was no match for that man. In his moment of peril, he suddenly thought of Kim Seo-jeon, using him as a source of mental strength to force himself to get up. He wanted to test himself one last time, even though it was as easy as turning his hand for that man. Min-ji still wanted his attack to be able to reach him, so he wildly swung his sword and charged forward. A cold metallic clang rang out. Jung-wan officially won, and Min-ji lay collapsed at his feet. There was only one thing that he alone knew: Min-ji's sword bulger had touched his face. A small cut, but it had reached Jung-wan's pride. He immediately stomped Min-ji's head into the ground and yelled that people like him were just weeds in this competition. The situation reached a boiling point. Just as he was about to crush Min-ji, Kim Seo-jeon appeared in time. He had originally planned to wait for him until the finals, but it seemed someone needed to be taught a lesson right here. Two of them looked at each other with murderous eyes, like fiery bullets amidst the crowd waiting to see a good show. Jung-wan wanted him to take his hand off, but Kim Seo-jeon only demanded that he take his foot off Min-ji's head first. That man deliberately tried to provoke him, so he used his force to stomp directly on Min-ji's head, who was lying sprawled on the ground. That action infuriated Kim Seo-jeon, making him seethe with rage. He immediately swung his sword, knocking him to the side, then picked up Min-ji. This pitiful scene made Jung-wan's eyes sting. He had always hated those insects who did not know their place, especially those with delusional dreams like Min-ji. With that, he charged into a fight with Kim Seo-jeon, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. The stands began to murmur, but the organizing committee still did not intervene, following orders from above. They could only helplessly watch a tragedy about to unfold. Jung-wan sneered at Kim Seo-jeon, arrogantly stating that the strong would defeat the weak. He said there would be no place for dreamers like him, causing Kim Seo-jeon to freeze, because back then he himself had once thought exactly like him. During 9 years of training to become a top-tier hunter, he had faced the harsh reality many times. Kim Seo-jeon had once been a nobody, lacking both talent and money, seemingly useless. Even working hard only earned enough to live, with nothing improving, making him ask himself hundreds of times about giving up. Fear had always held him back, making him doubt himself and afraid to face reality. But that was no reason for that man to be allowed to insult him like a weed. Having said that, ignoring all warnings, Kim Seo-jeon moved his sword like the wind and charged straight at Jung-wan. But that man, with his naturally strong power, blocked the blow immediately. Two of them thus clashed in battle, a titanic struggle that shook the surroundings. Jungwon's strength was not light at all, causing Kim Seo-jeon to falter somewhat. Facing such fierce attacks, Kim Seo-jeon told himself he could not lose at this moment. He needed to go with the flow and move by instinct. With a thumping sound, he punched Jungwon in the chest, making him stagger. Jungwon went mad, pointing his sword straight ahead and charging. Though he was originally a beast of prey, Kim Seo-jeon's sharp gaze made him cautious. Regaining his composure, Jungwon charged again, but this time Kim Seo-jeon nimbly blocked every single one of his moves. His speed grew stronger with each passing moment, making him feel as if he was facing a rabid monster. A moment of carelessness, Jungwon was knocked back by a blow from Kim Seo-jeon. This was a great humiliation for him. Furious, he pulled out a sword technique that startled Kim Seo-jeon. Because he could not control the mana, he would never be able to win. Filled with rage, Jungwon gripped the glowing sword tightly, preparing to swing it at Kim Seo-jeon amidst the screaming. He knew he should run, but his limbs would not obey. His mind frantically told him that if he fled, all his past efforts would turn to smoke. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jeon remembered his master's words, "Do your best, because the most shameful defeat is losing to yourself." What was necessary was to believe in yourself and fight with all your might, a spirit of utmost recklessness even in defeat. Receiving that mental strength, Kim Seo-jeon turned and charged forward. This action was completely contrary to all of Jungwon's calculations, making him so angry he could spit blood. He poured all his hatred into a direct clash with Kim Seo-jeon, causing the earth and sky to shake violently. An explosion rang out with thick smoke and dust, leaving the crowd curious about who had won. The figure collapsed to the ground. It was Jungwon, with streams of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Beside him stood Kim Seo-jeon, gasping for breath in the stifling silence. Kim Seo-jeon had successfully defeated Jungwon amid roaring cheers. The stand seemed ready to explode as idle Jungwon lay flattened on the ground. Songs of praise for Kim Seo-jeon echoed continuously, shouting his name. Seo-jeon up there almost fainted, remembering how just 2 weeks ago he struggled to fight, but now he had unleashed such fierce battle energy. While glancing to the side, she suddenly saw the mysterious figure hidden in a thick, full-length robe. He was stunned, unable to believe that Kim Seo-jeon had won. His attitude was as if a natural law had just been broken. Seo-jeon recalled that Baldur had bet on his victory earlier, but when he turned back, that man had vanished. The twilight gradually descended over Kim Seo-jeon's exhausted body. He walked slowly, recalling how Baldur had forced him to forfeit the match for interfering in the fight and ignoring the referee's warnings. It was considered a violation of the rules. As for Jungwon using sword ki with intent to kill, he was banned from competition for 5 years. In the end, Baldur declared Chun-min the winner, Minji second and Daik-jun Baldur third. Kim Seo-jeon found the result absurd but let it go as his learning progress had grown significantly. His Cyangil learning speed exceeded 50% thanks to that strange spiritual energy. While he was scrolling through his phone, Seo-jeon's sudden appearance startled him. She asked about his condition, and he apologized for blocking the fight and costing her the chance to win. She only worried if he was okay since the prize money was gone. Kim Seo-jeon remembered that and hugged his head, lamenting the loss of all his shopping plans. So farewell to the Longinus spear and unlocking the next course. But what was done was done. He sighed, saying he would be lying if he claimed no regret, but not intervening would have brought even more regret. Seo-jeon felt somewhat relieved hearing him say that. Two were chatting happily when Minji rushed over from a distance with white bandages on her head. He noticed Seo-jeon was about to leave and gathered the courage to say he wanted to become someone like him. Those words gently scratched the sensitive heart of Kim Seo-jeon like claws. Before Minji's teary eyes that were about to cry, he coldly said it would be very difficult for her to become a hunter. Kim Seo-jeon believed his talent would fall far behind if he grew up in this era. He wanted him not to be too fixated on becoming a hunter, as there were many other opportunities for the youth. Those words made all the feelings in him vanish instantly. He sadly thanked Kim Seo-jeon, then turned and walked away in disappointment. Behind him, Kim Seo-jeon softly echoed words of encouragement and support. He wanted him not to lower himself because of others' words, to boldly do what he wanted. Minji deeply engraved his words in her moist eyes, saying a moving farewell under the evening sunlight. Seeing Minji so profound for the first time surprised even Seo-jeon himself. Upon hearing him call our academy, she could not contain her joy. He invited Kim Seo-jeon to her grandfather's workshop to give him a weapon as a gift. At a temple far from the city center, Seo Moon-chun, the sword saint's attendant, hurriedly slipped into the room. The old sword star was meditating, releasing a terrifying pressure that made it hard to breathe. Moon-chun breathlessly reported that Seo-jeon had joined the academy tournament and recruited new students. Sword Saint Park Min-chun grew curious and decided to personally see what kind of person he was. He watched Kim Seo-jeon diligently carrying out his tasks day after day. He dreamed of having money to buy equipment, leaving Seo-jeon stunned. She led him to the shop, but he browsed through everything and ended up buying nothing, clearly having an issue. Kim Seo-jeon paled from being read like a book. He was simply unsatisfied with ordinary weapons. After seeing firsthand the ones created by superhumans, he remembered the rising prices and realized it was the effect of karma if money did not come from hard work. Seo-jeon curiously asked how how he controlled his superb mana, as he had never seen him train. Kim Seo-jeon suddenly remembered that he had never learned any mana training technique. That was a technique that helped the user control mana more efficiently. It was divided into high and low levels. Each hunter had their own training technique, some even patented. This was why Kim Seo-jeon tried to enroll in a high-level school like the Hunter Academy. Seo-jeon said her grandfather forbade learning that technique at school. Instead, she taught a self-invented technique, surprising him. He did not expect her to have some talent after all. He thought for a moment Seo-jeon found her right because training technique was basic. He clearly felt the mana difference with Jungwon. During his free time, Kim Seo-jeon found it beneficial to learn about mana. In this world of rebellion, mana is the only thing that can counter the law of causality. After Seo-jeon left, he took out his phone to watch a lecture on mana by the Archmage Merlin. After watching for a while, he immediately wanted to try it out. The mage had just finished the lecture. The fact that everyone had to find their own mana left Kim Seo-jeon confused, as he had to do the assignment without understanding a thing. He focused his mind, and thanks to the sense he learned from Karen, he could easily perceive and control mana. But for some reason, he still could not form a shape. He recalled the mage's words from the lecture. The transformation of mana was like a sphere of light, and he strained to compress it with all his might. Before long, he unexpectedly succeeded in creating a mana stone, beyond all imagination. Though it was a bit small, he told himself he would gradually master it over time. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind him, startling Kim Seo-jeon. That person was none other than the Sword Saint Park Min-chun. He came to check on the new students, but did not expect to see him personally creating a mana stone. Though slow, it was a sign of genius. A genius like him being in this academy made him suspect that he was targeting his granddaughter. Having said that, he angrily demanded his identity with a fierce aura. Kim Seo-jeon was not afraid and quickly introduced himself. He did not expect Seo-jeon's grandfather to come, so he said the two girls had gone out, causing the man's face to pale. Park Min-chun stared at him, revealing that the killing intent around him alone could kill him, unless he was an S-rank hunter. Yet Kim Seo-jeon remained calm, which was truly suspicious. He looked around in a daze, still not understanding what the man meant. Park Min-chun lost his composure, drew his sword, and stepped towards him. The aura frightened him, and he tried to explain, but the man refused to listen. The swift motion, a surge of energy from the man's hand shot out, knocking him flat on his back, scaring him half to death. On her end, Seo-jeon intended to meet her grandfather to tell him about Kim Seo-jeon, but she could not find him, and she was disappointed. She had no idea that her grandfather was at the Red Academy, wanting to deal with Kim Seo-jeon. Seo-jeon was surprised to see guard Seo there, and she was overjoyed. What perfect timing, as she also wanted to ask him about her grandfather. Hearing that, the guard's smile vanished completely, and his face turned pale as he gave the news. Her grandfather had already arrived at the academy, causing Seo-jeon's heart to skip a beat. They both immediately turned around and rushed back madly, not wanting the two of them to meet alone. They feared it was already too late, as Kim Seo-jeon and Park Min-chun were in a tense standoff. He noticed that the old man swung his sword without drawing it from the sheath, so he understood that he only wanted to block him, not kill him. He trembled as he said it was just a misunderstanding, but the opponent still did not believe him one bit. The aura slammed into his body, and he struggled to resist, panting heavily and out of breath. Park Min-chun seemed to have gone mad, his entire body enveloped in pitch-black killing intent, convinced that he was lying. Seeing how stubborn the old man was, Kim Seo-jeon threw up his hands and told him to do whatever he wanted. He knew the old man looked fierce but did not want to kill him, because if he did, he would have died the moment he sensed the aura. The sword god, the great sage equal to heaven, was his ideal image, and he realized this was a perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, he slightly raised his sword into a defensive stance, surprising Park Min-chun. In several decades, the old man had met many hunters, and only the person before him was still burning with the will to fight. His love for his granddaughter surged, and Park Min-chun quickly charged forward. The old man's swift and powerful speed forced Kim Seo-jeon to brace himself to defend. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a colossal wave of energy hurtling toward him, nearly making him wet his pants. But as a living legend, he refused to give up. Despite the surging wave of energy, he did not stop swinging his sword. The result was that the old man shoved him straight down a path, sending him sprawling. Kim Seo-jeon felt something was wrong and could not miss this one and only opportunity, especially since the old man was still holding back. He stubbornly got up again, determined to end it all in one blow. Even though his whole body was battered, he recalled the instructions from Archmage Merlin's lecture. Kim Seo-jeon gathered all his strength and launched his staff whizzing toward the old man, amid a thick cloud of dust. He was in so much pain he could not sit up. After fighting to this extent, he still shouted for Seo-jeon, giving the old man a headache. His anger flared up again, and he gave him another beating. Fortunately, Seo-jeon arrived just in time. Finally, the old man calmed down, leaving Kim Seo-jeon's face black and blue. Seeing the two of them arguing like children, Seo-John found it a headache. She had never seen anyone dare to talk back to this saint like him before. Park Min-chun's excessive actions today made her both angry and embarrassed in front of Kim Seo-John. She shyly lowered her head to apologize, causing Kim Seo-John to be a bit flustered. He caught a glimpse of Park Min-chun's gaze and immediately understood that the old man wanted to speak with her privately. He deftly used the excuse of going to the hospital to slip away, making Seo-John grateful for his understanding. After he left, she slowly turned her back to face her grandfather, coldly saying she wanted to talk things out clearly. Although she was extremely nervous inside, she still tried to appear tough. Suddenly, Park Min-chun spoke first, saying that Kim Seo-John was very suspicious. His words, "What do you know?" brought back all of Seo-John's old grievances. She had endured such imposing words for the past 31 years. Even her Hunter Academy could not escape his control. He always caused trouble whenever she got a new student, making them all leave early. She understood his motives clearly, so she could not stop them from leaving, no matter how much she wanted to. But with Kim Seo-John, she did not want to lose him. She furiously shouted in his face, "I do not want to." All her pent-up resentment exploded. Seo-John cried and yelled that this was her academy and she would no longer do as he said, even though she had no precious memories with him and no special feelings. Every time she saw Kim Seo-John, she felt a strange sensation, wanting to stay by his side longer without understanding the reason. She angrily said she could not live forever in his shadow, because that had never been what she wanted. With that, she did not let him speak, turned around, opened the door, and walked straight out, leaving Park Min-chun still shocked, having seen his granddaughter act so strong for the first time. The memories of that fateful day long ago returned to his mind, the day his son passed away after that horrific dungeon explosion. From then on, he adopted the lonely Seo-John. He was determined to give her the power to defend herself. That was why he was so strict, even though she did not like swordsmanship and only wanted to be a teacher. Throughout the years, he knew she was suppressing her emotions, but he deliberately ignored it. Only today did he understand the result of this rebellion. A few days later, Kim Seo-John strolled along, stretching as he thought about today's mission. He had almost been dealt with by that sword saint. Good thing Seo-John arrived in time, otherwise it would not have been just simple bruises. He recalled last night, when she had called to tell him about her current situation and her relationship with her grandfather, along with stories about her previous students. He knew that was not all, but he understood her feelings, and he also understood the reason why the sword saint hated him so much. But being beaten for no reason like that truly irritated him. Regardless, today he had to go see the old man to apologize, hoping this would not happen again. As soon as he cautiously opened the door, Kim Seo-John saw Min-chun sitting there waiting, making him pale with fear. He inwardly guessed, was that man planning to give him another beating? Two of them just sat there together, continuing their old conversation as if nothing had happened. Although Park Min-chun still did not truly trust Kim Seo-John, he irritably insisted he had nothing to hide. After arguing back and forth for a while, the old man also saw he was telling the truth, but the strength and talent radiating from him gave him a headache. Not to mention, just looking at his face made him inexplicably annoyed. It was truly puzzling. Suddenly, he stood up and said he wanted to go train, startling the old man into realizing that was it. Just by watching him train, perhaps the old man would know what he was trying to hide. Yet, witnessing it firsthand, Park Min-chun still could not understand his bizarre training method. Sitting for hours staring at a blank phone screen, and calling that training. He even thought the man was meditating. He gave him another lecture on the usefulness of training, giving Kim Seo-John a headache, who just hummed to brush it off. This evasive attitude of his truly annoyed the old man. Park Min-chun played his final card, hinting that he would guide him on a few things to pique his curiosity. But unfortunately, this guy was not interested. He flatly refused and then buried his face in the screen again, almost making Park Min-chun faint. This was the first time a sword saint like him had been so flatly refused. Seo-John had arrived by then. Seeing Park Min-chun and him glaring at each other, she immediately spoke up to stop them. The old man gently pulled her into a corner. With a mysterious look, he whispered to her that Kim Seo-John seemed to have a problem with his head, surprising her. She wondered, isn't he normal? She had long understood these strange quirks of his. Seeing his granddaughter still hesitating at his warning, he felt helpless. Every time she saw him, she would happily give a bright smile, making the old man curious about their relationship. Park Min-chun noticed it had been a long time since he had seen Seon this happy. He was inwardly furious at the thought of Kim Seo-John daring to touch his precious granddaughter. He clenched his hands into fists, full of rage. Right at that moment, bodyguard Seo suddenly ran over to report. The Church of Justice urgently wanted to meet him. Kalia herself had come and requested that if there was anyone named Kim Seo-John, he should come along. He, sitting nearby, heard this and was astonished. Needless to say, Park Min-chun was also taken aback that Kalia knew about him. Seo-John recalled the incident at the match, where she had seen a very suspicious person in a black robe. She secretly wondered, could that person be related to this incident? Oh, that was right. Kalia was one of the 7 apostles of the Church of Justice, always treated like a head of state with immense power. The one inheriting the vacant position of the chastity apostle directly named Kim Seo-jan. He quickly refused, saying he did not know her, preferring to stay home and train instead. The guard Seo unexpectedly guessed that Kalia knew he would refuse, so she asked him to deliver a message, along with a promise of a $100,000 gift, which startled Kim Seo-jan, confused about how she knew he needed money. The Church of Justice was a religious order serving justice as their god. The mysterious robe was the Asura Emperor King, along with 7 apostles as core members. They declared their words to be justice, the words of God. A century ago, the Church of Justice was seen as a mere belief. But during the Great Deluge, Baldur bonded their power with countless superhumans. They played a huge role in bringing peace to humanity and achieving great development. And the most important among them was the crazed and brutal giant monster. Its terrifying power was such that even the global superhuman formation was helpless. People called it the Second Great Deluge. Only the Azure Emperor King and the 7 apostles could bring it down. At that moment, a hotel on the outskirts of Seoul, Kim Seo-jan and Min Chun went to meet Kalia, curious about Seo-jan Baldur's words. He thought if Kalia wanted to recruit him, he needed to meet her in person to get a clear answer. Following her directions, they both stepped into a spacious, luxurious room. Min Chun said it was his first time meeting Kalia, which surprised Kim Seo-jan as he thought they were close. While waiting, Min Chun revealed he had met the Chastity Apostle, but never the successor. As for the Azure Emperor King, he had only seen him from afar. The sound of the door opening cut their conversation short. Kalia, the successor of the Chastity Apostle, with blonde hair and immense aura, walked in smiling. She introduced herself as Kalia, a follower of the Church of Justice, the one conveying the god's proposal. Also the secretary to the Chastity Apostle, she was very pleased to meet Kim Seo-jan today. She had come to know of him through a follower who watched him during the Academy tournament. He praised him so much it made her curious. Kim Seo-jan suspected her motive for inviting him was not so simple. Kalia laughed at his astuteness, saying he could truly read her thoughts. The 3 of them then sat down to talk. Kalia invited Park Min-chun to join her on a dungeon reconnaissance mission. Upon hearing this, he became annoyed and demanded to know why he had to go with her. Kalia explained that her group had received a report about a distortion in a dungeon in South Korea. She guessed that Min Chun understood this matter better than anyone. He shot a glance at her, realizing this was the reason she had returned to South Korea. At the same time, she could solidify her position as the successor. He wondered what he would gain if he agreed to cooperate. Kalia suddenly mentioned the Seo-jan Hunter Academy, causing Min Chun's expression to change. He did not want anyone to touch Seo-jan, his entire body radiating a chilling, killing intent. Kim Seo-jan, sitting beside him, also got goosebumps. Knowing she had touched his weak point, Kalia quickly apologized and promised to comply with one request. She even swore on the honor of the Church of Justice, making it impossible for him to refuse. After the 2 of them performed the oath of justice, it was Kim Seo-jan's turn. Kalia stated outright that the church wanted to support him in areas beyond the Academy's reach. They asked for nothing in return, considering the goodwill between both sides to be more than enough. Kim Seo-jan thought to himself that she said it was unrelated, but eventually she would demand something back. He decided to take a risk, ignoring potential issues, and immediately raised his phone screen towards her. He wanted to know if she could see anything on the screen. Kalia said she only saw a black screen, contrary to Kim Seo-jan's thoughts. The answer satisfied him, so he immediately refused her offer, true to his red-lack nature. Night fell, and Kalia was furious because, through her subordinate's words, Kim Seo-jan was very special. But she found him ordinary. His strength was only at the rookie level. She was startled when he suddenly shoved his phone in her face, asking if she saw anything, a feeling of displeasure dominating her. Setting that matter aside, her subordinate informed her that he had contacted Hao Sheng and Xin Sheng regarding the people who could not be seen. Kim Seo-jan and Min Chun left that place, preparing to return. He recalled the incident with Baldur, annoyed that Kalia was not related to the academy, but he could not accept goodwill from outsiders, still preferring Seo-jan's academy more. Before Kim Seo-jan's quest, Min Chun explained that the dungeon reconnaissance was due to magic distortion causing waves that affected leveling up or collapse, as difficult as a great upheaval. Kim Seo-jan looked at him with a curious gaze. He turned around and walked away, warning him not to have any ideas about Seo-jan. Clearly, he had already acknowledged him but was too shy, making Kim Seo-jan laugh and tease him endlessly. He kept teasing until the old man got so angry he wanted to punch him. Only then did he stop. Seo-jan was extremely surprised to see Kim Seo-jan returning home alone. Upon hearing him say that the old man had gone somewhere, she softly apologized for her grandfather's rude attitude. Surprisingly, she heard Kim Seo-jan defend old man Hong, hoping to strengthen the bond between her and him. That made a hint of happiness creep into Seo-jan's heart. Knowing he was short on money, Seo-jan immediately showed him the notification for the dungeon clearing competition on the 24th. Seo-jan explained that this competition aimed to eliminate dungeons that had not been dealt with. This type of dungeon usually didn't bring in money, was low level, and difficult to attack. If not handled in time, the dungeon would collapse and monsters would pour out. Even though the monsters were low level, they were still dangerous to ordinary people. Previously, these dungeons were handled by civil servant hunters. Using high-rank hunters there was wasteful and inefficient, so the government replaced that with this dungeon clearing competition. Most students could handle the backlog dungeons, since the current number of students was very large. With surplus manpower, just adding it to the student evaluation would handle it quickly. He saw the winning prize up to 300,000 won. The competition itself was an opportunity to increase lecture speed, making Kim Seo-jeon very interested. There was no reason he wouldn't participate. Seeing Seo-jeon's stiff expression, he chuckled, knowing she was pretending, and that she must have searched everywhere for information. The previous experience showed everything had variables, so he couldn't take it lightly. Hope surged in his heart, hoping to win this time and get the reward. Seo-jeon said the competition lasted a week, starting immediately. The government would give participants a list of dungeons. They would register on the app and then go to clear them. You could only reserve one dungeon at a time, had to clear it within 10 hours, or else it would be cancelled. The evaluation criteria were based on speed and the number of dungeons cleared. Speed was the key, and that was the reward. Kim Seo-jeon thought for a moment and found it also difficult. Killing monsters while disposing of bodies with speed being the key. Perhaps he should focus on the reward and ignore the pile of nearly worthless bodies. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jeon shot up, an idea having struck her. A few days later, exactly on the competition day, turning on his machine, he saw the lecture progress rate had increased thanks to diligence. But Karen and Merlin's hadn't. Perhaps they needed something else. He had already downloaded the app, just waiting for the person he called a helper to arrive and assist. After a wait, that person finally arrived. It was Uncle Manchel, a former coworker at the construction site. A few days prior, he had called to ask Uncle for help with the competition. The main job was helping him transport monster bodies, and also acting as a driver. He needed Uncle's help because dismantling the parts that could be refined required skill. He trusted Uncle Manchel. That was why he entrusted him with this. He trusted him completely. On the phone, the competition notification officially began. The uncle and nephew pair bid farewell to Seo-jeon and set off. In the car, Kim Seo-jeon said the competition had two essential conditions. One was the speed of clearing the dungeon. The other was the speed of moving to the chosen dungeon. In short, speed was life. This competition mainly involved level 1 to 2 monster dungeons. Clear times differed per dungeon, but he was most concerned about travel time. Manchel took a quick look at the list of dungeon locations. Hearing Seo-jeon say they had to find the shortest route, he let out a weary sigh. Wondering if he could do it, he then stepped on the gas and sped off. Supervisor Go Soo-jin was yawning boredly. Seeing Kim Seo-jeon from Dream Academy depart, she guessed he was probably average too. She thought he would take at least an hour. Seeing Manchel just standing outside, she felt more at ease. Suddenly, the gate swung open. Kim Seo-jeon stuck his head out and yelled loudly for Uncle to come in and transport things, making Soo-jin quickly try to stop him, thinking it was cheating. Hearing Seo-jeon say she had already cleared the dungeon herself, she couldn't believe it, thinking he was joking. She climbed in herself to check, and before her eyes lay a mountain of monster carcasses piled up, drenched in blood. Only 10 minutes had passed, and she couldn't help but be amazed. The two of them hauled the bodies out together and proceeded to dismantle them. With Manchel's skill, it only took 15 seconds per monster. Soo-jin saw him planning to process the bodies and yelled loudly, but it was useless, since this wasn't against the rules. So the uncle and nephew pair competed, one killing, one dissecting. The scene was a bloody, chaotic, utterly horrifying mess. Finished, both hurriedly got into the car and sped away. Leaving Soo-jin behind, she was in shock, still unable to calm down. The car raced like thieves, rushing to the next location, too fast and too dangerous. Kim Seo-jeon charged inside, swung a few basic attacks, and cleared it in no time. Done, he rushed out with the bodies for Manchel. Saying that, he disappeared as quickly as he appeared, leaving the supervisor with a bewildered expression. At this moment, at the Dungeon Management Office, under the Ministry of Security and Administration, the staff were in chaos when they saw the report on Kim Seo-ju's dungeon raid. He was in first place, having cleared up to 32 dungeons. Though somewhat hard to believe, after confirming, they saw it was true as he had cleared every dungeon along the way. According to the judges, the time to clear each dungeon was under 10 minutes without violating any regulations. Hearing that Kim Seo-jeon was a student of Sun Dream Academy, the department head was startled, remembering it was the Academy of the Sword Saint's grandson, and immediately rushed to check. Second place, Lee Seo-jeon of Academy X gloomily apologized to her father for losing first place. He pressed her, asking if she could clear 32 dungeons in one day. That question made her freeze for a moment. He sneered, saying that if someone was secretly helping, it could be done. After speaking, he turned and left with satisfaction, making her suspect that her father had engaged in dishonest behavior. Her father was Suk-man, a former rank hunter, principal of Academy Y, and father of Lee Seo-jeon. He always prioritized benefits, everything else was secondary. With a scheming mind, he hoped she wouldn't foolishly think she was innocent, causing Seo-jeon to doubt herself. She quietly left her father's room, thinking about the memories with that boy from years ago. A boy who lived with integrity, the complete opposite opposite of her nature. Shame and remorse surged, making hot blood rush in her chest. At this moment, the sky had turned pitch black. Kim Seo-jeon and his uncle Manchul were lying flat on a park bench, resting and massaging their sore limbs. He said that today, after deducting expenses and taxes, the two of them earned about 7,000,008, split 5-5, each would get 3,000,009, but Manchul only took 1,000,009. Wanted to split it 7-3, believing all the credit belonged to him. He insisted on taking the smaller share, forcing Kim Seo-jeon to compromise. He asked why he wasn't surprised to see him raiding dungeons. Manchul said he had seen him fighting at the academy before, which caught him completely off guard. He smiled at his uncle, though his words were a bit gruff. He always supported him. That gave him tremendous mental motivation. On the second day of the dungeon conquest competition, Kim Seo-jeon and Manchul were known as the people who cleared dungeons, always ranking first. At this rate, he couldn't help but think of the victory ahead. With only 5 days left, the two of them eagerly thought about the future and wished for everything to go smoothly. On the morning of the third day, Kim Seo-jeon suddenly discovered that all the dungeons nearby had been reserved. The nearest dungeon was an hour's drive away, and all other dungeons were fully booked. Someone was blocking his path. The two decided to go to a dungeon that wasn't reserved, but when they reached the next one. For the dungeons after that, the same thing happened. In the end, today he had only managed to attack a mere 10 dungeons, which was truly strange. Manchul guessed that perhaps the second place person, Seo-jeon, had pulled some trick. He urged him to quickly report to the organizers, extremely annoyed. He realized that although he was in first place, there were 3 days left. If today's situation repeated, he could very well lose his position. Even ignoring the time to disassemble monsters, travel time was still the problem. Manchul was stumped, being constantly blocked. Kim Seo-jeon thought for a moment, then sneered, saying he had come up with an idea. His expression at this moment was unbearably cunning. It turned out that Seo-jeon's father had hired hunters to take turns booking all the dungeons around him. Today, Kim Seo-jeon had booked a dungeon right next to Lee Seo-jeon. So if they booked all the surrounding dungeons, Seo-jeon would also have no dungeons to attack. And exactly as Kim Seo-jeon had calculated with this method. Today, both he and she had conquered a pitifully small number, so she couldn't overturn the rankings, a mutual destruction tactic. Her father hadn't expected him to come up with this method, and immediately told Seo-jeon to just fight, and leave the rest to him. The next morning, on the 5th day, Seo-jeon was taking a stroll when suddenly, she met Kim Seo-jeon and Manchul, who were walking arrogantly toward her. He tactfully hinted at her cheating behavior, making her livid. She knew he said that to belittle her with no good intention. Humans were inherently selfish. No matter what they did, it was based on a standard of benefit. If it was beneficial, they did it. If not, they didn't. Goodwill or kindness didn't exist. After speaking, she swung her sword and strode straight into the dungeon, causing a bloody uproar. As soon as she stepped out the door, she was startled to see Kim Seo-jeon had already finished attacking at some point and was hurriedly transporting monster carcasses with Manchul. He even asked for the carcasses she had just killed, leaving Seo-jeon puzzled. He said he did it to make money, causing her to sigh in weariness, turn her back, and leave. She understood that in this world there was no good purpose, so there were no hunters with good intentions. To her, it was just a profession. At this time on Minchin's side, he was busy with Kalia dealing with monsters in the dungeon. He had just been told it was level 6, yet it turned into level 10, making him suspect the Church of Justice was up to something. Just like 30 years ago, he was extremely frustrated despite Kalia trying to explain. Trat Ji-min, Martin's disciple, suddenly appeared. She also sensed the unprecedented abnormal magical energy flow. It seemed they needed to re-inspect the low-level dungeons the chairman was surveying. At Kim Seo-jeon's competition area, 3 dungeon gates unexpectedly appeared at the same strange moment. This startled all the supervisors. Oh my god, how bizarre. Kim Seo-jeon and Manchul go appear in front of whichever dungeon is safe. And at that place, everyone rushed over at the same time. It seemed they could not use the old method, so they found a new way to obstruct them. Seo-jeon was so angry he could cry, vowing to file a petition to Baldur. This was truly spoiling him rotten. Thanks to her, a notice came that an assigned dungeon was attacked without the contestants' consent. In that case, the attack turn could be switched at the supervisor's discretion, temporarily reassuring Kim Seo-jeon they were out of ways to stop him. But it seemed he spoke too soon, because they thought of countless other ways to block him, specifically using excuses like a broken car or 1,000 other reasons to hinder both of them from moving. And then what had to happen happened. The rankings were now dominated by Seo-jeon at the top spot. After investigating, he learned she was from Seokman Academy, headed by a former A-rank professional hunter. She was one of the few people his grandfather acknowledged, though she had little ability but a very sharp tongue. Her connections were very wide, so it would probably be hard to find out anything. It seemed only the Sword Saint stepping in personally could resolve it, but Seo-jeon did not dare to hope. He did not even dare to contact her now. Seeing that Seo-jeon had tried his best, Manchul boldly said to let the man handle it himself. No sooner had he said that than he flashed a sly, rather dangerous smile, meaning he must have thought of some cunning plan. And lo and behold, hello to the beloved family of Kim. Kim Seo-jan used the traditional method of bribing the supervisor, successfully set a dungeon, and attacked. Within just 5 minutes, those people did not dare to interfere because of the management team's supervision. They knew he was from the academy founded by the Sword Saint's granddaughter, so they started making a huge fuss. Lee Seok-man, with his relentless greed, furiously ordered his subordinates to deal with him for Balder by any means necessary. After several days, Kim Seo-jan and Seo-jan finally had equal scores, forcing the organization to hold a meeting. This was the most chaotic meeting ever, with everyone in an uproar as Yeo Dong and Seok-man furiously cursed each other. The organizers said they could not recognize a tied championship, and there was no evidence proving Seo-jan had committed any wrongdoing. In the end, after a lengthy discussion, they decided to express their opinions later. The dungeon management team leader was invited in. Seeing Kim Seo-jan and Seo-jan both present, he explained the rules for the final match to decide the winner. The rule was very simple. From the 3 dungeons in front of them, each person chose one and attacked. Whoever finished first, and then took the remaining dungeon would win. All 3 dungeons were level 2, equally difficult, so both would have to choose for themselves. Seo-jan pondered, knowing the chance of her rigging this match was very low, but he still had to be cautious. He spoke up, requesting to enter the first dungeon on the right side, so the left dungeon belonged to Seo-jan. She whispered softly into his ear, telling him not to feel wronged, which left him bewildered. Before he could understand what was happening, she had already dashed inside. Kim Seo-jan hurriedly rushed in, still confused by her words but decided not to care. Victory was the most important thing. Walking deeper inside, the silent emptiness puzzled him. He had been in for 5 minutes and saw nothing. What was going on? Suddenly a horrifying shrill sound echoed, and less than a second later, a level 4 manticore with sharp fangs appeared right in front of him. In a level 2 dungeon, there was a level 4 monster. Kim Seo-jan had to swear. He swung his club powerfully and charged. He took it down in one hit, but the time was much slower than the standard for clearing a level 2 dungeon. Kim Seo-jan ran like the wind toward the exit, guessing Seo-jan had already moved on to attack the second dungeon. He glimpsed the team leader and shouted that there was a level 4 monster inside, so the match was invalid. He wanted a rematch, but the man coldly said it was impossible because Seo-jan had not come out yet. Kim Seo-jan was extremely surprised to hear that. Clearly, she had been inside for quite a while. He did not know that Seo-jan inside was facing a much more horrifying monster. Past memories flooded back like slow-motion film in Seo-jan's mind. In those days, she still had her brother happily training with him, even though she knew he was a fool who always believed in justice. Compared to her, he was incredibly naive. On that rainy night, she witnessed her own brother die protecting a stranger. Her worldview changed completely. She swore never to live like her brother again. Her selfishness and hatred grew day by day. Kim Seo-jan waited for her for a long time without seeing her come out, and could not help but find it strange. He knew this meant victory, but he still felt something was off. The problem was definitely not the dungeon, but Seo-jan. Suddenly, Manager Kim shouted that the magical energy measuring device was very strange, originally level 3, but now level 4. A broken dungeon meant the magical energy was in chaos, and the predicted index compared to before was changing. This error had minor consequences, but the dungeon level suddenly increased. If there was not enough time, the dungeon would explode and cause many consequences. Kim Seo-jan knew that if he hesitated, Seo-jan would be in danger, so he immediately dashed into the sleeping chamber. She witnessed Seo-jan writhing from the wounds inflicted by the Persuade Good, Punish Evil skill. The level 6 monster let out a fierce roar, making her unable to believe such a terrifying monster existed. It should only have been in books, not before her eyes. Just as its sharp fangs lunged forward, Kim Seo-jan stepped in just in time to block it. He struggled to block the horrific attacks, temporarily holding out, then ordered her to run immediately. As expected of a level 6 monster, it swung its body, creating intense shockwaves. Kim Seo-jan had to constantly move, flying back and forth to draw its attention. Each of its attacks was extremely powerful, but he soon recognized its patterns. He told himself to first avoid the lethal blows and lure it away. But man proposes, God disposes. Its sharp horns plunged into his chest, blood splattering everywhere. Kim Seo-jan was numbed with pain, but still managed to forcefully knock it away. Seeing Kim Seo-jan suffer so terribly for her, Seo-jan could not help but be confused. They clearly had no connection, so why did he come to help her? He only needed to conquer the dungeon with someone else to win. She guessed he did it for the money, so she yelled at him to leave, saying she would not thank him. But contrary to that harsh reaction, Kim Seo-jan calmly told her she was wrong, but she had no reason to die, because human life was the most precious. His courageous spirit and steel-like calm voice reminded her of her poor brother. The beast's strength compared to Kim Seo-jan was like an egg striking a stone. Its speed became more terrifying and shocking than ever. Suddenly he remembered his teacher's saying, "Instinct belongs to the realm of thought." Though his whole body trembled from realizing something, it was that he must merge instinct and thought to create a pseudo-transcendent instinct. His eyes flashed with a trace of energy, regaining his spirit and clarity to engage in a duel with it. His entire body was enveloped in surging waves of spiritual and like a storm. Although Although he could not avoid getting hurt, after several clashes, he could sense its impending attacks in every muscle movement. He kept attacking, Kim Seo-jong kept dodging. At this rate, he hoped to hold out until a professional hunter arrived. He did not know if Seo-jong could hold on, as one of her arms had already been chewed to pieces. With no more time to hesitate, Kim Seo-jong poured all his strength into his body. Unleashed a final strike with an aura that enveloped the entire world. But instinct told him he knew he could not overcome this surging killing intent. Just from the spear technique of Lubu, he was already outmatched. Two forces clashed, creating a massive, deafening explosion. Blood from the monster after the strike gushed out like a spring. Beside him, Kim Seo-jong was panting heavily, making Seo-jong unable to believe her eyes. Finished, Kim Seo-jong supported Seo-jong step by step out of the cave. Fortunately, she was still alive. Though badly injured, Seo-jong still stubbornly said she would not call Kim Seo-jong her savior. After a commotion, an ambulance finally arrived to take her to the hospital. The incident in the sweep competition was announced, quickly causing an uproar. Although there had been measurement errors before, there had never been such a large-level mismatch of monsters here. Public attention focused on the association and the government. The names Kim Seo-jong and Dream Academy also skyrocketed in fame. After days of exertion, Kim Seo-jong was bedridden in the hospital, regretting that the prize money had been split in half. He was so regretful he nearly lost his mind, constantly muttering nonsense. Seo-jong came to visit him. Seeing him whining, she told him the entire prize money belonged to him, because she had voluntarily withdrawn her spot. She also revealed many fraudulent acts over the past time. Not only that, she also exposed the brutal behavior of the director of Zeka Academy, her father. That woman caught Kim Seo-jong completely off guard. He could not believe she had done that. Seo-jong thought she had another plan, but at that moment she showed that she still believed Kim Seo-jong's thinking was wrong. But she also seemed to realize she was wrong somewhere. Regardless, Kim Seo-jong had won the championship alone. He was also exempted from taxes on the prize money and received an additional 100 million from government incentives, leaving him speechless. In addition, Dream Academy finally rose to third place thanks to his victory. Kim Seo-jong could also explore the 4-star level now. All the good things happening at once made everyone happy. After the money issue was resolved, he treated the whole group to a hearty meal. Kim Seo-jong cheerfully returned to the forest, tapping on the training equipment store on his phone. He had 4 billion, but the price of Longinus' spear was 1 billion. No matter how he saved, he was still short. He sighed in frustration, deciding to save up to buy cheaper equipment. He scrolled continuously on the screen, but after looking again and again, Longinus' spear was still the best. If he did not buy it now, he would regret it, but items worth hundreds of billions in counterfeit only cost 1 or 2 billion. Even though it was not the real thing, it probably had some uses. But he thought it over and decided to be cautious, because the store did not explain much. He could only roughly guess the effects based on mythology, no more, no less. He had no information to research. Right, Kim Seo-jong had an idea to check the Supreme Academy student community to see if anyone had ever used this item before. He wished to find a post sharing the experience of using over 100 items that would leave Kim Seo-jong gaping in astonishment. He scrolled down for a while and immediately read about the spatial bag rated 10 out of 10, prompting him to quickly sit up and check the price. It was only 100 million won. If he went into dungeons, he could use it to store monster corpses and also do quests without having to carry heavy items. It seemed he had to buy it immediately. 3 days later, Kim Seo-jong, carrying both his spear and the newly purchased spatial bag, cheerfully went out to test it on the streets. Although his bank account was now empty, investing in himself was worth it. Suddenly, Seo-jong appeared. Hearing that he had spent all of his 4 billion won reward, she screamed in shock. Saying that, she looked at the gleaming piece of equipment in Kim Seo-jong's hands and immediately understood the reason. A moment later, both of them had arrived at a dark dungeon filled with terrifying, gloomy monster roots. Kim Seo-jong thought about the level 4 defense capabilities of the monsters there and decided to take a risk, swinging his spear to test his new gear. The Goliath Sentry, with its excellent physical defense like this, was indeed a perfect target for the Longinus spear to test its strength. Kim Seo-jong did not expect that just by swinging his staff, the group of them had become mushy and soft like tofu. He slashed relentlessly and rapidly, as if it were a game. After cutting them into pieces, he pulled out the spatial bag and stuffed each of their parts into it with lightning speed under Seo-jong's astonished gaze. This made her extremely curious about where he bought such high-quality items. Hearing Kim Seo-jong say he bought them at a pawn shop for hunters near his home, Seo-jong eagerly wanted to go there and check it out too. But he said the place had already moved, causing her to deflate like a rice cracker soaked in water. Kim Seo-jong smiled wryly and scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty for not being able to tell her the truth. Crack! A sound quiet yet heavy with weight shattered the atmosphere there. The gloomy haze made both of them momentarily freeze. freeze. Relying on his powerful spear, Kim Seo-jan wanted to step forward and handle it for her. With his silver mountain breaker technique enveloping the area, he performed a few basic moves, instantly creating a myriad of whistling, extremely powerful air currents. They launched attacks on the group in 3 terrifying waves. In an instant, he cleanly dispatched the entire bunch under Seo-jan's astonished expression. The holy spear was rumored to have pierced Jesus on the cross. Although Kim Seo-jan's spear was merely a replica, the power it generated could not be underestimated. It seemed the posts on that community site were quite reliable. With only 25 days left, he resolved to try his best to earn enough money to finish listening to all the lectures. Suddenly, Seo-jan informed him that Hai Ji-min, a disciple of Martin and a genius recognized by Martin, wanted to meet him. It seemed she wanted to ask about the incident from before. Kim Seo-jan heard this and casually agreed to meet immediately, making Seo-jan happy, as she prepared to send a message to Ji-min asking for the date and time. Unexpectedly, she had already been standing behind them for a while. The moment Ji-min saw Kim Seo-jan for the first time, she couldn't help but shout and shock. And suddenly, as if going crazy, she wanted to know where he got that thing. After a noisy, squabbling session, she finally sat still, giving even Kim Seo-jan a headache. Seo-jan remarked that although Ji-min was older, she still looked young thanks to preserving her childhood appearance through some other memory retention tricks on her body. But Ji-min fiercely demanded to know where Kim Seo-jan got that spatial bag. That intense, covetous look made him break out in a cold sweat. As far as she knew, this bag was clearly extremely frightening. Saying that, she unleashed a stream of talk about twisted strings and straight strings, which made him want to just give up listening entirely. Then he wondered to himself how much more fiercely she would react if he showed her the Longinus spear. Ji-min spoke up, wanting to buy the spatial bag for 100 billion won, her firm attitude making Kim Seo-jan briefly waver. He thought that with that 100 billion, he could buy Kibisit and also those private lectures. So many worries would be resolved, but in the end, he said he would not sell it, leaving Ji-min deeply disappointed. He sighed tiredly, and then quietly handed the bag over for Ji-min to try using. Her eyes lit up like stars, but as soon as she put her hand in, she was jerked strongly, making her jump and quickly fling it to the ground. Kim Seo-jan said that only he could use it. No one else could even touch it, let alone buy it back. He thought Ji-min would give up, but instead she became even more excited, her whole body seeming to go crazy with agitation, wanting to know where he bought it. After hearing him say the store that sold it had closed, Ji-min refused to give up and asked to study it for a fee. Hearing the word money, even someone as cold as Kim Seo-jan had to say okay. Ji-min happily jumped up. Only then did she remember that the main reason for her visit was actually about the incident in his dungeon back then. While later, after Kim Seo-jan had finished recounting everything that happened in that dungeon, he stated that the reason he defeated Nechura was all due to luck. It was all thanks to the mana from Master Merlin in the lecture he had studied. Mentioning mana, Seo-jan remembered the matter of magic and oro both being derivatives of it and wanted to know how to use it. It was similar to how personal will could be related to the laws of the world, because he felt that the bugs in the Crimson Dungeon were all like that, which made Ji-min frown upon hearing it, standing up abruptly and wanting him to explain in more detail. Kim Seo-jan said that if magic and oro were considered bugs that exploited mana, then the dungeon's bugs must all be the same. His Master Merlin also frequently talked about breaking the world's laws and personal will in the lectures. If he linked both issues, he silently felt that the bug in the Bixie Crimson Dungeon was a phenomenon caused by someone's will. He talked on, but Ji-min still stood there frozen like a statue. Kim Seo-jan thought he had said something wrong, so he scratched his head and ears awkwardly. He never expected his vast knowledge would make Ji-min suspect him of being a genius magic scholar capable of creating space bags. It was truly impressive. Ji-min's eyes lit up like spotlights, and her hands kept jotting down Kim Seo-jan's explanations, which made him a bit embarrassed. He had only added the knowledge he once learned from Merlin into his own thoughts, never expecting her to react so strongly. It seemed the lectures at the Transcendent Academy now had a place to apply. His genius brain immediately thought of opening a teaching class. But that did not seem like a good idea, because achieving it was far from simple. The listeners had to understand and apply the content of his lecture. Moreover, who would want to learn from someone who was still a student like him? Suddenly Ji-min spoke softly, saying she still did not fully understand the concept of magic theory. After speaking, she immediately passionately revealed her desire to learn, wanting to study deeper. She just walked straight out the door, leaving Seo-jan and Kim Seo-jan with confused looks. He watched Ji-min cheerfully run to the laboratory, speechless. It was completely different from the image he had previously seen of her in the media. Thinking back, Kim Seo-jan felt that the Sword Star disciple Kalia and Martin were all hard-to-meet people, yet he had met all three. If it continued like this, perhaps the great voice would come to him later as well. After eating, Kim Seo-jeon sat in front of the screen and saw that the teaching completion rate was still too low. Before the free pass ended, he wanted to complete one more course, but there was no other way except to earn money to recharge. He went out to find Seo-jeon Hong to ask about hiring an instructor, but he searched for a long time and got no response from her. After saying that, he gave a hard slap to Seo-jeon, who was frozen like a statue, startling her back to reality. Galat Seo-jeon was also worried because the recruitment plan for new students had too many problems. Seo-jeon asked her if there were any competitions coming up, like at the academy last time or clearing dungeons. Seo-jeon searched online, but there were no competitions before the 20th as he had requested. There was only one mock test in the Mu Web Cave next month. The mock test was a simulation of the professional hunter exam, held only once a year. If one failed, they had to wait another year, so the pressure of this exam was immense. Therefore, hunter training academies often created simulation tests for trainees to practice. The top 3 academies in Korea, Hunter Mu, A-Lee, and Gaeun, held very grand mock tests. Mock test scores usually corresponded to scores in the professional hunter exam. Reward for the top student was huge, enough for Kim Seo-jeon to solve his teaching and money problems. He thought next month was also when the free pass would end, so he scratched his head and decided to give it a try first. Late at night, Kim Seo-jeon was dozing off while listening to a lecture. While listening on his phone, he heard an advertisement about the superhuman mock exam and was extremely surprised. This exam had a certificate and passing standards similar to the professional hunter exam. Passing would grant one the rank of level 5 awakened or level 9 swordsman, which was indeed very impressive. Excited as he was, Kim Seo-jeon knew he was not yet capable of participating in this superhuman exam. He clicked to continue the lecture, but every teacher was advising participation. The urging to take that exam unsettled him, making him realize it was more important than he thought. He went to the forum to read reviews and saw many people who had started like him now increasing their speed. Studying after the exam pumped him up like he had drank chicken blood, determined to go all out just this once. Next morning, he held his breath and pressed the registration button. On the screen appeared the rules and competition categories. The first test was compatibility. The atmosphere around him changed after pressing the button, surprising him that the exam was conducted this way. There were all 15 stages according to the superhuman standard, with the first stage being level 5 or level 6. Each stage increased by 1 level, up to stage 15 being level 20, which made him a bit scared. As he was thinking, a sudden thunderclap sounded. A giant dragon leaped out of the phone, spewing poison and shooting webs, startling Kim Seo-jeon. He had already failed at stage 1, making him unable to believe his eyes. He rolled on the ground, cursing the heavens. Clearly it was stage 1, yet the system used a dragon to measure combat power. It was not an ordinary breed, but the recently deceased Fafnir of the Destruction line. If stage 1 was like this, stage 15 must require fighting a god. After crying for a while, he sighed, then sat up and regained his composure. At least he was lucky to have 10 retreat attempts after the first try. Trying 10 times did not change much, but he risked it big, picked up his spear, and bravely stepped in. That was his fierce demeanor, but after M times of failure, he only had 5 attempts left, so angry he could cry, not knowing how to catch it. Kim Seo-jeon realized that even pro hunters were clueless, so what was a superhuman being supposed to be? To increase the lecture progress, he had to do something, but before he could act, it was over, with no way left. Suddenly, a notification appeared asking if he wanted to listen to a tutorial lecture, but it would deduct his evaluation score. Seeing a lecture from his idol, the great sage equal to heaven, Ning Jin Seo-jeon, he could not miss this opportunity. He immediately pressed the agree button swiftly. He revealed the secret was simply to avoid the dragon's breath. Then he demonstrated several ultimate techniques against the dragon, pointing out its weakness. In just a moment, he effortlessly dealt with Ning Jin Seo-jeon's worry, leaving him speechless. This kind of guidance is called simple. The concept of guidance at the Transcendent Academy seemed completely different from the normal world. He watched it over and over but was still stuck, not knowing what to do. It was exactly the type where applying the formula gave the result, but the result was failure. In the instructor list, he saw the name Sigurd, a hero from the Lord of the Rings and Norse mythology. He was the owner of the famous sword Gram. As the first dragon slayer, the one who understood Fafnir best, he could not help but click to watch. He said to just avoid the breath. Hearing that, Ning Jin Seo-jeon was disappointed and was about to click off, but he analyzed Fafnir's characteristics and presented 2 strategies, making Ning Jin Seo-jeon pause. He stated that Fafnir would spew its breath immediately upon being summoned, so if you run right after summoning it, it would still breathe fire in that direction. The key point at this moment was to prepare a gold block. Though finding it hard to understand, Ning Jin Seo-jeon still bought a gold bar. After that, he continued watching the lecture. Sigurd said when summoning, throw the gold in front of Fafnir's eyes. It would not breathe fire immediately for fear of losing the gold. But he stopped right at the crucial part, saying to let the students handle it themselves, making Ning Jin Seo-jeon want to curse. Having nothing to lose, he took a deep breath and tremblingly pressed the retry button. Instantly the dragon appeared roaring before him. Remembering the lecture, Ning Jinseojan swung his arm and threw the gold block hard in front of it. The beast's eyes lit up at the sight of gold, its mouth closing shut. Its poisonous breath dissipated. Rejoicing, he charged forward. It discovered the gold was fake and let out a roar more ferocious than Baldur's, which killed Ning Jinseojan as well. Easy, huh, you gods? As expected, he failed, sprawled out on the ground. The phone suddenly notified him that Karen's lecture progress had increased, leaving him stunned in surprise. Ning Jinseojan zipped around to dodge the dragon's continuous attacks, but the result was still him falling flat on his face because it was too fast. He tried to find an opening, but it looked hopeless. Right as he was about to be hit by it, with no other choice, he took the gold bar from his pocket and threw it across its face, making it dazzled as it looked. Confirming it was fake gold, it roared and charged toward Ning Jinseojan. He ran for his life. He then tossed gold bars from all directions, and the monster, dazzled by the sight, paused mid-charge. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Jinseojan used his spear to unleash the ultimate move's mountain-overturning force and world-subduing energy. With a sound, the fierce attack pierced through its sturdy scale armor. It seemed he had succeeded. The game was not over until it was over. The monster, though hit, was still unharmed, not a drop of blood spilt, and so Ning Jinseojan's endeavor ended in failure again. A slight increase in lecture progress did cheer him up a bit. He sat up excitedly. Seeing he still had 3 chances left, he decided to continue trying. Seojan had not been seen at the dungeon lately, which surprised everyone a little. He said he was focusing on training alone. He was worried inside, wondering if she suspected anything, seeing him glued to his phone all day. He had already failed the first subject of the semester, and the course completion rate was increasing slower than expected. Ning Jinseojan decided it would be better to finish the lectures first, then apply them in actual combat. 3 days later, the second course took place. He was a bit anxious about what it would be like. After preparing, a fireball resembling a dragon orb suddenly appeared, startling him. He was chuckling when the system informed him he had to protect it while escaping from the monster's pursuit. After reading that, he nearly fainted. He smiled a wry smile, staring at the roaring monster. To think that an elementary physique would make defending it easy. After going through n near-death experiences, Ning Jinseojan arrived at the third course, to destroy the Sphinx on his own while all 5 senses were disabled. He stared blankly at the Sphinx groaning before him. The moment he opened his mouth, it sent him straight to heaven with one blow. Next up was the fourth course, which required suppressing the food lust of the Punksari. He tried to use his energy but could not hold back the hunger, so he had to flee. For the fifth course, listening to the siren's song, he successfully passed the first stage and thought it would be easy. Unexpectedly, when he heard its stirring war song, his ears bled from that divine voice. After a grueling process of trials, he finally received the most pathetic test score ever. However, as compensation, the teaching rate increased. It seemed he was about to pass 2 subjects. Yet 3 days passed, and he still had not received a notification for a new course, making him extremely anxious. The free pass time had only 5 days left. He was this close to completing the course. He wondered if he should just return to the dungeon immediately, since waiting here for an unknown duration was no better than going back. Amidst his confusion, the mentor he had not seen in a long while suddenly appeared, startling him. It had been a long time since he last saw the kid. Kim Seo-jan was a bit surprised and raised his voice. Almost getting caught, he was flustered and quickly hugged the kid and ran straight outside. His half-hearted explanation made Kim Seo-jan annoyed. Under the fiery gaze, the mentor scratched his head and said he would come back after checking the profile. His results were so miserable that Kim Seo-jan was stunned, his body frozen stiff. The mentor said that with his current level, any advice was useless, then quietly told him to focus on listening to 2 recommended lectures, making him so desperate he wanted to cry. Sincere advice put him in no mood to lose his temper, so he said he had diligently listened to lectures the entire time the mentor was away. The mentor cheerfully picked up his phone to check. The more he looked, the more his face fell. When he saw that there were 4 lectures playing at the same time, Kim Seo-jan revealed that he had watched 4 lectures at once, making the mentor panicked and unable to believe it. Such an incredible rate in just 3 months. He was shocked speechless, blurting out that it was truly Canadian wizardry. Kim Seo-jan also mentioned that he had taken many exams, after saying that he wondered how to choose the elective subject for the superhuman exam. The mentor said to just pick the subject he liked. Trat noticed that Kim Seo-jan did not have an Ultimate Academy ID yet, which was quite surprising. He thought there was a mistake, so he said he would go see the dean to clarify. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished like the wind and Kim Seo-jan could not call him back in time. He continued to practice Force Multiplier, his body and spear emitting bursts of violent killing intent. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the screen asking if he wanted to listen to the concluding lecture, and he immediately clicked on it. With sincere words of encouragement and advice, Instructor Siang Jil's lecture on Force Multiplier officially concluded. The turmoil gradually subsided. Seo-jan saw him return and excitedly reported that applications for the previous Hunter mock exam had been accepted starting today. After asking for his opinion, she happily helped him register. He thought to himself that his superhuman exam score was terrible, but the Hunter exam should be better. He was confident because he now possessed the power of Force Multiplier and Longinus' spear. Seo John fumbled with the registration and reported that the exam would be in 10 days. Hearing him ask about the enrollment, she grew dejected, not knowing what trick old man Park Min-chun was planning again. He was her grandfather after all, but her biggest worry was which instructor to invite, as each field required a specific person. Picking someone randomly would not do, and inviting a famous person would be too expensive. Kim Seo-john showed interest upon hearing this. Seo-john said the salary for top-tier teachers reached several billion, making his greedy blood boil. He enthusiastically volunteered to help, which confused her a bit. 3 days later, Kim Seo-john was delighted to have finished Seang-jil's lecture. He felt a bit regretful about Karen's lecture, but the free pass deadline was still valid, so it was fine. Trat, the mentor, suddenly appeared. It was shocked to hear he had completed a course, its mouth unable to close. Mentioning the matter of asking Han, mentor jumped, saying it was a big issue, looking very urgent. Mentor said it was not a system error, but that the Ultimate Academy had no information on him, which left him feeling like he was dying. Wait, he shouted. If he was not a member, how had he been able to listen to the Academy's lectures all this time? Because they operated on an absolute membership system. Mentor replied that the dean had received the report but was also unclear about the situation. Kim Seo-john did not know who the dean was, but it seemed to be a powerful existence not known to everyone. The Academy system seemed error-free unless causality had been altered, but causality was difficult to change. According to the dean, there were traces of unclear interference. Kim Seo-john grew even more worried about being expelled. Mentor reassured him that he would be fine, as the problem lay with them, not him. Once a member, always a member, which set his mind somewhat at ease. Kim Seo-john did not believe anyone could interfere, guessing that someone was intentionally causing this for some purpose. He saw himself as just someone with a dream of becoming a hunter, living an ordinary life. Mentor told him to just train as usual, hoping he would understand that recreating the ID was quite difficult. Setting that aside, his free pack had only 2 days left, so he wanted advice on what to do next. Mentor explained that the curriculum had 4 parts: introductory, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. He was currently in the introductory stage. Completing the advanced stage would give a certain level of proficiency, with each person having their own method suited to them. The stage from advanced to transcendent was much harder than from beginner to advanced. He still had a long way to go. Mentor pointed him to 2 new lectures to solidify his foundation, saying he should wait until the intermediate stage for the rest. Mentor's resolute demeanor left him no choice but to believe. As soon as he clicked register, the tuition jumped to 2 billion, and Kim Seo-john's face turned pale. Hearing Mentor advise him to collect fruits regularly, he grew curious about what they were. Mentor said that was status, just as him meeting him now was causality, and it said that when he learned more later, he would understand the meaning of those words himself. Mentor also revealed that besides him, the Academy had many other students. Here, 4 students had become transcendent experts, the largest number in the entire Academy. Each Academy had its own courses and unique features. Everyone said that if one wanted to learn magic, they should go to Ali Academy. To learn weapons, one went to Gyeon and Nguyen. And if one wanted to know everything, they should go to the Hunter Academy. Having nothing special meant having no weaknesses, which is why the Hunter Academy was famous as one of the top 3 in Korea. Finally, the professional hunter mock exam organized by the Hunter Academy arrived. Kim Seo-john blended into bustling crowd, going with Seo-john to participate. This exam had 4 competing departments, each with different scales and investments. The first place winner would receive a 1 billion won scholarship. He already planned to buy a free pass for 500 million. Despite diligently grinding the dungeon, he had saved less than 30 million. To get that large sum, there was no other way but to take first place. The flame of ambition in him blazed fiercely. After confirming, he went inside and was shocked by the massive number of participants. He bid farewell to Seo-john and quickly got in line. Suddenly, cursing erupted, making the crowd even noisier. That was Kim Kang-chon from the Hunter Academy, who was prioritized and did not have to wait in line, causing that guy to curse about the unfairness. The crowd saw Kim Kang-chon appear and began whispering, assuming the Hunter Academy had sent him. Senza was certain to be in the top 3. At that moment, Kim Seo-john and he accidentally locked eyes. He looked at him for a moment, then walked on, causing Kim Seo-john to admire Kim Kang-chon's extraordinary bearing. He thought to himself, this was indeed a fine prospect from the Hunter Academy. He was listening to the crowd discuss who would be the winner. Suddenly, a desperate shout to cut in line drew everyone's attention there. A young boy hung all over with dangling weapons stubbornly refused to queue up. His arrogant attitude infuriated everyone around, drawing curses. The entire hall became as noisy and chaotic as a market. Kim Seo-john broke out in a sweat, realizing that students from academies all over the country were gathered here. Among the chaotic crowd was Park Jae-seok, a trainee hunter from a second-rate academy. He studied there only because money came first. The annual tuition for the top 3 academies in South Korea was somewhere in the hundreds of millions of won. So he gritted his teeth and went to the second-rate school for a chance at a scholarship, because he was determined to be the tail of the dragon. Today, he was very satisfied to have Kim Seo-jeon in the mock exam. The hunter training mock exam included 5 test subjects. There were no essay exams among the subjects to become a professional hunter. The first category was basic physical fitness, assessed by the number of laps and exercises. After 15 intense laps, only him and Kim Seo-jeon remained on the field. Just need to beat him and it would be over, just need to surpass him. He thought to himself, panting heavily while trying to run at full speed. Hey, who crossed the finish line last minute like that? The first person to cross the finish line was Kim Seo-jeon. He then performed an incredible weightlifting display and cleared the virtual world, leaving everyone wide-eyed with surprise. He felt this wasn't as heavy as he imagined. Even though he trained every day, why was it this easy? Or was it because he could use the mountain pushing force after the company's course? He wondered to himself, with the mountain pushing force this strong, finishing the course might turn him into an elephant. The flame of passion inside Kim Seo-jeon was burning fiercely. Kim Gang Trio, a student from one of the 3 largest hunter academies, was also present today. He came not to compete, but to monitor Kim Seo-jeon's movements. What was this sudden request? Who exactly was Kim Seo-jeon? About a month ago, I think I heard that name in the dungeon commotion case. Gang Trio thought as he walked. At that moment, the results board was revealed amid the crowd's murmurs. Gang Trio was stunned to see his score was a full 11 points lower than Kim Seo-jeon's. Not only that, he was in 3rd place. Who was Lee Min-yeon? How could someone who overshadowed him be this unknown? Where did he crawl out from? After seeing this, Gang Trio immediately turned into a gloomy boy, telling himself he couldn't let this situation continue. But remembering the superior's order was only to observe Kim Seo-jeon, he shook his head and pondered for a few seconds. The second exam was mana usage, assessed by the number of attacks to break a shield, so everyone had to use mana optimally. Kim Seo-jeon lacked a bit of confidence, glancing at the opponents ahead. It was Lee Da-eun's turn, the goddess of Ellie Academy. She unleashed her firepower, shattering the shield with a score of 100, cool as a cucumber. Kim Seo-jeon stood below, watching intently, full of admiration without blinking. Next was his turn. Kim Seo-jeon told himself to just go for it. Swinging his staff, he merely intended to create a single mana thread of Merlin. But man proposes, God disposes. One simple blow cleaved the shield in 2, radiating immense force. In a flash, Kim Seo-jeon shot straight up to the leading position. Amid the envious gazes of the audience was a mix of astonishment and self-pity. Even Kim Seo-jeon couldn't believe he had done it. Afterwards, the mana shield generator broke, forcing the contest to pause temporarily. After all the ups and downs, the hunters from the 3 major academies all resignedly trailed behind Kim Seo-jeon. The audience whispered that Kim Seo-jeon was the one who resolved the previous dungeon commotion. He also once took down a level 6 new Kira. Hearing that, Park Seo-jeon grew tense. She felt that if things continued like this, the mock exam would lose all meaning, as she did not want him leading dominantly. No one knew where this contest would head. Kim Gang Trio being left far behind caused his fans extreme disappointment. They thought to themselves that only Lee Ha-jun could stand a chance against Kim Seo-jeon. At this moment, Kim Seo-jeon was sitting, catching his breath in the waiting room, holding the holy spear in his hand. This was the very spear that pierced Lord Jesus when he was hung on the cross. Just the oral tradition alone was enough to see its terrifying power, but the problem was knowing what it was. He only knew the story passed down, with no further explanation. So, did the Spear of Longinus have the power to break a mana shield? Or was it simply to close the distance? He truly knew nothing. Suddenly, he saw a strange boy carrying a bow and arrow on his shoulder, walking and humming a tune. Kim Seo-jeon recognized him as the one who had caused trouble with the authorities on the street. Seeing him staring intently, the boy cheerfully ran over to strike up a conversation. It was Lee Min-yeon, ranked number 2. His liveliness and chatter mixed with boisterousness left Kim Seo-jeon speechless. Just then, the announcement about the dungeon raid event suddenly blared through the speakers. Kim Seo-jeon stepped into the virtual reality space built to look incredibly real with a cocky attitude. Monsters he needed to eliminate today were 10 Nukuras. Around him, a pack of beasts had already gathered, roaring loudly. Annoyed by all the roaring, he lightly swung his staff and gave them a few hits. Every single one immediately sprayed blood and went limp and cold. That said, their power was no joke either, completely different from before. These creatures were far different from Nurkura, but he himself had also changed a lot since then. While swinging his staff swiftly, Kim Seo-jeon thought back to 3 months ago, when he was a nobody struggling to make a living. Now, he was a student of the Ultimate Academy, and his life had completely changed. The journey to becoming a superhuman, though still full of thorns, was no longer a distant dream. After sweating it out for a while, he cleared the pack of beasts and earned a full 100 points. Stepping out of the dungeon, Kim Seo-jeon topped the leaderboard, surrounded by probing and scrutinizing gazes. I'll definitely win if I'm not disqualified or don't quit, he thought scornfully. Forget those assassins staring, silence is golden. This time Lee Min-yeon only placed 5th, but he was as excited as if he had hit the jackpot. Kim Gang Trio placed 3rd. His cool and aloof demeanor caught Kim Seo-jeon's attention. It was then that Kim Seo-jeon learned Ja Min-yeon was a free participant, meaning someone self-taught without attending an academy. People like this were usually those without money or outstanding talent. For him to train on his own and defeat seeds from the top 3 academies, he was truly a super talent. Kim Seo-jeon thought, I could actually teach him too. You don't know you have a student like me, Min-yeon said with a mischievous laugh. Kim Seo-jeon heard this but didn't understand what he meant. Just as he was about to ask further, the competition supervisor came to announce that something unexpected had happened. Everyone buzzed and gathered to discuss, as the instructor judges encountered an unexpected dungeon and couldn't make it. We are urgently handling it, sorry to you all. We will notify you as soon as there's a result. A staff member bowed to apologize. This was probably set up by the Church of Justice. They had the ability to create a 10-star dungeon, and it could disrupt the mock exam. Gang Trio thought anxiously, if things stay like this, Kim Seo-jeon will win and everything will end meaninglessly. The church surely didn't just want that. Finally, he proposed changing the exam format. What if the students fought in single combat? The reason seemed plausible, but it was very difficult to implement. The number of students in the mock exam was too large. The staff member scratched his head and said if it's one-on-one fighting, it will take time and cause point calculation issues. Gang Trio insisted on not giving up. The judges must be changed to a rank hunters or above. We can't wait forever. In that case, how about holding a tournament event? Only for those who want to participate to sign up. The mock exam is being broadcast nationwide, watched by the people, the association, and officials. A disruption will affect the academy's image. He deliberately thought of this method, hoping to solo Kim Seo-jeon. If he won, all of his previous fame would belong to him. If he lost, he would still be recognized as someone who fought Kim Seo-jeon, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Everyone enthusiastically agreed. As for Kim Seo-jeon, after thinking for a while, he finally agreed for the sake of the money. The emergency event was organized with 15 people from different academies. The hot news exploded across all media outlets. Eon, Duan, and Gang Trio all shared the same burning desire. That was to defeat Kim Seo-jeon. Quite the pressure. At this moment, Kim Seo-jeon was sitting alone, dazed, in the waiting room. He was lost in thought about the prize money if he won the event, in addition to the main reward. If he won the whole event, the total earnings could reach up to 2 million won. With 2 billion, after deducting 500 million for the free pass, he had 1.5 billion left. Mentor lectures cost 2 billion and 2.5 billion, and he could listen to them sooner if he won. He wasn't worried about Duan Min-yeon or Gang Trio. The one he was most concerned about was only Min-yeon. There were also many people who used auxiliary weapons. He had never seen anyone use more than 3 types of weapons. People usually focused on one type to boost combat power. He tried counting, and he had over 8 different types of weapons. Could he use all of them? The more he thought, the more puzzled he became. The screen was broadcasting the match between Min-yeon and another contestant live. His fighting style was both fast, brutal, and decisive, combining multiple weapons in a way that made Kim Seo-jeon pay close attention. This was a free, unrestrained fighting style not bound by anything. People who were not formally trained as hunters all had distinct combat styles. Kim Seo-jeon also realized that Min-yeon's fighting style was very similar to his. Could he also be a student of the Ultimate Academy? Upon further thought, it made sense as everyone there learned through videos. The instructors did not know who the viewers were, which made him more certain of his guess. The match on the screen ended with Min-yeon's victory. This was the final match everyone had eagerly anticipated, thanks to Lee Do-yeon of the Elite Academy. The entire stands erupted in thunderous cheers. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the clash of titans. Calling her a genius might not be enough, for her strength far exceeded that. She was among the top 5 strongest at the Elite Academy, a talent acknowledged by Jang Ji-min. She was a genius mage and the successor to Martin as a magic scholar. In her life, nothing was impossible. At that moment, her entire body blazed with firepower as she walked step by step toward Kim Seo-jeon. But before she could strike, the firepower was severed by a wave of his hand before her eyes. Lee Do-yeon's jaw dropped in disbelief. Only a mage with overwhelming mana could dispel magic, but one had to understand the principles and choose the right moment. He was not a mage, so how could he understand magic? Even if he did, it would be hard to pick the right timing. Yoon thought wide-eyed. Kim Seo-jeon stared at the weapon, feeling it was as powerful as rumored. Lee Do-yeon, furious, unleashed a firepower 3 times stronger than before. Kim Seo-jeon's expression did not change. His hands gently dispelled each of her flames as easily as eating a pastry. Mace Yoon gritted her teeth and put all her strength into an attack. Kim Seo-jeon still evaded with effortless ease. Finally, Yoon slumped down in defeat amid the roaring cheers. The next match was between Min-yeon and Jang Min, with an unexpected outcome. Both were locked in a stalemate when Min-yeon suddenly reached into his pocket. He pulled out a blade and abruptly threw it at Song Ming, startling him. He continuously drew countless weapons from his person and hurled them straight at his opponent. The erratic speed and trajectory made it impossible for Song Ming to predict. This left Jongmin bewildered for a moment. Min Eo struck him directly in the stomach, causing him to collapse without defense. Min Eon's lawless, patternless fighting style left Jongmin speechless with rage. The audience also found this fighting style strange, but could not pinpoint why. Kim Seo-jeon watched Mion's victory through the screen. He asserted that even without changing weapons, the result would have been the same. Gang Trio finally understood. The Justice Church's goal was not only aimed at Kim Seo-jeon but also at Lee Min-yeo. They wanted to use the exam to have Kim Seo-jeon and Min Eon fight each other. Perhaps the plan had succeeded. Could Min Eon be a member of the church? That was right, otherwise, no matter how great his talent, it would be difficult to self-study and defeat top-tier students. Gang Trio reasoned that the next match was between him and Kim Seo-jeon. He told himself this time he would not let the church use him as a stepping stone for Kim Seo-jeon. Both clashed with unpredictable power. The land and sky were filled with dust, cracked into pieces. Gang Trio used his sword. Kim Seo-jeon used his staff. Neither yielded to the other, fighting fiercely without pause. After a while, Gang Trio panted, realizing that Kim Seo-jeon's weapon had no sword aura, but blocked all his strikes. Not only did it block, but his sword aura had no effect on him. That weapon looked like an ordinary piece of iron, but it must be why he had such high achievements. I just need to be careful with his weapon, since our actual strength isn't much different. Gang Trio thought, gritting his teeth and swinging his sword hard at Kim Seo-jeon. He continuously pressed forward, not giving him a chance to counterattack, thinking only of the top position. Kim Seo-jeon was also surprised by Gang Trio's strength. Suddenly, with a sound, Gang Trio drew his sword and slashed wildly at the rocks around Kim Seo-jeon, leaving him stunned. Truly, the top 3 of the Hunter Academy were no empty title. I must go all out. Kim Seo-jeon smirked. His entire body suddenly darkened, shocking Gang Trio. He gaped as Kim Seo-jeon suddenly became stronger. His aura completely changed. It was as fierce as a volcanic eruption, each powerful slash pushing Gang Trio back. He broke out in a sweat, struggling to counterattack. He could not counter the swift, precise sword strokes of that man. Compared to the advanced swordsmanship of the Hunter Academy, it was merely a simple rotation of a weapon. But how could he swing that weapon so lightly? Gang Trio was sent flying dozens of meters away, his mind dazed and aching in pain. The attack just now left Gang Trio stunned, suddenly recalling Lee Ha-jun. Back then he had lost to her, mocked to the bone. Losing to Kim Seo-jeon again today, Gang Trio flew into a rage. He would take revenge on Nupakashi with a sinister move. A flame of hatred burned in Gang Trio for Kim Seo-jeon. A thunderous explosion erupted behind the haze of smoke. The audience was stunned when they saw Gang Trio lying defeated at Kim Seo-jeon's feet. Without a doubt, the one advancing to the finals was him. The entire stands buzzed with astonishment, like a beehive disturbed. The long-awaited final between Kim Seo-jeon and Min-eon finally began. Before Min-eon's bewildered expression, he said he knew the teacher Min-eon was studying under, catching Min-eon off guard. If Min-eon was not an auditing student of the Supreme Academy, it would be a misunderstanding. But if he was the same as him, an auditing student there, the situation would change, making him a rival, not an ally. Unable to predict Lee Min-eon's reaction, he could not rush. Kim Seo-jeon told himself he wanted to take a gamble with him. For Min-eon's suspicious gaze at being told his teacher was a transcendent powerhouse, he proposed that the loser answer one question from the winner. Amid the cheers, the match between Kim Seo-jeon and Min-eon was officially set. The final began, but both stood still as statues, leaving the audience staring blankly at each other. Both were wary of their opponent. Sweat poured profusely. The swoosh, Min-eon drew his sword and rushed toward him. Min-eon held a sword, but his fighting style was not merely about the blade. I have to go all out from the start and find the weakness, Kim Seo-jeon said as he swung his staff in response. A flash of light streaked by, and Min-eon's sword shattered in his horrified eyes. Min-eon swiftly discarded his weapon and retreated, taking advantage of Kim Seo-jeon's inattention. A phantom rain of arrows descended on him. Kim Seo-jeon quickly spun his staff, using the wind to blow away all the arrows. Watching this display, Min-eon was both shocked and admiring. He was quite curious about the weapon the other used. If I win, you'll answer about that weapon, right? Kim Seo-jeon agreed, but only if his opponent won. Both laughed loudly and then charged into blows with each other. Amid Min-eon's sword aura, Kim Seo-jeon felt it very strange. Contrary to someone who usually breaks the rules to win, he showed no sign of wanting to win at all, occasionally hearing mockery, but he completely ignored it. Kim Seo-jeon could not understand what Min-eon was thinking. Could it be he did not want to beat him? Min-eon smiled, saying he had tried his best. Even if insulted, his value would not diminish. Min-eon's tone ignited Kim Seo-jeon's fighting spirit, and he drew his staff to display his prowess. Hearing Min-eon's words, he recalled the teachings of Shakyamuni. The world always eliminates, so one must be stronger than oneself yesterday. Through that, Kim Seo-jeon wanted to escape that world, to view life from a different perspective. There was a tale about Siddhartha Gautama, before he became a Buddha and practiced asceticism. One day, Gautama saw a group of children in a running race. For some reason, they ran many laps. Each time, there was always one boy who came in last, but his face never lost its smile. Gautama curiously asked why he ran like that. Because I like it, but what if others catch up to me? My finish line and other people's finish lines are different. How could they catch up? Then what is that finish line you see over there? Someone else is standing there. I am not sure if it is the finish line. For me, it is just a passing point. The boy still came in last. Later, in the biggest race in the young monk's country, the young monk heard the boy achieved outstanding results. The young monk thought it was like building a tower, putting in effort to build the self. But hearing the boy, he suddenly understood that a tower need not be completed. Its collapse did not matter. Why had the young monk never thought that way even once? Kim Seo-john's society was a competitive society. If you do not strive every day, you will be eliminated and disappear if you are even one step slow. The strong live, the weak die, the big fish eat the small fish. Therefore, he worked hard every day, thinking that only by developing quickly would he not be left behind. The more he did so, the more anxious he became and realized he was obsessed with the ultimate academy. Kim Seo-john was obsessed with striving to avoid elimination, not be left behind, to let no one surpass him, to survive this competition. It is fine, someone was standing there, so I am not sure that is the destination. Even if scolded, my value remains unchanged. Min Eon's face mixed with his words appeared in his mind. Only now did he clearly understand the teachings of Shakyamuni. Why did I not think of this before? Using the Longina spear I can win easily. No matter what scheme Min Eon uses, I just need to break it. His will to win had not changed at all. Kim Seo-john was determined, his two hands gripping his weapon tightly. He wanted to decide his own value by himself. Seeing Kim Seo-john's blazing aura, Min Eon was slightly surprised. The corner of his mouth curled up, he smiled, then put down all the weapons he was carrying. After that, he picked up the small dagger he was most confident in. Both seemed to gain a new surge of energy, returning stronger than before. Contrary to Kim Seo-john's tense demeanor, Min Eon appeared nonchalant, half joking and half serious, but his attack speed was lightning fast. If that is the Longina spear, each strike poses a great threat to him. It was very difficult to deal with Min Eon's unexpected attacks. Kim Seo-john tensed up, pouring all his strength into a counter-attack. In an instant, he flung his hand, making Min Eon slip and fall back. Even losing is okay, but for the sake of winning, he would try his best. So this is what fighting for fun feels like. Kim Seo-john laughed inwardly. For him, Min Eon charged again with a swift speed. The 30-minute noon break must be a holiday. He spun around for a while. Then he abruptly vanished into a haze of illusory rain dust, leaving Kim Seo-john bewildered by the high-level concealment technique. Although it was not yet perfected, if he did not focus, he would instantly disappear from his sight. It seemed Min Eon wanted to decide the victor with this move. Kim Seo-john thought to himself and was about to use Merlin's mana. But at that moment, the image of opponents defeated by Min Eon suddenly appeared in his head. Kim Seo-john realized he had been too rigid in his fighting. The teacher's words echoed in his ear. Learning new things is wonderful, but learning creates habits, and habits hinder self-expression. Because learning is absorbing from others. Learning creates the illusion that you are doing well, but it is really just imitation. Do not be satisfied with learning, use your own way. Learning is only a means for self-expression. Kim Seo-john focused all his life force, combining Merlin's knowledge, Karen's feeling, and the weapon's power together. In an instant, he unleashed a thunderous strike. That self-created move made heaven and earth tremble violently. No one could believe a trainee could reach such a realm. Truly an illusion. Canada, Colombia, Nobita secretly loves Shizuka. From the dazzling light emitted by Kim Seo-john, Min Eon's figure gradually appeared behind the spear tip. I lose, Min Eon said softly. The news of Kim Seo-john's victory had already reached Kalia's ears. Hearing that he changed weapons at the last minute, her face fell. She said she would report this unexpected development to the disciples. Is there any reason for us to go this far? I know Kim Seo-john is worth keeping an eye on, but the Korean Association has conducted a full investigation of the 10-star dungeon. This disrupts a 10-year plan. I do not understand why we do everything for that brat. The resentful lackey who spoke up was immediately silenced by her shout. Remembering a few days ago, she was threatened by her superior to watch his every move. That man used the disciples as messengers, which made Kalia a bit fearful. Biting her nails, she trembled as she recalled someone with a similar ability. The match ended. Park Seo-john was speechless before this powerful pupil, especially when Kim Seo-john used Aura Blade. He looked no different from a monster. Kim Seo-john said he needed to meet someone before going home. That person was Min Eon, who was currently surrounded by the academies like celebrity. Although he lost in the finals, the fact that he reached that level through self-study alone was enough to attract attention. From the Academy's perspective, everyone wanted to get him. Kim Seo-john thought with a slight nod. Those people were as persistent as leeches. He simply could not get a private word in. Suddenly, Min Eon broke out of the crowd, hid behind Kim Seo-john, and declared he would join Dream Academy. This caused another uproar among everyone. After a while, the two finally found a secluded spot to escape the meddling Academy people. Min Eon affirmed that his earlier words were true. He wanted to be in the same academy as him. Kim Seo-john wore an expression of not knowing how to react. He knew that even if he objected strongly, Seo-john probably would not accept him. But he also did not want to interfere based on emotion. We will discuss that later. Do you still remember our promise? Kim Seo-john asked in a questioning tone. He wanted to know who exactly the teacher Min Eon mentioned was. Min Eon, sharp and handsome, answered resolutely that he did not know either. Oh, are you joking? Kim Seo-john was so angry he could have fumed. He took aggressive steps towards Min Eon, causing him to turn pale with fear. It is not that. I really do not know. The teacher does not know I am a student either. Just now when you used that stabbing technique, you said you were taught it. Moreover, you said the teacher was a transcendent, yet you do not know who he is? Kim Seo-jan was furious. No, because the teacher never taught me anything. I only learned by stealth. I have never been taught by anyone. Minyeon replied calmly. Minyeon is a self-taught trainee. The story of a poor person wanting to be a hunter is common, but his case is different. He had both talent and money, but did not want to be tied down, so he chose self-study. I trained alone in the mountains, without a guide, but I was quite satisfied, because I was not constrained by an academy curriculum. That went on until one day, while training, I suddenly sensed that someone had fainted. That was the first meeting between the teacher and me, Minyeon said. That person was covered in blood, but absolutely refused to let him carry him down the mountain. Sensing the urgency in his every word, he gave up the idea of taking him to the hospital. With no other choice, Minyeon had to take care of him in an abandoned house on the mountain. At first, his condition was so severe that only a miracle could keep him alive. But as time passed, he saw the man recover quickly. A month later, on his way home, Minyeon was startled to see a group of strangers surrounding that man in front of the door. He hid behind a tree in fear, observing. Just as he was about to be discovered, that old man, with his fluent sword strokes in a flash, had cut off their heads. Since he was born, that was the first time Minyeon had seen someone with such high martial skill. After finishing them off, the old man called out loudly. He told Minyeon to leave this place immediately and never come back. He had not even recovered his wits. The old man had disappeared like the wind. Although he did not know what was happening, instinct told him to obey. Before leaving, he packed his things. Right then, he saw the manuscript the old man had left behind in his haste. I planned to return it if I had a chance to see him again, but I have not seen him once since then, Minyeon said, hanging his head. Thanks to that manuscript, he learned the techniques for using the weapons inside it. From his fighting style, the master was definitely the one who created the techniques in the manuscript. But the teacher still does not know that I have that record or that I learned those techniques. Minyeon said embarrassedly. I know the chance of him lying is high, but he is no ordinary trainee from a supreme academy. Kim Seo-jan thought. Minyeon said the reason he participated in the mock exam was because he thought a big competition would help the master find him. After hearing this, Seo-jan asked, could the person Minyeon called master be Hao Songin? Hao Song, like the Sword Saint, is one of the 5 symbolic heroes of Korea. He is the most mysterious. The Sword Saint granddaughter also knew of this mysterious man. Kim Seo-jan immediately asked her to help inquire of the Sword Saint about the record in Minyeon possession. At this, he just learned Seo-jan was the Sword Saint grandson, and he was stunned speechless. The next day, Kim Seo-jan complained at home because the money he earned was still not enough to buy equipment for the online course. Just like what happened with Lee Minyeon yesterday. He said he would return to the academy today to go meet the Sword Saint together. Kim Seo-jan immediately went online to purchase a free transit pass. This operation helped speed up his learning process on the system. It helped him complete Karen's class quickly, but after finishing, Kim Seo-jan did not feel any change in his body. When he completed the martial arts class, he felt the platinum power flowing, but not this time. According to the martial arts stories he knew, transformation techniques usually involved rearranging bones or cleansing impurities from the body. A little regrettable, but since it was already done, Kim Seo-jan scratched his head and consoled himself. Suddenly at that moment, a chill ran down his spine. Felt like a cold blade was pressed against his neck. A strange voice rang out in the room, startling Kim Seo-jan, his face turning pale. Hearing the other party mention the matter of a troublesome opponent for that kid, Kim Seo-jan immediately thought the owner of this voice was none other than the Black Saint. While Kim Seo-jan was frightened by the sudden appearance of the Black Saint, the old man also praised his keenness. No matter how hard I tried, I never expected you to detect my presence. I was wondering about that too. It must be due to the transformation technique the centaur Karen taught me. If that is the case, it resembles a superhuman sense more than a simple transformation, possibly even granting a secondary ability. Kim Seo-jan scratched his head and mused. Hearing that Minyeon did not even know he was the Black Saint and about the divine text he left behind, the Black Saint was furious enough to smoke. It seems Minyeon is on his way here and will arrive soon. Why don't you greet him? Kim Seo-jan said. If I wanted to, I would have met that brat long ago, but not now. That was the reason I came to see you from the start, the Black Saint replied. Time was running short, so he got straight to the point, wanting to know if Kim Seo-jan had any ties to the Church of Justice. Because I have spent time tracking the Church of Justice, I do not trust those beasts. Most humans consider them humanity's heroes, those who ended the Great Flood, but seeing and hearing may not be the truth. Do you know the great monster Bai Yak hunted by the Church? The Black Saint asked. Through the divine text, Kim Seo-jan knew that Bai Yak had not been defeated back then. It was a terrifying monster, often mentioned by people like the Second Great Flood. Hearing this firsthand made him extremely astonished. If the Church of Justice could not hunt Bai Yak, Why were they still considered the saviors of humanity? Because they did something to the monster. They did something to Berserk, but it did not die. At first, I considered it a hypothesis, but a few years later, based on a clear incident, I was certain. Have you ever wondered why the Apostle of Chastity opposed the position? That Apostle of Chastity disappeared just like the great monster Berserk. The Black Saint laughed bitterly. This matter was utterly absurd. The 7 apostles had always stayed together for a long time. The Apostle of Chastity died of old age alone. Kim Seo-jeon found it more and more bizarre. I see a significant similarity between these 2 disappearances. To expose the truth, I have always tracked the Church of Justice and concluded 2 things. First, the Church tried to take my life for daring to investigate. Second, the recent 10-star dungeon subjugation event was their scheme, and you are the reason behind it. As the Black Saint spoke, Kim Seo-jeon felt if a judgment had struck him. He had no idea what the hell the Church of Justice was doing. The Black Saint revealed this secret because he wanted to ask Kim Seo-jeon to take care of Min-yeon. If I could, I would have raised him myself. However, as long as the Church of Justice is lurking out there, it is impossible for me to raise the boy personally. The Church has a special method of observing targets. When the target acts, they see the entire result. That is why they call this observation. I am the most closely observed target. Anyone who contacts me is marked. If that is why you became the bridge between me and that boy, you are the sole exception. The Church cannot observe you. So even if you and I meet, those beasts will not sense anything unusual. At the same time, if I act through you as an intermediary, they will think you are the executor, not me. I also do not know why they cannot observe you. The Black Saint spewed a torrent of words, leaving Kim Seo-jeon's mind reeling. He wondered if somehow this was related to the reason the Supreme Academy had no information about himself. Before leaving, the Black Saint gave Kim Seo-jeon a book of notes on throwing techniques and concealment, asking him to pass it to Min-yeon, saying that he also handed him another magic tome as payment. Who would have thought he would express reluctance to accept it? He was somewhat annoyed that a priceless treasure coveted by many was flatly rejected. Kim Seo-jeon chuckled slyly, stating he only needed child support fee. The Black Saint, one of the 5 heroes, for the first time in his life, was directly asked for money, and he immediately stiffened up. Kim Seo-jeon firmly held his stance, no money, no service, forcing the old man to give in. If you pay now, there is a promotional bargain price of only $3 million. Kim Seo-jeon, very sharp and handsome, gleefully stated the price. What a deal, what a promotion. Hearing such a mountain of zeros, the Black Saint got hot-blooded and cursed out Kim Seo-jeon's entire family. He was no pushover either, immediately listing a bunch of evidence proving he was worth that $3 million. Black Saint listened to him go on for a while, and finally had to concede, accepting to pay that amount. After the money deal was finalized, the Black Saint finally left Kim Seo-jeon's house, after telling him to watch out for Min-yeon's blanket for him. As soon as the Black Saint left, Min-yeon arrived at Kim Seo-jeon's doorstep. After hearing Kim Seo-jeon reveal that his master was the Divine Text Saint, he stood rooted to the spot, speechless. Kim Seo-jeon quickly handed the notebook to Min-yeon. He was overjoyed, almost speechless, thinking about the reward money about to come his way. Min-yeon wondered why Kim Seo-jeon didn't keep the book for himself instead of giving it to him. He sniffed lightly, unsure where to even begin explaining. Saying this pile of secret techniques was useless to him now would be an insult to Hack Saint, but maybe this way he could find the ultimate academy. Kim Seo-jeon hesitated, not knowing how to speak to Min-yeon. Suddenly he shouted loudly, his eyes full of faith and hope, suggesting they join the Hunter Academy together with Kim Seo-jeon. This left him at a loss for words. Seo-jeon gained another excellent student, grinning so wide he could barely see. Kim Seo-jeon was quite surprised at first, but gradually realized this wasn't a bad situation at all. He planned to train with the secret technique book Hack Saint had given him. Each time he trained, he would receive a boon from Hack Saint and no longer needed to waste time looking for Min-yeon. Wait, wouldn't staying tangled up with Min-yeon like this allow him to squeeze more money out of Hack Saint? He would be his golden goose. Kim Seo-jeon's eyes lit up, thinking of a future full of dollars. With the number of students increasing by 1, Seo-jeon immediately thought of the whole group participating in team competitions. There were many competitions for students from the same school, and the prizes were huge due to the large number of participants. If he teamed up with Min-yeon, the 2 of them could win those contests. Kim Seo-jeon was naturally very excited. 3 days later, he mildly regretted spending $4 million just to buy 1 course. He didn't learn anything. From start to finish, it was just that pink muscular guy teaching a singing fundraiser. Edwin was actually one of Karen's students. After explaining the complex theory, he immediately showed Kim Seo-jeon the power emanating from his rippling muscles. With a slight twist of his body, all his muscles bulged out. The lightning power also increased along with the muscle bundles. Then he puffed out his chest like an 18-year-old stud. This made Kim Seo-jeon unable to take his eyes off the floating screen. He was dazed, wondering if he himself could ever be so blazingly powerful. The daily quest screen appeared, filled with countless exercises requiring the use of 1-ton weights. Kim Seo-jeon felt like fainting sideways and back, thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him. As for the leg training techniques, he opened a sample lecture by Kim Seo-jeon. That was from the movement elder center of the Vow of Light Sword sect, the creator of Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword. The first time he saw a mortal using the technique of walking on clouds and wind so effortlessly, he was utterly amazed. The daily task for the genius appeared: must maintain a speed of 300 km/h for 30 seconds, all from a height of 30 meters or more to the ground 20 times. Kim Seo-jeon rubbed his eyes several times before believing he wasn't misreading. While he was in a panic, a voice suddenly came from the entrance. Turned out to be Suryeon, the daughter of Lord Manchel, coming to find him. She said she had lost contact with her father and came to ask about his situation. Kim Seo-jeon was astonished, guessing he was probably drunk and sleeping somewhere rough. She actually fought with her father yesterday. She said she wanted to become a professional hunter. She's had her power for about a month now. She said she wanted to join the Hunter Academy instead of going to university, but her father didn't agree. Suryeon Lee said, "Well, earning money in Baldur as a hunter is much better than working for a company. I understand why Suryeon wants to find a job to help her father. What parent wants to put their child in danger? And especially Lord Manchu. He's heard many stories about hunters and probably doesn't like the idea." Kim Seo-jeon thought. After comforting her and seeing Suryeon off, he immediately called Manchu, but he didn't pick up. On the church side, Kalia was worried because she couldn't locate Kim Seo-jeon's position. Baldur must absolutely not reveal the 10-star dungeon currently being invaded. She bit her nails, then squinting her eyes, spoke to her lackey. Kim Seo-jeon trained that same day. The system required him to carry a full 1 ton to count as success, which made him want to be depressed. He should have never sold that monster corpse. Luckily, he had bought Kibizit, even though he never intended to use it for this. Kim Seo-jeon thought and then used all his strength to pull the bag, which was heavy enough to make him breathless. The blood seemed to rush to his head, but the bag still didn't budge. He flopped onto the ground, panting heavily, telling himself he needed to increase his Baldur mana to pull it. After a while, he was still completely exhausted. He achieved a new unmatched position, being crushed flat by the bag like a shrimp. If it weren't for Seo-jeon's timely rescue, this day next year would be his death anniversary. "Right, Miss Seo-jeon, this building is 15 meters tall, isn't it? Want to jump off the rooftop?" Kim Seo-jeon said very soberly and coolly. Seo-jeon was still dumbfounded, not yet reacting. He had personally gone down to experiment with the Baldur way of jumping down. Seeing this situation, Seo-jeon suspected that Kim Seo-jeon's head might have fried. The new students would think what when they see him like this. It is even unknown if anyone else can be recruited. She is extremely worried about the bleak future ahead. Yun had just gone outside for a moment. Upon returning, she was stunned pale by the sight of Kim Seo-jeon. Kim Seo-jeon was extremely anxious because for 4 consecutive days, he could not contact Uncle Manchel. This had never happened in 10 years of acquaintance, so he was sure something was wrong. Thinking it, he did it. He immediately stood up abruptly. He said he would go out himself to find Manchel. Arriving at the construction site, he was dazzled by the workers' words of praise. After a cursory inquiry, he got to the main point. But strangely, no one had seen Manchel in recent days. Did he not disappear after following that stranger? About 3 or 4 days ago, a stranger came to the monster transport company, and it was Manchel who received him with an attractive compensation. I find this very suspicious because that person commissioned it individually, not through company procedures. It is usually for dangerous or illegal tasks. A worker said Manchel might need money urgently for his daughter's tuition. Hearing this, Kim Seo-jeon's heart tightened. He hurriedly ran to the company to ask for information, but the employee refused to disclose client information. Even with someone missing, the regulations remain unchanged. Losing all hope, Kim Seo-jeon went to the park and sat dejectedly. Although there was no clear evidence of Uncle Manchel's disappearance, he was still extremely uneasy. Uncle Manchel was the one who had shared hardships with him from the beginning. When he lost all savings from 9 years after the accident, the uncle comforted and cared for him a lot. Not well off, he still gave him 3 million without any hesitation. Kim Seo-jeon used that money as tuition at the Supreme Academy, which made him who he is today. He gritted his teeth, telling himself he could not just sit idly and uselessly. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jeon quickly picked up the phone to call Seo-jeon. He asked her to help him meet the Sword Saint immediately. When he met the elder, he again proposed wanting a sparring match. Seo-jeon and everyone were dumbfounded, thinking he was heartbroken and had gone mad. "If I win, you must directly intervene in this case, not just provide assistance. But if I lose, I will drop out. I cannot defeat you honorably, so if I inflict even a small wound, please consider it a victory." Kim Seo-jeon calmly said that he knew Manchel had met a suspicious person, and the company refused to share confidential information. But things would be different if the one asking was the Sword Saint, one of Korea's 5 great heroes. That was indeed a gamble, but perhaps the only way to save Uncle Manchel. The Sword Saint thought for a moment and then agreed. Turned his back and walked into a small room. Gently and reverently, he drew out the sword carefully kept within. Legend says that General Kim Yukson of the Silla era received a treasured weapon, a divine sword, and a military strategy book when cultivating on Mount Warian, later achieving glorious victory. Though it was only a replica of the Azure Dragon sword's true form, it was still a masterpiece by the greatest blacksmith of Korea. The sword aura using the Azure Dragon sword only occurs when determined to kill the opponent. The secretary, pale-faced, tried to stop him but was immediately blocked by the sword aura. I'm sure he would not dare challenge me if he merely had determination, so I should at least entertain him properly. Outside, Seo-jan was extremely frightened. She tried to stop Kim Seo-jan, telling him to stop. He was a man of true honor. Once he said it, he would do it. He wanted to put an end to the mysterious affairs related to him. I am not yet strong or powerful enough to protect those around me. Therefore, the Sword Saint will have to act directly against anyone involved with Kim Seo-jan. Kim Seo-jan thought he needed to pull the Sword Saint in to engrave this prejudice in everyone's mind. His confident and victorious gaze at this moment, it made Seo-jan's heart flutter as well. The challenge match officially began with fiery spirit from both sides. The sword aura no longer hesitated, quickly drawing the Azure Dragon sword from its sheath. After being allowed by him to make the first move, he mustered all his strength and swung the iron staff forward. But all efforts were instantly extinguished by the Azure Dragon sword. A storm of power from the sword made Kim Seo-jan breathless and struggling. Suddenly, the staff in his hand emitted a brilliant glow. It shot swiftly toward the sword aura. The sword aura did not yield either, coldly retaliating. He had truly become serious. Each strike, each movement of his seemed intent on finishing the opponent immediately. Kim Seo-jan broke out in a sweat, silently assessing the situation. The destructive sword aura continued to churn within the space. Kim Seo-jan tried to defend, his face twisted from the pressure. Against a sword prodigy like this, it was incredibly hard to endure. The Sword Saint continuously swung his sword at Kim Seo-jan without pause. This brat, just a few months ago, was still a snot-nosed child. Even though I had recognized his potential from our last meeting, he was only outstanding compared to a trainee. But what I am seeing right now is unbelievable. With every passing moment, this brat keeps trying to improve himself, the Sword Saint thought in surprise. Kim Seo-jan was currently absorbed in parrying blows. He swung his hand, creating an aura that caught him off guard. The weapon in his hand intrigued him, because it withstood the fierce attacks well. The spar would have ended long ago if not for that weapon. I plan not to use my full strength, but should I try a little harder? He thought to himself. Having said that, he unleashed another wave of intense killing intent, causing Kim Seo-jan to fall in a strange manner. Damn it, I was too arrogant. I thought I could do it just because I beat a few promising trainees. But a trainee is still a trainee. They are inexperienced and have not faced the cruelty of life. I failed to see that truth. I can feel the clear gap between me and the Sword Saint. I am a bit annoyed that he has not used his full strength yet. Kim Seo-jan blamed himself. He once again swung his energy staff to block the dragon sword. How can you challenge me when this is all you have? The Sword Saint opened his eyes and spoke. His hand continuously unleashed attacks without stopping. I admire the Sword Saint and want to become like him. I admire that power. But more than that, I admire the way he attained this power. I was too confident in my superior reputation, unconsciously looking down on the Sword Saint. I am still weaker than him, much weaker, but one day I will reach a new peak higher than his. Kim Seo-jan vowed to live to achieve that, determined not to give up. He continuously counterattacked but was still defeated by the Sword Saint. Suddenly, at some moment, he felt the weapon in his hand was no longer heavy. Each step he took forward also became incredibly light. In the silence, with a whoosh, the Sword Saint's sword tip pierced through Kim Seo-jan's body. He collapsed, his entire body covered in blood and pain. Please keep your promise, he said tremblingly to the Sword Saint before fainting. Uncle Manchel and that mysterious man were trapped inside a cave. Even in dire straits, he optimistically believed Kim Seo-jan would come to the rescue. No matter how difficult things got, Manchel believed he would handle it. After being thoroughly beaten by the Sword Saint, Kim Seo-jan woke up. Just then, the door swung open and the Sword Saint strode in with his chin held high. Without saying a word, he threw him the treasured dragon sword, leaving everyone speechless. Do not make a fuss, I am just keeping my promise. With this sword, the association knows what to do. I would rather you do what you want, do it well, the Sword Saint said. He actually handed Kim Seo-jan this supreme-grade sword, unbelievable. The Professional Hunters Association was a government organization managing hunters while serving their interests. Before Kim Seo-jan right now was Lee Tae-bum, the chairman of the Hunters Association. He smiled and spoke cheerfully, but his heart was in turmoil when Kim Seo-jan brought the dragon sword. 3 days ago, the Sword Saint had visited Tae-bum, demanding 3 billion won be transferred to Kim Seo-jan. For you to come here in person like this is truly not good at all. 4 days ago, a man named Seok Man-chun went missing after entering a dungeon at someone's request. Before entering a dungeon, you must report to the association. Please tell me which dungeon you entered and with whom, Kim Seo-jan asked. The bum hesitated because his superiors had forbidden him from revealing that to anyone. To buy time, the bum asked to first verify whether Kim Seo-jan's dragon sword was real or fake. If there is a delay, can you take responsibility? Kim Seo-jan replied. The bum clutched his head in agony and finally said the Law Saint was investigating the 10-star dungeon breach under my orders. Recently, he found a clue and went to the 6-star dungeon to secretly investigate. Did not Saint Hao once say the Justice Church was behind the sabotage of the 10-star dungeon? Sensing something suspicious, Kim Seo-jan stood up and intended to leave. Before stepping out the door, he slightly turned his head to ask if he could mortgage the Azure Dragon Sword for a loan from the association. A moment later, Suryeon anxiously called to ask Kim Seo-jan about her father. He calmly reassured her, but she could not help but be agitated upon hearing that her father was trapped in a dungeon. Her mother died 11 years ago because a dungeon collapsed, sacrificing herself to save her. Suryeon did not want monsters to take her loved ones again, which was why she wanted to become a hunter. Kim Seo-jan gently comforted her and then hung up. According to the association chairman, Holy Judge and Manchun entered a dungeon with a 6-star Dries monster. Holy Judge is now old and frail, but in the past he was one of the 5 strongest. There must be a reason they are trapped in a 6-star dungeon. It could be a trap by the Justice Church to eliminate Holy Judge, and only he can help them, Kim Seo-jan thought to himself. Suddenly, his phone rang with a notification of a transfer from the Korean Hunters Association. Excellent. Just by mortgaging the Azure Dragon Sword, the loan was approved. What a bargain. It should be enough to buy equipment. He was about to enter a place even Holy Judge could not escape, so he needed to prepare thoroughly. With money in his card, Kim Seo-jan could shop to his heart's content. After choosing to buy a Gungnir weapon, he immediately set off for the dungeon. Even though they were only 6-star monsters, hunting them was hard because they looked no different from ordinary trees. Kim Seo-jan did not want to risk his life, but he could not pass up the chance to test his strength. He closed his eyes and channeled his inner energy. A strange sensation surged within him. On the outside, they looked like ordinary trees, but he also needed to test the power of his new weapon. Kim Seo-jan took a breath and then drew his weapon, throwing it straight at the tree. The moment the blade tip was about to touch the tree trunk, it was immediately deflected to the side. Riot had truly dodged his attack. Not stopping there, it even used its force to rebound back toward him. Its speed and destructive power were truly impressive. Kim Seo-jan had to open his wide in admiration. Gungnir, the spear Odin used to dismember Ymir and create the 9 realms. After a bout of fighting with that weapon, he had turned the monster into a withered stump. Seeing this destructive capability, it must have been forged from superior materials. He thought as he swung his hand to recall Gungnir. He had to concentrate all the mana in his body before that weapon would finally return to its original position. The enormous exertion of energy left Kim Seo-jan exhausted, barely able to catch his breath. According to legend, Gungnir automatically returns, but imitations always have their limitations. At his current level, he could only recall it once, but there would come a day when he could use it freely. For now, it was like a disposable item. Luckily, he had mortgaged the Azure Dragon Sword. After a few basic strikes, he ventured deeper into the cave to find Manchun. The man was carrying a stranger on his back. He was frantically trying to escape from the Gungnirs that were hot on his heels. While running, he slipped and fell heavily to the ground. His whole body trembled as he awaited the rage of the monsters. Just then, the old man suddenly woke up. He hurriedly used a barrier to block the evil force, telling Manchun to run and promising to hold them off. I am already an old man with one foot in the grave. If I had not brought you here, this would not have happened. Run quickly, the old man shouted. After a bout of resistance, he collapsed to the ground in exhaustion and pain. Manchun hugged the old man in fear, sobbing bitterly, pained at the thought of Suryeon being without him. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, and the figure in the distance was Kim Seo-jan. He had found the man. After instructing Manchun to stay inside the sword barrier, Kim Seo-jan charged toward the group of Gungnirs to draw their attention. One man and one monster clashed, exchanging blows fiercely. The damage emanating was truly terrifying. Damn it, no matter how many times he cut, its body kept regenerating. At this rate, he could not get close. He would have to shoot Gungnir through its weak point. Kim Seo-jan gritted his teeth, ran further away, and grabbed the Gungnir on the ground. But unfortunately, Manchun and the Sword Saint had not managed to escape this place in time. Kim Seo-jan paled in panic because he could not launch Gungnir. The ferocious monster spewed countless explosive projectiles thundering down like a flood. Kim Seo-jan grew increasingly struggling. After seeing the other two had run far enough, he took this opportunity to thrust Gungnir straight in a bold line toward the monster. It screamed in pain and then shattered into many pieces, the force shooting out like a storm wind. This time, Kim Seo-jan flexibly used his mana, calling Gungnir back to his side. Very calm and handsome, Kim Seo-jan made the Riyadh crowd admire him. Look, they already know the danger of this thing after being hit a few times, Kim Seo-jan said smugly. A group of tree monsters were now completely convinced by him. but it seemed they were all trying to prevent him from pulling Gungnir back. Kim Seo-jan had no choice but to give them a few basic strikes. After a while, Manchun carried the Holy Mage to the place where they had arranged to meet him. The Holy Mage's current condition was not very stable. Now was the time to use the emergency pill he always carried. This was only a temporary measure, but it would help him feel better. Kim Seo-jan gently lifted the Holy Mage's head and put the medicine into his mouth. The Holy Mage slowly regained consciousness, a bit surprised to see Kim Seo-jan here. "You really came here to save us. How did you know we were here? How are those Rias?" Kim Seo-jan cheerfully answered all those rapid questions, saying he had dealt with them cleanly. He wanted to know why he brought Manchun here. The Holy Mage explained that to study the monsters, he needed someone to move the bodies, and for personal reasons he did it noisily, but could not do it alone with this old body. He was doing it secretly because he was afraid the Church of Justice might find out, right? That remark from Kim Seo-jan hit the Holy Mage's weak spot, his mouth agape in disbelief at how he knew this. Suddenly the ground shook violently, stunning everyone for a moment. The Holy Mage, his face pale, said everything was caused by that monster. Even a skilled man like him was trembling, proving that thing was no pushover. The mountain before Kim Seo-jan suddenly split in half, transforming into a ferocious mutant monster. It was a mutant. Except for its size, it looked no different from the Riaks he had encountered. Try to avoid its line of sight and escape this dungeon, Kim Seo-jan suggested. The Holy Mage said he had tried but could not. Somehow, whenever they hid, it found and chased them immediately. This was why he was injured. That monster was no ordinary mutant. Its shell was too hard for magic to penetrate, and even its regeneration speed was very fast. The Holy Mage sadly said he even thought it was an evolved monster that had removed the Ryad's weakness and strengthened its power. He was old and no longer what he used to be. Hearing him, it seemed it was just missing one strong enough blow to take it down. Kim Seo-jan suddenly thought of a way. "Then while you weaken it, I will destroy its core." Hearing this, the Holy Mage looked as if someone had poured boiling water on him. He grumbled anxiously about not being able to hold on. That was right, he could talk thanks to that emergency pill, but it would be no surprise if he collapsed now. So we only have one chance, Kim Seo-jan thought. He suggested that he would attract its attention so the other two could run. The Holy Mage saw Kim Seo-jan's Gungnir for the first time and was astonished, unable to close his eyes. He was excited and wanted to execute the plan together with him. The time had come, everyone to their battle positions, preparing for a fierce night of monster hunting. The plan was simple: wait for it to be weakened by the Holy Mage's spell, then I will pierce its core with this spear. Kim Seo-jan laid out the battle plan. First, he would lure it away to buy time. During that time, the Holy Mage would cast his spell with full power. When it weakened, he would destroy its core with Gungnir. But there were two possible variables in this plan. First was that he could die while luring. Second was that it would attack the Holy Mage instead of him. The first variable would not happen if he performed well, but the second variable worried him. Since he was not sure the situation would be favorable, he requested to trust Manchun completely. All three cheered each other on, mentally preparing for a brutal night. That evening, Kim Seo-jan firmly gripped Gungnir. Standing beside him was Manchun, carrying the Holy Mage on his back. "Two should stay here, do not get too close. In case it discovers the Holy Mage while he is casting the spell," he said. The Holy Mage and Manchun saw the determined look in Kim Seo-jan's eyes and wished him luck. Kim Seo-jan laughed cheerfully in response and then flew like the wind toward the opposite branch. Seeing the monster from such a close distance made him shudder a little. More importantly, he could sense the immense energy surrounding it. Now he understood why even the Holy Mage had struggled, Kim Seo-jan thought. He took the chance while it was not paying attention and crept closer. Then he shouted loudly to attract the monster's attention. Seeing Kim Seo-jan deliberately provoking it, it violently lashed out with its branches. "It attacks stronger than I thought, so I was pushed quite far from your and the Holy Mage's position. The weakening is not ready yet," Kim Seo-jan thought as he ran, anxiously looking around. The monster's force was so strong that the surrounding rocks and earth were soon completely shattered. Kim Seo-jan was the only one flung high into the air like a jumping flea. He gritted his teeth, twisted around, and landed right where the monster had been standing. But the pressure radiating from it made him tremble in waves. Other than dodging with all his might, there was no other choice. Kim Seo-jan tightened his grip on Gungnir, ready to charge. At that moment, he sensed that the Holy Mage had successfully cast the spell. Right person, right time, it was this moment. He immediately rushed out in front of it, yelling loudly to draw all of its attention. Kim Seo-jan shot straight forward like an arrow. Behind him, the monster was chasing closely. The attacks it rained down were like an avalanche, numbing his entire body. But it was still following him, just a little further, to the designated spot. All he had to do was lure it there. Kim Seo-jan thought happily as he ran. Just as it was about to catch up, its tangled roots and rough trunk were bound by the Holy Mage's spell with invisible chains. Its speed and power had noticeably decreased. The Holy Mage was truly effective. At this rate, he would be able to destroy its core. Before he could celebrate for 10 seconds, he discovered the monster was intentionally targeting the Holy Mage instead of him. The Holy Mage must have run of mana, and Uncle Manchel was just an ordinary person. Moreover, Uncle was carrying the Holy Mage on his back. He could only dodge once or twice. Kim Seo-jan felt there was no time to delay. Swift as lightning, he poured all his power into Gungnir. With a cool head and absolute precision, he successfully aimed for its heart, driving the sharp spearhead straight through. The monster thrashed in pain for a while before crashing down heavily. Kim Seo-jeon destroyed the core, but his body was also completely drained of strength. He could not restore Gungnir one more time. Seeing Uncle Manchel nearby injured in the leg from the force, Kim Seo-jeon was extremely worried. All three were happily chatting and laughing because the mission had been a complete success. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed once again. The motionless root on the dread tree trunk began to twitch, as if stimulated. How could this be? He had struck it with Gungnir. Could it be that the core was not destroyed? Why was this happening? Kim Seo-jeon's eyes widened, his vision darkened. Truly, this was just like Korea. It turned out it had two cores. The remaining core controlled the beast's entire body, turning it into an unstoppable, frenzied killer. All three looked in fear at the beast as it thrashed up. A blinding storm followed, howling like the apocalypse. In the critical moment, the Holy Mage strained to use his last bit of strength, creating thin strands of energy to hold the line. The Holy Mage had used up all his mana. He could not hold on much longer. To take down that bastard, they had to destroy that core. Kim Seo-jeon thought anxiously. The previous Gungnir was now stuck between the branches, so he could not pull it out to use again. There was still the lance of Longinus beside him. If he struck directly, he could destroy the core. He calculated briefly and asked the Holy Mage to exert himself and use the DK magic one more time. At this point, he had no choice but to take a big gamble. Kim Seo-jeon charged like the wind towards the monster. He ran while doing his best to dodge its enormous roots. Although he was terrified of failure, he was currently the only one who could do this. Kim Seo-jeon swung his polearm, creating a blinding stream of light, but before he could make any progress, it was blocked by that stubborn mass of leech-like roots. To thrust Longinus into the core, he needed to get in deeper, but there was no opening for him to advance further. This was completely different from simply doing it. He muttered angrily, while one of his legs was also being tightly wrapped by a root. Fortunately, the Holy Mage's paralysis magic was just in time, causing the monster to freeze. Seizing the moment it loosened, he immediately turned and flew straight backward. The magic was becoming weaker and thinner. As expected, activating it again with depleted mana required bearing immense pressure. Kim Seo-jeon could not help but worry about the current situation. Spotting a brief opening in the monster, he immediately bolted forward with all his might. But the monster broke free from the magic sword's chains and easily knocked him down in a single, simple move. Kim Seo-jeon was hit directly and could not help but suffer a severe shock. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth like a fountain. The lance of Longinus could destroy its core. He had thought just getting close would be enough. Truly, that was a mistake. He tremblingly gripped Longinus, terrified as he watched the monster about to root itself into his body. Just as he thought his life was over, the Holy Mage appeared just in time to block the blow. Astonished by the exceptional martial skills of his young student under 30, the last time he had seen such skill was 5 years ago. No, in just one more year, all of Korea would know this young man's name. 1 year later, who knew how strong he would become? The young man had the potential to surpass heroes and become a hero of humanity. But he was not strong enough yet, so he had to live in his stead even if it meant dying. The Holy Mage thought in pain, then shouted loudly for him to run. Kim Seo-jeon did not want to run away in disgrace. Despite the Holy Mage's shouting, he stubbornly stayed. Kim Seo-jeon did not want to see the Holy Mage sacrifice himself for him. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. That was right, running was the best choice now. Leave this place to the Holy Mage. Take Mangchun away from here. Conversely, fighting at a disadvantage was the worst. He already had his answer. For some reason, he did not want to run. Kim Seo-jeon gritted his teeth and thought. Suddenly, he recalled Hatch Queen's words from the first lecture. In your opinion, what is strength? The greatest god emphasized the importance of muscles. However, that was not the kind of strength he wanted to impart. Strength came not only from the physical, but also from atonement. Hakwin recounted that due to Hira's curse, he went mad and killed his wife and children. Tormented, he wanted to commit suicide. But Dronzer persuaded him to perform 12 labors of atonement. The 12 impossible labors: kill the Nemean lion, behead the Hydra, capture the Erymanthian boar, clean the Augean stables, drive away the Stymphalian birds, capture the Cretan bull, capture the manning horses of Diomedes, steal the girdle of Hippolyta, capture the cattle of Geryon, take the apples of the Hesperides, and capture the three-headed dog Cerberus from the underworld. After the 12 labors, Hatchqueen's reputation gradually rose, but people mocked him, saying he had made too many mistakes, using it as an excuse to claim he could never atone. The insults rang in his ears, but he was determined not to give up. He hoped that one day, compassion would become self-evident in life. Only then would Hatchqueen forgive him for that fateful day. He completed the labors and became a true hero. Furthermore, Hatchqueen had saved the Olympian gods during the war with the giants. Think of the man who lost his mind and killed his own family. At the end of his journey of atonement, he became the greatest hero. Strength that guided me was precisely the will to atone. When you want to do something, people often say it is impossible. As someone experienced, I hope you have a personal reason that forces you to succeed. That alone is enough to make a hero. Every word from Hatchqueen had brainwashed Kim Seo-jeon. The fear weighing on his chest was now raised. There were 1,000 reasons he could not win, 1,000 reasons to run. To the seasoned holy mage, the actions of the 28-year-old youth were surely reckless. He wanted to live a meaningful life, did not want to give up his future. Kim Seo-jeon bit his lip hard, determined to move forward. Hatch Queen's encouragement echoed, turning into divine power that cleared a path for him to unlock his potential. An overwhelming force destroyed every obstacle, erupting throughout the space. The monsters in their rage could only bow their heads, awaiting death. The destructive power was so great it blew away earth and rocks in a thick cloud. It also blew away the core of that monster. Exhausted after the display, Kim Seo-jeon fainted under the holy mage's watch. The old man at this moment was very afraid of death. The world was not as safe as people thought. The closer one got to death, the more one worried about it. The world still needed him, the holy mage said, and that was why he took on disciples. Although his jinning had done better than expected, he still could not escape the darkness in his heart. But thinking back, that worry was truly absurd. It was a wake-up call. Even if he died, his disciple would take his place and carry out the mission. He saw in this tenacious young man the beginning of a new generation of heroes. The sword, full of pride, looked at Kim Seo-jeon and spoke. The next morning, Kim Seo-jeon startled awake in the hospital. The two old men only had superficial wounds, nothing serious. Knowing he had been unconscious for 6 straight hours, he was utterly shocked. At least everything was fine, no more obstacles. Kim Seo-jeon thought with relief. After hearing the news from Soo-ryeon, Seo-jeon also prepared to go to the hospital to visit him. She had to care about the person who had disappeared along with her grandfather's precious sword. The magic sword, knowing that Mang-chun's daughter wanted to become a hunter, immediately offered to guide her. The stubborn Manchunder thought he had misheard that 2 opponents had been taken by mistake. Shouldn't we pass on knowledge to the next generation? I think I won't live past this year. Magic Saint chuckled and said, it is best to spend the last moments guiding his daughter as a life-saving favor. He also offered to guide Kim Seo-jeon, but he asked for northern peace, he only wanted money. Suddenly, the hospital room door was kicked aside by the Sword Saint, crumpling inward. Kim Seo-jeon's whole body trembled as if electrocuted, almost forgetting about this matter. Contacting Seo-jeon meant that this person would also come along. He did not anticipate the Sword Saint would come all the way here. His mind was in a tangled mess, his whole body agitated, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, with the magic sword present, the Sword Saint's anger was somewhat lessened. The two chatted happily with each other for a while. The magic sword stated that he had nearly died that day and was saved by Kim Seo-jeon. The Sword Saint pointed an arrow at him, making the air as hot as a furnace. Even in his dreams, he could not have imagined Kim Seo-jeon would dare to pawn the treasured sword. He was truly audacious. The magic saint tried to persuade the Sword Saint to let him off this time, but upon hearing that he actually did bring the sword to pawn it, even the magic sword was stunned. The fire of vengeance burned within the Sword Saint, making Kim Seo-jeon learn his lesson. Quickly clarified that he did not sell it, but only temporarily pawned it. Since you did not sell the sword and out of respect for the magic saint, I will not kill you. I will let it go if you can withstand 1 blow, no more, no less. The Sword Saint swallowed his anger in a rage, speaking through gritted teeth. He trembled and pressed himself against the corner of the wall, thinking that the old man was surely going to kill him. Unable to contain his anger, the Sword Saint swung a thunderous fist toward him. A deafening explosion rang out, shattering the wall. Kim Seo-jeon strongly swung his arm to block in time. Despite the excruciating pain, blocked it. More importantly, his arm is still fine. Normally, it should have broken, even shattered into pieces. The Sword Saint's face paled as he was about to ask him how he did it. Kim Seo-jeon, thinking he was going to punch again, used all his strength to flee the room. Everyone stared after him with bewildered expressions. The Sword Saint clicked his tongue and had no choice but to sit down by the Magic Saint's bed. He requested to know exactly what happened in that place that day. The Magic Sword recounted the entire story inside the cave to the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint still did not believe Kim Seo-jeon could actually do such a thing. The Magic Sword realized the Sword Saint had not truly acknowledged his talent. The Sword Saint said, even if his words were true, I still do not acknowledge that brat. All S-rank hunters are useless. The Magic Sword shared the same thought, believing that talent was not enough. They were heroes who saved the world, holding a common viewpoint. Professional hunters nowadays had a different meaning, merely a high-paying job. They did not deny the arrival of a new era and longed for peace more than anyone, but they worried that if the heroes disappeared, whether the world could withstand the calamity. I do not know, anyway, that is the purpose of establishing the Church of Truth. Sword Saint, among 8 billion people, one has appeared who turns the impossible into possible. Our era has ended, the Magic Saint said with a smile. Kim Seo-jeon was now outside with Seo-jeon and Manchul. Suddenly, Dion Worm rushed in from outside, tears streaming down as he hugged his father tightly. Father and son embraced each other with mixed joy and sorrow. Manchul looked toward Kim Seo-jeon, expressing his sincere gratitude. People often say the most beautiful sight is when everything returns to its original form. Time passed, and the 3 of them were discharged from the hospital one by one. Everyone's life returned to its proper course. However, there were some changes. The Magic Saint had accepted Su Jiang as his disciple. Next, Kim Seo-jeon received a reward of 10 billion won for saving the Magic Saint's life. He used 500 million to redeem the Blue Dragon Sword and return it to the Sword Saint. He nearly got sent to the afterlife by that man, but everything was settled. Kim Seo-jeon did not intend for it, but fate pushed him to obtain Gungnir and 9.5 billion won. Thanks to those items, he increased his HQ course progress to 47.3%. Today, Kim Seo-jeon finally met Min-yeon again at the academy after a long time. He did not even come to the hospital to visit, because he believed that he would recover soon. Even if all things change, one thing remains unchanged. That was Dream Academy, which had now become his home. Afterwards, Kim Seo-jeon continued listening to Head Queen's lecture. This time, by trusting in the power of divine spirit, his learning progress skyrocketed. Head Queen maintained her teaching style, firm and muscular, paired with logic. Kim Seo-jeon grimaced, feeling his current body could hardly synchronize with that power. Finishing the course earlier than usual, he planned to use his remaining money to buy an elixir. If he had enough mana to restore Gungnir, he would become a true mobile disaster. The Transcendent Store was selling many elixirs to replenish mana. Kim Seo-jeon pondered for a moment, then decided to return to the lecture. Everything is fine, but from now on he could not absorb the energy from the elixir completely. Even though he studied with Merlin, it was all mana theory, unrelated to skill training, so attending lectures was always best. Kim Seo-jeon muttered to himself while texting his advisor to recommend some good lectures. The other party immediately sent a series of top-tier lectures, making him broke again. Seo-jeon saw Kim Seo-jeon looking haggard and withered, coming to beg for money, and was at a loss for words. She furiously scolded him like a mother scolding her child, firing words like bullets. He painfully swallowed his tears in silence, still lacking 500 million to register for the lectures. Seo-jeon sighed, saying there was a competition tomorrow with a 3 million won prize for the winner. The problem was that Kim Seo-jeon needed a team to participate. Currently, only he and Min-yeon were at Dream Academy. Min-yeon could handle his part, but lacking a third member, they could not join. Moreover, whether the newcomer could be trusted was also a worrying issue. They needed a reliable person to join, someone not yet registered in any academy. Just one person was enough. He did not expect much. For an instant, the image of the little girl Suryeon appeared in his mind. Seo-jeon was a bit surprised to hear the idea of recruiting Suryeon into the team. She was flustered to see Kim Seo-jeon act on his words, running right out to find the little girl. He walked straight to the mansion of the Holy Mage. Seeing him laboriously leaning on a cane as he walked out, he felt very distressed. The Holy Mage laughed heartily, saying Suryeon had been wandering everywhere since learning elemental magic. Kim Seo-jeon was astonished. In just 2 days, she had already mastered mana proficiency, which usually took 2 to 3 weeks. The Holy Mage shared the same sentiment when he saw that the little girl finished in less than a day. He intended to dedicate the rest of his life to help her, but he never expected her to be this remarkable. Kim Seo-jeon recounted everything that happened at the academy to the Holy Mage. He used Suryeon's safety to persuade the Holy Mage to let her enroll, because the Sword Saint and he were being watched by the church. He asked whether Seo-jeon thought he would also become a target. "I hope you consider all aspects for the safety of both of you." Kim Seo-jeon truly regarded her as a little sister, and even without this matter, he had intended to propose this. The Holy Mage fell into deep thought for a long while. Finally, he agreed to let Kim Seo-jeon take her back to the academy. Everyone welcomed her happily, especially Min-yeon. Regarding the competition, Kim Seo-jeon decided the three of them would form a team. Suryeon and Min-yeon were extremely excited to hear that. He stammered for a while before blurting out the team name Dream, which sounded quite nice and meaningful. The three of them chanted in unison, determined to train hard to win. And so, they rose across South Korea, their names mentioned everywhere, and Team Dream was officially born. Jay started a competition not organized by the government, but by private companies, sponsored by large guilds. The large guilds sponsored a huge amount of money to recruit outstanding trainees. There were still freelance hunters, but most belonged to a guild and operated in teams. They evaluated the individual strength, teamwork, and potential of the trainees to prioritize recruitment. As a result, the large guilds began lobbying to support the government and association in the form of sponsorships. Seeing the money, broadcast stations and other organizations also jumped in, creating the competition as it was now. Only first-class and second-class hunter academies were allowed to participate. This competition was a gathering place for all the money and attention directed toward the elite. The presence of Saigu Park Yeonjang and Jo Min-jun from Gaon Academy left everyone utterly stunned. Min-yeon heard the crowd gossiping about the famous figures and felt indignant for Kim Seo-jeon, since no one was marveling about him. Soon came the first round battle featuring the 7-star monster, the Conqueror Spider. Lee Do-han, a member of Team RS Ohm, frowned as he saw many teams fail right in the preliminaries. He guessed that Jimin must have applied new research to the artificial dungeon, so many teams could not get through. The boss will surely be surprised by this result, Do-hyun thought with a frown, wondering if he should look at the other teams. Gaon Academy had completed the dungeon with a record of 30 minutes and 12 seconds. At the same time, Dream Team of Kim Seo-jeon also finished with 9 minutes and 34 seconds. This stunned the judges, making them think the timer was broken. The machine did have a fault, but it was a measurement error that slowed the time by 30 seconds. The real time for Kim Seo-john's group was 9 minutes and 4 seconds. Truly a remarkable feat. A few minutes earlier in the dungeon, Kim Seo-john wanted to conserve his mana. He used Longinus to gently break through the thick spider web of the monster. He cleared the path while Minion handled the combat. The two coordinated seamlessly, attacking the monster, which opened Surion's eyes. She felt she could no longer just stand still. With that, she used mana to emit streams of sharp energy, killing the monster on the spot. After finishing, all three happily walked out of the dungeon, with Minion chattering nonstop. Teacher Kim Seo-john asked him where all his weapons had gone. Minion replied that he had thrown them all away. He only kept the dagger tip and arrowhead as requested by his master. The two bickered back and forth for a while. They did not notice the people around them staring with strange and astonished eyes. They suddenly realized the two were Kim Seo-john and Minion. Minion, basking in Kim Seo-john's fame, was so happy he could not close his mouth. They kept shouting loudly to the point Surion and Kim Seo-john were mortified. Sigu at that moment also shot a hostile look at Kim Seo-john. The Muse Hunter Academy team came out slow and still deluded themselves that people were gossiping about them, truly laughable. The second round required collecting all the magic crystals in the dungeon. Kim Seo-john's dream team ranked first again with 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Moving to the third round of killing artificial monsters, his team continued to lead with 19 seconds. Next was the fourth round, the Rad Forest. Kim Seo-john and Minion divided the attack zones. Pulled Surion behind him, gripping his sword tightly and slashing nonstop at the swarm of vines. The monsters kept reviving, not completely disappearing, but their numbers had decreased significantly, Kim Seo-john mused. Suddenly, he noticed something glowing floating in the air. Moreover, it contained an immense amount of mana. Don't tell me it is the core of the dungeon or a medium for reviving the monsters, he thought with a start. A screech sounded behind Kim Seo-john. He immediately struck the mysterious glowing mass with his spear. His Gungnir just passed through it like air upon contact. Extremely strange. The dread swarm kept surging in an endless attack. Kim Seo-john faltered, realizing he still hadn't grasped the power of Longinus. The spear Longinus must not be inferior to Gungnir. Thinking he did, gathering all his strength to rush towards the glowing mass, wanting to try again. Over on the Gaon Academy team's side, after a difficult struggle, they all finished with 44 minutes and 51 seconds. They were extremely confident, believing this performance would overwhelm the other teams. Sigu grumbled to himself, our judgment was good, no mistakes, doubling the 20-minute record of the Hunter and Ellie team. This is the best result. As soon as they reached the exit, they saw the Dream Team already standing there. The woman in their group gleefully said they entered at the same time but came out first, certain of victory. Sigu thought Kim Seo-john's group was just lucky. But the scoreboard shattered his arrogance. Dream Academy ranked first with an infinite time. This absurdity caused the entire audience to nearly erupt. Yoo Hyun's eyes widened, guessing that with this achievement, Kim Seo-john could step into the professional hunter world right after the competition. He broke out in a cold sweat, telling himself he must stop it at all costs. Kim Seo-john also didn't expect he had done it. At first, he guessed the Longinus spear could penetrate mana barriers. Gungnir could also do the same thing. In the end, he had no choice but to convince himself that they were of different grades. He felt that wasn't exactly the unique effect of the Longinus spear. Gungnir had no effect, but Longinus could pierce through. Kim Seo-john recalled the fleeting moment he shattered the sphere. Perhaps the Longinus spear had the ability to directly strike the entity of the target. He absent-mindedly told himself he needed to experiment further. Min Eon and Su Rion standing nearby also couldn't believe Kim Seo-john had made all the dread vanish completely. Sigu swallowed his anger and went to find Kim Seo-john. He raised his chin and asked what trick he had used. I admit Kim Seo-john is a rare talent. I recently heard about the simulation test of the Hunter team. Achieving an infinite score in the fourth round is extremely impossible. Only Lee Hee-un has that ability. Perhaps I was too disappointed when comparing this fool to her. Her level is completely different from ours. Sigu was stunned for a moment, then turned and walked away under Kim Seo-john's confused gaze. Minion cursed angrily behind him, fuming the final round was about to start. Kim Seo-john thought his team could win because they had always ranked first. This challenge was easier than he thought. Suddenly, a voice called out loudly behind them. A man approached, stammering that he had a proposal. I came here to make an offer to everyone. If you agree, we will give you tickets to a competition with a prize of up to 6.5 billion won. The staggering amount left Kim Seo-john's group shocked and unable to believe their ears. But I have a condition. You know there will be a 9-star monster in the 5th stage, right? It is not as strong as a real 9-star monster because it is only summoned by magic, but it is definitely not something a cadet could face. The goal of the 5th stage is not to defeat the boss, but to evaluate how trainees attack strong monsters and adapt to the terrain, thereby giving a comprehensive score. Defeating the boss will give the highest score, but no team has ever conquered the annual battle. Our condition is for you to defeat the boss. If not, the dream team will lose all prize money. Every word the man said made Kim Seo-john hesitate slightly. If he refused, he would lose nothing. The 3 great academies must have already used their influence. More importantly, how to make Sigu's reaction as expected. The other academies think he cheated. The 3 great academies are trying to eliminate the dream team and restore their honor through this proposal. Kim Seo-john looked at Min Eon and Suryeon, not knowing what to do. What should I do? If successful, I will receive 6.5 billion won. If I fail, I lose 3 billion won. He lowered his head in thought. A moment later, he made a new proposal to the man. The total tournament prize is 6.5 billion won. Use your influence to increase it to 10 billion won, and we will accept. This statement made Minyan Surian and the man widened their eyes in shock. I need 500 million won upfront. If I divide 6.5 billion among 3 people, each gets over 2 billion. After spending 500 million won, the remaining 1.5 billion is not enough to cover the increased causality law. If the prize reaches 10 billion, I can buy both the lesson and the divine elixir enough to accept the risk. Kim Seo-john thought happily. The man could only sigh and turn back. Relaying the proposal to Do-hyun, they had seen through the organizers' intentions. Their combat instincts were really good. But I think they will refuse. Honestly, the dream team does not need to take the risk. That shows confidence, the surrounding staff murmured among themselves. Do-hyun, on the contrary, firmly believed Kim Seo-john's group could do it. After all, this monster was merely a shade, nothing difficult for the dream team. The final round of the competition quickly began. Aiming for the 10 billion won prize, the dream team enthusiastically entered the dungeon with high spirits. As soon as they entered, a strange dark energy pervaded the entire space. Outside, Do-hyun was horrified and knocked over his coffee cup. He realized that in the dungeon was not a 9-star monster, but the Joe, a ferocious 10-star monster. It seemed there was a malfunction here. Do-hyun did not want to witness cadets die from such a deadly monster. He immediately climbed over the fence, rushing inside hastily. After all, there have been cases of cadets dying from monsters summoned by magic, due to being attacked mentally by a psychic-type monster. A mental attack means the brain will be damaged. In the past, psychic-type monsters causing accidents were only around 5 or 6 stars. The psychic monster before them was also the Joe, an extremely powerful 10-star monster, not something cadets could face. Minyan and Surian were currently being mind-controlled by the monster. Their minds were agitated and frenzied. If this continued, the entire dream team would die in disgrace. Machine control panel, overloaded, was also struggling with no solution. Do-hyun angrily cursed the useless staff. He tore his hair, thinking of Ji-min. Suddenly, the system screen showed a scene that left everyone astonished. Kim Seo-john stood directly facing the monster, but his mind remained normal, as if nothing had happened. Surian and Min-eon had been pretending according to the monster's mind control technique. They were holding their heads, rolling on the ground, screaming incessantly. The monster now turned its target to Kim Seo-john, who was continuously winning, but how long would it last? You do not know you are nothing, how shameful. Do you think you will win even when you become a professional? As it was babbling endlessly, the monster suddenly froze stiff. When he discovered Kim Seo-john was still as normal as clockwork, thanks to the rapid surge in his enlightenment process earlier. Taking advantage of its moment of carelessness, Kim Seo-john immediately charged forward with his staff. The frightened monster tried to counterattack with corrupt words buried deep in his mind. Kim Seo-john's subconscious thoughts were being corrupted by the Joe's malicious intentions. They were seeds of doubt and worry that he had been fostering. In the deep darkness, the teacher's old teachings pushed his enlightenment process to positive infinity. The monster's evil words lingered persistently, one desperate man telling tales of the past, the other worrying about the future. The one who spoke of the present was the one who found peace in his heart. If a painter lets greed cloud his eyes and paints recklessly, the picture will be stained black. Sometimes one must know to let go of burdens and entanglements. If confused, accept the present. Climb the azure mountain, lie down, and listen to the sounds of water and the sky. Like the mountains, rivers, and the earth, are we not also children of the universe? You deserve to belong where you belong, even if you do not feel that way. By trusting in those things, Kim Seo-john escaped the psychological manipulation of the monster. The Tathagata Buddha granted Kim Seo-john the power of enlightenment through his teachings. Kim Seo-john cleansed the layer of black dust, standing firm as he moved forward to face the monster. Every nerve in his body now throbbed as if struck by electricity. But the seeds of doubt and worry had also withered. He would no longer be shaken. In other words, he was in an unwavering state. Kim Seo-john closed his eyes to steady himself. His body emitted a powerful, brilliant light. He swung his staff at the bewildered monster, taking it down in an instant. The system screen darkened and then flickered off. Everyone was in a flurry over this strange sight. The Joe was originally a 10-star intelligence monster. Honestly, no trainee could withstand its mental attack. Physical attacks were useless since it was a bodiless ghost. Only a holy mind had dealt with the Joe dungeons that had appeared in South Korea. Kim Seo-john took it down with a single blow. That guy is not someone our association can control, is he? Do-hyun said with a dismissive laugh. In the waiting room, Sigu stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed seeing Kim Seo-john handle the 10-star monster. Even a magical summon would be 8 or 9 stars. For a 9-star monster, except for S-rank hunters, attacking them was nearly hopeless. If it were Lee Hae-un, maybe it was possible. This was truly unbelievable. After the life and death battle, Kim Seo-john's limbs were so limp he could not stand up. Was it because the enlightenment process increased? Losing 90 days of progress only reached 17.5%. Now was 31.7, an increase of 14.2. Regardless, the Joe was still a top-tier enlightenment lesson. System my progress. While Kim Seo-John was dazed. Min-yeon and Soo-Ryeon had now regained consciousness. They were again shocked to the point of fainting upon learning Kim Seo-John handled the monster alone. All three hugged each other and stumbled out the door. As soon as they appeared, they were swarmed by competing university recruiters. Everyone wanted Kim Seo-John. The scene was as chaotic as a broken market. Do Hae-hun immediately rushed over to intervene in time. Seo-John, upon hearing the news, hurried to the hospital to check on his brother's condition. Luckily, he was fine. I was very scared something bad would happen to him. Kim Seo-John has not yet passed the professional hunter exam, but I cannot consider him a trainee. This was set from our first meeting, and I have also received a lot from him, which is truly worth celebrating. But what exactly were the feelings in his heart? Seo-John clutched his chest in confusion. Suddenly, the sound of knocking came from the door. It turned out the chairman himself had come to see him about the Joe incident. That young man had held the dragon's sword, a blade the sword saint had never given to anyone. When I heard the Joe had appeared, I thought no one could survive. He handled everything on his own. Now I understand why the Sword Saint cared so much about him. Moreover, the Sword Saint's beloved granddaughter was always by his side. It's a good thing I came here personally. The chairman smiled with satisfaction. Kim Seo-John suddenly remembered and quietly asked why the boss had to be the Joe and not something else. It was all because the dungeon mana core was overloaded when Jaemin first applied mutation research to the competition. Mutation, if the mana core became overloaded because of this, it meant we could create a pseudo-distortion. And if a pseudo-distortion could be created, was the Great Flood just a form of distortion? Seo-John bit his nails in deep thought. The chairman directly apologized for the incident and promised to fulfill any of his requests. Kim Seo-John immediately raised 3 fingers, hinting at 3 billion won. It was 3 billion for each member of the group, leaving the chairman speechless and frozen in place. The match, full of surprises and unpredictable moments, had finally ended. Seo-John displayed skills far beyond what the 3 academies could have imagined. It all stemmed from the monster incident caused by the overloaded mana core. From hunter associations to ordinary citizens, all of South Korea was going crazy for Team Dream Kim Seo-John. Soo-Ryeon adamantly refused the prize money, feeling she hadn't contributed as much as Balder, Seo-John, or Min-yeon. I didn't do anything, the leader handled the Joe himself. Without him we'd all be dead, what's the money for? Min-yeon also refused the 3 billion won, moving Kim Seo-John so much he almost shed tears. The 3 billion first prize, plus the rewards for second, third, and fourth place and sponsorships from major organizations, totaled 9 billion from the chairman's association. Out of the 19 billion won, Min-yeon and Soo-Ryeon each took only 3 billion, plus his own 9.5 billion, making a total of 22.5 billion. I can buy the Great Sage Equal to Heaven course for just 4.5 billion won. Seo-John rejoiced secretly. He inquired whether the group could raid a 6-star dungeon. Seo-John said he could only raid if there was at least 1 A-rank hunter in the team. Miss Seo-John was still a B-rank hunter. This way she didn't have enough authority to raid the dungeon. Kim Seo-John was confused. Seo-John was worried this would disappoint Kim Seo-John and kept apologizing, making him a bit awkward. But what should I do now? If I can't raid 6-star dungeons, I can't make much money. Should I wait longer to earn 4.5 billion? Or buy the mana course first? Best to learn both. Or maybe I should ask the advisor for advice. Kim Seo-John tossed and turned in thought. Just as he picked up his phone, the advisor shot out from the screen, nearly stopping his heart. Not funny. Seo-John tensed up. Hearing he was troubled over which course to choose first. The advisor said he could get both with a discount, but that made Seo-John astonished. Just as its name suggested. A special event where you get a discount based on your own karma, Kim Seo-John. This kind of discount event existed in the Supreme Academy, though it wasn't very common. You could even get up to a 100% discount. Seo-John heard this like an explosion in his ears. Shocked beyond belief, he dared not dream of the day he could get the Great Sage Equal to Heaven course for free. There was an event happening at the Academy, supporting the students with the highest scores. It was an event to help those with high scores in the mock test, the advisor said. If it was the mock test for Transcendent students, then Seo-John's last score was somewhat horrifying, truly a failure. Now that I know Zhang Sanfeng's footwork, the head queen's power, and the Buddha heart's steadfastness have also developed further, maybe my score will be higher if I retake the test. But still, it was impossible to achieve the highest score. Kim Seo-John pulled his hair in frustration. Suddenly, the advisor changed his wording, reigniting hope in Seo-John. The advisor said, more precisely, it was for the student with the most improved score. Simply put, it considered the points increased compared to the previous test. The discount rate matched the improvement rate. If your score increased by 50%, you get a 50% discount. This meant you didn't need a perfect score, because the standard was your own previous test. The advisor smiled. In other words, Seo-John's score just needed to be better than last time. Fortune favors the bold. He felt he couldn't miss this opportunity and immediately agreed to try once. That afternoon, Seo-John prepared the Fafnir favorite fake gold ingot and paid the mock test registration fee. Let me see, if I do this, I'll have 21.5 billion left. I need at least a 60% discount to get both courses for 10.8 billion. Adding the 2 billion elixir vial, it needs to be 70%. Translated into points, that's 20.3. 7 subjects, each just needs an increase of 3 points. Fantastic. Kim Seo-jeon focused his thoughts, then quickly pressed the yes button. Part 1 of the official test began. The surrounding scenery suddenly transformed unpredictably. He gripped the gold ingot tightly, sweating as he waited for the monster to appear. With a whoosh, a streak of speed flashed past, startling Seo-jeon. Kim Seo-jeon gritted his teeth and hurled the gold ingot straight at the monster. Next, he immediately drew his staff and ran in the opposite direction to throw it off. What he didn't expect was that the Hydra had grown 9 heads, its strength multiplied 9-fold. Kim Seo-jeon only had a 30-minute limit. This time he really had bad luck on top of poverty, hitting the jackpot indeed. Advisor's confused expression contrasted with Kim Seo-jeon's shouting. She said she thought he knew they wouldn't repeat old questions. Everyone only needed to remember the answers. Was that why he brought the gold bar? She still asked Kim Seo-jeon in confusion. Really, heavens, what use was it to say that now? He had to run while trying to fend off the rain of magic the monster spewed. Just need to raise each subject by 3 points, no more, no less. Kim Seo-jeon gritted his teeth and endured everything for the scores. After calming down, he used the cloud-stepping ladder combined with light body skill. He attacked continuously, but the monster did not yield. Ambushed, it angrily spat a stream of toxic mana that almost hit him. Because he was too eager to speak, less than a second later he was actually hit. A cut across his shoulder caused him excruciating pain. He could only roll around screaming, unable to do anything else. Phase 1 failed, time remaining 28 minutes 47 seconds. Kim Seo-jeon lay flattened on the ground. She still gently asked if the Hydra poison hurt. The Hydra was the top monster in terms of poison, so it must be extremely painful. Kim Seo-jeon was in such pain he wished for death. In Greek mythology, Chiron was poisoned by Hydra venom and could not overcome it. He begged to die because he did not want to live eternally. Kim Seo-jeon understood that feeling. After a rest period, he managed to get up because his learning speed was still increasing. If he continued, he could both avoid consequences and train. Stopping was also fine, but the advisor was not sure he had enough points. Having shot the arrow, he had to follow it. Despite fear, he pressed ES to continue. 9-headed monster appeared ferociously again. This subject was related to his combat level. Only by taking down the Hydra could he achieve a high score. After thinking it through, Kim Seo-jeon assumed his stance. He used his aura sword to swiftly throw it at the monster. He was overjoyed, thinking it was done. He thought he had taken care of one head. Unexpectedly, the severed head grew a new, stronger one, leaving him speechless. After the horrifying explosion caused by the monster, the alert and handsome Kim Seo-jeon had vanished even though only 19 seconds had passed. He lay pale with fear on the ground, trembling, not knowing what to do. In his previous exam, he scored 4.2 points by hitting Fafnir with Baldur's Longinus spear. He did not know the scoring method. If based on attack effectiveness, he would surely be tricked. He grimaced and tore his hair, uncertain how many heads to take down to win. She still directed him to look up guides online, but that was of no help either. Even if points were deducted, he could still score high using strategies from the commentary lectures. She still smiled brightly, saying it was his decision. Kim Seo-jeon was furious because she alternated between comforting and guiding without clarity. After many failures, Kim Seo-jeon had grown thick-skinned and unafraid. He cursed the advisor under his breath as he charged forward. Then, after countless grueling battles, Kim Seo-jeon achieved 8.8 points, an increase of 4.6 points, which satisfied him. She stood by praising him to the skies. Though she preferred sarcasm to compliments, it still swelled his ego. After all, he had met his goal of gaining an extra 3 points in the first subject. Let's continue, Kim Seo-jeon told himself. I've messed everything up, Kim Seo-jeon said, his face pale. He fell to his knees in a dazed state. 9 days ago, he took the second test on basic endurance. The requirement was to hold up the sky in place of the god Atlas for 1 hour. Kim Seo-jeon lifted until his shoulders nearly broke, achieving 5.9 points plus 2.2. 6 days ago, he competed in a staring contest with the manifestation of the god Agod. His eyeballs nearly fell out, finally earning 4.2 points in reflexes plus 1.9. 3 days ago, he endured Axelic's mana drain technique. Within the allotted time, his mana score was 1.6 plus 0.4. Adding up all the points, he was shocked to have only 9.1, falling short of the 20.3 target by 11.2 points. She still smiled, saying his 2 levels of point improvement had to exceed 50% to receive the event reward. Kim Seo-jeon was drenched in sweat, his face twisted like a rag. Jun clicked on the 5th test. He was determined to pass the test that required listening to the requiem of the Archleague within the allotted time. Fortunately, with a steady mind, Kim Seo-jeon, after washing himself of Baldur's song, peacefully overcame the challenge. Level 2 appeared with a challenge requiring Kim Seo-jeon to exorcise a 9th layer hell demon that was controlling his mind. This challenge was like a mosquito to Kim Seo-jeon. He did not even bother listening to that demon's nonsense. Level 3 continued with the requirement to resist the seduction of the goddess Aphrodite. That swaying woman approached Kim Seo-jeon, but did not catch his interest. He just wondered how she was not cold wearing so little. Unexpectedly, he passed the beauty trial easily, making the advisor stare wide-eyed. Level 4 appeared along with countless screams from the deepest hell. It forced him to endure it for a specified time. Kim Seo-jeon was a veteran unafraid of a little rain. He just posed a few trivial questions and shut up those noisy demons. The advisor stood there like an avocado, not expecting him to be this impressive. Level 5 forced him to resist the temptation of the manifestation of the Demon King Mephistopheles within the allotted time. The Demon King immediately appeared. Sins of humanity became vividly clear before his eyes. Kim Seo-jeon broke out in cold sweat as his heart pounded. Though he did not know how, he finally managed to resist it. However, at the final sin of pride, Kim Seo-jeon failed miserably. After trying many times, fortunately he managed to succeed in overcoming it. The next course test would be held in 3 days. The advisor discovered that last week, Kim Seo-jeon's progress was only 15.5%. It had now increased to 31.7%, shocking him to the core. Not only that, Hakwin's lecture progress had also increased inexplicably, making the advisor unable to believe it. Kim Seo-jeon humbly thought it was all just luck. After today, his mental score was 22.8 points plus 13, a very satisfying number that made him overjoyed. A few days later, they finally announced the results to Kim Seo-jeon. He had done it. The target was an additional 70%, but he actually increased by 80%, equivalent to an 80% discount coupon. He finally got to hear the lecture of Qi Tiandesheng. If not for his strong heart, he would have fainted several lifetimes ago. I am just curious, how many points do I need to not fail? Kim Seo-jeon asked the advisor. The advisor replied that he just needed over 60 points per subject, but if one subject was below 60, he would fail immediately. In other words, Kim Seo-jeon needed a total of 630 or more, hearing which felt like a slap in the face. Damn it, his total score was only 52.2. That was not even equal to the remainder of the required score. After getting the discount coupon, he decided to register for Qi Tiandesheng's class. Seeing that the meteor staff technique was quite attractive, Kim Seo-jeon tried clicking to check. The system reported an error because it required a level 5 parry thrust technique. One day I will definitely learn the meteor staff technique. For now, I will just learn what I can. Kim Seo-jeon thought, and then immediately clicked on Qi Tiandesheng's spear technique and polearm basic strength sections. The tuition fee of 5,400,000,000 points made his hands shake, but he swallowed his tears and registered. As soon as he clicked, the phone screen froze, making him panic. If 5 billion was lost, he would quit this life. Just then, a beam of magical art shot out from Qi Tiandesheng's position on the screen. It finally appeared to teach Kim Seo-jeon. He taught him basic spear and polearm techniques, parry, block, and thrust along with highly proficient movements. Kim Seo-jeon watched with wide eyes, letting out sighs of admiration. The system required him to perform the parry strike movement 100 times. Kim Seo-jeon sighed, unsure if he could do it. Ah, right, you are taking the basic class, but from intermediate level it will be a super class. That is why the tuition is expensive. This is a completely different level. You will understand better when you experience it yourself, the advisor said. Kim Seo-jeon swung his spear to practice according to the movements Qi Tiandesheng taught. It truly was a supreme skill. He only moved a few times. Traces of magic burst forth rapidly. Even the ground around him cracked open. Kim Seo-jeon's jaw dropped, not expecting this magic to be so powerful. At a restaurant, representatives from the 3 top hunter academies, Ellie, Aeon, and Hunter Mills, were holding a meeting. The situation of our 3 hunter academies has not been very favorable lately. People say the 3 academies combined are no match for Dream Academy. Jin Han opened the conversation, then asked Jin Song for his opinion on how to deal with Kim Seo-jeon. Jin Song asked back, at the very least we must dampen his fighting spirit. Jin Hyun made a statement that put Jin Song on edge, because if there was a mistake, all of Yus's hunters could disappear as well. Hunter also felt that Jin Seo spoke very reasonably. The 2 of them stood up in frustration, intending to leave first. Suddenly Jin Han mentioned the friendly tournament, making them pause for a few seconds. Jin Han squinted with a half smile, saying he would consider sending Haeon this time. As for Kim Seo-jeon, he had turned everything around him into rubble with just a single basic staff swing. It seemed some divine power radiated during the swing, Kim Seo-jeon thought to himself. Even so, this technique consumed quite a bit of energy, truly worthy of being an intermediate great sage equal to Heaven Manual. Kim Seo-jeon had participated in the transcendent lesson on power for beginners, far exceeding his limits, so now he had no choice but to struggle on. At this rate, even 10 slippers would be hard, let alone 1,000. Kim Seo-jeon sat flat on the ground, panting heavily, thinking, aren't you also planning to attend the lesson on mana? Since Kim Seo-jeon was making remarkable progress with Heracus, if he also took the mana course, he would achieve his goal. That statement helped Kim Seo-jeon quickly regain his spirits. After repairing the surrounding road, Kim Seo-jeon, under his advisor's guidance, decided to try the key cultivation class of the swordmaster Lu Dongbin. After listening to him explain for a while, Kim Seo-jeon, though his mind was buzzing and it went in one ear and out the other, still understood the gist of it. A body part called the inverse passage, also known as the brain. So, because the brain is an important important part of the upper dantian. It's also called the mind region. Kim Seo-jeon wondered. The upper area is the brain, the middle area is the heart, and the lower part is the abdomen. In short, according to Master Ludongbin, compared to training mana, cultivating internal Qi increases gradually is easy to accumulate, but requires time. If one wants to be safe, one must cultivate Qi. That was his point. Kim Seo-jeon pondered. The system then displayed a lecture on the power of Qi guided by Sleipnir. Kim Seo-jeon felt something was very strange. I cannot participate in 2 lectures at the same time, can I? According to Master Ludongbin, the upper dantian is the brain region, so wouldn't the Buddha's steadfast mind lecture be able to function as the upper dantian? He asked the advisor. Steadfast mind is something to learn in the Transcendent course. It can also be said that Transcendent students have already taught themselves how to use a steadfast heart. So that means using all 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower of the elixir field is entirely possible. The comprehension speed of Merlin's lecture has increased. I absolutely must have it. Kim Seo-jeon made up his mind, looking at the screen and telling himself. Up until now, the other students of the advisor only chose based on preference. Kim Seo-jeon then put on a pitiful puppy dog face. His eyes sparkled as he begged the advisor to help him ask the instructor if it was possible. He really wanted to learn both, but the money issue was the most troubling matter. For now, let's have that advisor ask and clarify things first. As soon as he got home, Kim Seo-jeon saw Seo-jeon standing in the house with 3 strangers. They were the representatives from the Termin Eli and Gayan academies. As soon as they saw Kim Seo-jeon, they immediately rushed over to greet him. Kim Seo-jeon had no idea what the hell the top 3 representatives were doing here. It turned out they wanted to invite his academy to participate in a friendly tournament with their academies. Just as he was getting excited, hearing the tournament had no prize, Kim Seo-jeon immediately lost interest. Then forget it, no prize, no participation. Ignoring that group of people who were crying and begging, Kim Seo-jeon eventually shifted the responsibility onto Minyeon, causing the representatives' faces to fall as their plans fell through at the last minute. A few minutes prior, the matter of Kim Seo-jeon demanding a prize of a whopping 6 billion had already shocked them. Never expected him to be so greedy for money. If Kim Seo-jeon did not participate, all their efforts would be in vain, because the competition was organized to defeat him. The whole group was so anxious for a while that even Minyeon, standing on this side, grew impatient. Kim Seo-jeon did not know what to do, as he was also crushed by the money issue. After waiting for a long while, Jin Hyun finally opened his mouth to say they had all decided to set up a prize. But it came with a condition. They wanted him to be the one to decide the method and rules of the competition. At the same time, they demanded that everyone from Dream Academy also participate. Everyone happily agreed. Even Miss Seo-jeon was perfectly fine with participating in this match. And so the prize was set at 6 billion won, exactly as per Kim Seo-jeon's initial proposal. Because the format was a one-on-one duel instead of a team match, if he won, he could take all 6 billion of those soldiers. From that moment on, all the members of Dream Academy each day threw themselves into tireless magic training. Because besides the prize of 6 billion soldiers, there was also 4 billion won for the runner-up and 2 billion for third place, with total rewards reaching 12 billion won. Kim Seo-jeon saw that Miss Seo-jeon was exhausting herself in training for his sake. Sweating and toiling so intensely made him a bit uneasy. If she was doing everything for him, then she didn't need to push herself so hard. Kim Seo-jeon said he had only ever been helped by him and had never done anything for him, so he should at least repay the favor once. Don't worry too much, Seo-jeon quickly replied, then pushed Kim Seo-jeon outside to focus on his training. Kim Seo-jeon scratched his head and walked outside, feeling he still had many things to prepare for the tournament. Just then, she sent a message to Kim Seo-jeon, suggesting he temporarily pause the course on mana. The matter was quite complicated, so the advisor couldn't discuss it over the phone. Kim Seo-jeon didn't understand much, but had to switch to studying the current course to improve his progress. A few days later, on the morning of the friendly tournament, Kim Seo-jeon's entire group had arrived at the venue, a vast area like a battlefield. It was indeed different, a tournament hosted by the top 3 academies. Many reporters had swarmed around the entrances and exits since early morning. Seo-jeon opened the match schedule and saw the first round was a knockout tournament among the students. Soo-ryun and Minyeon over here were quarreling noisily and were immediately disqualified for stepping off the platform. Suddenly, the reporters stirred in a frenzy at the appearance of some figure. The girl surrounded by reporters and journalists was Haley. Amid countless flashes of cameras and a barrage of questions directed at her, a tactless reporter blurted out a question. There's a rumor you're not participating in the tournament because of Kim Seo-jeon, is that true? Haeun paused for about 2 seconds. Then she forced out a fake smile and asked back who Kim Seo-jeon was. Reporters were so frightened their faces turned pale and they stood frozen stiff. Witnessing this scene, Kim Seo-jeon finally realized she was the infamous hunter Lee Haeun. Minyeon blurted out that Haeun was really rude. He immediately got a few punches back from Soo-ryun. The commotion from this bickering pair caught the attention of the reporters. They quickly recognized that Kim Seo-jeon's group was also present at the competition. They immediately rushed over and surrounded them like ants on a bait. Kim Seo-jeon just gave a forced smile and led the group inside. In the waiting room, the Boulder coordinator announced that personal equipment was strictly prohibited. Each person was issued suitable tools. The quality wasn't bad, but the group found them quite unfamiliar to handle. Minhwa and Suryeon were like cats and dogs. Whenever they got close, they made so much noise that Kim Seo-jeon had to constantly intervene. Kim Seo-jeon held the spear issued by Balder, worried inside about whether he could use it properly. The first round was between Kim Seo-jeon and a blonde-haired guy. He felt disheartened seeing how frail he looked. He discontentedly remembered his friend Sigu, who had chickened out and withdrawn upon hearing Kim Seo-jeon was participating. Who exactly was he that they had to create a rule banning personal equipment? He sighed and thought to himself that idiot Sigu was scared enough to back down. He was determined to make Kim Seo-jeon realize who the real top rookie was. He was indeed a greenhorn who hadn't learned his lesson. After the start signal, Kim Seo-jeon suddenly vanished like the wind. He was bewildered and had no idea what the hell was happening. Immediately after, Kim Seo-jeon appeared in front of him to launch a surprise attack, making him want to flee in fear. The enormous shockwave from Kim Seo-jeon hit him, causing him to tremble violently. Surrounding dirt and rocks were also swept up in a thick cloud. Then came the final direct knockout blow. Facing the sharp spear tip, he was scared stiff, frozen in place. He had no strength left to resist. Victory belonged to Kim Seo-jeon in an instant. He noticed the spear in Kim Seo-jeon's hand had already cracked into pieces at some point, making him even more terrified. Okay, I'm fine, used to it, a bit fishy. Just as I predicted, it couldn't handle it. The first time I touched this spear, I felt uneasy. Who knew it would crack after just 3 swings? I'll probably have to replace the spear every round. Kim Seo-jeon thought to himself. Suryeon and Minhwa were extremely excited by his performance just now. Articles about him are even appearing online now. Kim Seo-jeon versus Lee Hae-un, who will be the victor? The comments below the article are quite negative, even appearing in search suggestions. More importantly, the top 3 guilds will cover all expenses for the friendly tournament, just to attract his attention. Seo said this might be because Kim Seo-jeon is truly impressive. Whether insiders or outsiders, everyone imagines Hae-un as an insurmountable wall, so people will be excited that Kim Seo-jeon is slowly breaking it down. This is in stark contrast to the cheerful mood of Kim Seo-jeon's group right now. Hae-un is extremely annoyed that the name Kim Seo-jeon is plastered all over the newspapers. No matter how much he struggles in the end, isn't he just outstanding at the trainee level? She opened her mouth to respond to Jin Han's worries about Kim Seo-jeon. Looking out from the glass room, that man saw Kim Seo-jeon chatting happily. His expression, completely devoid of tension, made Jin Han even more afraid. The tournament and the journey to find the champion continued. As expected, Minhwa had climbed to a high rank. Although Kim Seo-jeon thought Suryeon would struggle, the little girl fought very well. And as for Kim Seo-jeon himself, up to this point, he had even replaced the spears themselves. The price of a single weapon reaches tens of millions of won. The total replacement cost probably exceeds 1 billion. At this rate, the weapon expenses are greater than the prize money. This situation is like the navel being bigger than the belly. We can't refuse to replace a weapon that's been completely destroyed like this. The Balder organization staff member thought with a cold sweat. Just then, Kim Seo-jeon suggested using his own weapon. Made the organization frantically ask their superiors to find the best solution. The next match was Suryeon's. The girl was now trembling with anxiety. It turned out her opponent this time was Hae-un. No wonder the girl was trembling. Suryeon must be under a lot of pressure. She hasn't been studying at the Holy Mage for very long, Kim Seo-jeon thought, paling. Seeing Suryeon's anxiety, he tried to reassure her that winning or losing didn't matter, but he hadn't been much help in the last raid. The feeling of accomplishing something together, being known by people, and the sense of achievement after improving one's abilities, that whole process was really very enjoyable. So that is why he could feel the distance more clearly than others. He had to show that he could do something too, that she deserved to accompany them. Suryeon made up her mind, thinking silently. The command sounded over the speakers, and Suryeon immediately bid farewell to Kim Seo-jeon to head to the arena. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Hae-un sauntered in, making Suryeon anxious again. After the start signal, Suryeon quickly used her magical power to spring backward like an arrow. In contrast, Hae-un didn't even move a toe. He simply looked at Suryeon with a contemptuous gaze, challenging her. Go ahead, try unleashing everything you've got. Sure enough, she would realize how insignificant she was. So give it your best shot, Hae-un said arrogantly. Provoked, Suryeon ground her teeth in anger. Swinging her arm with all her might, she wanted to teach Hae-un a lesson. Why does everyone say the same boring things? Hae-un remained calm, sighing as he spoke. On this side, Suryeon strained, unleashing a terrifying force from behind. At the same time, she launched a locking strike, darting swiftly towards Hae-un. The Balder organization people around were stunned, eyes wide. They didn't understand why a mage like Suryeon would engage in close combat with an opponent like Hae-un. Suryeon charged in, delivering swift strikes while countless magical forces continuously radiated. The more those people watched, the more amazed they became, because they hadn't expected it from mere trainees. But Suryeon had the ability to cast spells with such unpredictable and high-quality movements. Usually, a mage's role in a team is just to stand in the back and cast spells. Does a real battle actually go like that? What if mana becomes chaotic? What if the mage is in a state of mana restriction? What happens if there is a mana explosion, and the world no longer has mana? What happens if there are no hunters to protect the mage? The reality is that the situation can change at any moment. During the peak era of mages in the Great Flood Age, this was the fighting style of the holy mages Kim Seo-jon thought as he watched. In the early days of the Great Flood era, the holy mages were known as a disaster. Other countries called them war mages. Haeon waited for Suryeon to prance around for a while. Only then did he officially swing his sword, striking out. Suryeon was forced to cough up blood from the pressure. In pain, Suryeon tried to counterattack but could not even leave a single scratch on Haeon. He suddenly reached out and physically struck Suryeon in the face. The blow sent the girl tumbling to the ground. Everyone paled at the sight as Haeon pulled Suryeon up, intending to slap her again. Kim Seo-jon and Min Eon could not stand it and charged forward. Reminded by the Boulder organization, Haeon had to shove Suryeon aside. She straightened her back, smoothed her hair, and walked into the backstage. Kim Seo-jon ran over to help Suryeon up, her body now bruised all over. Provoked by Haeon, Kim Seo-jon's blood boiled and he was about to lunge. Seeing this, Suryeon hastily held him back. She shed tears, blaming herself for not being strong enough for the fight with Haeon. Healers came to treat the wounds. Fortunately, Suryeon's injuries were not serious. As for Haeon, she only received a mild warning for her violent behavior. Min Eon, seeking revenge for Suryeon, also got her head bruised. Seeing Seo-jon agitated, Kim Seo-jon tried to hold her back. He told her to just ignore Haeon. The tournament continued, but Kim Seo-jon could not remember anything after that. He only saw Seo-jon's worried face and the broken spears. Finally, the long-awaited match arrived. It was the match between Kim Seo-jon and Lee Haeon. I ask you one question, was it necessary to do that? You are the best hunter. You would not understand the feeling of despair when a future is trampled. But do you know that despair is proof of effort, and you trampled on that effort? That is not something you can look down on, no matter how skilled you are. Kim Seo-jon spoke in a cold tone, making Haeon angrily ask if he was done talking. I knew it, talking to you is useless, and you can taste it yourself. Do your best. Kim Seo-jon was ready to fight. He assumed a defensive stance with sharp eyes, ready to make Haeon taste defeat. Do you think you are something special because of all the praise? Why are you not a hypocrite when you beat up the weak to make an appearance? Haeon retorted, enough with the cursing, the match officially began. Haeon instantly took a defensive stance as fast as lightning. Kim Seo-jon remained as aloof as an avocado, which made Haeon furious. She aggressively drew her sword and charged straight at him. Kim Seo-jon quickly stepped back, easily dodged every slash Haeon made. His contemptuous attitude only infuriated Haeon more. Her strength increased, but to Kim Seo-jon it was nothing. Haeon was forced to use a sword beam. Only then did Kim Seo-jon start to get serious. His terrifying power caused Haeon to falter. A super-grade mana blast sent her flying outward. For a strong person like Haeon, this was a huge humiliation. Haeon still tried to fight back. Kim Seo-jon unleashed a skill that made everyone's skin crawl. Haeon was special. She did not need scales like others. She could still reach the peak. That was extraordinary ability. Genius always overwhelming the ordinary. In truth, when hailed as the best hunter in history, he felt no pride or satisfaction at all, because it was always a given. When soloing against Kim Seo-jon, she felt she was at a disadvantage against him, confronted by Kim Seo-jon's circulating power. Haeon was struck so hard she coughed up blood. He only lightly twirled his spear, yet she was already this dazed. Next match turned the world upside down. Decisive turn caused Haeon to fall. He finished Balder with a spear thrust from Kim Seo-jon. This time Haeon truly had no way to resist. Impossible. Unreasonable. So bizarre. How could this be? Could not believe that man was stronger than him. Was there really someone in this world more skilled than him? I'm the strongest hunter in history. I cannot accept this. Haeon was furious, gritting her teeth as she thought. She immediately gripped her sword tightly and charged straight at Kim Seo-jon. Instead, she was slapped back by his force. The face slap enraged her. Currently, Haeon had a weapon in her hand, so she held an advantage over Kim Seo-jon, who was unarmed. Moreover, she seemed unwilling to give up. Kim Seo-jon swung his arms repeatedly, beating Haeon like a punching bag. Out there, many people endured being beaten down to rise up. Life was not easy. They did not have talent like her, so there was no other choice but to train every day, Kim Seo-jon said. Haeon did not want to listen, swinging her sword wildly, but to no effect. But do you know why? Those people did not care about fighting back or winning. Even if they were defeated every day, they only cared about how far they had come. So no matter how many blows they took, they never fell. They advanced step by step slowly, enduring blow after blow, and still stood up after every match. Outsiders thought that was peace, but the undercurrents were already surging. The only way was to keep fighting. That was the true genius. Kim Seo-jon looked straight at Haeon and said coldly, "She claims to be the best hunter in history, yet I, unarmed, knocked her down. What kind of genius is she? We're not people for her to trample or mock." Balder, the power of the god. Kim Seo-jon took down Haeon with a single punch. The moment she knelt at his feet, everyone around was horrified. The first round ended. Kim Seo-jon officially won. The incident made the 3 academy representatives restless. They did not want to admit it, but they had to acknowledge. It was impossible to defeat Kim Seo-jeon. In just 3 moves, he had stunned Haeon. This was not the level of an ordinary student. When everyone was in despair, not daring to think of crossing him, Jin Hyun came up with an idea to exploit this situation. I have already lost to Kim Seo-jeon. I have not lost to Dream Academy, have I? The man bared his teeth in a sinister grin. After the match, Kim Seo-jeon was swarmed by countless reporters like a celebrity. Seo-jeon saw him running to the locker room. She immediately said that all of South Korea was in an uproar because of him. Comments and posts on social media were popping up non-stop. Everyone praised him endlessly. But there were also those who mocked her as the Sword Saint's granddaughter, yet only reaching B rank. They thought she was just riding fame, which infuriated him. Glancing at Seo-jeon, he felt a little hard-axed. She was sad but still forced a smile on her lips. Aside from that, we should plan for the second match. There is also the upcoming dungeon raid team list, Seo-do said. Kim Seo-jeon panicked. Suryeon and Minyeon were both in the hospital. Who would fight with him? Suryeon replied that he would ask Baldur again, then cheerfully said goodbye to him. Fatigue then washed over Kim Seo-jeon. He lay down on the chair to rest, blaming himself for using holy power at the last moment. He could have just knocked Haeon unconscious. Because he was a bit emotional, he accidentally used it. Now thinking back, it felt unnecessary. Kim Seo-jeon panted and regretted it. Suddenly at that moment, the advisor appeared like a ghost, startling him. It almost gave Kim Seo-jeon a heart attack, sending him to meet his ancestors. The advisor said she had asked many teachers and the principal on his behalf. They all shook their heads and said it was not possible. Kim Seo-jeon could only sigh in disappointment. These transcendents, none of them thought like he did. Hey, let a person finish speaking first. The principal said if it was Kim Seo-jeon, it was fine. The advisor abruptly changed direction, putting his mood on a super fast roller coaster. The principal only said it was a possibility. She was not certain either, because from the start, she had affirmed using both the middle and lower dantian simultaneously was impossible. First, all living beings can absorb and use a certain amount of mana. Mana is the resource of life essence, so it cannot exceed the limit of the entity. The resource limit a living entity can withstand is the limit of karma. Either the middle dantian or the lower dantian is enough. An entity exceeding this existing karma limit might decay or dissipate into the void. However, if you Kim Seo-jeon use both the middle and lower dantian, there is still a chance the entity will not decay or disappear. That is because the karma of you Kim Seo-jeon has never been measured. You Kim Seo-jeon, regardless of the previous situation, your effect has never been measured. Do you still remember the incident last time? There was a time I had no ID, so I reported it to the principal. Anyway, because your karma has never been measured, you do not have any set limit. Therefore, the consideration of retaining the effects of both types of dantian, while the entity might not dissipate, is a direct quote from the principal. She also said when using 2 dantian at the same time, you must be careful of a few things. First, both must be open simultaneously. Second, you must withstand the immense burden of karma. Advisor spoke in a torrent like a flowing spring. If both types of dantian are opened, the amount of mana to fill them also increases exponentially, not simply doubling. Simple cultivation cannot compensate, so elixir potions are needed to supplement mana. In other words, Kim Seo-jeon has to pour a ton of money into this. He was indeed broke yet had expensive tastes. Seeing Kim Seo-jeon cry in despair, the advisor suggested he should consider it, because the principal would not take the 3 words "a possibility" lightly. A transcendent who can use all 3 dantian. If this matter really succeeds, many unimaginable things will happen. She said she was looking forward to it from you. The advisor said with a sly grin. Teacher Kim Seo-jeon was curious about the principal's identity. The advisor reminisced for a moment, then said she was a rank 2 transcendent. This was the first time Kim Seo-jeon had heard the title rank 2 transcendent, so he was quite shocked. Just as the advisor was about to tell the history of the ultimate academy, Seo-jeon abruptly opened the door and entered, startling the kid, who hurriedly fell silent like a quail. Jin Hyun also appeared at the same time, announcing that the second round had been agreed upon by everyone to be held. Therefore, for the second round, we will change the rules a bit. What do you think about attacking the Baldur dungeon in a team consisting of 1 student and 1 trainer, instead of just students? Jin Hyun said in a gentle tone. If so, then Seo-jeon and Kim Seo-jeon might be on the same team. Miss Seo-jeon is only a B rank hunter, while the trainers from other teams are at least A rank, revealing this power gap then. Just as Kim Seo-jeon was still pondering, Seo-jeon immediately demanded Jin Hyun increase the prize money. This made Kim Seo-jeon freeze, almost choking. Do not worry about me. As a director, I have never helped you before. Let me help this once. What they say means nothing to me. Seo-jeon said with a smile to Kim Seo-jeon. He thought for a moment and then made a proposal to Jin Hyun, demanding that the representatives of those 3 top academies should also step out to attack Baldur. If you give us a 6 billion won prize pool, then no matter what rules you make, we will accept them. If not, do not even dream about it. Seeing Kim Seo-jeon be so blunt, Jin Hyun's face turned pale, but he had to agree. The final second round rules are as follows. The representatives and students of Dream Academy, Mingaon and Ellie group, will form teams and attack the dungeon. The dungeon is divided in 1, 2, and 3. The students enter the first dungeon. The representatives enter the second dungeon and will fight solo there. If the mana stones taken from each dungeon are placed on the pedestal, the boss in the third dungeon will be summoned. Everything will end when the students and the representatives take down the boss together. The team that clears dungeon 1 and 2 and has the fastest boss kill time will win. After receiving 6 billion, Kim Seo-jeon immediately used the money to purchase courses. At the second round test site for Team Dream, Seo-jeon had been waiting for Kim Seo-jeon for a while. Seo-jeon was quite nervous at this moment, sweat pouring down like rain. Seo-jeon was not strong, bald, or the representatives could not be changed, but the time for the second round was cumulative. He had to shorten his own time as much as possible to win this round. He had already opened his upper dantian, but he did not know if he could keep up with those former S-rank hunters. He was thinking random thoughts. The notification to enter had sounded. Kim Seo-jeon waved goodbye to Seo-jeon, then Hong Dong went in first. As soon as he set one foot inside, a mountain of monsters had been waiting there for Kim Seo-jeon since afternoon. Gathering them all together like this made it too convenient for him to handle them all at once. Initially, Kim Seo-jeon only intended to swing his club lightly, but someone slipped, causing the spirit. The force exerted far exceeded the limit. After a round of spinning among the monsters, Kim Seo-jeon easily obtained the mana stone. He quickly crawled back outside. While waiting for Seo-jeon to return, Kim Seo-jeon hurriedly brought the stone to place it on the pillar to record the time. Unexpectedly, before he could place it, the board displayed the results of the Hang to Min Academy, shocking him. The time difference between Dungeon 1 and 2 was very large. Dungeon 1 was for students, Dungeon 2 was for representatives, so it seemed reasonable. For his side it was the opposite. If he placed the stone, he would win, but if Miss Seo-jeon lost to a student, she would be heavily criticized. But if he waited for her, he would lose his chance to win. Dungeon 2 had an 8-star difficulty. Miss Seo-jeon could fail. Kim Seo-jeon was confused, blaming himself for being greedy for money. He looked at the scoreboard and then remembered Soo-jeon's words from before. Kim Seo-jeon gripped the mana stone tightly, his hand trembling uncontrollably. As for Soo-jeon at the moment, she was facing off against the monster. The lizard spewed a sea of fire. He had to do it. Kim Seo-jeon was probably waiting outside. Even if he was not faster than him, she had to clear this dungeon. Faced with the monster's relentless attack filled with smoke and fire, Seo-jeon continued to struggle tirelessly. In truth, her skills were not outstanding. As the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, a hero from the Great Flood, she was personally taught by him, yet she was still only an ordinary B rank. Seo-jeon respected him but also hated him for the constant comparisons and criticism. She also hated herself. In this moment between life and death, remembering Kim Seo-jeon's smile and words of encouragement gave her strength. 1 dot meant crashing the car, 2 dots meant knocking out that group of monsters. When she first met Kim Seo-jeon, he thought they were just using each other. He thought he could use him to raise the Academy's reputation. The Hunter test was coming soon, and this tournament would probably end their relationship. This short relationship was ending. Even if it was not much, she wanted to be helpful to Kim Seo-jeon. As long as she did not hold him back, that was enough. Seo-jeon held the mana stone in her hand. Swallowing her painful tears, she stepped outside. What she did not expect was that Kim Seo-jeon was also standing in front of the dungeon entrance. The sight of him seeming to have just stepped out made her feel extremely bitter. Why did you do that? Seo-jeon, with tears welling up, asked about Kim Seo-jeon's intentional act. Miss Seo-jeon, it was true he really needed money, but not to that extent. He could earn money anytime, but a broken heart could not be mended. Kim Seo-jeon smiled as he took both their stones and placed them on the pedestal. The system meticulously calculated the total time. He continued, saying that to win, they had to find the boss within 48 seconds. Miss Seo-jeon, I really wanted to tell you this. If I were alone, I could never have come this far. So this time, I am relying on you, and for everything after this as well. You are the only person I can trust. If I faint, remember to take care of me. Every word from Kim Seo-jeon moved Seo-jeon to sobbing tears. Just after finishing his instructions to Seo-jeon, Kim Seo-jeon immediately swung his arm and charged forward. About 30 seconds left. There is no way to find and take down the basilic in time. Instead, I will use brute force to impact the dungeon and cause it to collapse. The Crimson Dungeon will cave in. Kim Seo-jeon, the Grand Elder Fu said it and did it. Too fast, too dangerous. He used his sword aura, combining divine power to wreck this place. It was not enough. He also gulped down the blazing breath he had just bought. In less than a second, surging mana overwhelmed Seo-jeon, leaving her dazed. Kim Seo-jeon's entire body was enveloped by a massive energy field. The lower dantian and middle dantian were merging together. He recalled the teachings of his instructor. Kim Seo-jeon gripped his spear tightly. From the inside out, he decisively swung it upward. The entire space seemed to warp and shatter with each motion. Finally, a piercing thrust that hit the mark with undeniable reliability. Every single strike was incredibly impressive. Grand Elder. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion erupted. The scene flashed bright white, obscuring everything around. The group of trainees and instructors watched the peak-level display in stunned silence. Kim Seo-jeon himself was too shocked to speak. Dream Academy finished their assault in 41 seconds, an impossible feat. Waking up, Kim Seo-jeon was startled to find himself lying on a hospital bed. Seo-jeon quickly reminded herself that they had won in order to calm down. Teacher Kim Seo-jeon was still fine, with no loss of energy. Seo-jeon awkwardly thanked him. Lost in tender affection, their 4 eyes met. The romantic atmosphere was suddenly shattered. by a horde of nosy reporters barging into his room. We only lost to Kim Seo-jan as an individual, not to the entire Dream Academy. What do you think of that statement? One guy rushed forward and shoved a mic at Kim Seo-jan asking. After a moment of pondering, Kim Seo-jan finally spoke. I am just a trainee of Dream Academy. What could I have done? I just followed the headmaster's orders, right? Seo-jan was startled, her eyes wide as he shifted the attention onto her. The reporters shifted their barrage of questions as fast as a flash, leaving her flustered. Information about Kim Seo-jan spread across newspapers and media. With the participation of Dream Academy, including Kim Seo-jan, this friendly match drew national attention. Not only did he defeat the great prodigy Lee Hyun, but he also blew up the dungeon. The story was truly unbelievable, akin to a battle of gods, but it had yet to be proven. Now let us put the debate to rest. The secret lies with the headmaster of Dream Academy herself. The YouTuber, after mentioning Seo-jan, shifted his focus to Seo-jun. He praised her, believing Kim Seo-jan succeeded due to a dual-wielding alliance with Hyun. After watching the clip, Kim Seo-jan was so happy his eyes crinkled, saying Seo-jan was the light of his life was not wrong. On the way back to the academy to fully absorb the divine elixir, Kim Seo-jan happened to spot Lee Hyun deliberately waiting for him. Kim Seo-jan did not want to talk to her. He immediately walked past her coldly without a pause. Hyun ate an entire avocado, too shocked to speak. After a long while, she finally hummed a few sounds. Kim Seo-jan also stopped, patiently listening to Hyun. There is a rumor that he is a disciple of the Sword Saint. Hyun stammered as she opened her mouth. If I were a disciple of the Sword Saint, I would have used a sword, not a spear. Can you not figure that out? I am leaving after I say this. Kim Seo-jan coldly turned his head and quickly walked away. Hyun still did not give up, trying to call after him. She pressed Kim Seo-jan with all sorts of questions, from what Dream Academy teaches, to what he liked to eat, or what his training methods were. Too annoying, Kim Seo-jan did not want to answer, so he used his light body skill and shot into the sky. Unexpectedly, Hyun was able to keep up. This made Kim Seo-jan extremely irritated. He scolded her endlessly, saying she really knew how to provoke people. What else are you curious about? Or are you planning to use the Sword Saint to excuse your defeat? Hyun flusteredly waved her hands, saying she was just curious. She used to be colder and more arrogant, after all. Kim Seo-jan scratched his head, looking puzzled. Hyun said she had something she needed to find Seo-jan about. Kim Seo-jan immediately became alert. He warned her not to follow him, then walked away without stopping. Kim Seo-jan thought to himself, wondering where Seo-jan had gone in such a hurry. At this moment, Seo-jan was kneeling before her grandfather, the Sword Saint. She proposed she wanted to wield a sword, which surprised him quite a bit. This was not the first time she asked to be allowed to wield a sword herself. Seo-jan gave the reason that she wanted to fight alongside Kim Seo-jan. You mean you want to give up your dream to follow that brat? The Sword Saint asked. I am not giving up my dream, grandfather. I want to take a different path and wield a sword again. Seo-jan answered strongly, recalling the words Kim Seo-jan once said, that dreams are a verb and a profession is a noun. Now, Kim Seo-jan did not have a single cent to his name. When he bought the Pure Key spiritual medicine, the cost was 2 billion. He had thought the cost might double, but he never expected it to triple. It really surprised him. Troubled by money, the sudden appearance of the Dark Saint startled him. Every time I meet you, I am surprised. The Church of Justice members cannot even see me, so how do you detect me every time? I guess it is because I am old and weak. My strength is no longer what it used to be. The Dark Saint asked about the situation monitoring the church, then got to the main point. He asked about Min-yeon, and Kim Seo-jan replied that he was fine and had been discharged from the hospital. Give this to him, I have recorded a few things so he won't be easily defeated. Dark Saint said he would give him the promised 3 billion later, which made his eyes light up. He said the disciple of the Law Saint was also at Dream Academy, which surprised the Dark Saint a bit. Kim Seo-jan kept mentioning that the Law Saint gave him up to 10 billion to take care of his disciple. He subtly hinted to the Dark Saint that giving only 3 billion was not enough. Suddenly at this moment, the Sword Saint was already standing at the Academy gate from who knows when. The three of them stared at each other, emotions overflowing. Kim Seo-jan was suppressed by the aura of the two hot-tempered old men, feeling extremely suffocated. He broke out in a cold sweat when he saw that the two old men had started to vent, preparing to fight right on the spot. Arguing endlessly, Kim Seo-jan had no choice but to release his battle aura to make them both stop. How could he have gotten stronger so fast? Both of them thought to themselves. Kim Seo-jan was so annoyed he wanted to climb the walls. He furiously cursed out the two shameless old men who bickered with each other all day. Dark Saint finally remembered the main thing he needed to say. It seems the Justice Church is scheming something related to the great monster beast Berserk. Even though nothing was certain yet, the disciples began to make their move. Hao Sheng's words startled Kim Seo-jan and the Sword Saint. Did he think his deduction from the disciples' actions was too much? The Sword Saint asked, I did just say it was uncertain. In any case, I will investigate this thoroughly from now on. Kim Seo-jan, can you help me with this? Hao Sheng asked Kim Seo-jan, as he could not do this alone. According to what Hao Sheng had found, those bastards had repeatedly conducted dangerous experiments targeting certain dungeons. Are you not about to take the professional hunter selection exam? Once the exam is over, you can enter any dungeon. Hao Sheng said to Kim Seo-jeon, who still wore a confused expression. Kim Seo-jeon wanted to know why Hao Sheng was asking for his help, but Hao Sheng did not want to answer. Seeing that both old men were eager for a fight again, preparing to clash, Kim Seo-jeon could only break out in a cold sweat as he tried to mediate. Setting that aside, why are you here, Lord Sword Saint? You came looking for Seo-jeon, right? She said she had something to do and left ahead. I do not know where she went either, Kim Seo-jeon said. The Sword Saint stared at Kim Seo-jeon without looking away. He was extremely puzzled inside. What was so great about this guy that Seo-jeon admired him this much? Suddenly a sound rang out, instantly putting all three on guard, gathering their strength to defend. A figure charged loudly towards Kim Seo-jeon from afar. Looking closer, Kim Seo-jeon was startled to realize it was Hae-un. Lee Hae-un was taking a walk and ended up at Dream Academy without realizing it. Because she sensed a massive amount of energy emanating from there, she decided to take a peek. She never expected to be met with the furious face of the Sword Saint, as if he had lost his rice ration. It scared her so much she almost wanted to cry. Hao Sheng and Kim Seo-jeon did not pay much attention to her sudden appearance. They were too absorbed in discussing the earlier plan to infiltrate the dungeon. Instructor Kim Seo-jeon was trying to squeeze money out of Hao Sheng. Hae-un was in severe shock. She would have had to eat over a dozen rice cakes to finally witness this with her own eyes. Kim Seo-jeon agreed to the sum of 13 billion won after adding 3 billion for taking care of Min Yoon. Let me ask you again, do you really need money more than my divine arts? If you wish, I can teach you personally. Hao Sheng trying to salvage his pride. Seeing Kim Seo-jeon continuously refuse, Hae-un was even more shocked. It was the first time she saw someone refuse to become a hero's disciple. The Sword Saint taunted Hao Sheng about how he lived for Kim Seo-jeon to only ask for money, and was immediately taunted back by Hao Sheng. Their pride flaring up, the two old men acted childish endlessly. Kim Seo-jeon was exhausted. Hae-un stared intently, sweat dripping profusely, realizing she had messed with the wrong people. After Hao Sheng left, the Sword Saint curiously asked what the relationship between Kim Seo-jeon and Hao Sheng was. To be honest, there is really no relationship, but if I had to give it a name, it would probably be a business relationship. Here today, gone tomorrow. Something like that. Kim Seo-jeon replied. Setting that aside, it was now his turn to deal with Hae-un. Instructor Hae-un flatly denied following Kim Seo-jeon. His temper flaring up like ice cream, he threatened her with the Sword Saint, making her so scared she was terrified. I also want to enroll in Dream Academy, Hae-un shouted, startling Kim Seo-jeon. What the fuck? You want to enroll there? Why the hell? The hunter selection exam is not far away. What is the point of that? Two of you are spies from Hangterman Academy. Kim Seo-jeon looked at Hae-un with wary eyes, making her feel confused and scared. Despite Hae-un trying to explain that she really wanted to enroll, Kim Seo-jeon could not believe it either. The Sword Saint, faced with this chaotic scene, eventually left as well. Only Hae-un and Kim Seo-jeon remained. Needless to say, she was desperate at having to be alone with him. Upon hearing Kim Seo-jeon say that Director Seo-jeon had gone out, Hae-un was delighted and planned to use this excuse to slip away and go home. Unexpectedly, Kim Seo-jeon threw something extremely heavy at her. Even if she released all her mana, she could not lift it. After the Sword Saint returned, he discovered Seo-jeon was still kneeling there and was at a loss for words. Seeing Seo-jeon being so stubborn, he took his sword and walked over. Killing intent emanated along with it boundless. Speed sword is a swordsmanship that requires speed. It is a swordsmanship that defeats the opponent with a quick attack. Thrust sword is a swordsmanship mainly used for stabbing. It is a weakness against opponents who want to engage in close combat. However, the thrust attack is often performed simultaneously with the speed sword, and that is also the fastest swordsmanship technique. Sword exchange is a swordsmanship that forces opponents to reveal mistakes through ever-changing techniques. Therefore, speed is important, but the core element remains the constant attack. This is a swordsmanship that inflicts fatal wounds by concentrating all power into a single surprise strike. Sword is slow, but slow does not mean you cannot use it. The Sword Saint demonstrated and explained to Su Rion the basic moves of the Godslayer sword. I am giving you a deadline to master all the swordsmanship I have taught you. The deadline is before the professional hunter exam ends. If you cannot do it within that time, I will never allow you to wield a sword again. If you think you cannot do it, give up now. The Sword Saint coldly stated his demand. Seo-jeon did not hesitate and immediately agreed. His words were full of conviction that he would definitely succeed. Hae-un witnessed Kim Seo-jeon's super energy for the first time. She was truly enlightened. She also wanted to cry because he never let her put down that heavy thing, only silently wondering when the director would arrive. After absorbing the energy, Kim Seo-jeon turned around and suddenly realized he had completely forgotten about Hae-un struggling behind him. Ignoring her complaints, he simply turned and started to walk away. He suddenly stopped when he saw her still able to enjoy holding that thing from before. Hae-un handed the item to Kim Seo-jeon and then gasped for breath, shaking her limbs. But when she took it back, she was still crushed by its weight. Strange, why didn't the seal activate? It did when Jaemin held it. Wasn't it impossible for others to touch it? Now I remember, wasn't it Seojan who helped me pick up the mystic item when it fell on me? I was unconscious in the dungeon after the fight with the giant tree. Nanchu and Manchel brought the weapon out for me. Maybe the seal only activates when someone tries to steal or use my equipment. Kim Seo-John thought so and told Haeun to try putting that thing in her pocket. As soon as she put it in, the energy inside burst out and crackled just as he predicted. Ming-Yoon and Soo-Ryeon had returned together by then. Seeing Haeun there, their faces twisted. Min-Eon strongly objected when he heard Haeun wanted to enter Dream Academy. Ah, right, Min-Eon, your master told me to give this to you. He also said not to get beaten by nameless guys all the time. Kim Seo-John cheerfully handed over the item. He didn't notice Haeun's limp hands holding the item behind him. The reason I followed that guy is to learn how to gain that kind of power. This is a chance to watch him train every day. I will use it to understand everything, Haeun thought calmly, his back aching from earlier. Kim Seo-John finally told her to hand it back so he could do the Hatch Queen quest. Haeun was happy and tried to escape, but was stopped and ordered to train with Soo-Ryeon. Haeun didn't want to at all, but because she wanted to get in here, she gritted her teeth and endured it. Soo-Ryeon was overjoyed to train with Haeun. Too excited, the kid unleashed super firepower that enveloped the space. Boong wanted to get traumatized on the spot. At the Professional Hunter Association's Seoul branch, prolonged meeting among the staff had been going on for a very long time, all because of an unprecedented incident caused by Kim Seo-John. Korea was in chaos over the upcoming Professional Hunter exam. The cause of the chaos was Kim Seo-John himself. All over the forums, the entire country was arguing about him and the exam. The meeting chair appeared, dispelling the bored and tired atmosphere. The staff clamored to ask what this year's exam would be like, and whether Kim Seo-John would be exempted. To ensure fairness, the chair stated they would use an absolute evaluation method, not a relative one, astonishing everyone. Second, the difficulty of the exam would be greatly increased. He said the difficulty would be greatly increased. How much is greatly increased? Hwang Dong-soo of Hangta newspaper asked. We want no one to get a perfect score, including Kim Seo-John, the chair said. Everyone below murmured in protest that the absolute evaluation method was too harsh. When no candidate achieves a perfect score, there will be no professional hunters this year. The chair said coldly, with the old method, the top scorer always got 100 points. But with the absolute method, the top scorer does not mean they achieved the maximum. The rules also change accordingly. But that was impossible because the major guilds had already intervened. To form a guild, one had to at least achieve A rank, so the major guilds sought to prevent Kim Seo-John from obtaining an A rank hunter certificate in order to recruit him. They did not know Kim Seo-John was an untamable dragon. They were confident they would remain firmly on their throne. The moment Kim Seo-John steps into the professional hunter world, the entire world will enter a new era, the chairman thought to himself. He also stated that those who became A-rank hunters this year would be given priority for dungeon attacks next year, and the test would be broadcast publicly. Seo-John returned home and was slightly shocked by the messy, devastated scene. Mui was chatting next to Kim Seo-John. Seo-John said that from now on, he would not be able to come to the academy often until the hunter exam ended. Kim Seo-John did not want this at all. He stammered as he suggested that after becoming a professional hunter, would it be possible to visit this place, since his house was cramped like a mouse hole and had no space to train. Actually, I also have something I need to tell you. Seo-John's sudden suggestion to turn the academy into a guild left Kim Seo-John quite stunned. Didn't you once say that clearing dungeons was your dream job? However, I have one condition. Be the leader of this guild. Seo-John continued, and Kim Seo-John was so shocked that he nearly crushed his gun in his hand, unable to believe his ears. The reason Seo-John suggested this was because Kim Seo-John would most likely receive Baldur, an A-rank hunter, after the exam, so choosing him was the best. Kim Seo-John was still frozen, not understanding anything. Min-Yeon excitedly waved his arms and legs. Actually, he was planning to suggest that too. But Seo-John was one step ahead. Soo-Ryeon also enthusiastically agreed, leaving Kim Seo-John speechless. So you must pass the tests. I will also do my best, Seo-John said, looking gently at Kim Seo-John. The brief relationship between the two gradually came to an end. However, ending one relationship opened up many new ones. New relationships and new stories. An end is not the cessation of everything. It simply marks the beginning of a new start and a new life. Time flew by, and the professional hunter exam finally approached. Unfortunately, Seo-John could not accompany Kim Seo-John to the exam venue due to being busy. Kim Seo-John really wanted to ask what that matter was, but he could not. He needed to focus on the exam first. This time accompanying Kim Seo besides Min-Yeon and Soo-Ryeon was Haeun. Haeun was not allowed into the academy by Seo-John but still tagged along, which annoyed Kim Seo-John quite a bit. Min-Yeon and Soo-Ryeon had to step in to speak for him before Kim Seo-John would shut up. Crowd around began to notice Kim Seo-John's arrival and whispered softly, Sensing trouble, Kim Seo-jeon immediately dashed away like the wind. Min Yeon and Soo Ryeon could only shake their heads helplessly at his quickness. In the VIP room, the examiners were drinking tea and discussing Kim Seo-jeon. Except for Jin Trio, the leader of the H-Long Guild. The rest did not believe Kim Seo-jeon would actually become an A-rank hunter, and if he did pass, Jin Trio declared he would take Baldr away by any means necessary. The people around broke out in a cold sweat. They silently guessed Kim Seo-jeon would fail in the first test, the essay, with its extremely high difficulty, designed so that examinees could not solve it. Unexpectedly, Kim Seo-jeon ranked first with a perfect score. The guild leaders were all stunned like statues, choked and speechless. The professional hunter selection exam consisted of essay, basic stamina, and a proficiency dungeon attack, combat ability, a total of 6 tests over 3 days. Today was the first day of the exam, also the day for the 2 tests, essay and basic stamina. The essay was not too difficult, but only Kim Seo-jeon scored 100 points, while Min Yeon miserably scored only 50 points. Kim Seo-jeon shared his secret to a high score: finish all the easy questions and do not skip the hard ones. He was so good that as soon as he read the question, the answer appeared in his mind. The big sister was a bit annoyed, but she only got 32 points, plunging the atmosphere into silence. The greatest talent in hunter history, but her talent in other areas seemed not to have blossomed. Didn't you people say there was no way he would get a perfect score? Yet Kim Seo-jeon achieved a perfect score in both the essay and basic stamina. How do you plan to explain this? Jin Trio raged and shouted in the room. Excluding the essay, the stamina test had been adjusted to the standards of the 4 major guild leaders, yet Kim Seo-jeon still got a perfect score, proving his stamina was on par with everyone here. I heard the Dream Academy will be converted into a guild after the exam ends. Kim Seo-jeon might become the guild master. The academy director, the Sword Saint's granddaughter, could also join. Even as stupid as you are, you understand what this means, right? A guild backed by the Sword Saint, with the right to attack dungeons first for 5 years thanks to the association president's tricks. A guild about to be established will shake our position. Jin Trio slammed the table madly. The red-haired woman hurriedly defended herself. Kim Seo-jeon definitely did not get a perfect score on the second day, because she had increased the difficulty. Unless he woke up naturally stronger, there was no way he would get a perfect score, she said confidently. Unluckily, both the 3rd and 4th exams, Kim Seo-jeon scored 100 points on each, leaving the entire guild deep in thought. Only 2 tests remained, fighting monsters and sparring with other examinees. If he fails tomorrow, Kim Seo-jeon will become an A-rank hunter. Jin Trio suddenly made a 180-degree turn. He proposed the entire guild revise the plan, no need for further discussion. The A-rank examiner from the Sorabi guild was replaced by another examiner by Baldr. Late that night, the Sword Saint's bodyguard came to see Kim Seo-jeon to inform him. The 5 great leaders of the 5 great guilds would interfere in this exam. The Sword Saint wanted to let things take their natural course. The bodyguard was still determined to find Kim Seo-jeon at all costs. He was afraid that if something happened to Kim Seo-jeon, something would also happen to Seo-jeon. As soon as he reached the door, the mana emanating from Kim Seo-jeon's body shocked him. Kim Seo-jeon was extremely worried when he saw the bodyguard arriving. He ran over and anxiously asked if something had happened to Seo-jeon. The aura from him just now was on an entirely different level from before. Did he reach this level in just a few months? Had the Sword Saint known about this from the beginning? He paled thinking, then told Kim Seo-jeon about that matter. The next day was the 3rd exam day, and also the last day of the hunter recruitment test. Kim Seo-jeon once again scored 100 points on the 5th exam, and the whole group celebrated. Contrary to everyone else, Kim Seo-jeon lowered his head and said nothing. Suddenly, someone ran in breathlessly reporting that the sparring examiners were the 4 leaders of the 4 great guilds. The news struck like a thunderbolt. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat and stood frozen. Only then did Kim Seo-jeon raise his head, his eyes hiding a meaningful expression. In the final match, even someone as strong as Hae-un only got 64 points. Her opponent was Han Manchul, the master of the ultimate truth sword. The skills of this batch of examinees are all very good. I do not like crushing talent, but this is the path of a truth seeker, Manchul thought. Next was the match between him and Kim Seo-jeon. The news spread everywhere, and everyone was buzzing with discussion. Everyone believed that Kim Seo-jeon defeating an examiner was impossible in history. From old to young, both online and offline, everyone held their breath waiting for the legendary match. Your performance was astonishing. I am impressed, Manchul said. But you stop there, you will never get a perfect score in this field. Actually, Kim Seo-jeon had known about this since yesterday. The bodyguard had revealed everything, including matters about the end of the hunter exam. If Seo-jeon still could not master swordsmanship, she would give up her dream of becoming a hunter. The score for this match was entirely up to the examiner. No matter how skilled you were, it was useless. Those people have been at the top for so long that their ambition to keep their position has only grown. The only way was for Kim Seo-jeon to meet the Sword Saint and ask for help. If he set conditions, the Sword Saint would have to agree. Kim Seo-jeon wanted to ask the bodyguard to tell Seo-jeon about his current situation. He wanted to encourage her. If he could do the impossible, then she could too. Kim Seo-jan also said he would not go to the Sword Saint. Seo-jan was still struggling to practice swordsmanship despite having lost sleep and appetite for days. Today was the appointed day, also the last day of the hunter recruitment exam. His heart ached seeing Seo-jan covered in wounds. The bodyguard still respected her decision. "Young miss, I now understand why you yearn to hold a sword again," he thought to himself. Standing before Manchel, Kim Seo-jan was determined to get a perfect score to return to Seo-jan. There was only one case where the examiner could not judge, when they lost to the examinee. "I believe you will not die, but you might have to stay in bed for a month," Kim Seo-jan said confidently, making Manchel choke with anger. Examiner Kim Seo-jan has taken his position. Sir Nguyen drew his sword, vowing to make Kim Seo-jan regret it. The force of both rapidly clashed together. Suddenly, Manchel turned pale seeing Kim Seo-jan preparing to draw out his massive Longinus spear to attack him. Kim Seo-jan recalled a matter from 9 years ago. Uncle Manchel sharing the name with the Sorabi Guild master. It turns out that his father had his life saved by Hunter Manchel's father, so he gave his son the same name to show gratitude. You also know about the great disaster, right? He heard that back then, the area around the shelter was swarming with monsters. The government and military abandoned them due to lack of manpower. The people inside could only wait for death. A situation where even the 5 heroes could not stop the monster horde. At the moment, everyone thought everything was over. The only one who dared to stand up was the founder of the Absolute Foot Sword, the father of hunters Han Manchel and Han Wonji. Manchel slowly recalled. Han Wonji back then used his ultimate technique to single-handedly slash-clean the monster legion, saving 50,000 people returned safely. Unfortunately, after saving everyone, he exhausted himself and passed away. After hearing this story, Kim Seo-jan became extremely interested. He said he was saving money to apply for the academy. Manchel happily patted his shoulder with pride, wanting him to maintain this diligence. Back then, the 10-star dungeon collapse incident in the city center was handled cleanly by Han Manchel of the Sorabi Guild. The most important thing in the Absolute Foot Sword is not external force. The seeker of the ultimate truth must have an indomitable will. That is the root of the Absolute Foot Sword. Hearing Han Manchel's speech on television, Kim Seo-jan could not help but admire him, dreaming that he would also be as cool as him. Back to the present, at this moment Kim Seo-jan kicked Han Manchel away with a single foot. Blood flowed like a fountain. He seized the opportunity to stab Manchel repeatedly with Baldur. Yamana's lightning from within him completely brought him down. The ground cracked open into a deep chasm. Manchel bent over, vomiting a whole bucket of blood. His hand echoed with chaotic sneers from being beaten so miserably by Kim Seo-jan. "I once thought this match was ridiculous, but now I am forced to admit," Manchel said tremblingly. If Kim Seo-jan had delivered a finishing blow earlier, he would surely be dead. Though he lost, Manchel still wanted to continue. The referee has a duty to continue the test, unless the examinee loses combatability. If you give up when faced with defeat, you are not a seeker of the ultimate truth. Step onto the path of seeking truth with your true self. Ask yourself these questions. Have you truly given your all? Have you fought until your last breath? Have you disregarded everything to destroy your enemy? Knowing that he did not want to strike, Manchel unleashed all his strength, his magical tools bursting forth, destroying the surroundings. "I will never lose my truth. Only when I die will I lose my truth," Manchel shouted loudly, then unleashed the Absolute Foot Sword straight at Kim Seo-jan. "Did you not surrender the Black Dragon? Is that why you are now shifting your frustrations onto me? Or is it because you cannot let go of what you desperately hold onto for personal gain? Is that the ultimate truth your father, Hunter Han Wonji, spoke of?" Kim Seo-jan dodged to the side, cursing him directly in the face, leaving Manchel stunned. The ultimate truth, the root of the Absolute Foot Sword, is the indomitable will. There was a time Kim Seo-jan admired that indomitable will of Han Manchel. "Do you not feel ashamed facing Lord Han Wonji? Though I want to, I will not make a move. As I said, you will be bedridden for the next 2 months," Kim Seo-jan said arrogantly. Provoked, Manchel flew into a rage. His mana surged blazingly straight toward him. Kim Seo-jan lightly countered Baldur with an explosive firepower that ached through the sky. It truly left Manchel only gasping for breath. "What the hell? How is he so strong? What is he using to hit us? 5 punches?" Manchel, dizzy and dazed, opened his eyes weakly. He fearfully dashed forward trying to escape, but how could it be so easy? Kim Seo-jan was quick as lightning, already clinging on. Baldur, a decisive punch combined with strength. Manchel was like a sandbag, being mercilessly pummeled by him with each blow. 1 punch sent him reeling, 2 punches made him stagger, 3 punches had him cross-eyed. In the blinding light of the force from Kim Seo-jan, Manchel's whole body convulsed, blood gushed profusely. His eyes rolled back in their sockets, realizing this was no longer a fight. He knew Kim Seo-jan was strong, but who knew he would be this strong? Could not even get close, could not even touch him. This overwhelming power was truly too terrifying for the entire school. The very moment Kim Seo-jan was about to throw a punch at Manchel's face, that man had knelt down begging him to let him die. "Tell me, Kim Seo-jan, I will do as you say." A stream of divine power shot down with a crackling sound, leaving Manchel as nothing but a crushed body under the rubble. Grabbing the man by the collar and lifting him up, Kim Seo-jan felt disgust towards the person in front of him. This was not the attitude of a truth chaser. Perhaps Manchel had also surrendered to Jin Trio in this way. Saying that, but if it ended here, who knew when the man would break the pact? Even if it was a counterfeit, the truth he sought was still valuable, Kim Seo-jan thought worriedly. He was afraid he could not achieve a perfect Bulger score to dominate Han Manchel. If he had to kill him to get the score, it might be a serious violation, causing his license to be revoked. From the start, Kim Seo-jeon had not been able to get an A-rank hunter license. Like the Transcendence, he aimed for those who found a way out, even when cornered. Out of options, Kim Seo-jeon ignored Manchel's pleas. He decisively threw a core energy punch straight into his face. The punch distorted the man in an instant. A steadfast, unyielding mind was the correct path. The truth chaser wanted to go and reach the very end of the truth. This was the true essence of the ultimate truth. Or even more than that, it was transcendence. Kim Seo-jeon resolutely delivered the blow, leaving only a giant crater in the ground with Manchel lying crushed in the middle. After dealing with Manchel, Kim Seo-jeon shouted the name Jin Trio loudly to call him out. From inside the control room, Jin Trio leaned his hands on the observation machine, his face completely expressionless. His victory caused everyone to erupt in joy. Mr. Chim and everyone shouted congratulations to each other. The association chairman personally appeared after the test ended, even having invited reporters beforehand. As for Manchel, because his mana exceeded his limit, he had to lie paralyzed in bed for at least 2 months to recover. We lost completely, whether in terms of discipline, skills, public opinion, or reasoning. We lost in everything. I allowed myself to lose to a greenhorn trainee, a brat still wet behind the ears. Jin Trio spoke coldly, causing the atmosphere to freeze. He murmured curses at Kim Seo-jeon, his entire body trembling with rising anger. Suryeon, Minyeon, and Haeyeon each had their own feelings after Kim Seo-jeon's victory. The group made noise for a while, before returning to the academy at some point. This place no longer resembled the academy of the past. Kim Seo-jeon obtaining the A-rank hunter certification now only lacked the certificate paper. The door just opened, the silence inside making everyone a bit stunned. They thought Seo-jeon would be in the room waiting for everyone. Seo-jeon, have you heard anything about Miss Seo-jun? Suryeon wondered. But no one answered because Kim Seo-jeon had already dashed to the Sword Saint's house at some point. The deadline the Sword Saint gave Seo-jeon was the end of the hunter exam. In other words, that was the reason Seo-jeon was not coming to the academy. The more worried he got, the faster Kim Seo-jeon rushed. Just as he arrived, the Sword Saint had already had people standing in the foyer. Just as Tran Chu was unsure whether to go or stay, bodyguard Seo then suggested letting Kim Seo-jeon in. He would take responsibility for everything. Following the bodyguard, Kim Seo-jeon nervously stepped inside. Seo-jeon's entire body was covered in injury. Seeing him appear, the Sword Saint became extremely flustered. I said no outsiders were allowed to step inside. You treat my words as nothing but wind passing through your ears, the Sword Saint raged. His entire body emanated killing intent, causing bodyguard Seo to tremble and kneel. Only Kim Seo-jeon remained calm as if nothing had happened, speaking a sincere apology. It might be rude, but I was compelled to come here because I have some things to say. This brat has grown this strong in such a short time. He was no longer the weak little boy he used to be. Now he possessed strength that required him to use his full power to deal with. Even more than that, the Sword Saint broke out in a cold sweat, silently assessing. The deadline is over, the Sword Saint spoke coldly, telling Seo-jeon to leave quickly. The things I requested were only the bare minimum. If you cannot meet them, you will be eliminated and spend your life in regret. That is even worse than not being able to accompany him, the Sword Saint told himself. It is not over yet. The deadline you gave was when the exam ends, was it not? But it has not ended yet, Kim Seo-jeon suddenly interrupted. What nonsense are you talking? The exam is already over. Bulger proved that you are here, right? Hence the deadline I set. My score has not been officially confirmed yet. The exam only ends when everyone's scores are announced, correct? The final score and individual combat ability have not been disclosed. Therefore, Seo-jeon's battle cannot be concluded. Kim Seo-jeon asserted decisively, leaving the Sword Saint at a loss for words. He turned towards Seo-jeon and gently helped her stand up, and he placed the sword hilt in her hand. Let's advance together, Kim Seo-jeon said with a grinning smile. This should have been impossible. I thought everything was over. But at this moment, once again, the situation has completely reversed. Seo-jeon tearfully looked at Kim Seo-jeon. She gripped the sword tightly and marched valiantly toward the Sword Saint. Please give me one more chance. Kim Seo-jeon silently stood watching Seo-jeon fight the Sword Saint one-on-one. Her strike speed was now noticeably faster and stronger. Her sword streak tore through the air as it aimed for the Sword Saint. She fluently executed every single technique he had taught her. The Sword Saint had been so overwhelmed by his granddaughter's relentless attacks that he was stunned. Now he launched a powerful counterattack, startling Seo-jeon. The movement of the sword should connect in harmonious rhythms. But I can't do it, so I can hardly parry your sword. Seo-jeon struggled to block the blows, sweating as she stepped back. Then, amidst the turmoil, she focused all her spirit. She gripped the sword tightly and lightly dodged the counterattack that swept past her. Compared to her sharp senses, her sword technique reaction against him was much slower than usual. The feeling in my hand is all wrong, it's so awkward. Seo-jeon worried while trying to attack. She grew up around talented people, meeting hundreds of great individuals an ordinary person would never see in a lifetime. Among those great people, Seo-jeon's mediocrity was a curse. If I met ordinary people, would I have lived differently? I kept running away until I met Kim Seo-jeon. I don't want to give up anymore. I don't want to be mediocre forever. I want to stand by his side. Seo John resolved herself, and her sword strikes grew fiercer with each blow. A gentle wind brushed past her heart. She knew this feeling was the lunar epiphany. No, it was even more than that. Seo John could clearly feel something, an unconscious action. In her desperation, a spark of power awakened within Seo John. She swung a sword technique that was both fast and heavy. What left the opponent breathless were 3 sword strikes. Sword Saint widened his eyes in disbelief that Seo John could do that. She had clearly reached her own limit. That was a realm she could not possibly reach with her current level. But what am I seeing now? The Sword Saint was choked with emotion, unable to speak. Seo John was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling. She cheerfully ran straight toward Kim Seo John. They looked at each other with delight, smiles brimming in their eyes. Some people in this world only chase a fixed goal, and we can roughly predict the difficulties they will encounter. However, there are rare cases where their limits are unpredictable, and there are also those who can help others surpass their limits to come back to their side. The Sword Saint is definitely not that person. You know that, Sword Saint. Sometimes those considered useless can do what no one else can. Sword Saint, our era is passing. Perhaps it has already passed for a long time. A lot of time has passed. A warm voice sounded in his ear, leaving him pensive. He looked toward Kim Seo John, and Seo John, his heart filled with indescribable emotion. On the way back, Seo John asked him what he would have done if she had failed. I probably would have gone to meet the association chairman. No matter what I had to do, I would have made him postpone the end of the professional hunter certification exam, Kim Seo John said. Hearing this, Seo John felt both shy and touched, her cheeks turning bright red. Su Rion suddenly sent a message to Kim Seo John, reporting that the 2 association chairmen had arrived at the academy and were waiting for them. Kim Seo John hurriedly called for Seo John to come quickly. She smiled and immediately ran after him. As soon as Seo John returned home, a crowd rushed out to warmly welcome her. The association chairman was equally delighted to see Kim Seo John return. There you are, Kim Seo John. Now I can call you Hunter Kim Seo John, right? Congratulations on passing the professional hunter exam, Hunter Kim Seo John. He achieved a perfect score on the final subject, so with all subjects flawless, he will receive an A-rank hunter certification. The others all passed and are now B-rank hunters. Honestly, I want to give you an S-rank certification, but that might be a bit difficult, the president said with a chuckle. The priority right to conquer a dungeon this time is awarded to Kim Seo John, who achieved a perfect score in the professional hunter exam. The association president also came to ask Kim Seo John if he had considered establishing a new guild. Hearing his agreement, he cheerfully asked to personally handle the guild formation matters, since it was quite complicated. Preparing the documents and applying for permits also takes a considerable amount of time, but if I handle it personally, it won't take long. Everyone, quickly write down the names of participants here, the president said, hurriedly taking out paper and a pen. After the entire group finished writing their names, the president remembered there was another issue. To establish a guild, you need 5 professional hunters of B rank or higher, but you're still 1 person short. If you can't find one, I can use my authority to help, but if the 5 major guilds find out, there will be trouble. Kim Seo John thought the president was right. Those bastards are still looking for any fault right now. Who knows what else they're plotting? But he also couldn't just pick anyone to join the guild. While he was troubled, Kim Seo John suddenly remembered Haeun. So, like a flash of lightning, Haeun was added to the guild by Kim Seo John. Kim Seo John's guild would be named Dream Team. While the guilds were whispering about Kim Seo John preparing to establish a guild, the Sword Saint appeared like a red god, stopping their scheme. The killing intent from him caused every one of them to collapse in pain as if poisoned. I think you misunderstand. I have no reason to let you be. If you meddle yourselves, how is it any different from the despicable acts you are doing? Because if we don't end the Great Flood and destroy the monsters, can you still sit in your positions later? Anyone listening would think you were the one who ended the Great Flood and destroyed those monsters, Jin Trio. The Sword Saint stepped over the people rolling on the ground and approached Jin Trio. It had been a long time since the two had met, and their mood was slightly unsettled. Finally, Kalia deigned to crawl out. Stop there. Even if you are the Sword Saint, you can't just swing your sword around in someone else's house. You're not surprised at all, are you? Did you know we were involved in this? She asked with a sly smile. These insignificant little worms wanted to use my dragon-slaying sword to trick the boy. Truly ridiculous. If they had any sense, they would know better than to kneel and apologize to me. But considering they don't have the guts to do that, there must be someone behind them giving orders. If it's not you, then who else? The Sword Saint retorted. Kalia shamelessly retorted with a smile, as if nothing was wrong, wanting to know the reason the Sword Saint had come. I'm just trying to act like an old man once. I knew you all would cause trouble if that kid established a guild. And I guess that was the reason you gathered here to plan how to stop it. I warn you, whatever it is, you'd better not make a move. The Sword Saint spoke while slamming down a loud strike, startling the whole group into screaming. Everything I wanted to say has been said. The Sword Saint turned and walked straight away amid the guild members' chaos. Except for Kalia, cancel all plans. Hearing her command, Jin Trio was a bit confused. He thought the Heir to the Pure Doctrine cult would do something, but who knew Kalia was also afraid of the Sword Saint. Kalia irritably pointed her finger directly at Jin Trio, threatening him to be wary of the Sword Saint and back off, because a hero of the Great Flood like him was nothing compared to the Sword Saint's level. And if they can't cause direct trouble for Kim Seo-jan, there are still other ways, because fate will not change, Kalia said with a mysterious smile. Kim Seo-jan was currently at the academy when a notification on his phone rang. As soon as he opened it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Today was Dream Team's first raid, making everyone extremely excited. Getting the Baldur Professional Hunter plate and immediately going on a dungeon raid is great, Minyeon said, stretching refreshingly. Su-rian, on the other hand, was a bit worried, afraid she wouldn't be able to do it. Haeyeon immediately comforted her, saying it wasn't much different from the fake dungeons, just harder and truly dangerous. Another difference is that we can make money from it. Kim Seo-jan now only thought about money, feeling excited as if there was electricity in his head. Minyeon and Su-rian muttered bad things about Kim Seo-jan, feeling he was really crazy. Actually, last night the system had notified him that the free pass was about to expire, but he forgot. He had used the money earlier to buy mental energy potions, so his account didn't have enough for the 100 million. Teacher Kim Seo-jan discovered they were badmouthing him. Minyeon and Su-rian pretended to be innocent, changing the subject by shouting for everyone to hurry up and get going or they'd be late. Kim Seo-jan was still waiting for one more person. Speak of the devil, and he appears. That was Uncle Manchel, Su-rian's father. Su-rian was extremely surprised to see her father arrive. All present, Kim Seo-jan ordered everyone to hurry on their way. Teacher Min Yoon asked what kind of dungeon this one was. Kim Seo-jan flashed a sinister smile, saying it was a super beautiful place. At that time, in a suburb not too far from Seoul, on the territory of the Heilong Guild, Kim Seo-jan had used a priority pass to enter the dungeon first. Other guild members broke out in a cold sweat at the name Dream, swallowing their curses. Inside, Kim Seo-jan and his teammates were coordinating seamlessly. They unleashed a barrage of force, sweeping through the monster horde. The group worked in perfect sync, quickly clearing the dungeon. They finally emerged under the astonished gazes of the other guilds. After the battle, it was Manchel's turn to handle the transport. Kim Seo-jan, holding a bloodstained knife, glared at the crowd. This sent them fleeing in terror. Moments later, Manchel finished moving the monster carcasses. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, surprised things had gone so smoothly. Selling this haul, each person would get 100 million, earning money so easily left them speechless with joy. They had only cheered for a few moments before Kim Seo-jan suddenly spoke, shattering the mood. Afterward, the group became true dungeon destroyers. Wherever they went, they razed the dungeons to the ground. Everyone was utterly exhausted. Only Kim Seo-jan, thinking of the money, remained energetic. Seeing everyone complain of hunger, he grumbled, saying they should have captured them alive to sell at cost, not smash them into dust. You guys still need experience to rank up to A. The guild's rank affects taxes and profits, got it? Once you all reach a rank, the more famous the guild, the more business opportunities there will be. Kim Seo-jan is just a poor ghost now, his mind only on money. Su-rian complained to Haeyeon. Unexpectedly, Haeyeon was already standing behind Kim Seo-jan. His expression was one of unwillingness. Even Seo-jan thought Kim Seo-jan made sense and asked for El's opinion. Kim Seo-jan thus rallied the group to continue their money-making journey. Guildmasters, checking Dream stats over the past few days, were shocked. Not only had they conquered 7 and 8-star dungeons, but they had also raided Black Dragon's territory. Black Dragon couldn't stop them in time, because the raids were too sudden and had passage priority. Their funds were nearly dry. The chairman chuckled softly. Suddenly, an assistant rushed in from outside, flustered, reporting the appearance of 2 Joe dungeons, worrying the chairman. Only Heart Saint could handle the Joe, but he could not be contacted now. Waiting would be too late. The chairman considered hiring Kim Seo-jan's team for a raid. At this moment, Kim Seo-jan was annoyed because his teammates had fled long ago. He withdrew an account with over 2 billion, and he bought a free passage ticket. 2 billion vanished like lightning. He bought one every 3 months due to enlightenment progress. Would it increase even a little? He should have bought individual lessons, but forget it. He did not know how karma would play out. There were too many lessons he wanted to learn, and he also had to drink divine potions. Black Saint owed him 13 billion, but there was no news yet. Was there a way to both increase enlightenment and earn 10 billion heavens? Walking and muttering, Kim Seo-jan stopped when he saw the association chairman approaching. He said he had something to discuss with him. It turned out that there had been reports of the Joe dungeon recently appearing in Korea. With sincere respect, I hope Hunter Kim Seo-jan can help us resolve that dungeon. There will naturally be appropriate financial support. Kim Seo-jan intended to refuse, but recalled that last time he defeated the Joe, his enlightenment progress increased very quickly. Additionally, the massive 30 billion subsidy caused the whole team to choke with excitement. With his hands crushed the drink can. Only 8 Joe dungeons had appeared in Korea over the past few decades, including this one making 9. Was this not a golden opportunity to increase enlightenment progress? Entering the rare Joe dungeon and getting 30 billion on top of that. On the outside, Kim Seo-jeon appeared cold, but inside he wanted to burst out laughing from joy. This strange expression made the chairman think he found it too low. The Joe was an invisible specter. If the dungeon broke, the consequences would be terrible. In a tight spot, the chairman bravely proposed. If successful, he would receive an S-rank hunter certificate. Team Dream would become a guild with an S-rank hunter and be promoted according to regulations. Any taxes and fees would also be exempted or reduced for the team's profits. Kim Seo-jeon blossomed inwardly upon hearing this, his grin so wide he could not close his mouth. Were they going to pay him 30 billion and also promote him to S-rank? If my guild receives benefits like this, I will do it. His inner voice roared, his whole body shaking from holding back laughter. The chairman said he asked for him because Heart Saint could not be contacted. Kim Seo-jeon did not want to miss this heaven-sent opportunity. The old man immediately agreed, promising to handle the matter as soon as possible. The chairman was moved to tears. He bowed his head to thank Kim Seo-jeon, who was struggling to hold back a laugh of pure joy. He was truly a young talent, at least S-rank. No, he could even surpass the heroes, ready to rush into danger. In the chairman's affectionate eyes, Kim Seo-jeon was a true hunter, a real hero. As for Kim Seo-jeon, he was happy to the point of being dazed. Kim Seo-jeon told the group that he would be raiding the dungeon alone. He thought they would be sad. Who would have thought they would be happy because without him, they could rest? If they were worried, it was only for the Joe's group that he would be dealing with. This group was truly simple and honest. Everyone was as happy as if they were at a festival when their boss was going far away. Kim Seo-jeon forced a smile, but his heart ached as if it were being cut. Seo-jeon was planning to prepare, but he wanted to leave immediately before Holy Heart returned. Meanwhile, rumors about the Jotum in Korea spread widely. At the same time, news that Kim Seo-jeon, not Holy Heart, would be raiding it alone was also circulated. Everyone had extremely high expectations of him. Chairman, who was reviewing documents, was startled when he heard that Holy Heart had made contact. She said she was nearby and would go deal with the Jotum immediately. The frantic secretary, Mr. Hudhai, reported. Just as Kim Seo-jeon entered the dungeon, a figure radiating a blue light blocked his path. Inside, the dungeon was in a state of devastated ruins. Deathly energy was so thick it was suffocating. A woman emitting a strange blue light stood before Kim Seo-jeon. Deathly energy filled the surroundings, but there was none around her. Could it be you are Holy Heart? Kim Seo-jeon asked curiously. She sensed movement, slightly turned her back to look at him, then told him to go back quickly. Kim Seo-jeon never expected to meet the hero of the Great Flood, one of the 5 great heroes, Holy Heart here. About 2 seconds later, he shouted loudly, asking Holy Heart if she planned to destroy this dungeon. Holy Heart calmly replied yes. Kim Seo-jeon felt like someone was about to ruin his rice bowl. He hastily, frantically stopped Holy Heart, begging her to leave. Holy Heart asserted, "Get out of the way, I must deal with the Joe while they are still here. That undead species cannot be allowed down to the lower realm." The two of them argued for a while. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Holy Heart told Kim Seo-jeon to quickly hide behind her back, while her other hand held a lantern shining forward. Strange killing intent materialized into the shadow of a ferocious the Joe. Holy Heart insisted Kim Seo-jeon leave immediately, leaving the rest to her, but he completely ignored her. Kim Seo-jeon delightedly felt the monster's killing intent. He charged towards it, causing his enlightenment process to skyrocket. "Keep going, don't stop." Kim Seo-jeon blissfully absorbed the monster's power. His strange expression confused the creature. Suddenly, the Joe lunged forward, aiming to seize Kim Seo-jeon's mind. Seeing this, Holy Heart's face turned ashen, but his mental shield seemed strong enough to resist the invasion. Unlike possession, the creature invaded and attacked his spirit directly. If this continues, the boy's mind will collapse, Holy Heart thought worriedly. Contrary to her fear, Kim Seo-jeon was high, because the enlightenment process from the Joe was increasing non-stop. Kim Seo-jeon's strange expression made Holy Heart wonder what was wrong with him. An ecstatic feeling of intense pleasure flooded Kim Seo-jeon. As for the monster, after getting lost in his spiritual world, it had been gently admonished by his Buddha of consciousness. A moment later, when it crawled out of Kim Seo-jeon's body, the monster had become a Buddhist and gone to nirvana. Its deathly energy withered away. Slowly, let's see, before entering the dungeon, the progress was at 33.8%. Now it has shot up to 38.1%, an increase of a full 0.3%. Assuming there are 10 more the Joe left, the progress will reach 43%. So at least it will hit 80%, right? Kim Seo-jeon shuddered with pleasure, swaying back and forth. This scene gave Holy Heart a sty in her eye. Kim Seo-jeon returned to normal, cleared his throat and told Holy Heart to go back, that he would handle everything. One needs spiritual power to destroy the Joe, especially in large numbers. Yet he had sent the monster to Nirvana. In all her time during the Great Flood, she had never seen such a thing. Though she tried to see through his mind, it was useless. She could not. There was only one possibility. His soul realm was at least equal to or surpassed hers. Can he really do it? As for the other heroes, not to mention, his spiritual power is on par with my own, Holy Heart pondered. But she stated that she still had things to check, so she could not leave yet. She did not know the details either, as the hymn only spoke in general terms, so the information she had was very vague. The words the Dark Saint spoke related to the Order of Truth or the Mad Soldier. We saw it as a business trading relationship. The Dark Saint suspected the Order of Truth had created the Joe Dungeon. Kim Seo-jeon asked curiously, catching the Heart Saint by surprise. Although she could not confirm Kim Seo-jeon's words, she still had to go and verify them. That was right. The only person who could enter the Joe Dungeon was the Heart Saint. Even the Dark Saint was at a loss, not knowing where the money had gone. Wait, was this not the chance to collect a debt from the female Dark Saint? Kim Seo-jeon wore a calculating smile. He offered to help the Heart Saint. In that peaceful dungeon was a herd of extremely dangerous wild Joe. Touching them could cause one's spirit to collapse. For Kim Seo-jeon, they were a source of accelerating his enlightenment process, so he enjoyed his enlightenment skyrocketing exponentially. Today was truly a bountiful day for Kim Seo-jeon and also the day of doom for the Joe herd. At the Dark Saint's hideout, a Shadow Legion, an apostle of the Lord of Ink, had landed to capture him. Because you have caused too much trouble. Seeking out the Heart Saint was your mistake. Joe Dungeon suddenly appeared in South Korea, and you decided to investigate without caring whether that news was true or false. It was clear who you were looking for. The leading black-robed figure opened his mouth and said. The Dark Saint, struck where it hurt, shuddered in fright. It seemed their target from the very beginning was only one. Before he could regain his senses, the Dark Saint had his throat squeezed tightly by them until blood sprayed out. Why did you go to the trouble of eliminating heroes from the Great Flood? The Dark Saint asked in pain. There was no particular reason. We simply follow the god's words, he replied calmly. Hearing that, the Dark Saint thought their god was truly insane. The black-robed man then tightened his grip on the Dark Saint's neck even more. He promised to make the Black Saint pay after this endless battle. No matter how hard you try, you cannot stop us. As expected, that brat is completely invisible to you. The Black Saint sneered, speaking with a tone full of arrogance. Seizing the opponent's opening, he escaped from that man's grasp like lightning. That man swung his hand, unleashing killing intent to block the Black Saint, but the Saint had vanished at some point. No wonder we had difficulty pinpointing his location, as his invisibility technique reached the realm of selflessness. Well, forget about him for now. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot change her fate. Today is the day the Heart Saint will die. The black-robed man sighed and spoke indifferently. The Black Saint was at this moment gritting his teeth and running like the wind toward the Heart Saint. Kim Seo-jeon, after a while of dealing with the Joe, the process of enlightenment suddenly stagnated, leaving him quite bewildered. He was dejected, his face full of sorrow. Suddenly, the Heart Saint approached with a lamp, causing him to become flustered. The two of them had not found anything yet. This is also strange. Although we've just been strolling around, why haven't we encountered any major trouble? Kim Seo-jeon asked curiously. Maybe this dungeon really has no problem. Since both I and you have seen nothing unusual, should we think more broadly, like about distortion? The Heart Saint replied that she had also thought of that, but saw no signs of distortion. He asked if she had tried searching for a different type of distortion, mentioning how he was once trapped in the dungeon of the Church of Justice, where there was another kind of mutation. The Heart Saint pondered, found it reasonable, and began to check herself. A stream of energy from the Heart Saint's body radiated outward, enveloping the surroundings, shimmering brilliantly. Kim Seo-jeon felt as if he was witnessing the most noble and Holy Spirit appearing. The Holy Spirit suddenly approached Kim Seo-jeon and then rested its head against him. Its expression was extremely adorable. Among all the spirits, the Holy Spirit is the noblest and most sacred. Therefore, if one's character is not upright, the Holy Spirit will not even pay attention. Even the heroes of the Great Flood era could not stir it. Why is it so friendly to this insane bastard? The Heart Saint thought helplessly. A trace of malice surged, instantly putting both Kim Seo-jeon and the Heart Saint on guard. What kind of energy is this? It is on an entirely different level from the Joe. A moment ago, I couldn't sense anything. Why did it suddenly appear? Is it targeting the Holy Spirit? Kim Seo-jeon worriedly looked at the Holy Spirit, trembling in fear. This malice is too terrifying. I have never encountered it even in the middle of the Great Flood, except for that massive berserk beast. Heart Saint broke into a sweat, quickly telling Kim Seo-jeon to fall back. He did not know what it was, but it was certainly stronger than the Joe, and the stronger it is, the more experience points he can earn. Just thinking about it was exciting. Kim Seo-jeon decided not to miss this God-given opportunity. He immediately charged forward past the Heart Saint, shouting behind him. As he rushed out, Kim Seo-jeon felt something was off. Why was it targeting the Holy Spirit and not the Heart Saint? Whatever, regardless of the reason, he just needed to deal with it before it got close to the Holy Spirit, and of course to also increase the enlightenment progress. After running for a while, he saw the source of malice was a monster sitting cross-legged on a rooftop. Legendary level entity, a dweller of the sixth heaven, the ruler of demon heaven itself, David. It flew right up to Kim Seo-john's face, flashing a nasty, pitying smile. Hey, is that all you've got? My progress isn't increasing at all. Don't bring that filthy face of yours near me. Why is your face so ugly? Kim Seo-john dodged away from the monster and swung his hand, smacking it with a slap. The monster thudded to the floor, its head full of question marks. The monster had been beaten by Kim Seo-john for no reason. It flew into a rage, screaming to the heavens. It tried to fight back at Kim Seo-john with both hands but failed. Cornered, the monster unleashed its ultimate super move. Dark demonic energy flooded the sky, startling even the Heart Saint who was outside. The one who needed saving was not Kim Seo-john, but the monster itself, because his overwhelming power had already broken this illusory world. He suppressed the demonic energy while cornering the monster with no escape route. Ultra rode the clouds, vowing to use light skills as Kim Seo-john pursued the monster hot on its heels. And he used a magic spell even stronger than Fei Fi Fire to give it a thorough beating, haunting it even in its next life. Seeing the Heart Saint approach, Kim Seo-john quickly told her to step back so he could handle it. Being told to step back for the first time by a green A-rank hunter, the Heart Saint felt a strange mix of emotions. The monster was not dead yet. It switched to a mental attack to target Kim Seo-john. The voice of the Buddha echoed in his mind, urging him to end his own life. But the handsome Kim Seo-john was not foolish enough to listen. Did such nonsense think it control his mind? The monster tried to muster its last bit of strength. It kept pounding the question into his head of why he would not kill himself, but it was useless. Kim Seo-john just stood there blankly, completely baffled by its stupid question. After being toyed with by him for a while, the monster was utterly exhausted. Finally, it shifted its attack to the saintess standing beside him. Seeing the saintess stunned, it laughed in satisfaction. Before Kim Seo-john could deal with it, it had already vanished into thin air. Worried about the saintess, he now remembered he had not seen the Holy Spirit for a while. He quickly turned around and dashed like the wind back to where the Holy Spirit had been standing earlier. For some reason, the demon had set its sights on His Holiness, the Holy Spirit, from the very start. If it invaded the saintess's mind and found the location of the Holy Spirit, it would be disastrous. But when he arrived, he was too late. The Holy Spirit had already been completely penetrated by the demon's power at some point. The Holy Spirit's entire body was glowing red. A scream from him caused the saintess to become disoriented and collapse to the ground. Kim Seo-john wondered why the demon had targeted His Holiness, the Holy Spirit. At that moment, he realized it had been targeting the saintess all along. Its target had always been the Lady Saintess. The Holy Spirit was an entity with a spiritual link to the saintess. He planned to invade the mind of the Lady Saintess Balder, His Holiness, the Holy Spirit. He thought in fear. He caught the screaming saintess, dark energy swirling around her. If he did not resolve this quickly, she would be in danger. He told himself he had to destroy the demon as fast as possible. Was it possible to attack the demon without harming the Holy Spirit when the two were linked? Time was up. Kim Seo-john had to take a risk and grip the Elder's scepter. He advanced toward the demon, intending to fight it one-on-one. At that moment, flames had surrounded him in a circle with no escape. The saintess, under the demon's control, suddenly stood upright. With lifeless eyes, she launched an attack towards Kim Seo-john. Countless streams of power attacked him relentlessly. Kim Seo-john struggled to breathe, trying to find a way out. But everything was blocked off by the deadly chaos Balder caused by the demon. To defeat it, he had to defeat the Lady Saintess first. Was that even possible? Kim Seo-john looked at the saintess, whose entire body was filled with killing intent, and thought with fear. The saintess was a hero of the Great Flood, and even if he gave his all, he might not win. The important thing was, would she be safe if he did win? What about him and the remaining evil spirits? Countless questions flooded his mind. No matter what choice he made, someone would have to sacrifice themselves. There was no other way. Kim Seo-john silently gripped the Elder's scepter and ran towards the saintess. He yelled, asking her why someone who once saved the world could be so easily brainwashed. She had once dreamed of saving the world for a long time. A world where no one was hurt or unhappy. Look at the world now. The days during the Great Flood were terrible. When the Great Flood was seen as the end, the world went mad with destruction. Laws collapsed, and moral principles were torn apart. She struggled to change the world, but in the end, nothing changed. During the Great Flood, she was glad to be alive, but now she was pained to exist. We live in a world where the only difference between people and monsters is that this was the world she created, which was why she wanted to rebuild it once more. Even so, her comrades stopped her. He said forcing a change would not change anything. Her comrades also chose to look the other way. While they directly witnessed human suffering, the saintess's voice returned. She spoke while crying. At that time, she finally chose to leave. She went to a place no one knew, using spiritual energy training as an excuse to calm herself. But the more she trained, the more she heard the world's rage. Cries of those suffering in the world she created, the ones she had not helped. Because she loathed herself, the saintess wanted Balder to give everyone equal rights. Balder death. The saintess's fall was not simply due to the evil spirit's malice. The evil spirit simply activated it to sow seeds of life filled with doubt. I finally understood why the Buddha asked me that question. Kim Seo-jan gripped his staff and cast a rod full of magical energy straight into the Holy Heart. Why do you only look at those people? Kim Seo-jan suddenly asked the Holy Heart. You once said this world is not good, that unutterable pain has taken the lives of many. But the world not only has the powerful to oppose but also the weak who need help. Everyone must live with a burden on their shoulders. Surviving one more day is a difficult task, because I am also tired of my own life. I have no strength left to share pain with others. People say true nature is revealed when cornered, but judging others like that is arrogant. They are simply exhausted from the hurtful words and actions of others. At that time, they could not claim they had lived through the day without having endured hardship. Kim Seo-jan spouted a string of principles, knowing the Holy Heart, though a hero, was still human. You cannot grieve for the dead forever. Madam, do you think you can bear the burden until all the world's sorrow disappears? Even if you could, would you not end up being the one who suffers? Kim Seo-jan's words plunged the Holy Heart in a deep thought. Everyone lives for today, hoping to live better tomorrow. That is the true way to live. We live in fear because we do not know what tomorrow holds. That is a life of doing everything to survive. Playing with friends, eating well, singing, watching the sunset with a loved one, hoping to endure another day. Those are the joys created by people. They can return to normal life after the Great Flood. But what if you only look at the corrupted? Kim Seo-jan said. Holy Heart was dazed, blood tears streaming from both eyes, speechless. The demon suddenly roared violently like a storm. The demonic vital energy surrounded Kim Seo-jan's pure power. The Holy Heart was dazzled by the light from him. She increasingly recalled the words he had spoken earlier. The people had been able to return to their former state. Kim Seo-jan's colossal magical energy shone, causing the demon within the Holy Spirit to gradually wane. After the light radiated in all directions, the Holy Heart gradually regained consciousness. The demon had been thoroughly dealt with by Kim Seo-jan. The Holy Spirit also returned to its previous small state, worried that the Holy Spirit would disappear along with the demon. But unwavering resolve only destroys the demon's soul. Now I can use unwavering resolve, and furthermore, my middle and lower dantians have expanded, Kim Seo-jan thought happily. The Holy Heart stared at Kim Seo-jan, seeing his power rival the heroes of the Great Flood. If this child's power goes in the wrong direction, who will stop him when he sets his sights on the earth? She thought worriedly. I hope you maintain that spirit, even if the world is unjust. This is unavoidable, the Holy Heart said. I don't understand what you mean, but it's not unjust. People care for each other more. Things are getting better. In an equal world, the weak are cared for without discrimination. If social values are just hypocrisy, then this is the era of Hong Jindong. What of those who cannot overcome their status and become thieves? I believe it is not so, and even if it were, I would change it, Kim Seo-jan replied firmly. Hearing this, the Holy Heart's eyes welled up, and she broke into a joyful laugh. Perhaps she had worried too much and been sunk in grief for too long. Is that why you are still alive? This question was not just for Kim Seo-jan but for everyone alive. He did not have an answer right away. The day of attaining enlightenment would come, then he would understand. Kalia was shocked speechless after hearing the news of the demon's destruction. Destroying a demon was no easy feat, for even if the physical body disintegrates, a demon cannot be destroyed. In this world, only one person could destroy demons. Wait, that person cannot appear, so who else could it be? She paled and then suddenly thought of Kim Seo-jan. Higher-ups were extremely furious with Kalia for not investigating Kim Seo-jan in time. I heard that you and Kim Seo-jan are acquainted. Are you still using those Korean guilds to monitor him now? I need you to act. I want fate to return to its proper course, the sinister black-robed man ordered Kalia. After leaving the dungeon, the Holy Heart still did not know where to go. Seeing this, Kim Seo-jan gladly invited her to stay with the guild until she decided. I also need someone to verify the matter of Lord Sheng, Kim Seo-jan schemed cunningly. Staying for free is too embarrassing. The Holy Heart offered to teach him mind arts to make up for it. There is no need, Kim Seo-jan refused outright, startling the Holy Heart into embarrassment. Did he just turn me down? A chance to learn Mards only comes once in a lifetime. Even an S-rank hunter would strive to reclass as a spirit summoner. Heart Saint thought to himself, who am I to dare teach him? He wept like a river. Kim Seo-jan outwardly said no repayment was needed, but inwardly only hoped Heart Saint would pay 10 billion. Seeing Heart Saint agree to pay, Kim Seo-jan secretly rejoiced but tried not to show it. He quickly led Heart Saint to his guild, his head full of personal schemes. The group was astonished to see Kim Seo-jan bringing Heart Saint to stay with them. They thought he had changed his taste, liking someone both salty and tough like this. Their faces all turned pale, trembling violently. Fortunately, he did not ask them to infiltrate a dungeon, so they breathed a sigh of relief. Heart Saint learned that aside from the Sword Saint's niece, the disciples of the Poison Saint and Magic Saint were also in the guild, and was startled with surprise. Among the training children, Kim Seo-jan sat in a corner counting money with a busy expression. With the new money, he had enough to buy one more course. Each course cost 40 billion. He thought he would have to wait long, but karma came so quickly. He wanted to learn both at the same time, wondering if he should ask Heart Saint for another 40 billion. But he saved her life, so it probably was not too much. While hesitating, Kim Seo-jan suddenly sensed an unusual commotion around him. He quickly led Heart Saint to the alley behind the guild. There, the Poison Saint appeared, greatly surprising Heart Saint. The Poison Saint's concealment technique hid him from Heart Saint, but Kim Seo-jeon easily sensed him. Seeing Heart Saint flustered, as if she had much to say, the Poison Saint wanted to know first what exactly happened in the dungeon. This young man saved my life. The moment he called me, I came to the dungeon immediately. Heart Saint did not finish speaking. Kim Seo-jeon interrupted, asking to explain himself. Kim Seo-jeon recounted everything in the dungeon to the Poison Saint with great passion. He exaggerated so much that Heart Saint almost fainted hearing it. Therefore, 10 billion won to keep the matter of the Church of Justice targeting the Madam's secret, Kim Seo-jeon suggested lightly. The Poison Saint saw his fierce attitude and had to agree despite himself. Heart Saint was surprised to learn she was targeted by the Church of Justice. In the Joe Crypt, it was they who attacked her. To be precise, they did not just want to kill her, but to eliminate the heroes of the Great Flood. I am not sure of the reason, but I was once threatened by the Church of Justice. An apostle of the Dark Ink came to me. After the Poison Saint finished speaking, both Kim Seo-jeon and Heart Saint got goosebumps. They were hunting heroes so fiercely that even an apostle was stirred. Could the Church of Justice want to kill heroes because of their connection to Berserk? This is just my speculation, not certain. The Poison Saint once said Berserk disappeared but did not die, right? He said it was the work of the Great Sound and the 7 apostles. Kim Seo-jeon asked how strong was Berserk back then? An invincible monster. The Poison Saint replied, even if all the world's heroes united, they might not win. Exactly, you all might still lose. No one knew when the apocalypse would come or if Berserk would die first. But the Church of Justice knew, so what was the decisive factor? If they could see the future, even imperfectly, the story changed. Their eyes and hands were only part of it. They knew Berserk would be defeated, the heroes heavily damaged, so they decided to act. They knew Berserk had not appeared yet. In other words, could it be that the Great Sound and the 7 apostles deliberately made Berserk disappear? These words from Kim Seo-jeon made the Poison Saint shudder. Heart Saint wanted to know the Church's purpose and its relation to killing heroes. Only they could fight Berserk. So, instead of releasing Berserk immediately, they wanted to eliminate those who fought it first. If no one was left, the apocalypse would come when it was released. Kim Seo-jeon just threatened with one sentence, and Heart Saint and the Poison Saint turned pale. Heart Saint asked if that were true. They only needed to bide time until the heroes died of old age. According to my speculation, the Church of Justice could not imprison Berserk forever. In short, they did not have much time. Do you not find it strange? The distortion suddenly occurred. Could it be the influence of Berserk's seal weakening? Think of 3 possibilities. 1. Berserk's weakening seal released power causing the distortion, or the Church utilized its power. Could also be both, but I am not sure. What I said is based on the Church of Justice being the one who wanted the apocalypse to happen, but their actions were not like that at all. If they had ill intent in the Great Flood era, they would have just sat back instead of sacrificing to save people alongside the heroes. There are many things that are not consistent because we do not understand clearly. I could not think of anything more. Kim Seo-jeon turned into a rogue. The Poison Saint and Heart Saint found what he said absurd, but also feared if it were true. If one day Berserk were released, could this world stop the triumphant monster? Until now, the Poison Saint had only focused on investigating Berserk, but after hearing what Kim Seo-jeon said, he had to look into the Church of Justice first. The Poison Saint planned to go abroad. If the Apostle of the Darking knew he was alive, he would find it hard to operate in Korea. As for what the Church of Justice was doing, he needed to know if they were targeting Korean heroes or the whole world. Holy Heart did not know what to do for the best. She had lived in seclusion for too long and was not used to this life. She hoped Kim Seo-jeon would help her integrate, although she did not know his purpose, but she was certain they wanted to kill the heroes. I also understand why she retreated into seclusion. Even though she disliked it, I still believed coming down from the mountain was good. Perhaps that was why the Sword Saint was not threatened by them. You must be careful as well. Church of Justice was still watching you, but not too closely yet. They saw you as an invisible variable, but this incident made you a threat to them. I have said my piece. I will return when I have more clues, How Saint said, shaking his robe as if to leave. Kim Seo-jeon suddenly remembered the 13 billion won he had just lost. He rushed forward, startling the old man. The association chairman planned to grant Baldur an S-rank hunter to Kim Seo-jeon. Giving an additional 30 billion won caused the delegates to erupt in loud protests. The ordinary people also joined in the criticism, but the reason for their anger was understandable. The chairman thought irritably, so this is what you wanted, Ju Jinchio. Ignoring the protesters, the chairman remained cool and rich, responding with an air of indifference as if to say, if you are bitter, I will do it anyway. The entire room fell silent at the chairman's arrogance. Everyone thought they had misheard. The chairman asked, if I gave the Sword Saint an S-rank license, could you stop him? Group replied that S rank was too low. It had to be higher to be fitting. The Sword Saint had never officially conquered any dungeon since the Great Flood. Even with the expected achievements, everyone knew of his skill and sacrifice. Hunter Kim Seo-jan deserved such treatment. Higher rank hunters must be respected. If you call that special treatment, I have nothing to say. You just said I wasted tax money, correct? So how do you think tax money should be spent to avoid waste? I am still using it for the people. What would happen if a dungeon opened its gates? The damages would reach hundreds of billions of won, not to mention casualties. Could you handle that? Investing 30 billion won for safety. The people pay taxes for that, so what is the problem? Your salaries are higher than other civil servants. Is that not unfair? Do you mean fairness is only for yourselves? The chairman scolded them relentlessly, and the group fell silent. But they still stubbornly argued that promoting Kim Seo-jan was too early. They knew Kim Seo-jan's skill and knew they were being unreasonable. The reason was the political power of Xi Jinping and that man's bribery, the chairman thought. South Korea would do as it said, regardless of whether the others were fuming with smoke. The chairman did not need their approval. He still promoted Kim Seo-jan to SA rank. He walked out the door, accompanied by curses behind his back. Chairman was surprised to see Kalia waiting outside. At the same time, on Kim Seo-jan's side, Park Yoo-min, a member of the Dungeon Management Bureau, came to see Kim Seo-jan. He had an important matter to inform him of. Hearing the chairman could not come, Kim Seo-jan worried that the 30 billion won would not be approved. A surging murderous aura rose, frightening Yoo-min. Yoo-min quickly reported that the money had been approved and he would receive it tomorrow or today. Kim Seo-jan calmed down and brightened up, leaving Yoo-min stunned. Even though everyone opposed it, the chairman had decided, so it would be fine. This was unprecedented, so the chairman was a bit busy, which was why he had come in his stead. Kim Seo-jan was relieved. As long as the 30 billion won was not touched, it was fine. Yoo-min broke out in a cold sweat, seeing that he did not care about the S-rank license, only the 30 billion won. If asked who would choose between 30 billion won and an S-rank license, they would surely choose the license. Because becoming an S-rank hunter meant being in the world's top professional ranks. That fame and position could not be measured with money. So why did this person have no greed at all? He was crazy about money, but saw it as a means, not an end. When the important matters were mentioned, he did not care. He was different from the heroes of the Great Flood, yet the same. Yoo-min pondered. Previously at the association, Yoo-min had asked the chairman about granting the S-rank license to Kim Seo-jan. Yoo-min knew he had heroic qualities, but feared the chairman's position would be shaken. The chairman explained, if high-rank hunters only chased benefits, then he had to accept that trend. South Korea's high-rank hunter circle was degenerating. A major competitive alliance called the Five Great Guilds had held power for decades. Not only the high-ranking hunter circle, but the entire South Korean society is also in decline. Tried to improve things, but in the end could only maintain the status quo. He once forced himself to believe an individual could not fight against the flow of time, but now he thinks Hunter Kim Seo-jan can. Someone who plants seeds of hope in a mind full of doubt, that is a true S-rank hunter. Yoo-min finally understood the words the chairman had spoken in the past. He suddenly spoke up, wanting to express the respect of the South Korean people towards Kim Seo-jan, making him blush in embarrassment. A true S-rank hunter, perhaps he is starting to feel hope too, Yoo-min thought with a smile. The next day, news of the Joe Dungeon attack turned South Korean society upside down, with a flood of information about Kim Seo-jan and the Dream Guild. Some newspapers even predicted the birth of a new hero, with Kim Seo-jan's story spreading across all platforms. At the same time, a fight broke out over the news and rumors about the Black Dragon Guild, though the party involved was not interested because 30 billion had already been withdrawn from the account. Let's see, he wanted both classes for 40 billion won each, plus an elixir for 15 billion. That made 80 billion plus 15 billion, totaling 95 billion won. Currently, he only had 43 billion in hand. He was still short 53 billion, Kim Seo-jan calculated, then suddenly stopped and shouted. No matter how much money he made, it was never enough to spend. But collection was difficult, and not just Kim Seo-jan, many others were in the same situation. While he was sitting deep in thought, the guild chairman suddenly appeared behind Kim Seo-jan from who knows when. He said that yesterday Kalia had come asking for his help. Sorry, but do you know what is happening in Europe? The chairman suddenly asked. The chairman handed his phone to Kim Seo-jan to show the current chaotic situation in Italy. The scenes were extremely brutal and ruined due to the attack of the beast horde. Kim Seo-jan was furious that artificial awakening was still possible in times like these. There should not have been such a shortage of hunters. Lately, distorted dungeons were appearing more and more in Europe. The Italian government mobilized professional hunters, but still lacked the strength to control them. Holy Saint stepped forward from behind and asked why they'd not ask Andrea to handle it. He just passed away, heard it was an accident in a dungeon. He did not know the details yet, but it seemed a distortion occurred when he raided a dungeon. Not only Italy, but other European countries had also fallen into similar circumstances. Many Great Flood heroes were fighting by themselves, but the situation was too dangerous. The European Union had to ask the Church of Justice for assistance. Kalia asked him to get involved. She wanted to help save Italy, the chairman replied. For Italy, that serious situation was not the only reason. There was also the death of Andrea Goffin. Andrea was not only a great flood hero but also a mafia boss belonging to the Sicilian Mafia Council. He was the first person to unify the mafia ranks, an international criminal organization. Andrea was a madman who always yelled about reviving that criminal organization. They thought it was just nonsense talk, but in the end, he actually did it. There were people in the mafia who opposed him, but they were nothing compared to a great flood hero. Now the restraining chains of the mafia were broken, and Italy was bound to be extremely chaotic. The Italian government asked the Church of Justice, but they refused. Yet you ask a child to do a task a great flood hero could not handle, Holy Saint replied angrily. Of course he refused, but Kalia asked him to relay the message, so he just let him know. You do not need to do anything, Kim Seo-jan. He also did not think you should go to that dangerous country, the chairman said. Kim Seo-jan thought for a moment and made a decision. Kalia later reported to her superiors that Kim Seo-jan had agreed to help. It was all because that man was crazy for money. Kim Seo-jan demanded up to 100 billion won in exchange for going along with the Dream Team members. The boss was a bit pained but still went along with Kim Seo-jan's wishes. The mutated monster that once blocked Andrea is still in Italy. If he wants to come on his own, why should we stop him? That man said. Kalia still hesitated, her face looking dejected when Kim Seo-jan demanded they pay a deposit first. This is going to be a headache now. Kim Seo-jan announced the whole trip to Italy to the group. He thought they would be scared, but to his surprise, everyone was excited about the upcoming overseas trip. The Dream Team's trip to Italy was confirmed, costing over 100 billion won. Kim Seo-jan received 60 billion, and each of the others got about 10 billion. There were still 2 weeks until they left for Italy, but everyone was training so intensely it made Holy Saint unable to enjoy his tea in peace. The disciple of the Sword Saint, the disciple of the Fist Saint, the disciple of the Magic Saint. Each one possessed immeasurable talent, yet they had all gathered under the light of a single person. That made Holy Saint feel a little out of place. Holy Saint quietly observed everyone, then turned his gaze towards Haeyeon. Balder used his spiritual eyes to see that Haeyeon's soul was entirely black, meaning her sense of self was too poor. Souls usually have colors based on emotions, but her soul was completely black. That meant it had been slowly collapsing over time. But now that collapse had stopped. Perhaps Kim Seo-jan had destroyed her small world and given her new hope. A child who always doubted herself and tried to change, yet was lonely because she didn't know what to do with her life. The Heart Saint stared at Haeyeon, making her shy, her face turning red. After saying that, she gently called for her to quickly follow. Seeing Haeyeon hesitate, she firmly flicked her forehead, causing a sharp pain. Then she flicked her again, making her cry out in pain. There are only 2 weeks until you kids go to Italy, and I have to deal with the most troublesome one. From now on, I will only accept yes as an answer, understand? The Heart Saint suddenly turned into a roaring tiger, switched to fascist mode, and dragged Haeyeon into training, scaring her almost to fainting. 2 weeks later, news the Dream Team going to Italy had spread across South Korea. Leaving behind worries and expectations, the whole team departed for Italy in a spirited and excited mood. At the airport, countless thugs had already noticed Kim Seo-jan's group. Right on time, Elena, a member of the Italian Hunter Association and an Asian hunter manager, came to greet the Dream Group. 1 R-rank hunter and 4 E-rank hunters. Elena disappointedly thought that the Church of Justice sending people should at least include an S-rank hunter. A gang of thugs approached, pointed their fingers at Kim Seo-jan's face, sneered, and spewed a string of foreign words. Elena broke out in a sweat, telling Kim Seo-jan's group to just ignore them. Kim Seo-jan was surprised to see that Haeyeon had established a spiritual connection by learning from the Heart Saint, acknowledging her talent. Those thugs kept looking toward Kim Seo-jan and laughing, guessing he came here for tourism. The weaklings would shit their pants if they knew what kind of place this was. Just ignore them. Even if we don't act, they'll die soon anyway. Such a waste for someone so pretty to die. They had no idea Kim Seo-jan heard every single word, his face gradually reddening with anger. Kim Seo-jan couldn't stand the itch any longer and aggressively strode toward them. Elena turned pale seeing Kim Seo-jan. Those thugs weren't ordinary gangsters. They were a mafia gang with many A-rank talents. They were the kind of vermin the government had to turn a blind eye to. Wait, you're no match for them! Elena shouted, trying to stop him. Seo-jan's arm blocked Elena. He smiled cheerfully at Elena and said it would be fine. What's wrong? Why is everyone acting like nothing happened? Elena turned pale with surprise. Those thugs, seeing Kim Seo-jan come to deliver himself, burst into chaotic laughter. Kim Seo-jan calmly said that a bunch of trash flying around the airport proved Italy really was chaotic. They went mad and reached out to grab his neck. Kim Seo-jan was too fast, twisted the wrist and slammed the bastard's head onto the floor, leaving him no time to react. Seeing their comrade taken down, the remaining thugs all charged in at once, aiming to gang up on him. The ones who got beaten were them. Too fast and dangerous, Kim Seo-jan took out the drug-crazed bunch, and the group continued on their way. Elena led the group to Napoli. Actually, the hunters Kim Seo-jan dealt with weren't the mafia, but a gang that had split off from their faction. After the sudden death of Lord Andrea, the mafia organization split into 3 factions. the moderate Anus, the hardline Francisco, and the official successor Antonio. The heir to Andrea's legacy, though calling himself moderate, except for Antonio, the other factions were all criminal organizations. Dungeons were springing up everywhere. Italian hunters couldn't handle them yet, because they had to stop the mafia. Though it was a bit presumptuous, they hoped the Dream Team would help deal with the mutated dungeons. Elena explained to the group, and Kim Seo-jeon agreed. Elena was extremely grateful. Suddenly, the car braked hard, and the whole group tumbled onto their seats. Outside, groups of people were fleeing in panic because the final dungeon gate had been opened. All kinds of monsters crowded together, appearing roaring and flying back and forth swiftly across the sky. It seemed the group couldn't reach Napoli after all. They would have to start right from here. Kim Seo-jeon confidently drew his weapon and led the way, with the powerful Dream Group following behind. At this time in the Italian parliament, news of a mafia gang occupying the city of Catanzaro was the hottest topic. Marcelo, the president of the Hunter Association, said they had tried to negotiate, but they adamantly refused. That was the hardline faction of Francisco. He threatened to kill 90,000 residents of Catanzaro if the president wasn't handed over within a week. These words gave Samuel, the Italian minister, a terrible headache. Antonio was coordinating with hunters to stop the rebels from leaving Sicily, but it wasn't going smoothly. Those bastards wouldn't dare move a muscle while Lord Andrea was alive. Samuel looked pale and tired, not expecting one hero's disappearance to cause such a disaster. News of the mutated dungeon in Latina arrived, shocking everyone. Currently, there were only 500 C-rank hunters, 150 B-rank hunters, and 20 A-rank hunters. He thought this time he would have to witness innocent people die. Suddenly, Marcelo jumped up in surprise when his secretary reported no casualties in Latina, all thanks to the support of the mighty Dream Team. To the left of Kim Seo-jeon's heart, Surion's secret flame technique swirled around the monsters, creating an unprecedentedly hot air. Minyeon, not to be outdone, unleashed her ultimate ghost soul pursuit. With a swoosh, the dual sword dance slashed through the monsters as easily as cutting stick. Seo-jeon's first form of the heaven-shredding sword, enhanced by the lightning sword dance, was incredibly sharp, cutting through everything. One could not overlook the elemental spirit healing support handled by Haeun. With a roar, the elemental energy exploded, blowing the monsters away, making them tremble and unable to move. Thanks to Kim Seo-jeon's team, the innocent people had a chance to escape. Elena witnessed those peak techniques firsthand, staring wide-eyed and open-mouthed in astonishment. The monsters became more and more intense, killing intent billowing across the sky. Yet, with just one strike, Kim Seo-jeon made the whole lot vanish completely. They were Korean hunters who had traveled all the way to Italy to help. Normally, taking down this group would require a dozen hunters, yet 5 people handled it cleanly. Elena stood dazed, her expression still stunned. Suddenly, the phone in Lena's pocket rang loudly. On the other end, the name Marcelo, the association president, appeared. Elena quickly answered and introduced herself. The other party said something that made her face darken, her words hesitant as she was too stunned to speak. After the battle, Haeun, Minyeon, and Suryeon never stopped praising each other, truly like sisters, all of them skilled. Clearly, before the fight, everyone was worried they wouldn't perform well, but during the fight, they transformed into different people, strong and aggressive. Kim Seo-jeon's group was like top students who pulled all-nighters studying, but when asked, they said they hadn't studied, hiding their skills at max level. Seo-jeon was sighing, wondering how these kids had become so strong. Glancing at Kim Seo-jeon, she saw he was busy dissecting the monster carcasses, and she was speechless. Kim Seo-jeon was truly a frugal man. Even abroad, he didn't waste a single penny. After dissecting the carcasses, seeing Elena approach, Kim Seo-jeon immediately asked, "Miss Elena, you've arrived at just the right time. I'm wondering how to sell these body parts. We have the right to own them, right? We brought them down." "Yes, but that's not the issue. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Samuel, the Prime Minister of Italy, and Mr. Marcello, the President of the Italian High-Rank Hunter Association." Elena briefly introduced the 2 men behind her, leaving Kim Seo-jeon stunned, thinking they were going to give him a separate customs declaration. Noticing the confusion on Kim Seo-jeon's face, Samuel and Marcelo immediately cheerfully shook hands with him in greeting. "You can communicate without an interpreter. Are you perhaps a follower of the Church of Justice?" Samuel asked curiously. "No, a teammate of mine knows a psychic spell. Thanks to a few tricks, I can overcome the language barrier. I don't really understand the principle either, but everyone can see it as a translation tool," Kim Seo-jeon replied. Haeun, standing behind and listening to Seo-jeon lie without batting an eye, felt a bit nauseous, fearing the holy saint overheard and would faint sideways. "We have something to say. Can you help Italy, please?" Samuel pleaded. Kim Seo-jeon was confused, not understanding. Clearly, he had come here to help Italy. "As for money, you can have as much as you want. Additionally, we will not charge for collecting the monster remains. We will also cover all disposal costs. We will give you the best treatment. Please help us." Samuel launched into a speech that made Kim Seo-jeon tense up, clenching his fists to suppress his joy. Regarding this matter, Kim Seo-jeon naturally couldn't refuse. He pretended to be solemn in accepting the request, though he was overjoyed inside, and the kids had to cover their faces and look away. Then I will entrust the Lazio City region to the Dream Team. Lazio is a politically key area where the capital Rome is located, Samuel said. Kim Seo-jong was a bit surprised. He thought they wanted him to handle something bigger from the dungeons. While thinking, seeing a helicopter fly by, Kim Seo-jong immediately requested to use it, despite the whole team's concerns. In a flash, the whole team was on the helicopter, flying over the cities to deal with the monsters. After countless battles, everyone was exhausted, but Boss Kim still insisted on moving on without rest. He really knew how to squeeze every bit of energy out of people. Samuel received news from the center that the dungeons had been neutralized. He was so surprised he couldn't move. He couldn't remember the last time his heart raced like this. Perhaps it was when the hero Andrea announced he would return to the underworld during the Great Flood. Andrea, I thought this was the end of Italy without that hero. Now, we cannot miss the opportunity with the Asian hunters. Samuel ordered Marcelo to entrust the citizens' safety to the Dream Team and also dispatched hunters to handle the mafia. News about the Dream Team flooded the front pages of newspapers. Mafia boss Francisco naturally wouldn't stay idle. He quickly summoned Albano. It seemed it was time to the lioness Agnes. As for the hostages in Catanzaro, just go through all of them. Lavish banquet was held at the Red Haven Hotel for the entire Dream Group. While Heian, Minyan, and Suryeon eagerly dived into the banquet, Kim Seo-jong questioned Elena about the payment amount. About 42 million euros converted to Korean won is 57 billion won. As soon as Elena finished speaking, Kim Seo-jong felt a thrilling sensation electrify his entire body. Even divided into 5 parts, each person still got 11.4 billion. Thinking about this, he was so happy he felt like he could sprout wings and fly into the sky. Elena looked at his expression, which looked like he had been struck on the head, and broke into a cold sweat. The remaining members were used to this mannerism of his whenever money was mentioned, so they just continued eating noisily. After a night of heavy drinking and feasting, Kim Seo-jong suddenly woke up. Seizing the opportunity, he continuously purchased courses. 80 billion troops of Kim Seo-jong flew like the wind, but he felt no regret, knowing he would earn much more in the future. Elena stated that Italy's annual budget was approximately 100,000 billion won. Kim Seo-jong could not suppress his malicious smile under everyone's suspicious gaze. In the room, he attentively listened to a lecture he had just bought about a titan holding up the sky. That man's strength made even Hao Quan pale in comparison. No, it was all wrong. The most important thing was perseverance. Atlas continuously preached to Kim Seo-jong. He used ironclad words to advise him to persevere and endure everything. There were 3 basic principles of perseverance. The body cannot be destroyed. The ability to absorb 10,000 types of toxin. The ability to withstand extreme heat and cold. This was the ultimate power of perseverance. Atlas laughed out loud. The daily quests appeared, each one difficult to accomplish easily. Among them was a request to drink the venom of Jormungandr. Jormungandr was a giant serpent in Norse mythology. Its venom could kill gods. How could Kim Seo-jong possibly accomplish such things? While he was at a loss, the system displayed a counterfeit product of Jormungandr's venom priced at 2 billion troops. Kim Seo-jong wanted to scream. It turned out the system just wanted to drain 2 billion from him. He encouraged himself that he would earn trillions after completing the quest, even though Samuel had not promised anything. Just as he was about to click on the next course, the ground around Kim Seo-jong suddenly began to tremble violently. Dirt and rocks flew. He was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Amidst the fleeing crowd, a thug leader along with his gang of underlings entered demanding to find Kim Seo-jong. Elena stepped out coldly and told him to go back. He intended to harass her, but was immediately struck by her, falling flat on his face. Both in pain and embarrassed, the enraged thug leader ordered his underlings to deal with Elena. But the underlings were mere mosquitoes and flies. With a few swings of her hand, they fell down unconscious. Elena fought while trying to stall for time to call for reinforcements. Suddenly, Albano rushed from nowhere and grabbed her by the throat, causing her to spit blood. Ignoring her gasping for air, he continuously squeezed her neck while interrogating her for Kim Seo-jong's whereabouts. Elena turned blue but still refused to reveal his location. The Dream members gathered and stood at the stairway. While chewing snacks and gossiping, they told Albano that Kim Seo-jong was standing right behind him. Kim Seo-jong suddenly appeared and whispered in his ear, causing Albano to fall back in panic. He seized the opportunity and shot forward like a missile to rescue Elena. Kim Seo-jong's superhuman strength and speed made Albano unable to believe it. The Dream group watched the situation tensely, eavesdropping while staying sharp. Mafia boss Francisco proposed a truce with Agnes. In his hand, he carried the bloody corpse of a traitor who had colluded with Antonio. Francisco said that Albano had gone to meet Kim Seo-jong. Agnes asked if Kim Seo-jong was the Korean hunter. She calculated that if Albano had already gone there, that man would hardly survive. Hero Kim Seo-jong suddenly dying would throw Antonio Marcello and the Italian government into chaos. Francisco laughed and suggested spreading the news of 90,000 Catanzaro citizens being massacred, making Agnes think he was insane. Francisco said as long as they won, the matter of being unjust was unimportant. He would do everything to win. We are all monsters, rules and morals do not apply. Just follow our instincts. Want to fight, then fight. Want to kill, then kill. That is the new era of Italy. Francisco howled, tossed the corpse aside, and with his whole body drenched in blood, loudly proclaimed his ideals. After witnessing Kim Seo-john's rescue, Albano became a bit wary. He thought he must have let his guard down, but he had completely not sensed his opponent's movements. Elena said Albano was the one running the violent faction. She did not expect him to still be running rampant despite Sicily being blockaded. He sneered and told her she did not know the whole story yet. He challenged Kim Seo-john, saying he was curious about the Asian who dared to be interested in their plan. Kim Seo-john coldly told him to scram with his underlings. He turned and walked away with Elena, his expression calm and fearless. Albano, mad with rage, charged forward to attack him from behind. Before he could even touch a hair, he was sent flying backwards by his sealing power, crashing through a wall while spitting blood. Albano roared and ordered his gang of underlings to charge, but it was unknown who would deal with whom. The Dream members stepped forward and captured all of them with earth-shattering force. Having just finished their lunch when they were dragged out here, they told themselves to finish this quickly so they could go back and eat. Albano's gang of henchmen were quickly beaten to a pulp before his horrified eyes, his face paling as he couldn't believe the S-rank and A-rank Dream members were this strong. Kim Seo-john, with his gleaming weapon, advanced towards Albano, scaring him so much he nearly pissed his pants. Cornered and with no way out, his henchmen had been wiped out completely. With no escape route, he desperately pulled something from his collar and threw it at Kim Seo-john. A loud explosion rang out, accompanied by a sudden blinding light. Taking advantage of the flash from the bomb, Albano quickly slipped out of the hotel at high speed. But Kim Seo-john did not let him escape so easily. He crouched to gain momentum, shot forward like an arrow, and was out of sight in an instant. A few seconds later, he appeared before Albano, who was on his way to report, and knocked him unconscious on the spot. Waking up, Albano panicked to find himself tightly bound in front of the Dream Team and the crowd. Elena wondered how he had escaped the blockaded Sicily, but his threats made her unable to bear it. The cunning Albano's threats made Elena increasingly unable to stand it as she listened. She lost control, lunged at him, and punched him thud-thud-thud like beating a sack of rice. Teacher Kim Seo-john was puzzled, not understanding what Albano had just said. Elena sighed and explained that they threatened to take 90,000 hostages in Catanzaro to force the president to resign. They gave her a deadline till the end of the week, but due to tricks in parliament, the magic bomb had been activated earlier. Soon 90,000 people would explode. Albano laughed triumphantly. Elena was furious, cursing that he was no different from those damn monsters. His tone was so infuriating that Kim Seo-john had to deliver a blow that sent him flying off his chair before he finally shut up. He hadn't killed him yet because he still needed to ask a few things. Everyone get ready. We are heading to Catanzaro immediately. Kim Seo-john's chest swelled with fighting spirit as he clenched his fist and gave the order. The helicopter carrying the group quickly approached Catanzaro. Regarding bomb disposal, Kim Seo-john assigned Soo-ryun and Min-eon to go together to locate the position. Min-eon used his stealth skill to assist Soo-ryun in disarming the bombs. Seo-john was tasked with finding the hostages and evacuating them, with Hae-eun going along to help. After giving the orders, Kim Seo-john grabbed his weapon and rushed to the helicopter door, ready to jump down. Kim Seo-john doing that is very dangerous. If the mafia detects him, the Dream members will be in trouble. Seo-john quickly ran over to advise Kim Seo-john, but Kim Seo-john merely replied that he wouldn't let that happen, then let go and jumped down with a gleaming power. Kim Seo-john ran at full speed, like never before, applying the speed of a god to carry out his mission. Though his body ached as if being torn apart, the Atlas physique helped him endure. Furthermore, he had no time left. He didn't know when the bombs would explode, but if they hadn't detonated yet, the mafia might still be in Catanzaro. Those bastards hadn't left yet, until his team reached Catanzaro. Until Min-eon found the bombs and Soo-ryun disarmed them. Until Seo-john and Hae-eun evacuated everyone. I have to buy time, please make it in time. Kim Seo-john gritted his teeth, his speed increasing more than ever before. At this moment, Cesar, the head of the Francesco gang, was gleefully holding the activation button in his hand. He had ordered his subordinates not to let the people out of their houses until the bombs exploded. Cesar ordered that a few people be allowed to flee so that the survivors would know about it. The few people he spoke of were a mere 10 out of a total of 90,000 residents. Just as Cesar was gathering his hen to return to Sicily, Kim Seo-john, fortunately, suddenly appeared like a gust of wind. After a desperate sprint, he finally arrived at the scene just in time. The mafia boss who took over Catanzaro, right? Sorry, but you guys have come with me for a bit, Kim Seo-john said, carrying his weapon and lifting his chin. The appearance of an Asian man left Cesar's crew gaping. He growled, asking his subordinates if this was one of the 10 released. Cesar burst out laughing, asking what idiot dared to act smart in front of 1,000 mafia men. I don't know who you are or how you got here, but if you want to die, fine, detain him. As soon as he finished speaking, his henchmen charged at Kim Seo-john with all kinds of weapons. Cesar turned and walked away first, telling his men to finish the job and follow him. He never expected that the moment he turned around, all his henchmen would be battered by the magical force from Kim Seo-john's weapon. Cesar realized Kim Seo-jeon was no pushover. His face pale, he backed away step by step, thinking he must leave quickly, pressed the activation button, and returned to Sicily. While fighting, Kim Seo-jeon noticed something and glanced towards Cesar. He saw him retreating, his hand fumbling with the control button in a suspicious manner. Kim Seo-jeon quickly shot after him like lightning, pressing him closely, while his other hand still dealt with the thugs blocking his way. His underlings poured all their strength into holding Kim Seo-jeon down to buy time, but his power and form rendered them useless. Time was running out. Kim Seo-jeon seemed to gain renewed strength, his attacks growing fiercer by the moment. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a powerful blow, choking dust and smoke enveloping Cesar. Cesar, who thought he had escaped, now caught, was so terrified his eyes rolled white and he stammered, unable to speak. Kim Seo-jeon's frenzy and relentless finishing strikes made Cesar want to collapse on the spot. Just as the spear tip pointed directly at his face, Cesar frantically pulled out an activation device from his pocket. He growled a threat, assuming Kim Seo-jeon knew about this device. If he took another step, he would immediately press the button. He knew full well the consequences if it were activated. Kim Seo-jeon calmly replied that if he pressed the button, they would both sink into sleep. Cesar recklessly said sharing that sleep was better, backing away as he spoke, using the button to threaten Kim Seo-jeon. Just then, his underlings also managed to catch up, surrounding him and pressing blades against his body. A freezing cold blade pressed against his face. Kim Seo-jeon only gave a faint smile, then suddenly launched a spinning kick that sent them toppling on the spot. Cesar saw he was truly about to bring the spear down on his face. He had no choice but to press the button so they could all die together. The button was pressed, but the space around them remained eerily silent. Cesar sweated profusely, pressing it repeatedly, doubting he had pressed it wrong. Kim Seo-jeon, however, breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes sparkled as he inwardly praised Suryeon for a job well done. Bano opened his eyes and woke up in a pitch-dark warehouse. He held his swollen face, vaguely recalling being caught and beaten by the Dream Team, furious enough to go mad. The door opened, and seeing Cesar stagger in, he joyfully thought he was saved. Bano thought that no matter how strong Kim Seo-jeon was, he could not handle the entire mafia alone. But the next second, Cesar's bruised and battered face revealed that he had also been caught, leaving Bano speechless. They were all caught. Kim Seo-jeon and Lena entered with the spear, demanding they answer a few questions. Kim Seo-jeon asked in a harsh tone how they'd escaped Sicily after the failed plan. Bano was stubborn and silent, but Cesar hastily revealed Baldur's secret passage, which infuriated him. Kim Seo-jeon stopped Bano's protest by landing a knockout blow, putting him to sleep and shutting him up. Without Bano's interference, Kim Seo-jeon used the dominant hand rule to question Cesar very smoothly. Shortly after, Bano woke up and saw Cesar unconscious. Sure that he had confessed everything, he suddenly opened his mouth, offering 70 million euros for his release, astonishing everyone. He said, "Who do you think I am? We are the mafia, not common criminals. We mafia have completed countless operations like smuggling, gambling, and loan sharking. They earn 53 billion euros per year, equivalent to 78 trillion won, from their illegal activities." Albano explained they did it right under Andrea's nose, like the tip of an iceberg. On hearing this, he laughed heartily, making him think he was also a money seeker. But he was wrong. Kim Seo-jeon was not just obsessed with money, but a slave to it, wanting to earn as much as possible. Kim Seo-jeon laughed because he panicked when he earned 78 trillion a year, only offering a paltry sum. He was dissatisfied, asked where his boss Francisco was, and did not accept that price. Said he knew they trafficked people, and now he would traffic them back for money. Then he rolled up his sleeves. Kim Seo-jeon smiled devilishly, then swung the spear to strike Bano's head, just he thought his plan was working. He had not expected to be double-crossed. His face turned back completely, becoming a demonic technique master, leaving him only to worship before passing out. The Dream Team was used to his personality, only sighing in pity at the naivety of Bano. Albano's desperate screams echoed mournfully in the warehouse. Haeun watched, getting goosebumps, recalling the time he was once treated similarly by Kim Seo-jeon. Lena stopped him, knowing he planned to meet Francisco, deeming it too dangerous. Sicily was a mafia stronghold with 150,000 members. Francisco was an S-rank hunter, nearing the Great Flood hero realm. Even for him, it was risky. The problem would only end when the mafia group was dealt with. The lesson from the Catanzaro case showed Italy's problem was not the mutated dungeons but the mafia. He had already planned ahead, intending to use the secret passage they had used. He smiled mysteriously, saying he would go there to conduct a human trafficking deal. Messina, the city connecting Sicily to mainland Italy, was a place with many professional hunters. Marcelo was discussing the strange whereabouts of Francisco and Agnes with Samuel and Antonio. They predicted those two had already joined forces. It seemed Francisco and Agnes were preparing for an all-out battle. The spies stopped reporting, likely exposed. Marcelo said they had to act. Antonio sat in contemplation while Samuel was so furious he wanted to slam the table after hearing the report. The situation worsened. The Dream Team was protecting Italy, thought to have balanced things, but only made the bomb explode faster. Francisco and Agnes factions united. Their numbers would reach 50,000 people. With 200,000 troops, the war would be catastrophic, with incalculable casualties, and 90,000 civilians were being held hostage. Samuel was stunned by his own thoughts, sitting dazed and oblivious to the calls of Samuel and Antonio. A sudden knock on the door rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere of the meeting. Everyone in the room was quite surprised to see Elena appear, as they thought she was with the Dream Team. Elena spoke up. Hunter Kim Seo-John wants to meet the chairman and you, Antonio. Hearing that Kim Seo-John suddenly wanted to meet the leaders of Italy, Samuel was startled out of his stupor, certain there was a major matter. Samuel's group hurried outside to meet Kim Seo-John, unexpectedly finding him standing there laughing heartily, with someone draped over his back. Kim Seo-John's cheerful demeanor was far from their expectations. Meeting him for the first time, Antonio heard he used auto-translate and immediately asked if he was a member of the Church of Justice. No, it's just the Balder mental translation, Kim Seo-John replied with a smirk. Samuel cut to the chase anxiously. I heard you wanted to see us. Ah yes, it's nothing much. I have a business deal, and I don't know the going rates in Italy. I mean, business with those bastards. Kim Seo-John replied to the bewildered stares of Samuel's group, who didn't understand his meaning. It wasn't until Kim Seo-John threw the two men, Albano and Cesar, he was carrying onto the ground with a thud. The entire group gasped in astonishment, not understanding why Francisco's subordinates were there. They say they'll pay a ransom of about 70 million euros, or 100 billion, he said. Let's get to it. I want to ask you all for 150,000 people. What price should I set? As Kim Seo-John asked, he pulled out an enormous, sparkling purple orb, causing everyone extreme confusion. Seeing the situation was not good, Elena stepped in to explain to Samuel's group what Kim Seo-John had just done. A moment later, having understood everything, Samuel quickly bowed his head respectfully. Thank you very much, Hunter Kim Seo-John. As president, I must represent Italy, yet I could only turn a blind eye to 90,000 innocent citizens. Without the Dream Team, I would be reading a massacre report, not this joyous news. I am truly grateful to you. Kim Seo-John was tired of hearing thanks. He just wanted to know how to price these 150,000 mafia members. This is the magic bomb from Catanzaro. It hasn't exploded because my team members drained all the mana inside, but if mana is channeled into it, the bomb will be reactivated. I plan to use a secret path to Sicily to recycle this bomb, making those bastards pay for what they intended to do to Catanzaro. You can consider this my operation to clean up Sicily, Kim Seo-John said in one breath. No, using that bomb will destroy the mafia, but you will also lose your life, Hunter Kim Seo-John. After detonating it, how do you plan to escape from Balder? This is no different from a suicide bombing, Antonio protested fiercely. Samuel also saw the logic and immediately strongly objected. Don't worry about me, I have my own way. Besides, shouldn't we end the current situation as soon as possible? Kim Seo-John replied calmly. Why are you going this far? You have nothing to do with Italy. Even if you ignored it, who could say anything? Why risk your life? From the very beginning, you could have not come here. Why are you risking your life to help us? Antonio wondered about Kim Seo-John's excessive kindness. Do I need a reason to help someone? If I want to help, I just help. Kim Seo-John's firm answer left Antonio stunned for a moment, completely unexpected. He broke into a sweat, recalling his grandfather's teaching about people following him not for power, but for ideals. It's been a long time since I've seen this look. I thought I would never see it again. Antonio stood frozen in thought, his eyes still fixed on Kim Seo-John with admiration. As Kim Seo-John prepared to leave, Samuel's group simultaneously bowed their heads respectfully, hoping he would return safely. Seeing the overly solemn scene, Kim Seo-John stiffened, indescribably awkward. I'm not planning to go on a suicide mission, for heaven's sake, but for some reason maybe I shouldn't ruin this atmosphere. Kim Seo-John was speechless at everyone's sentiment, only leaving behind a promise to return before carrying Albano and Cesar and leaving. Samuel's group watched his straight receding back and sniffled, like wives seeing their husbands off to war. The one leading did not look back. Amidst the overflowing emotion, only Elena was normal, knowing Kim Seo-John was going for the money, not for any ideal. At the Sicily Mafia base, Agnes, on Francisco's orders, had dispatched 100,000 men to Messina, the connecting point to Sicily. With the current situation, Francisco could attack at any time. Is it necessary to be so hasty, Francisco? Our strength alone is a disadvantage. 50,000 elite troops have to stay behind. I wonder if this decision is too rash, Agnes asked. Your worries are unfounded. That's why you can't escape this Sicily. In just a while longer, riots will engulf all of Italy. Isn't the parliament's reaction too easy to predict? All we need to do is use that time. It's as easy as turning your hand. War must happen. Seizing the opportunity when it benefits us is better, isn't it? Francisco replied complacently and smugly. Hearing that most of Antonio's forces had withdrawn from Messina, Francisco became even more arrogant. What did I say? The parliament would definitely do that, right? Deploying 100,000 reserve soldiers to the Messina front line, those bastards must be terrified. If they have to fight over 100,000 men, they'll be even more chaotic. If I lead 50,000 elite troops to wipe out Antonio's army, by then I will drain their strength. Italy will be in our hands, Francisco laughed triumphantly. As he spoke, he twirled a knife swiftly before stabbing it firmly into the map hanging on the wall. According to Francisco's plan, the first 100,000 men would only be cannon fodder. Ennis understood and was immediately extremely intrigued. You are truly insane, but insane in the way I like. A sinister smile appeared on her face. Aha, Italy will begin a new era. Francisco closed his eyes and laughed uproariously, completely unaware that Kim Seo-John had been standing there listening for some time. But utter bullshit. Kim Seo-John sneered, saying a word that plunged the atmosphere into dead silence. His appearance was something Francisco and Agnes had not foreseen. They could only stare at him wide-eyed. Ah, sorry about that. I had to relieve myself. Are you that Francisco guy? Kim Seo-John asked, chin raised. Francisco found it increasingly absurd. I clearly sent men to assassinate you. So how are you still alive and standing here? As if understand the questions in Francisco's mind, Kim Seo-John immediately threw Albano and Cesare in front of him, in a bruised, half-dead state. It was understandable that Albano was captured since he was sent to assassinate Kim Seo-John, but Cesare stayed behind to activate the Catanzaro bomb. How could he be captured? Francisco stared blankly at his two subordinates tied up miserably before him, thinking in alarm. Teacher Kim Seo-John could speak without an interpreter. Francisco guessed he might be a man of the Justice Church. But before Kim Seo-John could explain, Francisco corrected himself. No, you could not be one of them. This statement made Kim Seo-John slightly confused. He wondered, could that old man already know something about him? Initially, he only planned to extort money, but things seemed to be going further than expected. Sensing trouble, he immediately pulled out the giant magic sphere Francisco had hidden in Catanzaro, making him pale. Fortunately, thanks to Bulger, Francisco became furious. You recognize it now. You must know how dangerous this thing is, Kim Seo-John coldly replied. Everyone knows if it explodes, the whole area will turn to ash instantly. Do you want me to detonate it now? Kim Seo-John gleefully threatened. But unexpectedly, Francisco was not afraid at all. He laughed loudly. You think you can scare me? That bomb has already had its magic power removed. What are you going to do with it? Oh, then let us see who is challenging whom. Kim Seo-John immediately channeled magic power into the sphere, its aura so strong it swept everything around, making them topple and scatter. He confidently used the sphere to threaten, disregarding even his own life. Francisco guessed he had a premeditated scheme. He growled, asking what he wanted. I heard you guys make a fortune, 78 billion each year. They say so, Kim Seo-John said vaguely. Guessing the purpose was money, Francisco sighed gleefully and told him to name his price. Does he know my plan? I cannot let him live. Just give him some money, then take advantage of his carelessness. Francisco Amu calculated while waiting for Kim Seo-John to set the price. Let us see, these two said their pipeline money was about 70 million euros, plus 50,000 elite soldiers here, since they already sent 100,000 people away. Total should be about 7,000 billion euros, right? Kim Seo-John calmly settled the deal with the massive number, as nonchalantly as if buying vegetables, making Francisco goggle with wide eyes. He had met many greedy people, but someone as greedy as Kim Seo-John was truly a first. This brat devours without leaving a bone. Francisco would rather die than complain. Francisco bluntly cursed him for his excessiveness. Kim Seo-John could only let his face fall, whining, what the heck, man? You just said any amount was fine. Hearing that, Francisco sighed in frustration, his facial muscles twitching. Fine, I will give it to you. Before he finished speaking, Francisco suddenly unleashed a blazing magic spell straight at Kim Seo-John. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. That was close, old man. What if I made this sphere explode? Kim Seo-John blocked in front of it, saying irritably, go ahead and try. Do you think I am scared? I do not care what scheme you have, but you cannot easily detonate it. 7,000 billion euros, is it? If you are capable, come and get it. Francisco roared madly, then cast magic and a barrage aimed directly at Kim Seo-John. He drew his sword to counterattack cleanly while silently telling himself, he was right, I cannot detonate the bomb recklessly. In the worst-case scenario, I could use Tianfi Holy Speed to leave before the explosion. But I am not used to that move yet, it will take time. It would be hard to do what I want if those two jump in. On Francisco's side, seeing Agnes about to use her hammer to assist, he yelled, what are you doing, Agnes? That bastard will not detonate the bomb. Quick thinking, huh? Perhaps you have experience with terrorist attacks using boulder bombs, right? Kim Seo-John threw a few taunts. Then just as they were about to gang up on him, he powerfully used his spear aura to unleash unleash a raging magic force move, sweeping away the entire group before him. Francisco and Agnes were hit and sent flying in all directions midair. Both could not believe Kim Seo-jan was now this strong. Of course, I am not knave enough to think you would hand over the money easily. Stop stalling, let us end this. Before it ends, I still have a few things to ask you, Kim Seo-jan said coldly. Facing the stunned yet wary expressions of Francisco and Agnes, along with the fear of the two Albano men, Kim Seo-jan merely whispered a single word, boom. Too fast and dangerous, Francisco's entire building exploded like an atomic bomb, smoke and fire billowing. Francisco and Agnes were violently shaken to the point of vomiting blood, their bodies ravaged as they lay collapsed in the blackened rubble. Seeing the previous move had not fully affected them, Kim Seo-jan snapped his fingers once more. A beam of light from the sky immediately crackled down, making them convulse in pain. Despite being hit, both survived stubbornly like legends, trying to unleash a combined twin sword attack to counter Kim Seo-jan. After such a peak firepower attack, Kim Seo-jan still made their jaws drop as he effortlessly dodged in a flash. He not only dodged skillfully, but also struck with top-tier magic power, to the point they could not even react to defend. A moment later, Francisco groggily woke up amid the rubble. Before him was Kim Seo-jan, his furious expression making him cower. That man easily dodged the attacks of those who had reached hero rank. Even Andrea, a disaster-class hero who once crushed the Sicilian mafia, could not compare. He is not someone I or Agnes can oppose, Francisco painfully told himself. His plan had been perfect from the start. First, use the distorted dungeon to isolate and weaken Antonio forces. Next, create chaos in Italy by causing a disaster for the people of Catanzaro. Then, use 100,000 people to attack the fake Awakening Association bases in Italy, weakening the power of Antonio and Marcello. Finally, he would lead the elite force to submerge all of Italy and seize power. Man proposes, God disposes. What made Francisco fail was not Antonio, the Awakening Association, the Supreme Judgment, or opposing forces. It was all because of one person, Kim Seo-jan. Now, what Kim Seo-jan needed was for Francisco to state clearly how much money he could pay. How ridiculous. If I give the money, will you spare my life? Francisco asked angrily. That depends on the amount you give. Kim Seo-jan's drowsy reply made Francisco unable to hold back, bursting into a hearty laugh. Just take it. Even if I do not hand it over now, when Antonio comes to power, he will pay you. However, did you truly think you could take it? You know what the real consequence of detonating that bomb was, besides killing the 50,000 mafia here? This bomb would level the entire city, so do you know who I obtained it from? Do you think we could create a weapon like that ourselves? Hearing Francisco's veiled threats and his suspicion that Kim Seo-jan was a member of the Justice Church, he began to realize the truth. Caught out, Francisco gave up, lying flat on the ground with a resigned laugh. I knew it. You also know the true face of the Justice Church, that bunch of hypocrites, right? I dealt with Andrea, or more precisely, I instigated the church to do it. They acted very cunningly, creating an accident in the dungeon. That bomb was originally Baldur's, meant to deal with the monster that killed Andrea. The plan was to eliminate Andrea and then plant the bomb in the dungeon to destroy the monster once and for all. But I'd not do that. I thought it was a waste to use such a beautiful bomb just to kill an ordinary monster, so I decided to use it in a much better way. Hearing this, Kim Seo-jan understood Francisco was alluding to the Canzaro incident. His face darkened, his fists clenched in rage at the bastard Francisco. What a pity. I would have loved to see 90,000 people turn to dust. Don't you find it strange? Why would I suddenly tell you all this? Because now, nothing matters. Taking advantage of Kim Seo-jan's momentary lapse, Francisco suddenly thrust his sword at the sphere behind him. The sword struck the sphere hard, creating a long, crooked crack. Kim Seo-jan now realized Francisco's target from the start was the bomb, not him. He wanted mutual destruction, to drag everyone down to hell together. A timely punch from Kim Seo-jan crushed his deranged thought. After Francisco coughed blood and collapsed to the ground, Kim Seo-jan hurriedly channeled his energy, using maximum speed to flee the scene before the sphere exploded. No sooner had he left than the sphere exploded, the sound of the blast echoing through the sky. At the Justice Church, the Apostle of Patience was fiddling with a sword at Andrea's grave when he received news that the bomb had detonated in Sicily instead of Catanzaro. Knowing Francisco had caused trouble again, he could only sigh and admit he would handle the rest. Also the Apostle of Lord Inky said to be careful with Kim Seo-jan because he has made a move, the lackey reported. Hearing the name Kim Seo-jan, the Apostle of Patience lost control, reaching out with demonic power, hoping one day to make him taste a festival. Suffering from the backlash of the speed boost and the shockwave from the explosion, Kim Seo-jan lay heavily injured and delirious on the ground. Knowing he could not lie down, he mustered his remaining strength. Trembling, he opened the system, bought a bottle of divine elixir, and gulped it down in one go. After recovering his strength, he was calm enough to reflect on everything. If the madman Francisco's words were true, then nothing was over. The bomb had exploded, now only he could deal with that monster. In Messina, Italy, Antonio, the hunters, and Chairman Marcello were straining themselves to sweep through the crowd, restoring order at all costs. Hearing that Antonio Antonio's group had eliminated the mafia. Samuel was very pleased but could not help feeling a pang of sorrow thinking about Kim Seo-john's contribution. Just as they received the news, a huge explosion in Sicily killed 50,000 elite mafia, meaning Hunter Kim Seo-john had fallen. He sacrificed himself for the Italian people who had nothing to do with him. "We will not forget this grace and will not waste the opportunity you gave," Samuel thought to himself. When Antonio and Marcelo heard that the remnants of Francisco and Agnes had been eradicated, they hugged each other in joy. Both sat down heavily, panting, their hearts deeply moved as they remembered the debt of gratitude they owed Kim Seo-john. Their joy was short-lived. An abnormal surge of demonic power appeared in Messina. It then spread across all of Italy. In the middle of the sky, a gigantic, deadly demonic eye appeared. And within the eye, a ferocious demogorgon burst forth, its roar plunging the entire country into darkness. People vomited blood and fell dead like stalks of wheat. In the chaotic crowd, Antonio wanted to do something but was frozen in fear. Just as death seemed imminent for all the people, Durian, with her mastery of ice, suddenly unleashed her skill, freezing the monster solid in its tracks. Min Yu seized the opportunity to unleash his secret technique for hunting demon souls, slashing repeatedly, causing the monster to spray blood in an instant. John was not to be outdone, unleashing heaven-breaking body sword techniques along with chaos fire blood slash, fire following every sword stroke into the monster. The nine-tailed fox, carrying Haeun's purifying power, suddenly manifested, blowing a gust of wind that dispelled all the poisonous gas. All the incredibly cool and handsome members of the Dream Team had assembled, joining forces to destroy the beast. Haeun's elemental magic combined with Surion's teleportation attack created an earthquake that shook the ground beneath the monster. Taking advantage of his distraction, Surion unleashed a massive, berserker-tier skill with insane intensity to conquer the virtual world. A single thrust to the heart finished the monster, sending it back to the Earth Mother thanks to the little girl's power beyond imagination. Watching the Dream Team cooperate to slay the monster, the people were astonished and filled with admiration, enthusiastically surrounding them with thunderous applause. Everyone's joy was short-lived. For a second later, the monster roared and charged again as if nothing had happened. Everyone panicked because they clearly saw Surion take down Boulder just moments ago. It was not until Seo-john and Minyon themselves joined in a coordinated attack that they personally witnessed the monster's regeneration ability even after being cleaved in half the second before. Things got worse when countless monsters emerged from the ground, turning the scene into a hellish nightmare of suffering. The dark scene filled with agonizing screams left Marcelo in a daze, collapsing to his knees on the ground. Though everyone in the Dream Team was heavily injured, they still did their utmost to protect Baldur, using their own bodies as shields for the people. Seeing their unwavering fighting spirit, Marcelo could not bear it and screamed, "Please run, your sacrifice is already enough. Please do not risk your lives for us anymore, please run." Marcelo shouted and cried, his face soaked with tears. He painfully recalled how Kim Seo-john, an unrelated foreign hunter, had fought to the death against 50,000 elite mafia soldiers. Italy owed its benefactor too much. They could not let them sacrifice themselves. Even if it meant becoming bait, Italy had to repay the debt. Marcelo wept bitterly to himself, but that the Dream Team stubbornly got back up, making Marcelo wonder if they were waiting for Kim Seo-john to return. If you are waiting for Hunter Kim Seo-john, it is useless. He will not come because he is already dead. Marcelo's desperate words did not sway the Dream Team. They firmly believed that someone as strong as Kim Seo-john could not die so easily, especially since he had not even collected his pay yet. The only thing that could kill him was a great economic depression and the end of the world itself. Min laughed heartily, joking with everyone under the astonished gaze of Marcelo. He could not understand how the Dream Team maintained such an optimistic spirit. Suddenly Elena, whip in hand, ran up to Marcelo and advised him to hold on, because Kim Seo-john was coming. Then she threw herself into battle alongside the Dream Team, leaving Marcelo alone with a feeling of immense confusion. What kind of faith is this? He is dead. He could not survive such a huge explosion. That is an undeniable fact. Even if he survived and came here, it would not change anything. But why do I want to believe their words? Marcelo's tears flowed freely as he sat painfully blaming himself by the roadside, while the Dream Team still struggled with the relentless monster. Antonio gently came over and patted Marcelo's shoulder in comfort, his eyes shining with resolve as he spoke. If not our benefactor, then who else can do it? Hearing this, Marcelo became even more emotional, tears streaming down his face like rain. As if realizing something, he immediately stood up and fiercely declared that he would join Antonio in supporting the Dream Team's fight against the monster. No matter what, we have to stop this monster here. Until Hunter Kim Seo-john arrives, do not you all go and die on me. Do not retreat, do not run, fight. If we fail, Italy is finished. Let us use our own hands to protect Italy. Marcelo roared valiantly as he charged into battle, and everyone surged forward together, targeting the monster. The battle dragged on, but the monster showed no signs of fatigue or weakness, each strike still viciously sending many people flying. The Dream Team was nearly exhausted, with only Seo-john struggling on with his last bit of strength. Charging forward with blood at the corner of his mouth and aching hands, Seo-john thought painfully to himself. I thought I could hold out longer. I hope Elder Kim Seo-john won't scold me too much. Suddenly, at the most desperate moment, Kim Seo-jan appeared just in time like a god. His whole body was shrouded in blazing magic power, descending from the sky like a meteor with a mission to wipe out the monsters. Everyone cheered and noisily called out his name upon seeing Kim Seo-jan appear. He had no time to respond, busy dealing with this leech-like, tenacious monster. Realizing the opponent was no pushover, Kim Seo-jan swung his arm and unleashed his full strength from the start. Power clamped down, then flexibly dispersed, finally erupting in an explosion that shocked the onlookers. Everyone rejoiced, thinking the monster was defeated, but Kim Seo-jan knew things were not that easy. The whoosh, the monster fully recovered, its large powerful claws accelerating as it chased him like a bullet. No matter how hard Kim Seo-jan tried to use his clamping and dispersing abilities to stab wildly, its recovery speed still skyrocketed like its weight, causing him immense frustration. Unable to keep up with its recovery speed, Kim Seo-jan left an opening and was hit by a violent blow, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain. This is the first time I've faced something that can withstand 3 strikes from the great sage equal to heaven. Kim Seo-jan thought tremblingly, before his eyes still the bloodthirsty, combative visage of the monster ready to charge. You don't have to shoulder everything alone. Captain, just give the order. What should we do? The unison voice of the dream team rang out behind him, making him pause, a near immortal existence. Even all 3 strikes from the great sage equal to heaven are ineffective. At this level, I cannot handle it. That is impossible. But the path I walk is to become the one who makes a way when there is no path and overcomes the impossible. Kim Seo-jan thought it over and suddenly asked the dream team to buy time until he recovered his strength. If that's all, that's easy. The dream team and the Marcello soldiers immediately coordinated, ferociously charging forward to protect Italy and Kim Seo-jan. The hopeless scene of the chaotic battle made those in the monitoring room, including Samuel, turn pale and tremble violently. Everyone run, inform the people that Italy has fallen. Request aid from neighboring countries, do not abandon the refugees. If I have to beg the devils, knock my head on the ground and bow, I must do it. Beg them not to abandon the people. Samuel despairingly gave up, his tired legs slowly walking towards the door. Wanted to stay here, where 200,000 Italian hunters and the mafia were still fighting to protect this land. Thanks to the dream team and everyone for buying time. Kim Seo-jan had exerted all his strength, concentrating intensely to disperse and clamp down all the power he had. He used the divine speed of the celestial wing, combined with the thrust of the great sage equal to heaven, exceeding the speed limit to overwhelm the monster's regeneration. The attack containing the immortal power unleashed by Kim Seo-jan at the cost of his life blew the monster away like a sponge. The magic reacted and the monster vanished, returning the blue sky and freedom to the people of Italy. Everyone clapped and cheered noisily, feeling as if Italy had been reborn. All of this was thanks to Kim Seo-jan's efforts. The news of the Demogorgon monster being destroyed reached the Apostle of Patience at the Church of Justice. He was so astonished upon hearing it that his mouth hung open and he could not close it. Demogorgon was a demon born in the lower realm long ago. Just mentioning its name was taboo. It was a monster from chaos, a predator from the upside-down world, called by the terrifying name Lucifer. A brutal battle monster like that being defeated by Kim Seo-jan in an instant made the Apostle lose his composure, roaring and smashing tables and chairs. The sight of him being so insane made his minion pale, seeing that he was nothing like an apostle of patience. Kim Seo-jan's consciousness floating on the water suddenly heard the whispers of the dream group from within a dream. He opened his eyes wide and woke up, seeing the dream group surround him in hospital gowns, all frozen stiff. The troublemakers saw him awake and shrank into a corner, arguing loudly about something under the bewildered gaze of the person in question. "You're awake. They were competing to wake you because you've been unconscious for a while. Rion said that even if you were sleeping deeply, you would wake up just by smelling money." Seo-jan laughed and explained, "Is that the reason there is a banknote stuck in my nostril like this?" Kim Seo-jan asked irritably. Seo-jan laughed heartily, his face red. Pulling the banknote out of his nose, he looked around the hospital room, guessing everything was settled. If not for Theopho's lesson, I would have been done for. Surviving the Sicily explosion was already impossible. I must have overused the distributed piercing grip thrust. Kim Seo-jan thought to himself, then took out his phone intending to ask his mentor for advice, but that person was busy with other matters now. "By the way, how long was I unconscious?" Kim Seo-jan asked curiously. "You've been lying here for 3 whole days." Seo-jan replied, startling him. He thought it was only half a day. "Don't shock me, after using that much power, you were in very bad condition. They said almost all your bones were shattered, your body literally crushed." Seo-jan and Su-rion reported. "Not even Anzu could wake you using all his spiritual energy, yet just smelling money did the trick. Truly amazing." "Did the smell of money really wake me?" "Not sure, but it must be thanks to the demigod's power healing my body for 3 days. Probably." Kim Seo-jan sat introspecting with countless questions in his head, when suddenly the room door slid open. Helena stepped in, saw him awake, and joyfully shouted. Today she came to inform him that the Prime Minister, the Association President, and Antonio were visiting to discuss the reward. Upon hearing about the reward, Kim Seo-jan got as excited as if injected with chicken blood. cheerfully pulling off the covers in an instant. Samuel Marcello along with Antonio walked in through the door, all eager to know about his health condition. Kim Seo-jeon said he was just a bit stiff, shocking Elena, Antonio, and Marcello out of their minds. They thought that using that much power to kill Demogorgon, nearly ending up on the altar, and him only being a bit stiff, made him seem truly remarkable. To avoid wasting time, Elena cleared her throat softly and pulled out a thick stack of envelopes, handing them directly to him. Marcello said that was the profit from killing the monster, totaling about 90 million euros. Antonio also handed over Francisco and Agnes' dirty money to him, worth the equivalent of 7.5 billion euros, or 11 trillion won. Kim Seo-jeon was hit in the face by a massive pile of money, feeling slightly numb and high, no longer caring what everyone said afterward. Without you, Italy would have collapsed. At first, I hesitated whether to thank you with money. I had considered other rewards, but Team Dream said you liked money the most, so this is our token of appreciation, 30 billion euros. Samuel placed a stack of banknotes in front of him, making his eyes go wide, unable to believe it was real. In just one morning, Kim Seo-jeon acquired 56.135 trillion won, truly incomparable even to billionaires. 50,000 trillion won is equivalent to the money Jesus would have earned working as a carpenter continuously till now at 70 million won a day. Or the money the last Neanderthal, extinct 30,000 years ago, would have earned if paid 1.6 billion won each year. Kim Seo-jeon was blissfully dumbfounded, like a strutting turkey thinking. But the more shocking news was Seo-jeon saying Team Dream only took 1,000 billion each because all the credit was his. The sudden good attitude of the whole bunch made him even more open-mouthed with astonishment. And I will receive 52.135 thousand trillion won. And karma requires the next item from the superstore to only cost 35 billion. At this rate, divine medicine is no longer an issue. I can freely buy other equipment and leave hundreds of reviews. The vision of living luxuriously in a mountain of money painted in his mind made him unable to close his mouth with delight. For him, that was more than he could hope for. Even though the problem was handled, Italy still suffered heavy losses, crippling the country. Prime Minister Samuel allocating this much money meant he had done his best. Right now, he felt he could defeat an entire other Demogorgon. Kim Seo-jeon thought contentedly. Suddenly, Samuel spoke up with a request. If it's not too much trouble, please go down to the streets of Rome once, okay? Samuel wanted Team Dream to help the Italian people find hope again after their heavy losses by encouraging and cheering them up. Car braked to a stop in the center of Rome streets. Team Dream stepped out happily, greeting the people amidst a dense sea of people. A cute little blonde girl approached Kim Seo-jeon and gave him a painting she had drawn herself. He happily accepted it, patted the little girl's head, then quickly said goodbye to join Team Dream on the podium. The State Hunter Association agency and the Mafia were already properly dressed and dignified. Grandly placing their hands on their chests, they swore an oath before the people's witness. We will respect and protect the weak, protect honor and glory with courage and justice. We will eliminate injustice, corruption, and deceit. We will face all challenges frankly. Your pain is our pain, your happiness is also our happiness. No matter where you are, we will still respond. Your enemies are our enemies. We will forever remember Team Dream, including Gold Hunter Seo-jeon, as heroes. We see you as the father of this great family, and are willing to be your children. The entire Dream Team shouted in unison, choked with emotion. The phrase Capazzuti copy, referring to the Italian Mafia godfather and the flood hero, left Kim Seo-jeon bewildered, forgetting the crowd waiting for his speech. Only when he flinched and looked down did he stop his thoughts and realize the affection the Italian people had for him. People say results are everything. They are not wrong, because Kim Seo-jeon once thought the same. But after experiencing many things, he understood that was what people said when fighting an enemy. No matter the outcome, people still stand shoulder to shoulder as long as we try. The destination is not everything. People become narrow-minded because they think the destination matters more than the effort. Kim Seo-jeon, however, realized the real reward was this moment, and he hoped that everyone who witnessed it would find happiness. Kim Seo-jeon knew what they had gone through was worse than hell. Some would be injured but survive, and there would be those who suffered, their futures bleak. Happiness might just be a false puzzle piece for them, but he still wished them happiness. Like caterpillars, they lived day by day with the belief they would turn into butterflies. Even if the situation was hopeless, even if they had to face an unavoidable fate, as long as each person keeps searching for the meaning of life, they will rise again and again. Please be happy, everyone. Kim Seo-jeon yelled loudly, making everyone laugh, because they thought he was about to say something serious. No matter what, we will be happy anyway. The people chuckled and clapped loudly in response. A happy atmosphere like Independence Day enveloped the country and every person's face. The news of Team Dream in Italy stirred stirred up the world, with hunters everywhere discussing it. Despite lingering doubts, more and more people came to know about Team Dream. In South Korea, Italian Prime Minister Samuel requested cooperation in the recovery efforts. Thanks to Team Dream's positive image, supply shipments, construction companies, food, and daily necessities were gradually recovering, boosting the Korean economy. Today, Team Dream went to eat pizza with Elena, while Kim Seo-jeon again insisted on staying home with an annoyed expression. It turned out he was waiting for Mentor to arrive and ask for advice. After a long, weary wait, he finally arrived just as Kim Seo-jeon was about to lose patience. Hearing him say he was starting to feel a limit, Mentor immediately opened his phone to check the system. Countless top-tier, all-A-rank processes and courses appeared densely on the screen, making Mentor think the system was malfunctioning. Hot-tempered as fire, Mentor growled, and was about to smash it with a hammer, stopped only by Kim Seo-jeon's helpless restraint. After looking at the system panel, Mentor sat hugging his knees in the corner of the room, grinning foolishly to himself. After laughing his fill, he got annoyed with Kim Seo-jeon for complaining about a limit when his level was so high. Mentor fumed, feeling like he had been shown up by him, exactly like a top student who scores 9.75 and still cries. Finally, what exactly is this limit you speak of? Mentor scolded for a while, then calmly asked Kim Seo-jeon. To be honest, I want to learn the Great Sage equal to Heaven Meteor Staff technique, the technique behind dispersing to block a thrust attack. While I was trying to learn, a notification appeared saying I had to complete dispersing the thrust attack before I could learn it. But the lecture progress is very slow, Kim Seo-jeon sighed. Don't you realize you learn fast? Mentor asked, pressing his lips together, making him flustered. Forget it, it doesn't have to be the Great Sage equal to Heaven. This time, I like the concept of karma. Any technique is fine. Give me the best method to break through the level. If there is no karmic limit, I can suggest two methods for your current level. The first method is to increase magic power. Unlike other cadets, you have internal energy from all three upper, middle, and lower dantians, right? Just increase your magic power, and you will break the limit easily. Simply put, it is like using up all your karma to buy an immortal pill. The second option was to learn the meteor staff directly from the Great Sage equaling Heaven, as he had mentioned. This method did not require completing the hit dispersion, but instead involved learning directly from the Great Sage equaling Heaven as a private tutor. He had heard of Spartan training before. It did not last forever, but since the academy was updating the curriculum, individual lessons were being updated as well. Surely among them there would be a lecture from the Great Sage equaling Heaven. The mentor flipped a page of the solution, then played a Spartan training advertisement for Kim Seo-jeon to watch. He waited for the lengthy pop-up advertisement to finish. It was only then that Kim Seo-jeon found the course from the Great Sage equaling Heaven hidden right below. The mentor confirmed that if he registered for this course, his progress in hit dispersion would increase. He would learn not only the meteor staff but also other abilities of the Great Sage equaling Heaven. However, because the instructor was invited directly, the price was very high. Even though he only appeared in spirit form without affecting this space, his presence still consumed a massive amount of karma. The moment he finished listening to the mentor, Kim Seo-jeon felt an immense surge of excitement and interest. That joy quickly vanished like a neon light turning off when he heard the mentor say the course cost 1,000 billion won per hour. After thinking for a very long time, Kim Seo-jeon decided to only take 1 hour, even though his heart ached at the expense. He told himself that learning from the Great Sage equaling Heaven for 1,000 billion was still cheap, but his tears kept flowing uncontrollably. As soon as Kim Seo-jeon finished talking about the lesson, the Great Sage equaling Heaven appeared silently right behind him, making him jump in fright. He could not even sense his presence. No entity could escape the senses of a centaur. Kim Seo-jeon forced himself to stop thinking. Her teacher has been standing there with a dumb face all this time, the Great Sage equaling Heaven growled. Are you a first-year student who wants to fight me? The Great Sage equaling Heaven's tall, dark, and brutish figure scared Kim Seo-jeon so much he almost wet himself. Stammering incoherently, he turned pale and silently cursed the mentor, because Bulger had just said the Great Sage would only teach, not spar. Pausing for 2 seconds, Kim Seo-jeon recalled with a pale face that the Bulger system only displayed information for a 1-on-1 fight with the Great Sage equaling Heaven, with no mention of teaching. Damn it, he had to fight this time. He was screwed. Knowing he had messed up, the mentor flinched and scurried off to another spot, putting on an innocent expression. The Great Sage equaling Heaven waited but got no reply from Kim Seo-jeon, so he irritably pressed his ear close and asked again, startling him. The Great Sage equaling Heaven Sun Wukong was a saint who rivaled the heavens, a title Sun Wukong had claimed for himself. He had caused havoc in the heavenly court to have that name recognized, and the Jade Emperor, unable to stop him, had to bestow that title. After becoming the guardian of the immortal peaches, instead of protecting them, the Great Sage equaling Heaven ate all the precious fruits. The Jade Emperor, furious, sent his strongest generals to deal with him. Unexpectedly, they all lost. Afterward, he was sealed under the Five Elements Mountain by the Buddha for 500 years. When he was rescued by Tang Sanzang, his merits from the journey to retrieve the scriptures were recognized, and he was enfalfed as the victorious fighting Buddha. That was Sun Wukong, a deity with immeasurable power far beyond Kim Seo-jan's imagination. Therefore, he was certain that if he fought the great sage equaling heaven, it would be the end of him. Faced with the great sage's relentless questions, Kim Seo-jan broke out in a sweat and was about to open his mouth to refuse. Suddenly, the meddlesome mentor popped out from somewhere, boldly insisting that Kim Seo-jan was the one who wanted to spar, choking him before he could deny it. Hearing this, the great sage equaling heaven thought it was true. He energetically snapped his fingers, transforming the scene in Kim Seo-jan's room into a vast, wide virtual battlefield. Kim Seo-jan looked around in panic, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest when he heard the great sage say this was their arena. It seemed he could not escape being beaten black and blue this time, all because of that damn mentor. After creating the virtual space, the great sage equaling heaven did not make Kim Seo-jan wait long and, quick as lightning, swung his staff in a fatal strike at him. Kim Seo-jan grimaced as he resisted, unable to understand why it hurt so much when the mentor had clearly said the spirit could not affect him. Ah, let me tell you, teacher's attacks can still affect you, cadet, because you are the source of this karma. The mentor suddenly appeared and said the announcement was a bit late but quite timely. The great sage equaling heaven had only thrown a few basic moves, but they were enough to leave Kim Seo-jan flattened on the ground, battered like a cricket. Being ridiculed for his weakness by him severely hurt Kim Seo-jan's pride. He quickly sprang up and thrust his spear behind the great sage equaling heaven, attempting a sneak attack. However, before he could even touch a single hair, he was sent flying dozens of meters away by the force of the great sage, utterly bewildered. He then saw the great sage equaling heaven actually catch his spear with his bare hands. Kim Seo-jan was unbearably furious. He gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up, a furious storm of thunder and lightning crackling around him. Oh ho, not bad. Are you that cadet who cannot calculate karma? The great sage equaling heaven asked in surprise, rubbing his chin. But Kim Seo-jan was in no mood to explain this matter to him. All his strength and focus were poured into the skill, Gale, drenched in murderous intent. Kim Seo-jan's technique was so powerful that even the great sage equaling heaven was amazed, wanting to see more of his performance. Seeing that not only was the great sage unharmed, but he also wore a triumphant expression, Kim Seo-jan was fuming. His hands gripping the spear surrounded the great sage equaling heaven as if injected with stimulant, growing fiercer by the moment. Even if my body shatters, I do not care, as long as I can wipe that smug look off your face just once, Kim Seo-jan told himself. He gathered all the strength he had, his firm hands delivering a fatal thrust down upon the great sage equaling heaven. The moment Kim Seo-jan's power struck, the great sage equaling heaven remained calm and smiled. It felt like the attack that Kim Seo-jan had poured his soul into was nothing more than a pinprick to him. Amidst the overflowing power, the great sage equaling heaven merely uttered a brief sentence. Meteor staff, first stance. As soon as he finished speaking, a furious torrent of firepower surged like a flood, sweeping Kim Seo-jan and his thrust back to the starting line. He opened his eyes and came to. Kim Seo-jan realized he had not even had time to see or react to anything. He had not even had a chance to probe what realm the great sage equaling heaven was in. This was the true power of a transcender. Every blow struck hard. Lying sprawled out, Kim Seo-jan overheard the mentor and the great sage equaling heaven whispering about his cultivation being sealed, and he immediately sat up with a start. Seeing his panicked look, the great sage equaling heaven burst out laughing and teased, "Do you know what a transcender is? Listen, a transcender is someone who has far surpassed others." This answer, which seemed to poke at his ears, left Kim Seo-jan speechless. The way people laughed loudly and mocked him drove Kim Seo-jan crazy. Did I really spend a whole billion just to watch this stuff for an hour? He woke up with a start, worried about how long he had been unconscious, or if there would be extra charges. His mind was in turmoil, contrasting with the grinning face of the great sage equal to heaven. The sage told him to relax, since it was only registered for an hour. The teacher would automatically return when time was up with no extra fees. Since this was a virtual space created by the mentor, his body was unaffected, and any injuries would heal quickly. The mentor's reassurance allowed Kim Seo-jan to breathe a sigh of relief. A moment later, seeing the great sage equal to heaven stop laughing, Kim Seo-jan grimaced and demanded the lesson continue. The sage replied that teaching without fighting was no fun. Having spent karma to learn but encountering such a lazy instructor, Kim Seo-jan had to hold back a lot to not jump in and hit the sage. The system notified that the progress of Kim Seo-jan's lesson had soared all the way to 13.5%, leaving him gaping. The mentor said this was Spartan training, but it turned out to just be hitting back and forth, huh? If that was the case, Kim Seo-jan thought for a while, and then flashed a sinister smile at the plan that had just come to him. He immediately made a bet with the greats equal to heaven that if he could touch the sage had to teach. If not, he still had to keep fighting. This was entirely intentional because whether he won or lost, the lesson progress still shot up rapidly. Great Sage equal to heaven quickly agreed, with one small condition. If Kim Seo-jan touched any hair on the sage's body by any means, the sage would teach him anything not blocked by karma. Kim Seo-jan nodded firmly after hearing that such a sweet deal would be a waste to pass up. With motivation, he quickly grabbed his spear, assumed a fighting stance, confident he would hit the great sage equal to heaven. No, not hit, I just said you only need to touch one of my hairs. The great sage equal to heaven whispered into Kim Seo-jan's ear, and then suddenly vanished before his stunned eyes. Kim Seo-jan thought he could do it, but life was not a dream. He was continuously trounced, struggling endlessly without being able to touch even a single hair. Lucky for Kim Seo-jan, this was just a virtual space, otherwise he would have been dead long ago. The fierce sting of losing money. Kim Seo-jan frantically used Zhang Sanfeng's lightness skill combined with divine speed, creating a dense swarm of afterimages around the great sage equal to heaven. The speed was too fast, too dangerous. He unleashed the skill Gungnir, a deadly thrust shooting swiftly at the sage. Great Sage equal to heaven was suppressed within the chaotic force field of Kim Seo-jan. Just as he thought his technique had defeated the sage, the situation suddenly turned. That technique was not aimed at the Great Sage equal to heaven, but only at a clone. As for the real Great Sage equal to heaven, he had already landed an earth-shattering kick on Kim Seo-jan, without him even noticing. Kim Seo-jan was so shocked he could barely breathe, never expecting that all along he had only been fighting a clone. The paralyzing heart technique of the Great Sage equal to heaven caused Kim Seo-jan to freeze up, unable to move at all. Taking advantage of his inability to attack, the Great Sage equal to heaven plucked more hairs to create a whole army of clones that surged forward relentlessly. So Kim Seo-jan was ganged up on without pause amidst his miserable screams. I must deal with him, no matter how. I have to take care of that damn monkey. Kim Seo-jan murmured drowsily to himself while being beaten black and blue. After 3 hours of being beaten half to death, Kim Seo-jan had no strength left to stand, lying flat on the ground like a crushed shrimp. Seeing he was no longer able to fight, the Great Sage equal to heaven amiably said goodbye and vanished in an instant. At this rate, that 43 billion will go down the drain. But it wasn't a waste of money. The progress of other classes also increased. Getting beaten to learn wasn't so bad, right? Kim Seo-jan opened the system, which was surging, and thought dejectedly. Haha. Even though karma is strict, the power of transcendence cannot be underestimated. Lord Great Sage equal to heaven is one of the top transcendents. The sly mentor chimed in to tease. Hearing his question, the mentor explained, I also considered them simply extraordinary beings. But after meeting them and getting beaten once, I realized they were on an entirely different level. Let me give you an example. Imagine an ant that is supremely strong, undefeated in the world. That ant is so powerful that tens of thousands of others attacking it are no match. But can the strongest ant defeat a dragon? Even an ant that can slay tens of thousands of ants is, in the end, just an ant. And an ant can never defeat a dragon. That is a species limit. Transcendence means surpassing that limit, more precisely, surpassing a rank limit. The higher the species, the easier it is to achieve transcendence, because the starting point is already different. An ant and a dragon cannot be the same. But that is only true before the wall of transcendence. Once you cross it, the starting point becomes meaningless. Among transcendents, there is no difference in rank. Do you understand why the sage has such power, even though his power is almost completely sealed? Cadet Kim Seo-jan is also an exception. If you become a transcendent, you will be the first transcendent in history with a completely different rank, because you are the only one who can use magic power in the third Daniel. So just do your best. Mentor explained for a while, which only made Kim Seo-jan feel more confused the more he listened. He pondered, wondering if there were any theoretical lessons about the Great Sage equal to heaven, similar to the Transcendence test subject. Kim Seo-jan suddenly flinched, remembering there was also the Buddha. But the mentor flatly said the two Buddhas do not teach privately. Moreover, even if they did, Kim Seo-jan might not be able to learn because it would require a huge amount of karma. The price was also around 10 billion per hour, which left his limbs weak after hearing it. In the end, all he could do was narrow the gap using items. But there was no way they would sell those items. Buying many divine medicines also increased the karma requirement, a huge burden. If there was something he could buy that didn't accumulate karma, Kim Seo-jan hesitated, scrolling through the system for a moment, then paused slightly as if he realized something. Just 5 seconds later, all of Lord Jokmoongun's potion bottles were bought clean by Kim Seo-jan, clattering to the floor. His eyes when placing the order were so crazed and deadly that even the mentor standing nearby was stunned, not understanding what he was planning to do. When Great Sage equal to heaven returned and saw Kim Seo-jan still lying pitifully flat on the ground, he immediately regretted striking too hard. Though Kim Seo-jan resented Great Sage equal to heaven for being beaten, he had to swallow his anger and suppress the bitterness within. Seizing the chance to ask for a few minutes' break, he pulled some bananas from his leather pouch and chewed them with relish. The sight made Great Sage equal to heaven and the mentor swallow their saliva audibly. Before Kim Seo-jan could even invite him, Great Sage equal to heaven abandoned all etiquette and lunged to snatch one. He leaped high, sat perched comfortably, and ate like a monkey. The moment he took his first bite, Kim Seo-jan, sitting below, subtly curled the corner of his mouth in a mysterious manner. As soon as he finished swallowing, Great Sage Equal to Heaven widened his eyes, clutching his throat, unable to breathe, feeling something strange about the banana's taste. The loud boom, an earth-shattering explosion rang out right next to the pillar where he stood, making him extremely furious. Master, how does the banana taste? The taste is explosive, right? A rich flavor like hundreds of dragon carriage potion bottles. Enjoy it. My poison is rumbling in your stomach. Consider this my win. Kim Seo-jan laughed heartily in mockery. Clutching his painful stomach from being tricked, Great Sage Equal to Heaven turned purple with rage, growled as he stepped forward, and unleashed his clone technique to surround him. Knowing he would use the same trick again, Kim Seo-jan quickly swung his spear, shattering a series of poison bottles with a clatter. If you touch the poison, that all counts as me touching you because it is my technique. The banana was just a distraction. This is the real attack. Kim Seo-jan laughed uproariously, flicking poison toxins splattering around him, forming a matrix that prevented his clones from approaching. No matter how powerful Great Sage Equal to Heaven is, it will be difficult to avoid the poison in the air completely, Kim Seo-jan thought victoriously, sweating. But he did not expect him to play dirty, withdrawing all clones, rendering his poison toxins wasted effort. One side got poisoned through food, the other got beaten flat on the ground. Kim Seo-jan and Great Sage Equal to Heaven lunged into a filthy, drawn-out brawl, leaving the mentor standing beside them speechless. Without lingering further, Kim Seo-jan's meteor staff brandished, its flying streams forming a shield covering his entire body. Haha, look, you cannot touch me. That banana earlier must have been very effective. Kim Seo-jan laughed loudly in mockery. Lucky he used his divine speed in time. Provoked, Great Sage Equal to Heaven's expression darkened, staring at him fixedly as if wanting to devour him alive. Kim Seo-jan's sword was now coated in poison toxins. In a surge of fury, he hurled the sword in one go, whistling straight at Great Sage Equal to Heaven. His thousand lightning-destroying sky surged with thunder and suddenly exploded, devastating the surrounding scenery, sweeping everything away like an atomic bomb. Through the thick dust and smoke, Great Sage Equal to Heaven dimly saw Kim Seo-jan's spear lying scattered on the ground, but his body was nowhere to be found. And as expected, Kim Seo-jan, his entire body drenched in poison, came rushing in from a distance, intending to ambush him. Great Sage Equal to Heaven widened his eyes in shock, encountering for the first time a reckless man like Kim Seo-jan, who dared to smear poison all over his body to fight. I have to admit, this is the first time in my life I have met someone crazier than that old ape. Great Sage Equal to Heaven exhaled the remark, then quickly delivered a heavy blow straight onto Kim Seo-jan. Attacking fiercely only to be hit by an unexpected strike, Kim Seo-jan collapsed in pain on the spot, poison splattering wildly onto Great Sage Equal to Heaven. In Greenland, at the headquarters of the Justice Church, snow fell heavily. The sovereign sword of the church coldly declared to his subordinates that the plan was underway and they would hold a congregation ritual. The location is South Korea. Make careful preparations. As he finished speaking, someone asked the sovereign sword if he would attend the ritual, but he did not answer. Kim Seo-jan woke up and heard that he had touched a single hair of Great Sage Equal to Heaven. He was so happy he could not close his mouth. Kim Seo-jan was overjoyed, but Great Sage Equal to Heaven was troubled because he had to fulfill his promise, now unsure what to teach him. Of course, besides the meteor staff art, I can teach many things. The clone technique summons clones with similar abilities. The spell commands low-level land spirits. The wind riding technique rides the wind and clouds. The earth escape shortens distances, along with many other transformation spells. Explaining each divine power is troublesome, just know that much. Hearing Great Sage Equal to Heaven list all that, Kim Seo-jan was astonished, unable to close his mouth, finding it hard to believe he could learn it all. Master is curious about the meteor staff art. Great Sage Equal to Heaven explained, it could be said to be the core of my magic. Simply, the meteor staff art comprises 9 skills and 3 forms. 3 skills form 1 form for each set. Explaining is too troublesome, let me show you. You have already seen the first technique, Empty Sky Flying Stream, and the second, Starbreaker Heaven Thunder, right? So skip those 2 techniques, go straight to the third technique in the first form. Great Sage Equal to Heaven said this, and then maniacally unleashed a dazzlingly bright meteor array formation, combining it with Heaven's Net, Earth's Mesh, and Storm Fury, letting Kim Seo-jan witness it firsthand. The impact force was so strong it nearly blew Kim Seo-jan straight into the sky. And Great Sage Equal to Heaven pursed his lips and performed a few more moves. Oh dear. The virtual world, unable to withstand it, cracked and shattered completely. Is this his power even while weakened? If he had not eaten the poisoned banana, how strong would he be? Kim Seo-jan was dumbfounded, breaking out in cold sweat. Which technique did you just perform that looks like the staff art? Kim Seo-jan asked. That is because I only showed you the final motion. Each technique holds its own mystery. Do not even even mention meteor shooting star, just empty sky flying stream alone is enough to give you a headache, understand? Great sage equal to heaven stated. Kim Seo-john's account balance was 41,000 billion. If he used it all, he could learn for 41 hours. After some deliberation, Kim Seo-john finally made up his mind to give it a try and learn. His determination was blazing, but he was quickly knocked down again. A while later, he lay flat on one spot like a wounded soldier after a nightmare training session. Ignoring the mentor pointing out that during today's lesson, he had received exclusive guidance or had personalized techniques designed by great sage equal to heaven, Kim Seo-john still felt both like crying and seething, as he had to endure countless beatings just to learn it before the progress finally increased. At that moment, seeing the dream group dragging themselves back, the mentor quickly slipped away. The whole group had just returned from a night of eating and fun, but they still remembered to buy gifts for Kim Seo-john, their faces all bright and cheerful. While they were having fun, their Kim Seo-john had to stay home and study like his life depended on it. Truly a miserable fate. Alright, we've rested enough, let's head home now, Kim Seo-john suggested, and the group responded in unison. Hey Seo-john, can I ask you a favor? Lend me some money, I don't have enough for the plane ticket. Actually, the sacred spirit still owes me some money, so when I get back, I'll collect it and pay you back, Kim Seo-john stammered, drenched in sweat. The entire dream group stood frozen as if turned to stone, thinking they must have misheard. How could someone like him be out of money? The whole room fell into a terrifying silence. Only the sound of Kim Seo-john's dripping sweat and his darkening expression could be heard. They thought he was joking, so they scratched their heads and looked at each other with forced smiles to break the tense atmosphere. But looking at Kim Seo-john's current expression, it seemed he wasn't joking at all. Seo-john put on a friendly smile and walked over to ask Kim Seo-john how much money he had left. Actually, I have nothing left. I spent all 46,000 billion. I met someone. Kim Seo-john hesitated and trembled as he replied, making Seo-john increasingly furious to the point of neurological spasm. Thinking Kim Seo-john had spent the money on a woman, Seo-john roared and drew his sword to deal with him. But fortunately, the dream group managed to stop him in time. Kim Seo-john, thinking Seo-john was going to attack the great sage equal to heaven, resisted fiercely, turning the atmosphere into a chaotic mess. Elena had originally planned to bring pizza for the whole group. The moment she entered, she saw brothers fighting over money and immediately had to dodge to another spot. Fortunately, thanks to the Italian government lending them a private plane, everything finally worked out. No sooner had the dream group landed at the Korean airport than they were swarmed by a dense crowd of reporters hunting for news. Luckily, Samuel came to pick them up, helping the group escape the encirclement as if they were top-tier idols. As soon as they got in the car, Samuel gave each member of the dream group a professional hunter certification card, making everyone extremely excited. According to the recommendation of the Italian Hunter Association, your achievements in clearing the dungeon, while not yet S-rank, are sufficient to qualify you as A-rank hunters. As for Hunter Kim Seo-john, this is your S-rank hunter card, Samuel said, then handed Kim Seo-john a different card, earning envious glances from everyone. The S-rank card was made of platinum and diamonds, looking both cool and expensive. Seo-john was just worried Kim Seo-john would sell it off sooner or later. Thinking about how he had handled a matter that even top catastrophe-level heroes couldn't solve, Samuel thought to himself, perhaps Hunter Kim Seo-john was already ready. Samuel was moved as he watched the chaotic and playful scene of the dream group, silently reflecting. The next morning at the academy, Kim Seo-john lazily chewed on an immortal peach, while gloomily thinking about the 35 billion troops he had received from the sacred spirit upon returning to Korea, which had already vanished. All of it just to buy this peach. Suddenly, from the door, the sword saint appeared out of nowhere, surprising the entire group. He hadn't come to see Kim Seo-john but to inform Suryeon that the holy mage was currently in critical condition. Hearing this shocking news, the entire group hurriedly ran to the hospital along with the sword saint and the sacred spirit. The disciple of the magic saint was already waiting at the door to lead everyone inside. As soon as she entered the room, Sujeon sobbed uncontrollably as she approached the magic saint lying on the bed. His body was covered in tangled wires and tubes, looking truly pitiful. There is no need for everyone to visit an old dying man like me, the magic saint said in a weak, trembling voice, forcing a smile. It is because you are dying that we came understand. If you were healthy, why would we bother coming here? The sword saint replied. Magic saint, I heard you had returned. I thought you would never show your face again. If it were not for some child scolding me, I would have thought the same. The Holy Spirit, with tears welling in her eyes, looked gently at Kim Seo-john before turning to the magic saint and speaking. In that moment between life and death, the magic saint used his last bit of strength to give Suryeon his final instructions. I was also very afraid as death approached, truly worried about what would happen to the world after I died. But now I no longer worry. For decades, I could not dispel the darkness in my heart. Then I realized that worry was meaningless. Even if I am no longer in this world, will not these children fulfill our wishes? Thank you very much, Kim Seo-jeon. Thank you for helping me leave peacefully. I have always wanted to say that. After the magic saint spoke thus, he fainted amid Surion's panicked calls. Do not worry, I think he is just continuing to sleep. Can we speak for a moment, Lord Sword Saint and Holy Spirit? You as well, Kim Seo-jeon, the disciple of the magic saint, spoke up. As soon as they left the room and firmly closed the door, she said that the magic saint probably could not hold on for more than a week. The Sword Saint suggested finding the medical saint, one of the 5 heroes of the great disaster representing Korea, a man known as a divine physician who could save anyone as long as they had not yet closed their eyes. I have already contacted him and informed him of the current situation. A few weeks ago, Lord Medical Saint said he had found a way to cure Master. He needed a spiritual medicine for the treatment and went to find the ingredients. But since then, I have been unable to contact him. I want to save Master at any cost, so can everyone please help me? Please, save him, save my Master. I will reward you handsomely. Please help me find Lord Medical Saint, she said, sobbing as tears streamed down her face, looking utterly pitiful. On the way home, Kim Seo-jeon could not stop thinking about the Medical Saint, from the Magic Saint incident to the Andrea incident in Italy. For some reason, the Church of Justice was trying to eliminate the heroes of the Great Disaster, this time the Medical Saint. Kalia, that secretary apostle of lust. Even if I have to tear the Church of Justice apart, I must find her, Kim Seo-jeon thought, growling furiously as he vowed revenge. Suddenly sensing someone was following him, Kim Seo-jeon immediately stopped and asked, "What do you want?" A group of strangers immediately approached, praised his sharp senses, and said they wanted to talk with him for a while. When Kim Seo-jeon flatly refused, they used the matter of the medical saint to threaten him, making him unable to take another step upon hearing that. At the Black Dragon Guild in the morning, the atmosphere around the high-rise building was extremely quiet. A man sat at the desk, seemingly lost in deep thought about something. It was Jin Cheon. He opened his eyes upon hearing a loud noise. What is that bastard doing here? Stop him now, do whatever it takes, you must stop him. A massive explosion rang out, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to fly everywhere. Seo-jeon stepped in aggressively. This is the first time we are meeting face to face, is it not? He pretended to be surprised, but they were probably used to this. Jin Cheon calmly observed him without showing the slightest bit of fear. But inside, he thought even 3S rank hunters were no match for him. He approached Jin Cheon and asked how he knew he was looking for the holy physician. Jin Cheon tried to stay calm and replied, "Did he cause this commotion just for that?" Seo-jeon stared at him with a stern face and ordered, "Answer me." Facing his pressure, the man let out a helpless sigh and then spoke. "The holy physician visited me not long ago." This statement made him ask in surprise, "What?" Jin Cheon said the holy physician asked him to seal a dungeon containing medicine materials for the holy mage. Seo-jeon asked angrily how he knew, and he replied he just gave the dungeon to him. Jin Cheon stood up, saying that gradually there was no news of the holy physician, nor did the holy mage get better. He thought it was predictable, and intended to tell him where he was out of goodwill. Jin Cheon started playing the victim, pretending to have good intentions towards him, yet he was being so ungrateful. Seo-jeon asked further, "But why can I still not contact him now?" Jin Cheon raised his eyebrows. He just gave the dungeon to him. Maybe the holy physician ran away thinking the disease was incurable, or he was still around here somewhere. Saying this, a sly smile spread across Jin Cheon's face, otherwise he might be dead. Seeing that attitude, he vaguely guessed something and asked back, "Is that so? You mean the current situation has nothing to do with you, right?" Asking further about the dungeon that day, Jin Cheon answered it was the Demigator Gangyung dungeon. He thought to himself a 10-star monster was quite troublesome to buy a gat from, but for the holy physician it was nothing difficult. He raised his weapon and pointed it at Jin Cheon, saying, "Then let me go verify it." He did not expect this and gnashed his teeth in annoyance, asking back, "What?" He replied calmly, "Haven't you heard of King Seang-gil?" In his lecture, he remembered you must always remember this when capturing a commander in battle. Seo-jeon borrowed Seang-gil's words, "Don't trust him when he still has something to cling to." Saying this, his eyes and smile turned sly, because he was a bastard. The Crane Dragon Guild was a huge corporation that acted as the controlling center of Korean society for decades, holding its throne of absolute power. The Aelong Guild. No, Jin Cheon was truly the ruler of the professional hunter world in Korea. On the other side, everyone shouted in panic, "The guild commander is fighting, run quickly." Jin Cheon gritted his teeth. He used the Black Dragon Fist, pouring all his internal energy into a strike towards him. Seo-jeon swiftly moved behind his back and commented, "You are stronger than Francesco and Agnesi." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his weapon. A stream of blue light struck hard towards Jin Cheon, causing everything around to explode. He landed lightly with rocks piled up in front of him, pressing down on Jin Cheon. He struggled because of the heavy rocks on his body, and a grinding roar came from Jin Cheon within the rubble. It seemed his pride had been successfully provoked by him. Jin Cheon used his internal energy to fly out from the ruins, a ferocious look appearing in his eyes. Another attack was launched. Smoke and fire billowed thickly. Very quickly, the surroundings were reduced to ashes. Everyone outside the building watched the Heelong Guild's battle in silence. Jin Cheon gritted his teeth, thinking he had dominated Korean society for decades. These kinds of things happened a lot, and every time he had eliminated them himself. A rookie like this, he thought while launching consecutive attacks, but they had no effect on Seo John. Jin Cheon roared in anger, "I am not someone who will lose to a rookie like you." He furiously poured all his power into a black dragon fist, a blood fire dragon breaking through the ground in front of Seo John, but he still did not show the slightest fear. Seo John quickly swung his weapon, slicing across that black dragon. Jin Cheon was stunned, not expecting him to be able to block this attack. Seo John now looked like the Grim Reaper, ferociously charging at him from his side, his face full of killing intent. Before Jin Cheon could recover, a powerful attack struck his body. His strength was truly astonishing. At this moment, Jin Cheon was terrified, his face turning pale, biting his teeth as he stared at him without blinking. Suddenly, a shield appeared to block the attack, saving Jin Cheon by a hair's breadth. He said sternly, "So, the Crane Dragon Guild and the Church of Justice are joining hands now?" Kalia's hand trembled slightly because his attack was too strong, but the shield shattered in two. She said seriously, "I swear in the name of the Church of Justice. Everything Lord Jin Cheon said is the truth." He sneered, "The world of the Church of Justice's name. Now I am curious about your conspiracy." Kalia broke into a cold sweat inwardly. "Do you mean to fight me right now?" "Sorry, I have no time." She continued, "I don't know what state the Holy Physician is in, but shouldn't you go there as soon as possible?" He frowned, but Kalia was right, he did not have much time here. Seo John was not a belligerent person. He knew how to weigh priorities, so he put away his weapon. Finding the Holy Physician's whereabouts was more important now, as he might be in danger. Seo John turned and left. Before leaving, he still did not forget to look back at those two. "See you later." The moment he finished speaking, Seo John vanished right before the eyes of Kalia and Jin Cheon. Jin Cheon was dumbfounded, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Accustomed to standing above tens of thousands, he could not accept being humiliated, yet he could do nothing. Kalia took him outside, and the group of subordinates shouted loudly, "The leader is here. Quickly call a doctor." Seeing Jin Cheon's condition was not good, his underlings panicked, stammering words of pity. Hearing the shouts, Kalia turned back and saw that he had fainted on the spot. She was also startled, not expecting that a figure like Jin Cheon could be so easily defeated by him. She thought that confirming the purity of the Apostle of Purity now had no way back. After all, Jin Cheon had achieved his goal when Kim Seon entered the dungeon like this. Suddenly, a voice sounded, startling Kalia. "Lucky you are still here." She turned around in shock and saw Seo John wiping his face and sighing. She tried to stay calm. "Didn't you already go to rescue Lord Saint Healer?" Seo John flashed a sly smile. "Of course I had to go." Seeing the person behind him, she was startled. "Sword Saint?" Seo John asked Kalia, "Do you remember the first time we met?" She recalled the words she had spoken. "Let it be done this way. I will do so to fulfill your request, Lord Sword Saint. If you wish, I can do so in the name of the Church of Justice." Seo John suddenly broke into a bright smile looking at her. "I told you I would see you again." The Sword Saint lunged forward aggressively, grabbing Kalia's collar and lifting her up. "Fulfill your oath, Kalia." He looked at the cunning woman before him. "You will enter the dungeon with us too." In Gangneung, a dark vortex was already waiting for them. Kalia walked ahead, while the Sword Saint and Seo John followed behind, observing. He urged her fiercely, "What are you waiting for? Are you not entering, or do you intend to break your oath?" Kalia stood before the dungeon door for a moment, then reluctantly stepped inside. The Sword Saint and Seo John watched the person who had entered, both standing there in thought. He looked at the Sword Saint. "You know we cannot put more pressure on Kalia, right?" The Sword Saint let out a firm grunt. He said, "Kalia is the heir of the Apostle of Purity. If something happens, the Church of Justice will not sit idly by." Seo John began to step inside. As long as Kalia is there, the Church cannot do anything. Knowing that, she must be very scared. He turned his head and cheerfully looked at the Sword Saint. "So let us quickly find Lord Saint Healer." Seeing the two people step inside, Kalia heightened her guard and swung her sword out. Seo John said nothing and also drew his weapon. Kalia panicked. "What do you want to do?" Seo John calmly replied, "What else is there to do?" Immediately after, a powerful strike hit towards Kalia, cutting off a few strands of her hair. "We need to find Lord Saint Healer, right?" It turned out he was killing a monster behind Kalia. Seeing her expression, Seo John cheerfully continued, "So, where is Lord Saint Healer now?" Pressured by his questioning, Kalia's whole body trembled. He walked while answering, "Understood. So he is in the inner core of the Demiurge." The Sword Saint speculated, "So you plan to isolate the Saint Healer to extract the core and deliver this brat to him?" Seo John said, "Leave the matter of isolating Lord Saint Healer aside. The chance of the core appearing is quite low. I do not know if any Demiurge has that thing." The sword saint said. If it is that bastard, I think he knows how to extract the core. Seo John was surprised. Artificial core extraction? Is that feasible? The sword saint said, I am not sure of the details, but if he entered the dungeon and said he has a way to save the holy mage, there must be a way. The problem is finding him. As soon as he finished speaking, he glared fiercely at Kalia. She immediately understood his meaning. Seo John put on a stern face. I do not know either. He suddenly turned and walked away, puzzling the sword saint and Kalia. Seo John said, let this matter rest here. The sword saint understood. Do you have a way? Seo John replied, yes, but it is not guaranteed. Please give me some time. Having said that, he stood in a quiet corner and closed his eyes. It was unclear what method he was referring to. Every sensory cell of Seo John's was operating at full capacity to find clues about the Saint Healer. Seo John said to himself, there is no trace of Lord Saint Healer around here. He did not give up. Then let me try searching further. But he still gained nothing. Seo John still made the effort, continuing to try. Further still, he was spreading his senses. Suddenly, Seo John felt a familiar aura. That aura made him snap his eyes open. He kept his weapon in hand, silently thinking found him, but he is too far away. Seo John silently gathered his internal energy and struck a very powerful blow forward. His sword continuously flew forward. The sword saint stood to the side, watching. Seo John was excited. That feeling I just sensed. Go find it. The sword understood its master's command, flew forward, spun a few times, and from it emanated an aura like a compass guiding the way. Suddenly, the sword seemed to realize something, stopped, and then pointed straight ahead. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, as if using all its strength to launch toward the target. A flash of red light flickered, brightening the entire forest. Seo John turned around and looked at the sword. Then I will go ahead. Please follow at your leisure. The sword saint asked back in confusion. What? Ahead, a massive surge of power from Seo John quickly enveloped the spear. As he ran, he yelled back that he had to stop Gungnir from piercing the castle. As soon as Seo John left, the holy sword changed its attitude and turned to speak to Kalia. Let us talk about the unspeakable. It seemed Kalia was hiding something Seo John did not know. Outside Seoul, the city air was still bustling as if nothing had happened. One follower was frustrated that the ritual was being held in a small country, but another said a decision had been made, so they had to be patient. As soon as he finished speaking, another man rushed in breathlessly to report. He bowed low, calling himself a humble servant. The follower was surprised to see Kalia's man. That man stammered, not daring to lift his head, and after a while recounted the story. Both of them were shocked by what they had just heard. They asked loudly, what? In the forest, a man was rushing forward breathlessly. It seemed he was nearly out of strength. A giant elongated centipede was chasing him, seemingly intent on not letting him survive. It was not just one, but many. The man's situation was extremely precarious. He was the Saint of Medicine, the one Seo John and the Sword Saint were struggling to find. Several golden needles shot from the Saint of Medicine's hand towards the giant snakes. The Saint of Medicine's technique sent the needles piercing through their hard scales. This attack seemed to cause no damage. The Saint of Medicine was terrified when he realized he had no needles left. He gritted his teeth, sweating, and thought that this might be the end. But fortunately, Seo John's sword arrived just in time. It slashed across the body of that centipede. He fell in a panic, but the sword did not stop. It considered everything a target. The Saint of Medicine curiously turned his head, surprised to see that the thing saving him was a spear. But the spear quickly aimed at him, fiercely striking the ground. The Saint of Medicine yelled, "What the hell is this?" He stood frozen, watching the spear coming at him, thinking he could not dodge. Fortunately, Seo John arrived just in time and shouted in panic, "Oh my god!" Seo John scratched his head awkwardly and said to the spear, "You almost caused a big problem." He turned back and happily looked at the old man, asking, "You all right, Saint of Medicine?" He stared blankly at the young man before him, asking who he was and how he got here. The giant centipedes were not all destroyed yet. They charged up fiercely, seeing their comrades die at his hand. He stood in front of the old man and said, "Let us deal with this swarm first, then talk." In just a moment, the centipedes were cut into pieces and fell to the ground. The Saint of Medicine was shocked by that power. He could not help but ask who he was. Seo John cheerfully introduced himself as Dream Team Captain Kim Seo John. He said, "The Saint of Law sent me here." The Saint of Medicine recognized him and exclaimed in surprise, "You are the young man the Saint of Law mentioned?" He laughed loudly, saying he did not know what was said, but that must be it. The Saint of Medicine cheered excitedly, just as expected. He jumped down from the centipede's back and asked about finding the medicine for the Saint of Law. The old man said he got it, but could not escape the dungeon. He suddenly remembered to ask Seo John entered Balder. Seo John thought they isolated the Saint of Medicine by sealing the dungeon door, but since he was here now, they could not do anything stupid. Seo John said the problem has been solved. Now you can get out, let us go together. The Saint of Medicine asked if he could extract more demiurge cores. He was in a hurry, so he worried there would not be enough. Seo John was worried about the Saint of Law, but the old man reassured him there was still time. Faced with the Saint of Medicine's sincerity, Seojan reluctantly agreed. Before he could finish his sentence, the old man quickly thanked him and said, "Wait a moment." The Saint of Medicine quickly picked up a scalpel. It seemed he intended to take something from those centipedes. Seojan stood by and asked if extracting like that was okay. The Saint of Medicine explained that the medicinal core was a spirit stone containing tremendous magical power. He worked while explaining to him that it was a product of concentrated magical power. Seojan was still confused and asked if making medicine from the medicinal core was feasible. The Saint of Medicine was busy and not finished yet. He casually replied, "Of course it is." He was delighted, covering his mouth in awe at the ability to make medicine from cores. The Saint of Medicine said even though it was less effective than the ultimate shop, the consequences did not pile up, so just take plenty. Seojan staggered. Just imagining it made him happy. The Saint of Medicine curiously asked what was wrong with him. He asked to try extracting a core. The Saint of Medicine said it was not difficult but thought he could not do it because it was complicated. Seojan stubbornly said he had handled monster carcasses for 10 years and was very confident. Faced with his enthusiasm, the old man helplessly thought he was very determined. He thought that if he tried and failed, he would give up, so he agreed to teach him. A moment later, Seojan quickly took out a beautiful, glowing yellow core. He happily cheered, "I did it." The Saint of Medicine stood beside him, mouth agape in shock. Seojan shouted happily that it was easier than he thought. The Saint of Medicine was extremely surprised by his talent. The Saint of Medicine screamed inwardly. Could it just be a coincidence? He told him to do another one. Seojan agreed. He walked over to the next centipede carcass, placed his hand on its body, and said, "Let us see." Seojan slowly recalled Karian's divine perception, Merlin's wisdom, and the power of the great saint. This was combined with his experience dissecting monsters. Very quickly, he successfully dissected another one. This made the medical saint extremely surprised. He could not believe his eyes, standing with his mouth agape watching him operate so skillfully. Seojan asked, "If you have leftover cores after treating the law saint, could I take a few?" The medical saint rushed over excitedly, saying he would teach him how to concoct potions if he became his disciple. Seojan refused immediately, saying he planned to concoct them himself. The medical saint was startled again, asking if he even knew how. Seojan replied coolly that he did not, causing the medical saint to be repeatedly surprised. He loudly admonished him not to waste his talent. Seojan calmly said it was fine. The medical saint insisted on teaching, saying to just try once. The sword saint caught up, surprised by the scene before him. The sword saint asked what he was doing. The medical saint rolled on the ground, telling him that this young man planned to waste a once-in-a-century talent. Seojan turned and said the sword saint was late. The sword saint irritably threw Kalia in front of the two, saying it was a long story. The medical saint recognized her immediately as the apostle here, wondering why she was injured and here. He explained that he had prepared her to ensure he found the medical saint. He looked at Kalia writhing on the ground, thinking to himself, so even the strongest sword saint was no match for him. After that, he pointed his spear at Kalia. She sat helplessly on the ground, not reacting. The sharp spear tip immediately pointed straight at her throat, terrifying Kalia. Seojan's face darkened. He shouted at her, asking if there was no need to explain what happened here any longer. He put on a serious face, asking a simple question. How had she created the boulder distortion dungeon? Kalia threatened that if he killed her, the Justice Church would not let it go. But he did not care, saying it did not matter. Kalia was stunned by the answer, asking him what he had just said. Before the opponent's surprise, Seojan calmly repeated that it did not matter. His nonchalant answer left Kalia's face blank. She did not believe him, frowning as she thought that he was bluffing. She thought her organization was so strong that even disaster-rank heroes would not dare touch it. He was just lying to pressure her. Suddenly Seojan sighed. Then he swung his spear up as Kalia's face turned pale, saying it seemed there was no other way. He flashed a cunning smile, saying he would ask the Apostle Council when they arrived. Kalia stared blankly at the spear about to pierce her, panicking as she wondered if he was serious. Luckily, she managed to speak before dying, saying if she revealed the truth, she would be killed. Seojan calmly said then she just should not get caught. Kalia said the Justice Church specially monitors its followers, and she was no exception. He told her she knew what the existence of the Justice Church meant to him. Her concession was useless. Seojan continued to threaten, telling her to decide, die in silence or live by revealing everything. This was the last chance. How had she caused the mutation in the Baldur dungeon? Kalia fell into a dilemma, staring blankly at the young man. She wanted to speak but feared being eliminated. Her body tensed and trembled. Finally, she decided to speak, saying she had extracted the power of the great beast Berserk to create the dungeon. He asked if she swore it. Kalia swore loudly. The Sword Saint spoke up, asking what had happened to the great beast Berserk. Kalia replied that it was currently sealed in Greenland. He continued asking their headquarters was there, so that was the reason she moved back from America. Next, he asked how she had extracted the power of the great beast Berserk in Baldur. Kalia said there was a holy relic that could draw power from the great beast's seal. A question was posed, had the one who made the seal also created the holy relic at the same time? She answered honestly. She said she did not know. Only the apostles knew the information about that holy relic. Seo-John asked irritably. Then what was the true purpose of the Justice Church? Kalia was startled by the question, but still answered that it was to stabilize world order. The Sword Saint gripped his sword and repeated, stabilize world order? He questioned her angrily, saying she claimed the church was acting for that purpose. Was she kidding him? Kalia shouted that it was not ordinary order, but an order based on causality. Seo-John was extremely surprised. At that moment, a powerful aura struck directly at Kalia, but luckily Seo-John managed to block it. A voice rang out, startling everyone as they turned, saying enough. The voice, full of killing intent, rang out again, staring intently at Kalia. That man said, "You really do not know how to keep your mouth shut, Kalia." The appearance of these two threw Kalia into panic. She stammered, calling out the names of the apostles. Kalia's face turned pale, realizing the patient apostle was also there. The medical saint was surprised, wondering why they had come. Seo-John spoke, saying he did not expect them to come personally. One apostle spoke, calling him Kim Seo-John, saying he never thought they would meet like this. He continued, saying if he handed Kalia over to them, they would leave. Hearing this, she panicked. Seo-John asked cockily, "What if I do not want to?" The apostle sternly channeled his inner energy, shouting loudly, "Do we look like we are begging you?" Seo-John did not back down, also beginning to take a defensive stance, saying probably not. His playful expression did not fade. He continued, "But neither am I begging any of you." In response to his attitude, the apostle's face darkened slightly, and he glared angrily at the opponent before him. The Sword Saint was furious. "What do you think you're doing, Seo-John?" He said, "They cannot be allowed to take Kalia." He shouted loudly, "Do you intend to fight the apostles just over this? Do you even know what the apostles are?" Seo-John still replied calmly, "I do, but this is the first time I've met them face to face. It's truly thoughtless, but it seems you're blaming," yet a faint smile bloomed on the Sword Saint's lips. The apostle stared at him, furrowing his brow as he shouted loudly, "Sword Saint, I didn't expect you to be as foolish as that brat." He stood on high, sneering as he spoke. The Sword Saint did not back down, stepping forward to retort, "I have never liked you bastards. Seeing your hypocritical faces disgusts me." The Sword Saint stepped forward, tearing off your masks to show everyone your true nature isn't a bad idea right now. He turned to ask him, "Leave the Apostle of Patience to me. Can you fight the Apostle of Moderation?" Seo-John replied seriously, "I will try." That apostle curled his lips into a slight smile. "How much more ironic could fate get?" he responded. However, no matter what, fate has already been decided. The Apostle of Moderation's attack was launched, stunning the Medicine Saint and the opener. Kalia could not endure it and had to lower her body. In this chaotic scene, Kalia quickly ran away. She seized the opportunity to escape, but unfortunately for her, the Medicine Saint had noticed in time. He quickly shouted loudly to stop, then she was instantly subdued. Seo-John turned around and praised with satisfaction, "Well done, Medicine Saint." He turned and said loudly, "Don't worry about us." On the other side, the Apostle of Patience was still focusing his full power on the attack. Suddenly, Seo-John rushed in from nowhere. He charged towards him with astonishing speed. He was stunned. The two opposing streams of power created an extremely eye-catching scene. The Apostle of Patience was still full of questions, wondering when he had. From the position at his neck, the Apostle of Moderation was standing to one side, aiming directly at the target. He said loudly with satisfaction, still stubbornly going through with that foolish decision, lower realm. Suddenly, a powerful force of attack struck towards him, causing the Apostle of Moderation to be momentarily startled. The powerful attack caused the earth and rocks to explode, and he was blasted far away. The Sword Saint roared fiercely, "I am here, yet you dare to act as if I'm not present. You must have more than one head," he said, looking at the Apostle of Patience. "I will be your opponent." He was furious, gritting his teeth and grinding out each word, "Sword Saint." On this side, he and the apostle kept fighting without pause, earth and rocks flying everywhere. The two seemed evenly matched, neither willing to yield to the other. From the hands of the Apostle of Moderation, he unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning towards him. The scene now seemed engulfed in the terrifying power of the Apostle. But Seo-John was not at a disadvantage. In an instant, he moved close to his opponent. The spear in Seo-John's hand slammed down fiercely, the light from his power brightening the space. Thus, a long time passed, with the two attacking and parrying, still unable to determine a winner. The Medicine Saint watched the battle until he was dazed, secretly horrified. Heavens, I am completely useless in a battle of this scale. A decisive attack was launched. Another loud explosion rang out, shaking the entire forest. At this moment, both he and the apostle stood still. Two silently observed each other. He was also terrified inside. Impossible. I knew he was strong, but never expected him to be this strong. Having said that, he immediately threatened, "Give up and hand Kalia over. This battle will only end when one of us dies." His expression remained unchanged. Seo-John looked at him while thinking to himself, "I know. Indeed, the magical power of the three Dantians can produce extraordinary strength, but it is very difficult to control." It was only then that Seo-John warily realized that, in fact, Moderation was the one currently holding the advantage. Moreover, before he could finish his thought, the Apostle of Moderation shouted loudly again, "The Law Saint doesn't have much time. Don't you care about him?" Seo-John's expression turned dark. "I am also at a disadvantage when it comes to time. The Medicine Saint said that only if we arrive within a day could he fully cure the Law Saint. He weighed the pros and cons. Can we overcome this obstacle and and make it back in time? Even if we take down the Apostle of Moderation, there is still the Apostle of Patience. We could gain an advantage if one of us could eliminate their opponent and join forces with the other, but the current situation makes it hard to expect support. Clearly, if he handed Kalia over, the matter would be settled, but the problem was that Seojan did not want that. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Suddenly, Seojan's entire body emitted a powerful blue light, surprising the Apostle. At this moment, he felt a bit of fear, a sense of anxiety. The Apostle thought irritably, "What is this restlessness? I never thought an ordinary S-rank would be able to make me feel this way." He roared in threat. "Do you wish to continue fighting without caring about the law, Saint?" Then a fierce gale arose, dark clouds covered the sky, and the scene looked extremely ominous. The Apostle frowned, speaking harshly, "As you wish." He immediately poured all his attack power towards Seojan. He stood still calmly, not wanting to use it here. His face clearly showed reluctance, not expecting to have to use it so soon. Like a raging wind rising, the storm from Seojan grew increasingly fierce. Power was released so violently that the ground shook. The giant monsters that had just been killed suddenly flew up into the air. The Apostle of Moderation wavered, took a few steps back, his expression turning serious. He asked himself in horror, what kind of demonic power was this? Seojan stood still in place, the spear in his hand pointed straight up to the sky. He opened his eyes wide and glared fiercely at the Apostle, making him flustered. No one knew what Seojan was doing, but they only saw. He continuously spun the spear in circles in his hand. His mouth kept muttering something no one could hear clearly. He recalled the words of the great sage equal to heaven. What was so difficult about it? Back then he learned from him, just swing like this, then right like this, he could too. Seeing him lying motionless, the great sage equal to heaven sighed. I will say it one last time, listen carefully. The technique and the three forms, the basic movements are no different, but he uses a spear while I use a staff. The spear techniques of Prince Nezha. Spear techniques of the war gods Ares and Athena. My technique is a version combined with other gods' spear techniques. No one has been taught this thoroughly before. At that time he cried and asked, did you mean he was being tormented by you? He learned to combine three techniques into one form, but had only just begun to grasp the third form. He was only proficient in the theory of the first form. Like this it would be hard to learn in the real world. After saying that, the great sage suddenly, his expression turned serious. Even so, if he learns it, even I would be in danger. The Apostle of Moderation could not believe his eyes. Absurd. Are you truly a being like me? Seojan's face at this moment looked truly eerie and evil, like a demon from hell. The Saint of Healing saw that this was holy magic. He was stunned for several minutes. The Apostle of Patience, who was fighting the Saint of the Sword, sensed something strange and was forced to turn his head to look. Seojan seemed to have borrowed power from somewhere. He recalled the technique the great sage equal to heaven had taught, the first form of the meteor staff. The violent extinguishing meteor strike slammed straight down onto the Apostle of Patience. The Apostle of Moderation stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to believe it. He was stunned, but that move gave him no chance to compose himself. The ground and rocks around him cracked wide. Suddenly rocks flew into the air, then gradually vanished in a bizarre manner. He gritted his teeth, the space was disappearing. He was about to be sucked in. He looked at the stormy sky and exclaimed, what kind of demonic power was this? Seojan stood tall, the spear in his hand continuously unleashing its power. Suddenly he could not control the power and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In the air, the Apostle of Moderation was completely on the defensive. The Apostle of Patience observed the situation and realized. The terrifying energy source vanished in an instant. Did that guy overdo it? The sky returned to its original state, and both of them fell heavily to the ground. Panting heavily, he thought, damn magical power, if it increased just a little more then... The fight ended, the Apostle of Patience approached to observe. He thought indeed he was exhausted. He could not use that power without paying a price. The Apostle of Patience quickly seized the opportunity. Now then. The Saint of the Sword had already acted first. I know what you are thinking. The Saint of Healing ran over to Seojan worriedly, young man. The Apostle of Patience observed and saw the Apostle of Moderation was still alive but had gained nothing. He recalculated and then looked toward the Saint of the Sword, who was glaring fiercely. And with the Saint of Healing supporting, is the young man okay? And what about Kalia? I have hidden her. Seeing the situation turning disadvantageous for him, the Apostle of Patience gritted his teeth in anger. Finally, he spoke up in acceptance. Let us negotiate. Let us go, we will take Kalia with us. Seojan stubbornly asked what if he refused. The Apostle of Patience sighed. You nearly died and still say that. He continued to circulate his energy. He scorned. But if he used that power again even for a few seconds, it would be very dangerous. He spoke again. We will be in danger if this story drags on. He threatened. I will use everything to wait until the Saint of Law dies. Seojan turned to the Sword Saint. The two exchanged glances before he spoke. If you accept our request, you will be allowed to leave. The patient apostle asked, what do you want? He quickly replied in a very casual tone, "Payment must be made in advance." The patient apostle did not expect him to say that. He asked back in surprise, "You want money?" Seo-John nodded yes. He thought to himself that it was ridiculous but also fine, then quickly accepted. "Very well, I will give you 500 billion won." Seo-John frowned, "I see. Then I will consider that you do not wish to negotiate." This statement momentarily confused him. Seo-John continued, "You are giving me 500 billion won in exchange for the lives of 2 apostles and a future apostle. I thought you were sincere." He asked back, "Then how much do you want?" Seo-John bluntly held up one finger in front of the patient apostle. He also did not want to beat around the bush. "Fine, I will give 1 trillion. Seeing that his expression remained unchanged, he sighed reluctantly. Then 10 trillion won, but his finger still did not lower. The face of the patient apostle grew somewhat flustered. "Do not tell me." Before he could speak, he shouted a price, 100 trillion won. The sword saint was startled, "This crazy bastard." The patient apostle shouted angrily, "Absurd. Do you have any idea how much money that is?" He looked confused. "Fine, I will give you 1 trillion. Seo-John quickly mobilized his inner energy. "That is it, there is no other way." The patient apostle was flustered and disbelieving. He recovered his energy in that short a time. Looking at the aggressive opponent before him, the patient apostle felt aggrieved. "Is this what you call negotiation? It is clearly a threat." Seo-John's inner self was actually screaming, the force from deferring emotional ability. He was screaming internally, because he was draining the magic power of his 3 dantians dry, while on the verge of collapse, feeling like he was about to meet his ancestors. But even if he died, he could not faint. If he fainted again, then 100 trillion would just fly away. Seo-John's face grew even more ferocious. He gritted his teeth tightly. For 100 trillion, this pain was nothing. The patient apostle seemed to turn to stone from fear. He thought, that demonic face, this bastard is serious. He calculated, he definitely could not win a fight. Losing all 3 apostles at once would be a serious obstacle to future plans. On the other hand, 100 trillion won would disrupt the upcoming apostle purification ritual. But it was still better this way. The patient apostle weighed the pros and cons. That person would understand. She quickly agreed, "All right." Seo-John inwardly rejoiced. Almost there, if she had spoken a moment later, he would have fainted. Seo-John quickly demanded the money. "Pay the 100 trillion first." She said, "How can we pay that amount immediately?" He said, "Then at least swear an oath of truth." The patient apostle said loudly, "I will pay 100 trillion. I swear in the name of truth." He said gloomily, "I never know when you will pay me." Seo-John was annoyed. "What if you change your mind?" She was at a loss for words. The holy physician was also dumbfounded. Who would dare to cheat this kid? The patient apostle turned away. Then, as promised, "I will pay 100 trillion won within 1 week." And she and her companions disappeared. The holy physician happily cheered. "Bingo." He cheerfully patted his shoulder. "We should head back quickly too. We still need to treat the holy mage." Suddenly, Seo-John's whole body was like a rotten tree in the wind. Unable to hold himself up, he collapsed. The holy mage was panicked. "Young man," no matter how much the holy mage called out, Seo-John lay motionless on the ground. In the great hall where those apostles resided, 4 of them knelt prostrate on the ground. None of them dared to raise their heads. They all trembled in unison. The leader roared, causing one of them to startle. "Speak." That one stammered, "The sinner of Balm has been defeated. Fortunately, our lives were spared that day, but we still had to pay compensation close to 100 trillion won. Therefore, we are forced to postpone the consecration ceremony until after we report the situation." No one dared to breathe loudly. The leader suddenly fell into deep thought. No one knew what he was thinking. He spoke, "Fate has been decided." The group of apostles remained silent with heads bowed. That person said angrily, "Did they think they had escaped? When the stars enter their orbit, they will gradually collapse without achieving the power of true transcendence. That is a predetermined fate and a set future. They will be nothing more than wandering souls in the void." Then he darkened his face, looked at the apostles, and ordered, "Release the Balder. Just watching is enough. Nothing is better than this for brother Seo-John. Just trust us, this is the cure-all for the captain." They could not believe he still had not woken up despite treatment with my Balder medical skill. Seo-John opened his eyes, asking himself, what is this familiar, foul smell? Seeing him just waking up, the group looked awkward. Seo-John also felt surprised. The thing that Surion stuffed into his nose was rolled up 1 notes. She happily cheered, "See, I told you this would work." The holy physician was stunned. Impossible. Even my medical skill had no effect. "Seo-John, are you awake?" Seo-John was speechless. Damn it, they were at it again. Damn it, this time they actually gave him 50,000 won. The holy physician lamented, "Meaning my medical skill is inferior to 50,000 won of Balder." He looked confused. "How could you be so gullible? It is just that your medical skill, great holy physician, has only now taken effect." The holy physician's eyes sparkled. "Really?" he shouted. "Of course, do you really believe I woke up just from sniffing Balder money?" He could not believe how Su Rian always perfectly calculated the tension to do this sort of thing. Suddenly remembering, he asked, "How is the holy mage?" The holy physician said, "The treatment is going smoothly." He said, "With this perfect demigod core it would be fine, all thanks to you." Seo John asked again, "So that illness from back then," the saint of healing continued, "has been completely cured." Hearing that, he felt a great sense of relief in his heart. Su Rian continued, "Big sister Jimin and master went out with the other saints to handle some matters. They should be back soon." Seo John was a bit surprised. "You suffered a fatal injury, yet you've recovered enough to go out, sir?" He silently admired, "Truly the saint of healing is different. I guess waking up doesn't mean there's much for me to do." Suddenly Su Rian approached, speaking seriously, "Big brother." She bowed her head repeatedly, her voice sincere, "Thank you for saving master." A smack on the head made her annoyed. Seo John blew on his hand, asking why he hit her. He inwardly groaned, clearly that was because of the saint of healing. "You suddenly made me feel embarrassed." He smiled, saying he only flicked her lightly, "Don't be dramatic." Su Rian yelled that it hurt a lot. "You idiot." The saint of healing was bewildered. "But what do you mean by master?" He curiously asked what relationship Su Rian had with his friend. He explained, "You probably know Seo John is the granddaughter of the sword saint and Li Heian is the disciple of the heart saint." Su Rian quickly chimed in, "I am the disciple of the magic saint." The saint of healing was surprised. "Oh." Su Rian's older brother also laughed loudly and introduced himself. "And I am the disciple of the remaining saint." The saint of healing envied his friends. "Where are my disciples?" Seo John replied indifferently, "You ask me that, but I don't know either." Before the saint of healing's sparkling eyes that were about to cry, he flatly refused, telling him straight that he had no interest. He stubbornly insisted, "Why won't you learn? You lose nothing." Seo John remained adamant. The saint of healing tried to persuade him that he would become the greatest doctor, but he still didn't change his mind. The saint of healing was annoyed and disappointed, thinking they were precious friends, but surprisingly everyone had taken disciples, leaving only him alone, truly irritating. Seo John yelled, "Go tell them that, don't shout in my face." In the end, the saint of healing threw a tantrum crying, Why am I the only one without a disciple? Why didn't you come to see me for becoming a hero? Why?" Su Rian gave a wry smile, "You're probably tired now. Get some rest and recover, grandpa." The saint of healing had already left, but his voice still echoed, "Please become my disciple." The space fell quiet again, and Seo John began checking his account balance. Looking at the phone screen, his jaw dropped in shock. His balance had skyrocketed. They had truly deposited 100,000 trillion won into the account. He was overjoyed, a Neanderthal extinct 30,000 years ago surviving to now earning 3 billion won a year wouldn't even save that much. Buying a super item only cost 100 billion karma. He still had enough to buy the great sage equal to heaven's course. Feeling he was too excited, he told himself to calm down first. He calculated, studying with the great sage equal to heaven now was useless since his magic power could only execute the first stance of the heavenly flowing star spear. Priority now was to increase magic power to fully execute the first stance. But burning karma on divine elixirs wasn't a good idea either. He picked up the phone, there was no other way. To consult his advisor first. Seo John quickly typed a message. "I have an urgent matter to consult you about. Can you come right away?" Very quickly, the mentor appeared from the phone and shouted, "What's the matter?" Seo John was startled and cried out. The mentor was amused, finally scaring Mr. Seo John. Seo John was annoyed. "Why can't you just show up normally for once?" The mentor asked back, "Are you planning to learn alchemy to make divine medicine yourself?" He said he wanted to learn as fast as possible. The mentor pondered. He didn't recommend it, but if he wanted to, there was a way, called an advanced session, and the learning would be faster. Seo John was surprised. An advanced session? The mentor asked while tapping on his phone. "Do you remember the Spartan course last time? It's similar. The karmic calculation to pay for Huartuo's advanced session is about 10 billion per hour." Seo John looked stunned. That's not too expensive, right? Give me the phone to pay." Seeing his decisiveness, the mentor was slightly startled. The mentor said loudly, "It's not done yet. The session isn't just theory but also focuses on practice. There are also countless learning tools for the practice session." Huatua said he needs 100 tools to learn alchemy. "With your standards, each item costs about 5 billion. How about it?" His face was calm without changing color. He said it was cheap, then quickly paid. Faced with this situation, the mentor was so stunned he froze. Where could he get so much money from? Even an advisor in charge like the mentor was wide-mouthed in shock and fell to the ground. What the hell is going on? For a very long time, humans have always wished for immortality. Kingdom of God, a place all beings yearn for. 2 researchers appeared, daring to explore this kingdom. The 2 researchers were born for that purpose. An old man with white hair appeared and asked, "Do you want to learn potion brewing?" He was Huatuo, the miraculous pharmacist. Seo John seriously answered, "Yes. I want to brew the divine potion Alicia myself." The pharmacist asked back in surprise, "You said divine potion Alicia?" He explained, "Strictly speaking, Potion brewing is not the method that invented that divine medicine. Seo John was surprised, really. What do you mean? He continued, I think we should start with the basic lesson on potion brewing. Brewing is the process of changing the inner nature of the potion. The outer medicine is a kind of combo, the reason for processing with a small dose of thimerose. With sulfur, silver, and cinnabar, they are all called fire medicines, because the process goes 7 stages called 7 burnings, and the return process of the 9 stars is also because of this. After a while of studying, the pharmacist praised him with satisfaction, saying he was a wonderful newcomer with fast comprehension. He said he needed to review the lesson, so they would stop here for today. Seo John's face turned pale, his head hurt too much, why couldn't even Wisdom S keep up? He observed, so this is an external elixir. The elixir pill was made from extremely rare medicinal herbs. He should give it a try. As soon as he thought of it, Seo John quickly swallowed the pill. Suddenly a novel sensation spread throughout his body. He was astonished, it was beyond his expectations. Even a tenth of the effect was immense. At this moment he was so delighted he laughed out loud. Seo John was so happy he almost cried, proud of himself for achieving it. Finally, he could bid farewell to the days of living for karmic debts and start a new life free from financial worries. He planned to ask Miss Ji-min to craft magical equipment for Atlas, instead of asking for money like before. The system's notification of a mission to endure 1000 degrees Celsius for 10 minutes and minus 100 degrees Celsius for 10 minutes excited him. He joyfully thought he would buy all the surrounding land to build the Dream Team headquarters. The mentor finally woke up and asked if the lesson was over. Seo John replied cheerfully that it was, and it was great. Seeing his expression, the mentor asked if he liked it that much. He replied that because of it, he no longer had to worry about elixirs. Seo John still did not contain his joy. Overwhelmed with happiness, he tilted his head back and laughed wildly again. The mentor continued, I think it's time, Kim Seo John. He asked back, time for what? Do you mean it's time for me to brag proudly? The mentor pointed at his spear. Seo John casually replied that he couldn't see anything while he was excited. Seo John wondered why there was a water stain on the spear. The mentor asked if he had used the heavenly falling star spear recently. Did he know that the items in the Transcendent store were made by top-tier craftsmen? They were real items, not fake Transcendent ones. More precisely, they were items used by first-year students practicing Transcendence to learn. Even though their grade was below Transcendent, their quality was quite good. But in reality, they were items from another world created by true fake Transcendents. Seo John was stunned. The mentor continued that the items in the store could not withstand the Transcendent reinforcement technique, because the spear's power was too great. Seo John was dazed, so that means he wanted to continue using this spear. He had to buy a new Transcendent version. With the Longinus spear, perhaps he should buy the genuine article from the creator. He asked how much does the genuine item cost. The mentor replied that it cost 103 trillion won. Seo John could not believe his ears, asked again, and was confirmed. Seo John's cheerful face suddenly froze, only then did he grasp the meaning of the words. His mind felt like it was about to explode. He yelled, "What the hell?" The mentor sighed helplessly. "Oh my god." Seo John's face turned pale. Do you think thousands of trillions is like paper? Even if the spear has the power of a nation, don't talk nonsense. Faced with his intense reaction, the mentor also broke out in a sweat, saying he could buy it later. Seo John was annoyed. Later? Look at this water stain. It would shatter if you hit a fly. The mentor scratched his head and admitted he was right, but the genuine item would be different, its power beyond imagination. He calculated it was something he could not buy immediately even with 100 trillion. The price was too absurd. He wondered how many people in the world had 100,000 trillion. Wait, hold on. As if suddenly remembering something, he quickly told her not to go anywhere and wait for him. The mentor nodded. Miss Seo John was a bit surprised to see him. He asked, shouldn't you rest some more? He quickly got to the main point and asked if she could try this. Seo John stared in amazement at the fragment of the elixir pill. He explained it was an elixir pill. Please try it. Hearing his words, she quickly put the pill into her mouth. Suddenly, a surge of golden power was released from her body. The divine physician was also curious, approached him, and demanded he give him some. The item in his hand surprised the divine physician. Why did an elixir pill of this grade exist? The divine physician asked where he got it. Seo John casually replied that he made it himself. Su Rion jealously said, why do you only care about her? Give me a bit. Everyone else also clamored for it. He was satisfied and said that if they wanted elixir pills, they could buy them at a price. 500 billion won per pill. Hearing the price, everyone suddenly fell silent. He continued that 500 billion was cheap because they were on the same team. This type was too rare, not found on the market. The divine physician nodded in confirmation. Seo John thought slyly, having just received trillions, he was wondering where to spend it. This stuff was really good for hunters. Finally, there was the first customer. Miss Seo John said, I'll buy it. Amidst the stunned silence, she continued that she only had 1,000 trillion, so she would buy 2 pills. Seo John was surprised. Only 1,000 trillion. Seo John rejoiced inwardly. Right, for Miss Seo John, 1,000 trillion was not a large sum. He continued to sell 5 pills at a cheap price. The first to buy would be the winner. Everyone quickly scrambled for it. Me, Captain, me too. With the sales money exceeding his expectations, he successfully purchased a new weapon. The mentor was astonished. You're amazing. How could you pay for transcendent equipment in one go? Normally, it takes 1,000 years of installments. Seo-John said painfully, if you don't want to get hit in my sore spot, shut up. The mentor quickly fell silent. Seo-John calculated this was the transcendent equipment named the God-slaying spear, a weapon of national power, the genuine Longinus spear. He quickly tried it. At first glance, it looked no different from the old one. The mentor stopped him, saying he could not just hold it like that. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, stunning everyone. People looked around in a flurry, searching for the one who caused this. The group shouted that they finally knew what it felt like to be attacked. He did not expect to test the effect so quickly. He would show him the power of the upgraded explosives. Seo-John was dumbfounded. Now he did not even have money for compensation. The mentor sighed. That was why he told him to be careful. He said it was beyond his imagination. Seo-John still stood motionless, stunned, not expecting it to be this different. He affirmed its value was definitely 103,000 billion. It was truly hard to believe. He said this thing would devastate the surrounding area, making training impossible. The mentor explained. That was why most top rankers had to learn how to develop power and accumulate karma for transcendent equipment. If he mastered the secret to unleashing power, he would be able to use transcendent equipment correctly. The power output efficiency only reached 0.6% and his face turned pale. In other words, he had to invest even more money. The mentor hurried, he had to go. Call if anything came up. He stopped him. Wait, he had a few questions. The mentor turned back. What did he want to know? He asked about the voice of karma he heard from an unexpected place, and whether this time-space had any other transcendent students. The mentor hesitated. It was his fault. He wanted to speak but could not. He thought the Church of Justice and the Transcendent Academy were connected. He should try a different approach. Seo-John asked about the history of the Transcendent Academy, and the mentor agreed to tell him. The mentor began. Last time he had briefly told him about the principal of the Transcendent Academy, right? Seo-John hummed in acknowledgement. He only said she was the second Transcendent. He remembered, she was the second person to enter the Transcendent realm, and also the first freshman of the Academy. Hearing this, Seo-John seemed to understand he meant. The mentor nodded. That was right. There was one more person. They were the first to set foot in the Transcendent realm. They founded the Transcendent Academy. Seo-John interrupted. If the founder was still around, why was someone else the principal? No one knew the reason. The mentor's answer surprised him. He was sorry. The mentor was helpless. No one knew about this, not even the principal. There was no karma for the first transcendent. His face tensed. There was no karma left. The mentor said he did not know more. The principal said the first transcendent no longer existed. His memories also vanished. Seo-John thought, was that related to his karma not being measurable? Voice called out, Mr. Seo-John. The mentor was startled. Time flew by so fast he would see him later. Seo-John hurried in. Something had come up. He just received a call and had to go to the Hunters Association immediately. He asked what was wrong. She was worried. She did not know either. Just saying berserk would make him understand. Hearing that, Seo-John became tense. At the association, everyone was panicking. Was berserk about to break out? That was right, Lord Black Saint had said so. Eon was anxious. Berserk was the monster of the Flood era. Was it not dead? The Sword Saint spoke up. It was time for them to know the truth. Berserk was not dead, only sealed. The Church of Justice had used its power to cause chaos. Seo-John was shocked. What? Seo-John asked what the matter with Berserk in Greenland was. The Sword Saint replied, no, in England. He was surprised. England. The association president pushed a paper forward. Look at this. He thought Baldur's English letter. He continued. This was a secret letter from the Queen of England to South Korea, requesting help because the dungeons were warping. Berserk had not fully escaped. The president said the church would not act. The strange thing was why they sent a secret letter instead of an official document. Jimin said he and him planned to go to England, but there was a problem. Jin Qian had disappeared. He was surprised remembering Jin Qian. He asked what scheme was that man up to again. Jimin shrugged. He did not know. She sighed. Perhaps that man had fled, but the other association heads all did not know. He was bewildered. Seemed many things had happened while he was unconscious. Jimin was worried something would happen when she and him left. The biggest reason was her words made him curious. The Queen of England had directly mentioned him, not them. Seo-John was stunned. He would go. Everyone panicked. Was he crazy? Seo-John shouted. Was this something he could decide lightly? He would fight an apocalyptic monster. Eon was annoyed. He should worry about tomorrow's breakfast instead. Seo-John smiled bitterly. What was there to gain here? He had to work to make money. His words made everyone freeze, but it seemed to be the truth. Seo-John calculated. I have no money left either. The Sword Saint was surprised his granddaughter had no money. Surion also needed to buy divine medicine. Min-Eon asked if the Queen of England had the authority to use his budget. The Sword Saint listened to the younger generation's chatter with a bewildered look. What were they planning to do with his budget? Hei-Un spoke up. I just checked and saw that your annual budget is 1,200,000 trillion. The Sword Saint was curious. What does father use the money for? Everyone got excited. Then it's your turn. Let's earn money together. The elders were embarrassed. What had that damned brat done to their disciples? The medicine saint sighed. I am the only one without a disciple. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, Seo John. He instinctively turned around. The magic saint said happily, I do not know how to express my gratitude enough. Seo John humbly replied, don't say that, I didn't do anything. The man insisted, I have heard the whole story from the medicine saint. Thanks to you, the two of us are safe. Thank you. Seo John forced a smile. I can't say that I accidentally destroyed his house. Jimin said happily, thank you so much. Thanks to you, everyone is safe. She was so excited her eyes sparkled. As long as it is within my ability, I will do anything you ask. Seo John did not stand on ceremony. Then can I ask you for a small favor? He led the magic saint and Jimin to his house, which now had a large chunk smashed by him. Seeing the expressions of the two, he said awkwardly, I only nudged it a little and it suddenly collapsed. That's the story. He continued, you can temporarily stay in the dream team building while the house is being repaired. If you want to repay me, please deduct it from the repair costs, because I don't have a penny left. Anyway, please handle this matter while we stay with you. Having said that, he immediately left, leaving the two bewildered. The dream team went to him. In the capital, London of England, people were panicking from a dungeon break. A man was rushing, violently knocking over a woman. Get out of my way. In the nick of time, as the monster was about to pounce on her, suddenly, a man had defeated the monster with just a single punch. The people cheered happily. It's Count Robert, we are saved. He spoke up, everyone. Take this chance to run. The woman was touched. Thank you very much. A blonde girl swiftly said, everyone, stay calm and run this way. Robert fought the monster alone. It seemed they were not evenly matched. Very quickly, he appeared to be getting tired. Haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a loud explosion was heard. An enormous surge of power struck straight towards the monster. Robert was thrown far back. He looked blankly at the scene before him with a surprised expression. The ferocious monster roared before him a Dreku. The blonde girl screamed in panic. A 10-star monster? Help us! My father has fallen. Please save him. Her screams attracted the monster. Suddenly, from the direction of the monster, a powerful golden light appeared. The blonde girl and Robert. All panicked, he shouted loudly, Your Grace! That source of power viciously struck a blow, stunning the rank 10 monster. Looking at the weapon in that person's hand, Robert was surprised. Is that a spear? Seo John was frustrated. What mess was this right after arriving? He landed on the ground and said to Robert, stand aside. Let me handle them. As soon as he finished speaking, Seo John viciously raised his hand to command, tear them all away. Everyone quickly chorused, yes. Robert was dumbfounded. In just a flash, the entire horde of monsters was annihilated. Blonde girl approached. Are you perhaps members of the Dream Team from Korea? He replied, that's right. I am the leader of the Dream Team, Kim Seo John. She continued happily. Allow me to introduce myself briefly. I am the Queen of England area. She appeared very plain and friendly. Seo John was embarrassed. The queen? Minyon asked curiously, what happened over there? Looking at her gentle smile, Seo thought to himself, a young girl like that? At the queen's temporary residence, everyone in the palace was panicked. Your Majesty, are you all right? Soon as Robert entered, he said angrily, what are the royal knights doing? Appearing only now. One person stepped forward. Lord Lebanon suddenly detained us today. This annoyed Robert. He frowned at the reporter in front of him. Robert turned and reported to the Queen, Your Majesty, I request permission to stay for a while. I understand, Sir Robert. After speaking, the Queen turned to look at Seo John. Please, this way. Arya said kindly, I sincerely apologize for making our guests witness such an embarrassing scene. Must all be wondering why the Queen secretly sent a secret letter instead of an official document requesting help, right? Saying this, Arya sighed sadly, a look of grief appearing on her face. Actually, it was just a puppet. Hearing this, everyone in Seo John's group was stunned with their mouths agape. The Queen continued, does everyone know the official name of this country? Su Rion spoke up, isn't it England? Arya replied, most people think so, but that is actually not correct. England is just one major country within the Commonwealth. The official name is the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Scotland, England, Northern Ireland, Wales. It is a union of the 4 territories. The relationship between the countries in the union is not very friendly. During this time, the Great Disaster, along with other unresolved problems piling up, made relations even worse. A few weeks ago, right after the death of the former Queen Peaches, that precarious union system completely collapsed. Seo John thought the death of the late queen was a major event. Who would have guessed her successor would be a young girl? That was shocking enough. The queen recounted that amidst the chaos, she had called the girl to her and revealed a secret. The phrase, a terrifying monster, made everyone gasp. Arya said that she had been asked to stop a monster named Berserk, a creature that shouldn't even exist. She had left to stop it and never returned. The Prime Minister had also died suddenly. The new Prime Minister also perished in an accident while attempting to escape custody. After the successive deaths of the leaders, only I was left to take her place on the throne, without even a proper coronation ceremony. It was only natural for this country to fall apart. Since then, 2 heroes from the territories have demanded to be crowned. Hey, I was astonished they demanded to be crowned. Heian and Seo John guessed it must be Lord Lebanon and Lady Ellis. The Queen confirmed that was correct. Lord Lebanon was from Scotland, and Lady Ellis was from Northern Ireland. They had once stood by Lady Pitches through difficult times. Veteran hunters rallied to their side, ignoring the plight of other regions. He declared they would not help me until I abdicated. I am truly useless, unlike her, not an awakened with no experience or connections. Arya said sadly, I didn't even want to succeed the throne. I once thought that a strong monarch like those 2 heroes would be better for the country, but that was when I discovered they were the masterminds behind everything. Queen pleaded earnestly, Mr. Kim Seo John, I have heard of the miracle you performed in Italy. I know this request is presumptuous. The Queen's body trembled, but I promise to meet any demand you make, whether it be money, fame, or something greater. Saying this, the Queen clenched her fists. She said loudly, please stop Lord Lebanon and Lady Ellis, the 2 heroes from the territories. Arya's tearful eyes looked at Seo John. It was truly pitiful. He didn't know what terrible things she had been through. The Queen was about to continue speaking, the atmosphere tense. Seo John interrupted, wait, so you want us to? A soldier rushed in frantically. Your Majesty, there is a problem. Captain Robert and Lord Lebanon are at a standoff before the palace. The situation outside is very tense. Lebanon said aggressively, you are a bit too arrogant, Robert, daring to block my path. Do you not know my standing? Robert was no match. He said arrogantly, the stupidity of that little queen has infected her underlings as well. Lebanon is a disaster hero, a dragon slayer. Robert panted, only those with verified identities may enter the palace. Lebanon said haughtily, how ridiculous, why can't I enter a place that will soon be mine? Robert shouted, so you no longer bother to hide your dark intention? He said no more explanation, directly swinging his blade. I was going to give you a chance, but I don't need a barking dog that doesn't know its master. Robert closed his eyes, accepting death as a show of loyalty. His last thought was BH. Fortunately, Seo John arrived in time to block in front of Robert, deflecting the aggressive blade. Lebanon looked at the Asian young man before him in astonishment. Before he could react, Seo John had already kicked straight at Lebanon, sending him flying. He did it without using much force. His opponent was already heavy. Seo John looked at Robert, asking if he was alright. The man was surprised but grunted a confirmation. Lebanon's voice rang out from the rubble, it seems the Queen has decided to do something. He yelled oddly, daring to bring a foreigner into internal affairs, truly shameful. Seo John asked, why would a disaster hero like you do this? Lebanon was surprised. Even though he doesn't speak English, I can feel him speaking directly into my mind. Could he be a follower of the Church of Justice? It seems there is a misunderstanding. Seo John thought, a misunderstanding? The disaster hero does not believe in the Church of Justice because he knows their evil side. Lebanon said, I won't interfere with your plans. Today I just wanted to see the palace where I will soon live, a bit earlier than expected. He confirmed, so they were indeed cooperating with the Church of Justice to seize the throne. He asked Lebanon if he had heard the name Seo John. The man lazily repeated, Kim Seo John. It seems I've heard that name somewhere. As soon as the words left his mouth, something shot towards him. Lebanon panicked, don't tell me. He said, that's right, it's me, and had already gotten close to him. A single punch sent Lebanon flying. Before he could react, he threw another blow, leaving him unable to defend himself. Lebanon grew furious, shouting loudly, you arrogant brat. Two continuously exchanged killing moves, seemingly evenly matched. Robert's men were panicking. He broke out in a sweat, damn it, shouldn't we stop them? One man replied, how can we stop them when we can't even get close? Lebanon glared at him like an enemy, shouting loudly, I will not accept this. He thought, to me fighting is hunting, simply hunting prey and taking trophies. Now, before he could finish the thought, Seo John spoke up. He said, Your Majesty dragged outsiders into internal affairs, yet you collude with the Church of Justice. It seems I'm the one being hunted. At the same time, he insulted him, you hypocrite. He said arrogantly, I wonder if there's an English version of the phrase, if I play both sides it's romantic. If someone else does it, it's adultery. Lebanon felt insulted, his eyes turning bloodshot with rage. Shut your mouth. Seo John continued delivering killing moves, charging quickly towards Lebanon. He hadn't stirred the pot enough. No one had dared to provoke him like this in years. Lebanon couldn't accept it, cursing loudly. You bastard. You want to match strength with me. As he spoke, he viciously slashed his blade at him. The two torrents of power collided head-on, creating a great shockwave before the palace gates. He threatened that you will face a power that would make even a dragon kneel. You fool. Lebanon roared fiercely. Your arrogance and pride will soon collapse completely. Seo John attacked Lebanon fiercely. The current situation had him completely overwhelming that man. Lebanon could not believe it, wondering if he was really losing. Impossible. Suddenly, Seo John's spear became abnormal. Right after, it shattered into many pieces. After slashing down, seeing the weapon in his hand broken to pieces, he grumbled in annoyance, heavens. Seo-John was irritated that even after controlling his strength, it still broke. Lebanon was frightened by the power of someone even stronger than a dragon. That man feared an opponent as strong as Seo-John. Perhaps he had to delay his plans. At the same time, the queen and Seo-John's group ran out in a fluster. She called out worriedly Lord Robert. He bowed weakly, "Your Majesty." Arya, upon seeing him, immediately asked if he was all right. Lebanon sheathed his sword. "Today we stop here." Before leaving, he looked at the queen and threatened, "Remember, the more stubborn you are, the more those around you get hurt." Seo-John spoke up suddenly. "Where are you going?" Lebanon asked him if he intended to fight him with his bare hands. He pulled a new weapon from his pouch, saying defeating the disaster hero Balder unarmed was too much. That man angrily told him he was talking nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful surge of energy erupted from his body. Seo-John looked happily at Lebanon, then gently swung the magical weapon in his hand. That man could not react, only managing to let out a cry before standing frozen and taking the hit. Chaos erupted around, the crowd murmured. He asked if they had searched the other side. They replied they were still searching. Surion scratched his head in confusion. Heian worried if they would have to pay for repairs. Seo-Jun argued back indignantly. "Really did control my strength. They finally found Lebanon." Seo-John shouted joyfully, "Ah, there you are." He started removing the rocks piled on that man when suddenly saw something glowing. Seo-John picked it up curiously. It was a very beautiful red heart-shaped stone. He was dazed. Elsewhere, the man was helpless against the monster, thinking this was the end. He bowed his head in defeat. "Elma, I planned to propose to you after this battle, but..." Suddenly, Seo-John flew over from somewhere holding a weapon. He shouted loudly, shattering that gloomy atmosphere. His group of people rushed over en masse, shouting that the work was done and to move quickly. Robert watched the lively scene before him, becoming bewildered. Everyone worked enthusiastically, telling each other to be careful not to damage anything. They moved the already cut pieces over to this side. Robert did not understand anything and asked Philip. The young man answered cheerfully, "How is the captain feeling?" He froze and asked what everyone was doing. Philip explained they were cutting and transporting the monster carcass. Robert said he knew that. Philip said this task was ordered by the queen. He was surprised. Philip said she urgently needed money, so she wanted to sell them quickly. Over here, Surion suddenly fell into the water, screaming in pain. She turned pale and said she could not walk anymore. Minion was also in tatters, seeing everyone was exhausted. Seo-John focused on thinking about the team buff obtained from defeating Lebanon. He asked Huatuo to prepare medicine, but it would take 30 hours, while Balder needed 300 billion. He turned around and shouted loudly, "What are you all doing? Once done, move quickly." The crowd protested. This was exploitation. They needed rest. He yelled angrily, "Shut up. Don't you all each owe me 1,000,000,000,000 military points?" Everyone grumbled that he was petty and greedy, asking if he would become stronger after making more money. Seo-John answered irritably, "Based on what I have shown, it seems so. Print it." He thought to himself, "Damn it, how much money did I have now? Just a bit more, and I would have enough saved up." Suddenly, a sound rang out announcing the arrival of the Dream Team. The crowd cheered upon seeing them, calling out the name of the Dream Team. Minion was flustered by this atmosphere. Seo-John was also dazed, telling everyone to just wave. In Northern Ireland, a reluctant voice rang out, asking if we can only stand by and watch like this. 2 intelligence agents reported the Asian hunter Kim Seo-John was clearing dungeons all over England, and they had lost contact with Lord Lebanon. The current situation, more and more people were supporting the Queen. Ellis said angrily that it was troublesome. She glared, "How dare those stupid Scots speak nonsense before me?" That person witnessed a horrific scene, screaming in terror, "Begging for mercy, my lady." She said not to worry. She had originally planned to let one person survive. She commanded, "Get lost and tell those fools it is time to gather in London." Suddenly, she changed her mind again. On second thought, that person does not need to live to do that, does he? Ellis had just raised his hand. That man instantly turned into a moving white skeleton. She looked at the skeleton and ordered, "Go and repeat what I told you." As he left, the lady laughed maliciously. "This Kim Seo-John guy is not that bad after all." She asked the person hiding behind the wall, "It seems you don't care about him at all." The mysterious person replied in an icy tone, "From now on, act on your own." As soon as he finished speaking, the person in the black cloak quickly vanished. The lady stood up, whether in the past or present. She never understood what that woman was thinking, but it did not matter. He only needed to kill all those waiting to welcome that little girl to make her the new queen. While looking down at the great hero of the Great Flood and turn them into dead bones, everywhere are bone people, no one survived. This seemed to be the lady's hobby. Her face suddenly turned brutal. "Shall we go to London then?" Scene shifted to Seo-John's room. The apothecary spoke, "This is finished." He was surprised. "This is a potion made from dragon heart, but what is different from the last time?" The man said, "Because the dragon heart was still perfect. To maximize the effect, the important thing is not to damage the product's appearance. Anyway, eat it quickly. I want to see how you absorb the potion made from dragon heart." Seo-John was surprised. "What? I am completely out of money." "If you run out of money when making potions, you will be in big trouble." The apothecary was annoyed. "No, I just wanted to see it absorb it." After he ate the dragon heart, Seo-John's body quickly absorbed it. The entire castle echoed with a loud noise that startled Robert and the queen. Robert was terrified. The energy was so great it shook the palace. Everyone buzzed with noise. Was an earthquake. What kind of energy was this? The queen asked, in your opinion, how strong is Hunter Kim Seo-jon, Sir Robert? He answered, I do not even dare to assess his strength. Arya was surprised, so he has surpassed disaster-level heroes. He confirmed that is correct. Robert said, my reasoning is that perhaps no one in this world can threaten Hunter Seo-jon. He looked at the young man, thinking to himself, perhaps only an apocalypse monster could do that. Arya blurted out, so jealous. Robert did not understand, asked again, what? The queen thought sadly, if she had that power, she would not be so useless like this, and everyone would not have sacrificed in vain. She suddenly recalled Arya, everyone can become whatever they want, but she could not help but call out to her grandmother subconsciously. The queen told herself, but for a useless person like me, this crown is truly too heavy. Robert saw her sadness and stepped forward, Your Highness. Arya continued, from now on, let us do what we can. Her sudden enthusiasm surprised Robert. The queen approached and asked if this could be moved. The guards panicked. Please let us handle it. You should go rest. Robert rejoiced inwardly. Her Highness always sees herself as weak, but her spirit and actions have touched many hearts. If anyone asks me who is most worthy to be queen, I only know it is you. He stepped forward. It is getting dark and it might rain. Please go inside. Arya replied. Then let us finish this first. Suddenly, a man rushed in breathlessly. Your Highness, something has happened. Word is that all the Scottish hunters and Lady Ellis's assassin army are gathering in London. Outside, the sky began to stir with a storm, thunder and lightning rolling in with a rumble. Across London, everything was being savagely destroyed. Smoke and fire billowed thickly everywhere. Where the White Bone Legion marched, ruin followed. A fierce subordinate shouted, get out of the way, you bloody bastards. Philip was severely injured, bleeding heavily, causing him to tremble. He stared blankly at the lady, unable to believe his eyes. Lady Ellis, why? Why would a flood hero like you do this? She only answered Lord Balger's words with a sinister smile. A white-boned soldier wielding a sword viciously struck at Philip while he was off guard. Suddenly, a panicked voice shouted, stop. The white-boned soldier heard the voice and ceased its movement immediately. Ellis sneered at the queen. Oh, who is this? Isn't it the poor little doll? Arya looked at her with eyes full of fury. It seemed she had endured much all these years. Ellis scorned, since you are a doll, you should stay silent in the palace. Why come out here? Arya raised her voice. What are you doing? Ellis said calmly, doing what? Can't you see? The queen has been too stubborn. I have had enough. Arya looked silently at Philip. At this moment, he seemed unable to hold on any longer and collapsed. The person beside him panicked. Hey, wake up. Seeing this, the queen trembled with anger. She spoke, don't you want my throne? Ellis feigned surprise. Oh, at least you can observe, can't you? This attitude made Robert unable to contain himself. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with bulging veins. Ellis, do you think people will acknowledge you by doing this? Ellis replied maliciously, acknowledgement? How amusing, I have already decided to crown myself as queen. Who needs anyone's acknowledgement? I am Ellis, the flood hero. I am worthy of ruling over foolish mortals like you. Arya said loudly, if you want the throne, I can give it. Robert panicked, Your Majesty. Arya continued, I will remove this worthless crown, please stop. Robert protested, no, Your Majesty, how can you? Ellis looked at her with boredom. I would have agreed if you abdicate on your own, but I have changed my mind. No one knew what trick she was playing, but as soon as she finished speaking, Ellis pointed her finger at the queen. Then she cruelly ordered, kneel. Let everyone hear, the subjects of England, see who the true queen is. Seeing the queen so gravely insulted, Robert roared in anger, how dare you? Seeing the queen raise her hand to stop him, he choked up, Your Majesty. But she had made up her mind, forgive me, Robert, I cannot stand by while so many people suffer. She once said a person could become anything if they truly wish it, but only in her world. In my world that is impossible. Hearing Arya, Robert could not help but feel heartbroken. The queen, sorrowful, prepared to kneel before Lady Ellis. People, while fending off the dry bones, shouted loudly, no, please don't. Ellis was delighted, Your Majesty, seeing everyone in such pain brings me great joy. Arya was helpless. From the beginning, this was the right decision. Royal power was never meant for me, is an unbearable burden. Suddenly, a hand firmly grabbed her and pulled her back. You are like a pristine snowflake amidst the dark powers. Arya was extremely surprised to see him, blurting out, Hunter Seo-jon. Seo-jon looked very serious at this moment. Bow your head and lift it up. It shows that person's attitude. If Lady Arya truly is the queen of this country, if you wish to be the queen of the people, then do not bow your head before someone like that. These words made the queen's tears suddenly fall. Seeing the scene before him, he broke into a happy smile. Your crown is about to fall. Hearing his words, the royal guards seemed to gain new strength and shouted, that is right. Everyone was of one mind. We are willing to lay down our lives for your majesty. If there were any other wishes, they would have left long ago. Seo-jon was like hope for everyone. Robert stepped forward, your majesty. For your subjects, please do not bow your head. These words truly touched the queen's heart. Ellis shouted furiously, deceitful doll, what are you doing? Why haven't you kneeled? She seemed very impatient. Prove who the true queen is. Thanks to the renewed strength, the queen's eyes suddenly became more resolute. Arya said loudly, Lady Ellis, you are not the flood hero or anyone else. As she finished, the queen's face showed supreme disgust. Traitor. I could forgive you 100,000 times for plotting against me, but I absolutely cannot forgive you for harming my people. The people are the foundation, the essence of a nation. What else can harming them be called, other than treason? Arya continued to loudly accuse Ellis of treason. Her impassioned words made that woman tremble with rage. The queen's hand was still trembling, but she gathered all her courage to point straight at Ellis and pronounce the verdict for this crime. I sentence you to death. It seemed this young girl was determined to become strong to protect her citizens. As soon as she finished speaking, Arya shouted an order. Robert, step forward. I, the king, command you. He spoke boldly. Execute the traitor Ellis. He quickly received the order. I will risk my life to carry it out. As soon as he finished speaking, Robert shouted an order, and the knights raised their weapons. From this moment on, find every way to kill the traitor Ellis. Everyone seemed to gain fighting spirit, shouting in unison. Yes. Seo John stepped forward to stand beside Arya. He looked proudly straight at Ellis. What is this? So this is the queen you once mentioned to me, is it? His voice was full of sarcasm. Ellis watched the scene before her. She chuckled a savage laugh that gave others goosebumps. Then she pretended to sigh. I gave you a chance. The moment Ellis opened her mouth, thunder and lightning fiercely descended from the sky. The lady shouted. The monsters are starting to crawl out from the black hole. Like new wine but like to drink poison, do you? Faced with this sight, the royal warrior squad was somewhat panicked. What is that? Monsters are appearing from the sky. Robert paused. That was not made. It was a gigantic gate. It seemed Ellis was too eager to destroy this entire place. Arya shouted, Ellis, what the hell are you trying to do? She threw her head back and laughed loudly. She continued, how can a queen slaughter innocent people? The smile on her lips faded. I don't care. Where do you think all these undead came from? Arya's face darkened. Don't tell me. Lady Ellis laughed evilly and strangely. Where else could these monsters come from but the people of North Island? Arya was stunned upon hearing this news. She fell weakly to her knees. What should I do now? Suddenly, a voice rang out. People can change according to their thoughts. You said this world has many things that cannot be changed. In that case, what needs to be changed is this world itself. Seo John once again gave strength to the queen. Ellis shouted, no matter what you want to do, it's too late. Begone, berserk! Absorb all my magical power and the dragon heart in the royal palace. But everything remained very quiet. Nothing happened. Ellis was surprised. Huh? Why did nothing happen? Seo John spoke up. A dragon heart. You mean Lebanon's thing, right? I ate it a long time ago. As soon as he finished speaking, his face turned cruel, and Seo John began to channel his internal energy. Before Ellis could understand what was happening, a blinding green surge of power erupted. She was dazed. What? Green light enveloped the entire space, sweeping through every skeleton there. More than half of her skeleton army was destroyed in an instant. But Seo John was bewildered. Why? I should have been able to kill all of these undead. Why did I only destroy half of them? Is something limiting my power? Something that can interfere with transcendent power? Could it be? Thinking of this, he secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Around him, the royal warrior squad couldn't help but spit blood. Some were injured and screaming. Seo John seemed to understand the problem. He shouted in frustration, damn it. He quickly activated the still heart, and a radiant lotus bloomed around him. Everyone seemed to feel better. They panicked. What just happened? I thought I was dead. Look up at the sky. Following the pointing finger of a soldier, a sphere as red as blood appeared in the sky. Everyone looked up in commotion. The red sphere was condensing into something. No one had ever seen it with their own eyes, except for the heroes of the Great Flood, but instinctively they understood what it was. A creature at the top of the food chain, a dragon, and among them, the strongest ruled the entire species. Its face was extremely strange, different from commonly seen dragons. It was the Dragon King, the Dragon Emperor. Seo John's eyes suddenly fell upon that enormous dragon. Damn it! The Dragon King ferociously opened its skin-covered maw and let out a huge roar. Surrounding earth and rocks shattered from its roar. Seo quickly grabbed his long spear and charged forward to stop the dragon. Everyone around still struggled to stand their ground. He thought, it hasn't been fully released yet, probably because I swallowed that dragon heart. I have to deal with it before the seal is broken. Ellis's deadly voice rang out. You think I'll let you go that easily? Another voice rang out. Go quickly. Before it finishes materializing, the great berserker charged towards the skeleton army. Seeing this, the evil lady turned back to check the situation. What is this? His group had arrived quickly to support. Minion said loudly, your opponent is us. The captain will not disappoint us. Everyone spoke up. Brother Seo John, leave this place to us. Go deal with that big dragon, Captain. With them here, he believed his friends could take down this disgusting woman. Seo John quickly replied, all right, I'm going then. The evil Ellis lady watched him and shouted, who said you could go? Minion moved closer to his target. I said your opponent is me. Robert quickly regained his composure and ordered the traitor Ellis eliminated. Both sides clashed in battle, and an unprecedented, terrifyingly massive explosion immediately erupted. Ellis roared, "What are you standing there staring at? That Scotsman? Fight, show yourself." He was bewildered, never having known about the incident of turning the North Islander into an undead and a dragon. We only wanted to bring down the English and put the Scots on the throne. As things came to this, a large boulder suddenly fell from above him. Luckily, the queen managed to push him away before the rock fell. She shouted, "Careful." He asked in shock, "Queen Arya, why save me? We wanted to overthrow you." Arya said, "Baldur, because I understand your feelings. You feel it is unfair and believe I am undeserving, but to overcome this, we must unite." He was surprised. "You forgive us?" Arya said generously, "Of course. We are all one family." The queen's innocent smile had just flashed when suddenly, a dry skeleton was silently attacking from behind her. The man quickly grabbed his sword and charged forward to slash the undead to protect Arya. "If I just listened to her, how would I be any different from those good-for-nothings? I will give my all for my new queen." Finally, she was formally recognized by the people. Fighting for the country, before this scene, everyone regained their spirit and charged forward ferociously. Ellis looked at the scene. She roared in frustration, "These vermin." Seojan quickly approached the dragon. It was grim. "It has come, the foolish entity bound by death." Seojan was stunned. "This is bad." That was the first thought when I looked up at it. Fear, terror, and negative thoughts filled his mind. Its existence was too overwhelming. What was before me was merely a remnant of its true power. I cannot let time pass idly. Even now, the berserk power was still increasing. It looked at him like the god of death. "There you are." Seojan thought, before it regains its strength. The dragon roared, "The foolish cannot escape death." Facing the ferocious monster, Seojan still smiled and called its name, "Sure see." It was surprised that someone using transcendent power had appeared. "But you have not achieved transcendence. How can you wield so much power?" He did not understand. It continued speaking. "You must have heard of the will. Do not pretend not to understand. I am curious. You ask about fate or the false transcendent." Word startled Seojan. He angrily gripped his weapon. "What do you know about the false transcendent?" The moment it opened its mouth, he ferociously struck with his spear. The source of this power was astonishing, yet it seemed unable to harm the dragon. Seojan was shocked. Even the spear Longinus, a transcendent weapon, could not pierce through. Rasix opened its huge maw wide, pushing him backward, but he did not give up, still using all his strength to charge straight at the dragon. It asked curiously, "Is that what you wish to know?" Seojan yelled, "If I say yes, will you answer?" He thought secretly, the seal is weakening. The deeper I sink into this battle, the more disadvantageous it becomes. Seojan said angrily, "Stop wasting time. Get lost." It roared, "How foolish, but this future is already set. I will make you understand." Suddenly, it vanished from before Seojan without a trace. He stood bewildered, and the black hole also closed on its own. Seojan watched. That space simply disappeared. Suddenly he remembered something, panicking. "Do not tell me it is the spirit language." No sooner had he thought it than an explosion erupted from within the black hole. Shockwave sent him flying. Seojan gritted his teeth in panic. But the dragon was also astonished. "This power is..." His stream of blue-green power struck straight into the black hole, stopping it from closing. Seojan roared ferociously, "You think I am just letting you go?" In the sky, a massive, eerie streak of light appeared. His heavenly meteor spear ferociously struck straight at it. He was still using the second technique of the 10,000 lightning power, throwing all his strength into a continuous assault. He continued charging at the dragon, giving it no chance to react. It seemed he had succeeded this time. It could not resist, was blasted far away, roaring in pain. It seemed this attack had drained him too much. Seojan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. A huge source of golden power swiftly erupted, sending the dragon and the skeletons flying. Immediately after, Seojan landed on the ground, dust billowing everywhere. His breath was ragged, his mind racing. "My power has balanced out." He calculated, "I have improved thanks to the dragon heart, but if it releases the seal, I cannot win. I can only use the heavenly meteor spear one more time." He shouted that he would finish Baldur with a single final strike, and you dare to do so. At this moment, the dragon took the initiative to lunge forward, launching a lethal attack toward Seojan. Remain calm, standing still in his position. But Seojan's expression quickly changed. He lowered his center of gravity, steadied his grip on the spear, and swept it horizontally to block the dragon's power. It was surprised, unable to believe that he could destroy each spell, and even the dragon's breath mixed with magic was blocked. Isaac wondered, how could a mere low-ranked human match me? A flash of light gleamed in Seojan's eyes. He had seen it. A small gap, as thin as a thread on Berserk's body, which seemed to be its weak point. If technique number 1 contained the mystery of dispersion, then technique number 2 was the mystery of absorption. So he rested for a moment, then charged straight toward the dragon. Seojan's entire body suddenly shone brilliantly. His movement speed at this moment was too fast, leaving the dragon unable to react. Seojan shouted loudly, thrusting his spear straight into the sky. This attack seemed to have succeeded, inflicting damage on it. People below watching the battle were all overjoyed. The queen and Robert could not help but admire this young hero. The dragon's body had been pierced through by him, leaving a large hole. Its blood splattered everywhere, staining the sky red. Arya shouted excitedly he did it, he defeated the monster Berserk. At the same time, Lady Ellis fell pathetically to the ground after being defeated by Seojan's group. She unexpectedly flashed a cunning smile that looked extremely terrifying. Seojan quickly arrived in front of her. Ellis was startled and cursed. He sneered, saying the hero of the Great Flood was nothing special. Suryan mocked, telling him that saying that while bleeding was not convincing. He was embarrassed and shouted for him to shut up. It was just a scratch. Ellis was furious, screaming that she had been toyed with by a bunch of brats. Ellis assessed that they were not just S-rank hunters. Each one was nearly a disaster-level hero. These Scottish bastards dared to betray me. She looked toward the group that was laughing and talking, then glanced at the dragon's corpse. He did it, he defeated the beast Berserk. Ellis slowly stood up, holding her face, and bared her teeth in a sinister smile. Ellis laughed louder and louder, asking if they knew nothing. You don't know the reason why Berserk is called the apocalyptic great monster. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed behind everyone, startling them all. Everyone panicked and turned their heads to look behind them. Seojan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood from overexerting his energy. The dragon that they thought had disappeared reappeared. That was dangerous. If the spatial axis switch had been slower, his heart would have shattered. His body trembled. Damn it, a mistake. He should have been careful with the third move, but he had been too hasty. Bracek became more ferocious, launching an attack aimed directly at Seojan. The two terrifying forces once again clashed violently against each other. It said that long ago there were insects trying to stop me, but insects are just insects. I will reverse the future and bring the apocalypse to you. Seojan was trying his utmost to resist the immense power of the Dragon Bulger. Seeing him struggling, everyone quickly moved forward to help, calling out to Seojan. Ellis shouted triumphantly, "This is the apocalypse, you are all finished. Let's see how many people survive the second great flood." Regret and despair. Suddenly the queen spoke loudly from behind, "Stop." Ellis was surprised to hear her shout and turned her head. Arya channeled all her anger and courage, thrusting her sword straight toward Ellis. She said to stop talking nonsense. Her blood quickly spurted out along the queen's fierce blade. It seemed the queen saw that the people were disturbed by her words, so she spoke loudly. "Everyone look here. Hunter Kim Seojan is still fighting Baldur with his life. Our battle is not over." Her momentum was extremely powerful. Ellis screamed in panic, "No, my body is breaking apart." The queen's voice still lingered, telling her to stop talking nonsense. Do not speak of despair anymore. The queen forcefully pulled out the sword in her hand. Ellis's entire body quickly shattered and then dissipated into the air. On Seojan's side, the dragon was gaining the upper hand, concentrating its power to prepare a total attack on him. Seojan was motionless, struggling himself. He gritted his teeth, watching the dark force charge at him, with no mana left. Suddenly, a person from his dream stepped forward and used a spiritual barrier to protect him. Seojan was surprised. The person blocking in front of him was Hai-hun. Everyone also quickly rushed forward, fighting together against the dark dragon. But its power was too great. She was no match. The sword in her hand shattered. At the same time, the queen's soldiers and knights also charged forward, fighting alongside Hunter Kim Seojan. The ordinary insects. It seemed that all the attacks did not harm it in the slightest. Everyone was quickly flung far away, with the weaker ones being injured. Seojan tried his best, telling himself, "Get up, get up." His comrades at this moment were extremely struggling, having been battered by the dragon. Seojan told himself he had to squeeze every drop of mana from every cell to keep moving. She was also injured, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood right in front of him. She clenched her teeth. "Do not think about whether it can be done. It must be done at all costs." Bracek roared with his massive mouth, "Let the insects die." In the fury, everything around was reduced to rubble, with bodies lying scattered everywhere. Seojan's entire body was enveloped in a stream of blue light. Suddenly, an arm reached out to block in front of him as if to protect. It was the queen, small in stature but resilient, staring straight at the arrogant dragon. Bracek insulted, "Your existence is worse than insects." He shouted towards the queen, "I will end you." Arya's tears fell, but a satisfied smile bloomed on her lips. "I was able to become who I wanted to be." She recalled meeting Seojan, "So the queen was actually the girl beside me. Didn't you say you couldn't become what you wanted, Lady Alia? And just change that world." She felt warmth. "Thank you for those words, Hunter Kim Seojan." Suddenly, a familiar figure lunged forward, surprising the queen. It was Seojan. He could finally move. He was silent, not saying a word, only walking forward alone. Arya watched Seojan's back. He recalled the conversation with the great sage. "How strong is the first stance? I am also curious, but do not use it or your body cannot handle it. Even if the body can withstand the mana recoil, it is very dangerous if the injury and the person are not aligned. Use it later." At this moment, the great sage Sun spoke seriously. The most important thing is, your world probably cannot withstand that power. But at this very second, Seojan decided he had to use it. Meteor Staff, First Stance, remember the great sage's teachings. Each heavenly star spear move contains its own mystery. The three moves combined are dispersion, absorption, and piercing. Those three mysteries of dispersion, absorption, and piercing when combined together. At this moment, Seojan took each step forward while thinking. The fierce dragon stood still, observing the opponent's movements. He thought, his heart felt like it was about to explode, perhaps it had already shattered long ago. A terrifying surge of power was rolling inside his. This was not the power Baldur lent him, but something far beyond his current ability. He did not care. Seojan closed his eyes to focus. Even if he had to die, even if he could not get up or disappear, he would do it. He opened his mouth and shouted Heavenly Star Spear, First Stance. He spun in midair, one man and his spear lunged straight at Bracek. Annihilate, one word uttered. The dragon was in agony from his power. A golden light seared its body. Bracek had never been so terrified. Space-time, all things, everything collapsed. Looking at the resilient young man, the dragon could not help but shudder. It was surprised. He dares to use power far beyond himself, though hard to believe. It seems he will disappear along with me. Saying this, the mysterious cloaked figure appeared again. The dragon panicked the moment it saw him. You are, before it could say anything more. The mysterious black-robed figure clenched his hand, as if he was crushing the dragon's life in his hand. The surrounding scenery was utterly destroyed, desolate and bleak. Most people were unconscious on the ground. The queen shot up in panic. Berserk, what happened to Berserk? She saw the sky had returned to its beautiful blue color. Everyone was bewildered. Both Berserk and the massive gate had vanished. Robert questioned, did they turn into nothingness? Unable to believe their eyes, Robert shouted joyfully. He did it, we survived. He defeated the world-ending monster. Arya rejoiced. He really did it. She ran towards him. Thank you so much, Hunter Kim Seo. But before she could finish her sentence, she saw him collapse to the ground, unconscious. Queen panicked. Hunter Kim Seo John. Everyone else also panicked and ran towards him. She looked sorrowfully at the young man lying on the ground. No, you cannot. Seo-John was also worried. She quickly pressed her hand to his chest to check his condition. But what made her panic was that his heart had stopped beating. She urgently called for Arya to find a healer, then continuously performed CPR. You cannot die, Seo-John. She was so worried she cried while calling his name. A sudden voice made her freeze. It is useless. Before her was the mysterious cloaked figure. He coldly looked at Seo-John. That cold voice rang out again. Move aside quickly. Seo-John's soul floated in the void. His eyes were still shut, but his mind wondered if he was dead. Yes, after taking the full brunt of the antimatter and exhausting all his energy from the three dantians, surviving would be a miracle. However, he did not regret saving everyone and his teammates. The only regret was not receiving the reward to summon the great sage heavenly equal to fight Baldur. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Are you a new transcendent? How strange, you seem too casual to be a transcendent, he said, and the boy opened his eyes in surprise. Voice continued to ask, if you are not a transcendent, then how did you get here? Wait, do not tell me. Seo-John's face was still blank. That man asked again even though he had not answered, what is your relationship with the first transcendent? At this moment he had steadied himself. Can I ask who you are first? He thought, thinking he was dead. Then what was this black and white space? And who was this person? The man still did not answer his question. How strange. He is not a transcendent yet. Why can I not see him? This cannot be. Seo-John shouted. You have been monologuing this whole time. Can I ask who you are? What do you mean by my relationship with the first transcendent? The man wondered. You do not know the first transcendent? He quickly answered. Of course not. I have only heard about him. The man judged. It seems you are not lying. You asked who I am? He was annoyed. He is monologuing again. I am the one who wants to ask. The man was surprised. Impossible, a student of the Transcendent Academy does not know me. This statement surprised him. He knows I am a student. Could he be related to the academy? The man said, no name can define me. However, the Transcendents call me the Observer. He was surprised. The Observer? So what exactly is your job? The man answered nonchalantly, I do not know. He felt speechless. What the fuck? He asked again. Anyway, you really do not know the first transcendent? Seo-John yelled. I said I do not know. Why do you keep asking? The observer said, because I sense his energy from you. Which spacetime do you exist in? He was confused. Spacetime? The observer explained, I mean the world you live in. Seo-John understood. Ah, you mean Earth. Then the observer released Seo-John, an action that slightly surprised him. He introduced himself. I am the manager of all spacetimes. Seo-John retorted, did you not say you did not know what you do? The observer said, now I know. He was annoyed. Is this guy crazy? He was curious. Are you related to the Transcendent Academy? The observer said no. Seo-John asked again, then who are you? He said, did I not just say I am the manager of all spacetimes? He wondered, so what exactly do you manage? The man was annoyed. Things that go against the world's rules. Can you shut up and listen to me first? The observer began to speak. A world is made of one law. It is commonly known as the law of cause and effect, but there are still rare entities that go against it. Seo John found it familiar. Are you talking about transcendence? He answered, yes, after reaching transcendence, they cause great damage to the world's laws. He continued, so I isolate them from the world's laws. Seo John wondered, then what about the Transcendent Academy? The observer said, it is a thorn in my side. Seo John thought, not knowing what entity the observer was, but he was certainly on par with a transcendent. And his role was to manage spacetime, a duty to isolate transcendence from the world. Based on the story, transcendents were more of a threat than a help to the world. If so, then why? Why did the Transcendent Academy train humans to become transcendents? He asked, so am I also a thorn in your side? I dream of becoming a transcendent. Why do you say this? He explained, there is an entity in your spacetime who has given up transcendence. They could become transcendent but did not. Seo John wondered why. The observer answered, naturally, to destroy your spacetime. Back in the outside world, the robot group was tense, save Hunter Seo John, but no one could approach that mysterious cloaked man. Seo John, wielding her sword, fiercely struck towards him, gritting her teeth and shouting loudly. But just then, that man turned around and looked at her with blazing red eyes. That alone caused Seo John to be unable to stop herself from spitting out a mouthful of blood. Faced with terrifying power, Seo John slowly sank to her knees. After dealing with everyone, that man turned to look at Seo John. Indeed, he is not dead yet. I was wondering where the Dragonheart had gone. The Verge was once set free under the skies of London, plunging Earth into an era of destruction. But the future has been completely twisted in the opposite direction, because this bastard is a variable I never considered. I do not know who he is or why he knows these things. The ending is not yet over. But if you live, fate will be reversed. He spoke as he reached his hand towards Seo John, who was motionless on the ground. Seo John had just raised her face when she saw the scene before her. She panicked. No, brother Seo John. She was so worried that tears fell. Wake up, get up and run. Brother Seo John. That voice still echoed in his head. When one becomes a transcendent, they can no longer interfere with their present world. Indirectly is possible, but one must pay a price corresponding to the cause and effect. When one gives up transcendence, the entity has the right to interfere with spacetime to destroy it, because he has given up. I cannot isolate him. Seo John wondered, what is the reason you are telling me this? The observer pointed at him and said, find that entity, and kill him. Hearing this, Seo John's expression became serious. The hand of the black-robed man had barely touched Seo John's neck when he suddenly stopped. Then he decided not to harm him anymore. Perhaps I must postpone this meeting a little longer. He stood up and turned to leave, not forgetting to say that if he could stop it, he should try his best. At the same time, inside the tower, he cheerfully replied that he understood. I will find the entity you mentioned and stop him from destroying spacetime. But you forgot one important thing. He paused for a moment, his eyes sparkling. If I do that, how much will you give me? The observer looked at the tiny entity before him, momentarily speechless. Seo John smiled and continued, it would be better if you could pay in advance. The observer helplessly called him a greedy bastard. He frowned at him. Anyway, you are protecting your own world, right? So money. Seo John was dissatisfied. Isn't this also beneficial to you, Mr. Observer? Your job is to ensure the world functions properly. He hesitated. That is true, but he quickly spoke. Then you should help me a little. More importantly, the entity trying to destroy the dimension is one who has given up transcendence. That means it is still comparable to true transcendence, right? His eloquence, the observer did not know how to argue. That is also true, but Seo John pretended to sigh. How can I defeat that entity now? Even the berserk just released caused me trouble. You know, he hesitated. That is fine. Let me continue persuading. Now you tell me to find that entity and kill it. What does that mean? Well, what is that entity? He said, I cannot say. My job is to ensure the world functions properly. He looked bored. I guessed you would not tell me anything. Anyway, this is your responsibility, but aren't you telling me to do it while pretending not to know? Suddenly speaking to this point, he seemed to have thought of something and became awkward. Could that be the reason you are called the Observer? He continued, whether I ask or not, you still have to do it. Forget it, the Observer inwardly cursed. Where did this bastard come from? In the end, he compromised with him. What do you want? Seo John was straightforward, of course, money. The observer was irritated. If you are talking about causality in your dimension, it is impossible. Even I cannot directly grant you causality. He wondered, if you are the observer, can't you adjust it? He explained that causality cannot be changed under any circumstances. That is the absolute law that constitutes the world. He replied, if it were possible, I would not have asked you to do it. Hearing that, he felt frustrated. The observer analyzed that causality separated from the world can be controlled to a certain degree. degree. Seo John got excited. Oh, he asked, you are a student of the Transcendent Academy, right? I will have her remove one causality requirement you have been given. Is that enough? Seo John wondered, who are you talking about? Of course, I am talking about the principal of the Transcendent Academy. He was surprised, thinking, so he knows the principal. Saying this, he pondered, asking himself, is it still causality? Causality, causality. Seo John continued, you will remove one causality requirement of mine. So that means I can do anything for free once. Not just the lecture, but any requirement of the Transcendent Academy. He nodded, that is right. He was excited even if it costs however much. The observer said he does not like to repeat himself a second time. Seo John's body trembled with joy, which means his eyes suddenly lit up. Seo John shouted excitedly, thinking this was a free pass. He still could not believe it. This must be a scam based on emotions I just heard about. The observer was helpless. I have never felt this way before, but suddenly I feel so sorry for the principal. Suddenly remembering something, his face became panicked, and he shouted, come to think of it, I was dead. I was blinded by greed and forgot that. What do I do now? The observer said, you are not dead. Seo John was embarrassed. He explained again, you are not dead, so go quickly. Talking to you makes me feel like my existence is collapsing. Seo John smiled and scratched his head. But what do I do? The observer sighed. He asked curiously, by the way, how did I get here in the first place? Didn't you say I am alive? Where is this place anyway? He explained that this is border space. There are two main ways to get here. One is to transcend or act against the world's laws. Since you cannot transcend, you must have done something against the law. It seems the world's law evaluated your strength as if it were transcendent and brought you here. He remembered because he had used destruction. Seo John thought of a way, so if I do it again, can I come back here? The observer answered briefly, no. He explained that a single act of violating the law simply means it cannot be judged by the current law. For example, the first cycle of destruction violates the world's law and will be expelled after judgment is a mistake. He was dazed. What was that? He had never heard of it before. He continued, but once performed, it accumulates as a cause and is applied again as an effect. In the terms of your dimension, you could say data is being accumulated. And in the second cycle, destruction will cause nothing to happen because it is not recognized as an error. Seo John quickly understood. Oh, Min had seen it last time. The observer continued, so what you did has become a law. As a result, you cannot come here with the same action anymore unless you become transcendent. He calculated, in short, even if he used destruction again, he could not come here. He asked again, so how can I come here again? He was surprised. Why would you want to come here? Seo John smiled greedily. Perhaps you could give me one more free pass. The observer was speechless. He quickly drove him away. I do not want to see you, so do not come here again. As soon as the observer snapped his fingers, Seo John immediately woke up. He panicked. As soon as he sat up, Seo was face to face with Min-Yan, both looking at each other in confusion. Not just Min-Yan, but everyone here simultaneously stopped their actions and focused their gaze on him. It seemed Seo John's awakening surprised everyone. The entire hall suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. He was dazed, not understanding anything, realizing the abnormality. Seo John asked, what is going on? The people standing near him turned pale with fear. None of them could utter a word. Only a moment later, everyone became chaotic. The team leader has become a ghost. No, an undead someone resurrected him and turned him into an undead. Draw your swords, everyone. The enemy is the undead hunter Kim Seo John. Fight with your lives. He was still dazed. What is really happening? Someone cast an exorcism spell on that ghost earlier. Only Seo John alone bravely stepped forward. As soon as he saw her, he spoke, Miss Seo John, can you tell me what is happening? His face darkened. She looked at him but said nothing. He was surprised. Miss Seo John, are you angry? She did not let him continue and quickly hugged him tightly. Her entire body suddenly trembled. Xiao Yun said shyly, do not leave me. Really, never leave me again. At this moment, her tears were streaming down. This action of hers made him a little embarrassed and unable to react in time. But then Seo John also placed his hand on her back, hugging her tightly as if to comfort her. He said to Boulder with all sincerity, I will not do that again. In Washington, U.S., the surrounding air was extremely quiet and full of solemnity. A panicked voice rang out, an ordinary S-rank hunter, not a flood hero. How could he single-handedly defeat that monster? She is the American flood hero, Saint of Light Lee. He said he came back to life after 3 days. What does that mean? Even if he is a messenger of God, he is not a professional hunter. Another voice spoke up. That is what we heard. They say there is now a religion called the Silver Sect that worships Kim Seo John, this person being the American flood hero, the monster hunter Lippersy. She was dazed. The Silver Sect, what kind of name is that? Lit Bodhi continued, anyway, it seems Berserk has not been completely destroyed. Berserk is an apocalyptic monster, known as the Great Flood itself. The distorted dungeon is a strange phenomenon caused by the influence of Berserk's existence. If Berserk was truly destroyed, distorted dungeons would no longer occur. But distorted dungeons continue to appear. it seems a great voice has indeed appeared. If so, this problem is not something we can solve on our own. What should we do then? U.S. President Richard worried. Lidbergi stood up and announced, it seems the Flood heroes will have to gather together once again. The president was surprised. Gather the Flood heroes. That has not happened since the final battle with Berserk. He stammered, wait, you will act. Lidbergi completely ignored the president. What if we do? Are you telling us to stand still? He suddenly remembered something and stopped. Ah, right, and Kim Seo-john, do not forget to call that person too. Elsewhere in his private room, Seo-john was sitting with his legs up, thinking. He muttered to himself. No matter how he thought about it, he should not fully trust the words of the observer. I have a rough idea about the entity trying to destroy the dimension that the observer mentioned. He murmured the name Blue Emperor King. There is a high possibility that the mysterious figure who ambushed me right after I fell was the Blue Emperor King. But why did he not kill me? If the Blue Emperor King is truly the one destroying the dimension, I am clearly an obstacle to him. Seo-john slowly pondered for a while. It seemed the name Blue Emperor King made him curious. Unable to figure it out after much thought, he grew frustrated. Forget it, dwelling on things with no answers is useless. There is something more important now. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. The free coupon I received from the observer. He cheered, how can I use this to become notoriously famous? Should I follow the great sage equal to heaven and quickly learn the meteor staff along with the Tao Dharma? Or should I learn the Buddha path? The Buddha path costs a huge amount of karma per hour, something I would not even dare to dream of. But now it is no problem. Why? I have a free coupon. He calculated, should I get another one? Robbing Gungnir from Odin is probably not a good idea. Or should I just take the great sage's as you will cudgel? Could the karma of the as you will cudgel reach around 1 trillion? He excitedly typed into his phone. A notification box appeared. Mentor, please hurry here immediately. Mentor replied, can I do this first and come later? Seo-john was displeased. The same thing last time. What is he doing? Suddenly Mentor appeared out of nowhere and shouted loudly, of course it is this matter. This sudden appearance startled Seo-john. He shouted loudly and then threw Mentor far away, panic. After hearing him recount the situation, Mentor was dazed. What? A free coupon? What is that? Seo-john was surprised. Did Principal not tell you? Mentor said, no, he did not say anything. Seo-john was surprised. Impossible. The observer clearly said he would tell the principal. Mentor asked back, what did you just say? Seo-john repeated, I said he would tell the principal. The mentor replied, no, who did you say? Seo-john said he met the observer and recounted the rest. Mentor shouted in alarm, how do you know about the observer? Seo-john wondered, am I not supposed to know? This made Mentor lose his composure. It is not that you are not supposed to know. It is that you cannot know. How could you possibly do that? Seo-john asked, is it because I met him face to face? This made Mentor even more incredulous. What, face to face? Mentor could not believe his ears. My God, what the hell just happened? Kim Seo-john, are you crazy? How did you come up with the idea of extorting a free coupon from the observer? Seo-john scratched his nose. It seems the observer is a more powerful entity than I thought, huh? Mentor explained, from what you said, the reason Transcension Academy requires students to contribute karma is because of the observer. Simply put, we are asking his permission to intervene with the students. Seo-john replied calmly, but it seems he does not like this academy much. This made Mentor freeze. About that, suddenly Mentor turned his face away, not knowing what to say. Seo-john was curious. Is there a secret? Mentor frowned. Damn frustrating. But trust me, I really do want to help you, Kim Seo-john. So please transcend as soon as possible. If transcend and escape karma, you will know all the truth. He let out a breath. I understand. Seo-john continued. So back to the main issue about the free coupon I received. Mentor thought you want to exchange the free coupon for lessons? That is a bit difficult. Hearing this, Seo-john paled in surprise. Huh? Mentor said, because lessons are divided by hours, the free coupon cannot be applied. He stammered. What about Gungnir and the as you will cudgel? Why can they not be exchanged? Mentor explained, because they already have owners. Apart from karma, transcendent grade equipment is not something you can just take as you please. Seo-john was crestfallen. What about commissioning an equipment with performance equivalent to Gungnir? Mentor continued, that too would be quite difficult. For equipment like Gungnir and the Longinus Spear, they are transcendent grade legendary equipment. Equipment made by a transcendent cannot achieve comparable performance. When the karma burden increases, the observer's burden also increases. Perhaps the observer calculated all this before giving you a free coupon, Kim Seo-john. Gritted his teeth, tricking me? Or what, giving away a free coupon so easily? He was about to start cursing when he suddenly remembered something. Seo-john quickly asked, if so, could Mentor create a personalized lecture for him? Mentor did not understand what a personalized lecture meant. He explained clearly, the great saint once created the meteor staff for me. I was wondering if there was a lecture tailored specifically for me. Mentor pondered, a personalized lecture, it might be possible if you consult directly with the instructor, but I think the karma required to create such a lecture is too vast. Especially if it is limited to a single student, it would require an unreasonable amount of karma. Realizing he had let it slip, Mentor quickly covered his mouth. Seo John caught the slip, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. The scene shifted to Queen Aria's study, where she was intently writing something. The sudden sound of the door opening made her stop. Someone was approaching. It was Robert, who reported that the hunter Seo John wished to see her. She quickly stood up to let him in. As soon as Seo John entered, he greeted the queen with a bright smile and apologized. He felt apologetic. You must be very busy. Arya replied, busy as I am for you, I will still make time. Seo John covered his mouth, but I should not take up your time. I will get straight to the point. He said shyly, could I receive the reward we discussed earlier? The queen said, the money is ready. Do you need it right away? Seo John quickly answered, yes, if not all of it, then at least 1 billion, or is 750 million euro, okay? The queen asked curiously, may I ask what you plan to use the money for? Seo John hesitated. He quickly fabricated a reason about funding the faction of wealth. She asked no further. I understand. I will give you the amount within my capacity. Seo John happily thanked her. Suddenly he remembered, looking at the necklace glowing around his neck. I will sell this cheaply too. Keeping a royal treasure here makes no sense at all, right? In his private room, Mentor relaxed, eating a cake while looking at his phone. Seo John burst through the door and shouted, I have brought back 10,000 billion. Mentor was surprised. Where did you get that amount of karma? He walked over, give me your phone. He quickly picked up the phone and accessed it with a single touch. From the phone a voice rang out, long time no see. Seo John and Mentor turned around, his face looking displeased. It has been a while, hasn't it? The great sage equaling heaven stood imposingly, looking at Seo John, the troublesome disciple. Upon seeing him, the great saint immediately observed him closely and thought, you have become sharper than the last time we met, haven't you? Seo John did not understand, what do you mean by sharper? The great saint said excitedly, who would have thought you could perform the first stance without completing the candy-scattering thrust technique? Seo John was wary, how do you know? The great saint observed carefully, I could tell at a glance. But executing the first stance probably only barely kept you alive, right? He scratched his head, actually I went clinically dead and then came back to life. Hearing his account, the great saint panicked, what, you met the observer? Seo John was not embarrassed, both the advisor and the great saint reacted the same. The observer seems more terrifying than I thought. The great saint still could not believe it, how is that possible? Mentor agreed. The great saint asked further, so that was how you kept your life? He scratched his head sheepishly. He asked, the power of the first stance of the heavenly meteor spear surpasses your ability. Experiencing it yourself, you must have realized it too. Seo John replied, that is correct. He said, your body should have been crushed, but thanks to the 3 Danshians not being bound by karma, you escaped. However, you must have suffered backlash, but it was nullified when you were pulled into the barrier. Mentor said he was extremely lucky. The great saint continued, until you achieve the unity of man and spear, try to avoid using the first stance as much as possible. I have helped you this much. You dying before having a single duel with me is not allowed. Wondered, what is this unity of man and spear you mentioned? He said, just as the name suggests, man and spear become one. That is the pinnacle of using weapons. The great saint said thoughtfully, actually the original term was the unity of man and sword. He said lazily, explaining is troublesome. Let me just demonstrate it for you. Everyone moved to a barren plot of land. There, the great saint quickly unleashed a skill. The divination art of mystic body mark. Seo John and Mentor were dumbfounded, their faces dazed. Every time I see it, it is impressive. The great saint spoke, look closely. Immediately after, a shocking performance took place. The great saint said, this is a normal thrust, without the unity of man and spear. And as soon as he finished speaking, the face of Seo John quickly changed color. The spear quickly struck in front of him. Seo John was stunned, frozen in place. The ground behind him was completely shattered, debris flying everywhere. It turned out the great saint's aura did not strike straight, but slanted to one side. Both Seo John and Mentor were terrified. A few strands of his hair were also cut off and drifted away in the wind. The great saint quickly explained, this is a thrust with the unity of man and spear. Actually, this should be called the unity of man and spear. It is the same thing. I deliberately did not use much force so you could see the difference. Quite a big difference, right? The smile on his face froze. Yes, not just quite big, it is 2 completely different levels. Seo John quickly seized the opportunity. Could you please teach me the unity of man and spear too? The great sage replied cheerfully. After all, a staff and a spear were not much different, and since he was so enthusiastic, please include that part in a lecture. Great Sage was momentarily confused. What nonsense was putting it into a lecture? The mentor quickly stepped forward to explain. Ah, you see that matter. After the mentor explained clearly, the Great Sage was startled. What? The Great Sage pointed at him with tears of laughter. He was truly insane. The mentor said helplessly that he completely agreed with him. He was still bewildered. Was that matter really that crazy? The Great Sage rolled on the floor laughing. Even Transcendence would not dare to do that to an observer. Unimaginable how they would feel. But Seo John did not care. Please create a theoretical lecture on man's spear unity. After hearing him speak, the smile on the great sage's face vanished. No way. His face froze as he asked back, what? He looked tired, he was too lazy and did not want to design any lectures. Seo John was dejected, this was something he completely never expected. The great sage said if he put all that part in, he would have to prepare the lecture for a long time. He was too lazy to do it. Seo John wondered, then how much must he pay for him to design those lectures? He replied the problem was not money, they did not accept it. This was entirely voluntary. Seo John broke into a sweat. So learning depends on the whim of the great sage equal to heaven. The mentor whispered, I told you to discuss it first. Seo John relented, sir, please do me a favor. The great sage still firmly refused. Hey kid, did you not say my death would be regrettable? He lay there, but it was too troublesome. Seo John shouted loudly, then what if I really die? Your observer said my world has someone who gave up on ascension. I will have to go somewhere with transcendence. Hearing this, the great sage equal to heaven was surprised. Your world has someone like that. He continued to plead, that is right, so please. The great sage replied indifferently, understood. Even so, he still lay there refusing to get up and start the lecture. He was annoyed, oh really wanted to slap that guy. Forget the free ticket, just one slap. Suddenly while angry, he noticed something unusual about him. His eyes full of expectation, Seo John thought to himself, do not tell me it is this monkey. Quickly understood, took out his phone. The upfront cost was 1 trillion. He asked with a dark face, that should be enough for a 10-hour lesson, right? Alright, fight one more match. The great sage quickly jumped up happily. Would it not have been better if you said so earlier? He continued, this time not just touching, you have to hit us once. Seo John was excited, understood. He thought secretly, actually the odds were still in his favor. Even though it changed to hitting them that day, he was different now. With the transcendent spear Longinus, he could easily withstand the 13th move of the heavenly flowing star spear. No matter how skilled the great sage equal to heaven was, he should not underestimate him. Then he continued, later you must keep your word. The scene shifted to Queen Arya's palace. She sighed tiredly, finally finished today's work. After finishing work, the queen sprawled on the desk, just rest a little. He looked up at the sky with the full moon, remembering Seo John's image and words, then let's change this entire world. Arya laughed happily, but a sound rang out interrupting her thoughts. The person outside spoke, Your Majesty, it is I, Robert, the Gold Hunter. Seo John requests an audience. Looking at him now, he was no different from a hungry ghost, his disheveled and ragged appearance resembling an addict. The queen looked at him, momentarily unable to understand what was happening to this person. His face was sullen. Can I receive a bit more money? The queen was dazed and disillusioned. The Seo John in her imagination was a handsome young man with the words, let's change the world. During training, the great sage laughed heartily. This time hitting was much more comfortable than the last time. Seo John spat blood, damn it. Berserk was an apocalypse beast. What the hell? If Berserk was an apocalypse beast? He looked at him in horror, then this great sage equal to heaven must be the #1 chaos monkey. He looked at him proudly. If given another 1,000 years, he would definitely be able to resist his power. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff violently struck down towards him, sending Seo John flying. He thought to himself, I do not need to win, no need for victory. Just one hit. Thinking this, Seo John firmly gripped the spear in his hand. He whispered to Baldur a method that ends with just one hit. The great sage equal to heaven laughed joyfully, your weapon looks fearsome. I do not think I can block it with my bare hands like before. He gritted his teeth and fiercely struck a blow towards the great sage equal to heaven, who was momentarily caught off guard. I must see how you smoothly combine these multiple attacks. Impressive. A violent wind rose, the surrounding scenery was obscured by this power. His spear was embedded deep into the cliff wall. Seo John was stunned. The great sage stood behind him shouting cheerfully, here it is, here. Then he gently soared like a bird flying away to let him chase. Cell also quickly used all his speed to catch up to the great sage. He looked at him and laughed heartily, wonderful, so much fun. But Seo John looked quite exhausted. He fiercely struck another blow towards the great sage equal to heaven. More, give me more. His entire body was weary. Seo immediately unleashed his ultimate move, the 3-pellet meteor spear's first form extinguishing thunder meteor. The meteor stick's first form clear sky flying meteor. The force of the strike was so immense it sent him flying far away. Pain washed over him, and Seo John could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Great sage equal to heaven used a clone technique, transforming into many illusions. He excitedly called out to the crowd, come on brothers, let's have a satisfying fight. Seo John shouted in panic, wait. Before he could finish speaking, all of the great sage's clones charged forward, attacking relentlessly. The system reported the progress of the great sage equal to heaven's lecture at 82%. He had understood his barrier thrust style. Seo John was frustrated, I am done for since I haven't touched him at all until now. He was unwilling, filled with anger, trust me. The great sage exclaimed excitedly, did you unconsciously use the mystery of the sweeping barrier thrust? You have finished learning. Those words made him dazed. Besides being beaten, what he learned. The mentor was speechless. I told you not to underestimate transcendent power. Mentor great sage equal to heaven is a top expert. Thinking about how you fought the great sage equal to heaven to this extent, your progress is truly extraordinary. Kim Sion. He said sadly, what use is it when hundreds of thousands of trillions are about to fly away? 30,000 trillions are already lost. We need to weaken the great sage equal to heaven. Seo John calculated, if only he would eat a poisoned banana like last time, but would he fall for the trap again? The thought faded. He would be suspicious the moment he saw a banana. He turned to look at the mentor. The instructor asked, why are you staring at me like that? It seemed he did not hear what the mentor said. A malicious smile quickly cleared on Seo John's face. Turned out all this time he was just recalling events before the class. The great sage equal to heaven asked in surprise, why are you still lying around? Seo John suggested celebrating the barrier thrust lecture. He sat up, let's relax and then start again. The great sage equal to heaven looked at him with some surprise. Seo John slowly peeled a banana and said, I knew you liked magic bananas. Want one? The great sage happily replied, if you give me one then. But as his hand reached out to grab it, he suddenly stopped. No, I do not want any, he said and turned his face away. Everything went according to plan. He had predicted that reaction. Now the real show begins, he said, then please wait for me to eat. Not eating alone, he turned to the mentor and asked, do you want one? The mentor happily asked me. Seo John replied, I have received much help from you. Try this delicious banana. Xi's face was now full of menace. Mentor broke into a sweat, laughing helplessly. This script was set by Seo John. Is the banana delicious? It seemed the mentor did not like it, but still played along, saying thank you. When he just took a bite, a surge of sweetness delighted the mentor. He shouted, oh, it is really delicious. Seo John pressed on, right, I told you so. In the end, the great sage could not resist the temptation of food. He asked why have such delicious food and not share it. Seo John asked satisfied, do you want one? He shouted loudly, no I do not. But the food was stolen. The mentor yelled, my banana. He cursed angrily, hateful mentor. The great sage said if you were eating it, it would be harmless. He ate while laughing triumphantly. You cannot fool me a second time. He happily ate the loot stolen from the mentor's hand. Well then I shall enjoy this. As he chewed the banana in his mouth, suddenly he felt something was different. This taste, before he could finish speaking, Seo John appeared from behind and said this is a poisoned banana. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred where the great sage equal to heaven stood. The great sage was startled, but it was too late. Do not tell me. He wondered why she is still eating and fine. Seo John said smugly, knowing you would steal it, I only poisoned half the banana. The great sage angrily shouted, how dare you play tricks with food, and where is my banana? Seo John cunningly replied, you told me to do everything to hit you. Too bad you got fooled again. The mentor looked at the master and disciple helplessly. Why are they like this? Seo John aggressively picked up his spear and charged forward. Stay silent and die. Great sage equal to heaven thought angrily, you are done for, and used the move meteor spear's first form extinguishing thunder meteor. The great sage used the meteor stick's first form clear sky flying meteor. Seo John was delighted to see he was not thrown back, and laughed saying the stolen banana is very poisonous and has weakened you. The great sage was furious, but he still could not hit him. He struck missed, the ground exploded and flew far away. Could he truly improve so much just from a fiending lecture? If only he could touch even a hair like last time, he would have lost. At the same time, behind Suyan, a ferocious surge of power appeared aimed at him. The technique, the first form meter, was unleashed with incredibly terrifying destructive power. What surprised the great sage was that this feeling was not like the annihilation lightning. This time Seo John easily evaded that attack. The great sage looked at his smug smiling face, confused and not understanding what was happening. He cursed in annoyance, believing that he had tricked him into using the annihilation lightning. Seo John replied, I am not crazy enough to use it again. The great sage repeated that sentence, and at the same time launched a kick. A long spear in Seo John's hand quickly appeared. It had already shot straight towards the great sage equaling heaven. After the attack, Mentor fell off his shoulder. He spat out a mouthful of blood but still wore a sly smile. In a great hall, the atmosphere was dark, seemingly laying out some kind of formation. An eye-shaped gem was placed in the center, looking extremely eerie. A mysterious man in black with a cruel face coldly commanded, begin. The bodies of those black-robed disciples suddenly flashed, emitting a strange black smoke. From within the formation, bolts of lightning began to strike down. The formation gradually became more intense. The disciples began to tremble, finding it hard to breathe. It seemed the gem was absorbing energy from the disciples. The energy merged into the black smoke surrounding the gem. Suddenly, the gem shattered into 3 pieces. A disciple stood up and approached the gem. He slowly reached out his hand to touch those 3 fragments. The 3 fragments quickly merged back into 3 complete gems. He thought the heart of the Berserk Dragon King, even split into 3, its demonic power was still terrifying. Since Berserk was dead now, this was merely a power source transcending causality, unattainable by anyone. This power would attract hunters, making them rush to destroy each other. Because they could not escape the destiny that had been set. Scene change, the observer stood pondering, asking himself, so it ended up like this? Then, something appeared that greatly surprised him. He exclaimed in panic, "Where did all that karma come from?" Back at Seo John's side, Mentor was crying pitifully. He said sulkily, "I thought you really died." The great sage said, "You must ascend to heaven. I want to introduce you to the Jade Emperor." Seo John readily agreed. The great sage said a promise is a promise, and he praised it with satisfaction. He yawned loudly, saying he would be busy recording lessons, but this matter was truly interesting. Then the great sage wondered what he should teach him. He said happily, "Anything you teach I can learn." He said calmly, "Then the karma points will be terrifying, but who cares?" He began to calculate. Mentor said eagerly, "I can help you with this." Mentor was surprised, but then said, "Since we are doing it, we must see it through." The two worked together, and Mentor excitedly exclaimed, "Excellent." He showed his phone to him, saying this place has plenty for him to learn. Seo John's eyes lit up. 7 cultivation techniques in 1 lesson, all SSS rank skills. He secretly felt satisfied the hardship he endured was worth it. Mentor spoke up, "Wait," the principal suddenly called for me. The observer had not yet had time to recount when an angry voice rang out. "Hey, you bastard." It seemed he was very furious. Seo John was so stunned he stood frozen. He wondered why he was being called back. He said angrily that he himself forced him. Seo John was confused. The observer yelled. He shouted, "Put down that free pass. What the hell are you doing to get so much karma?" He immediately understood the issue. He asked calmly, "Do you not know the importance of karma?" "Then what?" He pleaded, "Hurry and send me back. I have to study." The observer was confused. What is wrong with this guy? He wanted to deal with him but could not. He pleaded again, "Please, send me back." He said irritatedly, "If that person did not want to destroy the primal dimension, I would have erased him 100 times. Now there was no other way. Balancing or deleting that much karma was impossible." Seo John panicked. "Why did you only say this now?" He said irritably, "What perverted bastard would chase the causality of an entire dimension?" He replied nonchalantly, "Me myself." The observer became even angrier, shouting. Seo John complained. He explained that the amount of karma to erase had exceeded the capacity and would destroy the dimension. He shouted, "That is your responsibility. You should have set a limit from the start. What more do you want me to do?" Seeing that he had a point, the observer was flustered. He continued to argue vehemently. He repeated the words he had once said. He stammered, displeased. He asked irritably, "So exactly how many points is it?" The observer replied, "The karma is 214 quadrillion million trillion 562 billion. He was dumbfounded, standing frozen for a long time. Seo John asked back, 13 million what? The observer replied, "I want to ask him in person." He asked, sweating, "How to raise 309 trillion karma points. Clearly you just said 213. The observer got furious because that crazy monkey added another lesson. The mentor hurriedly stopped him, saying you cannot add more. He trembled with anger, calling all of them insane. Seo John thought, truly the great sage equal to heaven plays to the end. Still, it was not right. Seo John's face showed disgust. Suddenly he remembered, even he could not collapse this entire dimension. Seeing him indifferent, the observer found it strange. He asked, "What now?" Seo John calmly replied, "I am doing it." Suddenly he shouted in anger, "Sue me then." The observer also shouted back, "Hey." He angrily said no matter how hard he tried, he could not erase the karma points. He replied, "At least you erased some. If the free coupon is useless, then my trouble is worthless." He stammered, and he continued, "I do not know if you keep this up, I am stuck too. How can I fight a dimension destroyer? I will not do it. No, I cannot do it." Finally he had to compromise, asking him what he wanted. Seo John immediately said, "I have an idea. First tell me how much you can waive for free." He thought he must tolerate the only bastard who could stop the dimension from collapsing. 1 technique per lesson was the max. Hearing his offer, he laughed happily, saying he agreed. The observer spoke up then. Before he could finish, he had already sprawled out. Seo John asked playfully, "Or maybe forget it." The observer reached his limit, thinking of just erasing this dimension and be done with it. He named his price, 2 free coupons and a refund for the fruit I used. "If you do not give them, I cannot work." The observer was speechless. He thought he did not need to comply. The bastard wanting to live must stop the one breaking the dimension, so he could retrieve the free coupon and kick him out of this boundary dimension. It was only possible if he had not used the coupon. He had used it, so the dimension was bearing the karma owner had to permit it. He grimaced and asked, "Why do you operate karma like this? Clearly it is your fault. You should compensate me." He explained, interwoven karma connects the dimensions. If a problem appears in one dimension, it will obviously affect it. The remaining dimensions will also collapse. The observer thought if he sends him back, that terrible karma will disappear. Thinking this, he secretly felt relieved that this bastard did not know. He said giving the coupon was a goodwill gesture. There was no further obligation. Besides, this was his matter of protecting the dimension, right? Even if I do not help in the end, you have to handle it. Seo John still had no fear. "Sue me then." His words had no effect on him. Finally, the observer gave in, asking him how much karma he had used. Seo John replied, 79 trillion. He remarked that he had spent quite a bit. He explained hitting the mentor great sage equal to heaven was not easy, so he needed him to refund 80 trillion. He asked puzzled, "Was it not 79 trillion? He replied, "The great sage is in his true form, costing 1 trillion per hour. Just add an hour, so it is 80 trillion. Hearing this, the observer cursed, "These crazy bastards." He was calm. "Anger is useless. If you are not quick, the refund will keep increasing." He said he understood but could not refund Balder. He smirked, asking what. The observer was sweating, not knowing what was happening. Seo John shouted, "Refund me the same type of currency I used. Why are you forcing me to accept something else?" He did not give in, saying what could he do if it did not work. He was dissatisfied. "Are you not an entity higher than awakened ones? Why is the karma observer so incompetent?" He thought to himself, should he erase this guy's dimension? He greedily set conditions, "Then give me 3 coupons." Seeing his sly face, he became wary, could not give 3 coupons. Who knew what he would do? The observer offered one item worth 80 trillion from the transcendent shop. Seo John took the chance to bargain, saying, "You are forcing me again." He replied, "I will not apply karma accumulation." Planned to give 5 but saw him unsatisfied, so told him to ask for more himself. 2 argued 5, 7, 10. Finally, the observer gave in, "Fine, 10 then 10, do not push anymore." He was satisfied, thinking, 2 free coupons and 10 transcendent items, not bad. He asked again, "So you accept losing the previous karma?" He replied it was fine, but one last thing. "The next time I return, give me 1 free coupon." He was surprised. "What?" He explained, "I know it is not happening now, but what about in a crisis? Just revive me, but with consent." So set a penalty. The observer was helpless. "Fine, I understand, just leave quickly. After all, we probably will not meet again." Returning to reality, the great sage equal to heaven was interested, saying, "Add this, add that too." The mentor paled, saying, "Everything will disappear. The observer will destroy it all." He asked in surprise what you two were doing. The great sage cheered, "What, you survived and came back." Hearing his story of talking to the observer, the great sage equal to heaven laughed until tears came. The mentor asked in surprise, "Are you not afraid of the observer?" He replied calmly, "Not really, the fault is his." The great sage rolled on the ground laughing, saying he was not just crazy, but the craziest in the dimension. The mentor happily said, "Each coupon only pays for 1 skill in the lecture." He continued, "I think meteor spear fusion both works. What do you think, master?" He replied, "I think so too. Although the Dao technique is good, with your current power you cannot handle even 1 Dao." He studied, "The meteor spear technique is not right, is it?" The great sage said, "I plan to convert 10 voids into a divine potion in the transcendent shop." He was intrigued, said, "It sounded excellent, hand them over to me, and I will select the most perfect ones for you. Let me see, these are a few very suitable items. The nectar of Balder grants immortality. Ambrosia, divine food, the very thing Achilles ate to attain godhood. Soma is the favorite drink of the Indian gods. 10,000-year-old snow ginseng, which only appears after absorbing the essence of the mountain for 10,000 years. The heavenly demon's antidote fruit, a legendary fruit obtained after suppressing Sut Noi. The frog people say is the water of life. The water of command is said to be granted by Balder, giving the strength of 1,000 men. 10,000-year-old fleece flower root is known for providing 1,800 years of internal energy. Golden apple of Balder, the fruit of the gods. The mentor was excited, saying, "They were wonderful, sir, perfectly suited to your condition." Kim Seo-jong calculated silently. Indeed, that monkey had been eating divine elixirs like snacks. The great saint continued, "If you absorb too much power at once, your body will shatter. But your energy core has no limit, you can eat it all at once." Seo John suddenly became generous. "Thank you for choosing them. Master Sage, would you like a banana?" The great saint rejoiced upon hearing this. "Bananas?" Seo John quickly took out a bunch of bananas. "You can eat as many as you want. It's my token of gratitude. Since you plan to film a lecture for me, this is nothing." The great sage equal to heaven trembled with joy at the sight of the bananas. "You brought this many bananas?" They both ate together, each enjoying themselves happily. Suddenly, the great sage equal to heaven disappeared, startling Seo John. He exclaimed, "Did I run out of money?" The great saint silently lamented, "My bananas." He reluctantly conceded he would have to buy lots of bananas next time he came. Having said that, he continued eating the spoils with great relish. Scene change at the airport. A plane had just landed. Robert bowed respectfully to the man who just stepped off. "Welcome to England. Sir Sword Saint, may I ask why you suddenly appear here?" Robert quickly drove a luxury car to take the Sword Saint to meet the Queen. On the road, the Sword Saint observed the people in the streets, silently assessing them. He praised that although Berserk had destroyed part of the city, it was very lively. Robert laughed heartily. Thanks to the Dream Team and Mr. Kim Seo-jon, he said the weary, hopeless people had united and found hope again. Both I and the Queen as well. Hearing this, the Sword Saint's expression remained unchanged. As the car stopped, Hae-un's voice could be heard from afar. "Wait, your grace, the spirit!" At the same time, Seo-jon turned around. She was surprised to see her grandfather here, but the Sword Saint's face remained expressionless. Xiao Yun ran over to ask what brought him to England. Surion was surprised. "Huh, Sir Sword Saint." He looked at everyone, thinking they had grown a lot. Minyon wondered why Lee Hae-un was lying down. Surion smiled wryly. It seemed that spirit had rejected her again. Seo John saw his bewildered look and stepped forward, sir. He was deep in thought when a voice rang out. I came after sensing a familiar aura. Indeed, it is the Sword Saint. He looked at the boy. This brat has become even more of a monster. This Sword Saint looked seriously at Seo John. I came to pick you up. Everyone was astonished. The Sword Saint explained the U.S. Hunter Management Bureau has gathered heroes due to the Great Disaster. In the United States, a voice rang out. I can't believe they let a bunch of Eastern rookies into the meeting. The irritated black man shouted, what is wrong with you, Lisbury? Lipsbury replied slyly, hey Colin, don't waste your breath on a decision already made. Weren't you the one who refused to meet the president because you found it troublesome? The irritated man was the U.S. anti-disaster hero, the Spearmaster Colin. Anyway, this is a meeting bringing together heroes from around the world, so cool your temper. Before he finished, Colin stood up. I cannot accept this. He defeated Berserk. That was probably just a strong dragon at the time. We could never kill that monster. Lipsbury walked away muttering to himself that Hothet is probably in for a fight. Anyway, let him do what he wants. I'm also curious to know how strong Kim Seo John is. Scene change at the Great Cathedral. A voice rang out saying since the Queen passed away, everyone has gone through difficult times. Below, thousands of people were listening to the speech. The person on the podium said the nation was divided into 4 parts, trampled upon by disasters. Queen Arya of England was giving an impassioned speech. Ironically, hope bloomed from a place unrelated to England, and England was united once again. Earl Robert stepped forward holding a sword on a tray. Arya turned and said to repay that grace. She, in full regalia, took the sword, raised it straight to the sky, her face full of pride. That moment, Seo John's group stood below, each person's name being read out by the Queen in honor. Hunter Park Seo John, Hunter Lee Haeun, Hunter Lee Mizu. Hunter Seo Su Rion. I wish to bestow the title of Balder upon these 4. Having said that, Arya held the sword. Balder turned to Seo John and she came before him, offered the sword, and continued, I wish to bestow the title of Duke Balder upon Hunter Kim Seo John. The ceremony began, a shout rang out, the knight squadron drew their swords, raising them solemnly. And today dedicated to the knighting ceremony of Kim Seo John and the Dream Inside team at St. Wells, Scotland, Northern Ireland, gathered regardless of origin. A special event where the title of Balder is granted to a foreigner, not a native. More notably, the title of Duke was originally reserved for royalty, yet Balder granted it to an ordinary hunter from a small Asian country. Seo John now took the sword from the Queen's hand. He was very happy as he turned to the crowd below and flashed a smile. Thousands of people standing below shouted in unison, with no one objecting, and all cried out, Long live the Queen. Scene change at a large airport. A private jet was already parked with its door open. Someone expressed gratitude for being allowed to borrow the private plane of the British royal family. Seo John looked at the private jet before him, excitedly waving his arm and saying he could sell the Duke title to cover the flight costs. Earl Robert heard this and thought he was not joking. The girl with her arms crossed also chimed in, saying that if the British Queen were standing behind them and heard Seo John speak, she would also be wide-eyed, thinking that, if it were him, he might really sell it one day. Everyone boarded the plane one by one, and when it was Seo John's turn, Arya approached and called out to the hunter Kim Seo John. Seo John heard her call and turned around. The two shook hands as a farewell gesture. Arya looked at him, happily expressing her thanks for breaking her narrow worldview, just as she was about to give up in despair. Seo John heard this, felt a bit embarrassed, raised his hand to scratch his cheek, and replied that he had only slightly provoked her, that she had freed herself, Your Majesty. Arya heard his compliment, felt shy, raised her hand to cover her mouth and laughed, her cheeks blushing. Arya placed her hand on her chest, smiled brightly, and told Seo John that, as her grandmother had said, she would show that this country could become anything they wanted it to be. Seo John heard her say that and laughed heartily, unable to close his mouth. After everyone boarded the plane, Arya and Earl Robert stood below saying goodbye to Seo John's group, wishing everyone good luck. Arya stood below, raising her hand to wave at everyone. At that moment, a sentence rang out, making her freeze for a moment. You are better than Patrick. It was Park Min-chun, the last person to board the plane, who left only that sentence without turning back. The plane finally began to taxi and move. The plane took off into the sky. Arya still stood there, staring blankly after it. Earl Robert stood behind and called out, Your Majesty. Arya finally turned and walked away, saying to him as she walked, Let's go. There is a mountain of work to do, Robert. Earl Robert heard this, a smile spread across his face, and he replied respectfully, Yes, my queen. He then turned and followed her. Scene change. A plane had arrived in Washington, USA at Duluth International Airport. A man dressed in Hawaiian style pushed up his sunglasses and said there were so many people. This man was Australia's hero, Jackson. Walking beside him was Kadin, who heard this and said it was rare for Australia's hero figures to gather in one place. Kadin, carrying his backpack while walking, told Jackson that it seemed that Asian guy had arrived. Jackson heard this and glanced at him, asking, That Asian guy? Kadin replied that wasn't he the professional hunter hunter who defeated Berserk in England. Jackson nodded in agreement and replied, "Ah, right, what was his name again?" Scene change. At this time, Seo John had also landed at the airport. A blond man in a suit walked up to him and said, "We have been waiting for you, Hunter Kim Seo John." This man, wearing glasses, placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself as Lucas, and that he would be responsible for guiding them. He was the deputy director of the U.S. Professional Hunter Management Bureau. Immediately after, he gestured for Seo John's group to go this way. Jackson and Caden stood to one side and had already witnessed this scene. Jackson exclaimed in astonishment. The deputy director of the U.S. Professional Hunter Management Bureau personally guides him? Jackson saw that and wore a cryptic smile, then said to Caden, "Should I test him a bit?" Caden could not be bothered with him, only glancing over and saying, "Oh, great flood hero, you may say that. Please act your age." Jackson heard that and pouted, asking Caden why he was not curious about how strong he was, since he had beaten that berserk after all. Caden still looked at him and replied calmly, "For the dignity of our Australia, please remain silent. There is no need for you to step out, Mr. Jackson." On the other side, as Seo John stepped out, countless eyes fixed on him. As he walked, he thought everyone gathered here probably had the same idea, just attending the meeting for the participation fee. He remembered the free lectures by the great sage Equal to Heaven on his phone, and thought that he had learned that lecturer's lesson using a free coupon. The lectures on the phone were about how to merge with a long, large spear, taught by the great sage Equal to Heaven. Just then, the system displayed that your free membership card had expired. Remembering that, Seo John could not help but worry, the problem being he had no money to buy a card. As he was thinking of a place to earn money, a person appeared in front of his group. This person saw him and asked if he was the Asian hunter named Kim Seo John. It was Colin. He was standing there holding his spear in his hand. Lucas saw him and spoke up, asking why he was here. Colin heard that and retorted if he was not allowed to be at the airport. Lucas saw that and immediately stood in front of Seo John, saying to back off, that Colin was his formally invited guest. Colin walked over and said bluntly, "Stop it, you cannot stop me." He walked up and looked Seo John up and down, then said it was a pity. He came to see the hunter who defeated the berserk, but it seemed he was not strong at all. Seo John heard him say that about him, and he frowned, showing displeasure. His mind was blank again, thinking, "What are you talking about?" Seo John fundamentally did not understand because he had turned off the translation spirit. Seeing Lucas and Colin not backing down from each other, he only thought that he understood nothing since everything was in English. Seo John then raised his hand to rub his head and cut off the argument, saying it seemed the two of them had matters to discuss, so they would wait outside first. Seeing Seo John leave, both Lucas and Colin were stunned, both with huge question marks on their faces. Colin could only utter one word, "What?" After saying that, Seo John walked over to his group and told everyone to hurry along, then turned to ask, and if he could turn on the translation spirit because he could not understand what they were saying at all. At that moment, Seo John turned back, smiling brightly and greeting, "A pleasure to meet you, goodbye." Colin saw him like that and immediately flew into a rage. Colin furiously shoved Lucas aside, lunging forward and shouting loudly, "You bastard!" He stared at Seo John's retreating back and yelled, "Dare to ignore me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Colin thrust his spear towards Seo John. Instantly, he turned to the side and caught the spear tip with his bare hand. He was somewhat startled by that, and sweat began to form. Lucas saw this situation and could only stand rooted to the spot. Seo John's group saw that, and everyone got a headache, asking each other what was going on. Fighting again, not a single peaceful day. Colin saw him holding his spear tip and channeled man into the spear. He angrily thought that his spear could not be pulled out, it would not budge. Seo John at that moment was still holding his spear tip with one hand. He turned back, his gaze sharp with a hint of anger, and asked, "What is this?" Standing in the airport, Seo John asked Miss Lin, "What is this?" He closed his eyes, his expression full of annoyance. Seo John felt he was being looked down upon. He let go of Miss Lin's spear and said, "I do not want trouble. Let us stop here." After saying that, he turned and walked away, hands in his pockets. Lucas then ran up hurriedly and asked, "Are you all right, Hunter Kim Seo John?" Watching the backs of Seo John and Lucas leave, Miss Lin spoke again. "Coward, are you not going to fight back? I heard you also use a spear. Is this not a good opportunity to learn from a senior?" Seo John stopped upon hearing this. Colin still sneered, provoking Sion as a coward, and the 4 useless henchmen who claimed to have defeated Berserk. He called that a guild. Faced with the provocation, Seo John could no longer hold back, his eyes glaring. Immediately, he returned to Miss Lin. That man, unaware of what was about to happen, kept rambling. "It seems the story of you defeating Berserk is just a boast." Miss Lin suddenly felt fear as he looked at Seo John. He thought in his head, since when? Seo John clenched his hand, his fist radiating a tremendous surge of power. He said, "You should be grateful there are so many people around here. Because of them, I am not using the Longinus spear." With that, Seo John lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch towards Miss Lin. That man stood rooted to the spot, merely uttering one word upon hearing that, "Huh?" Seo John punch sent him flying high into the air, causing a massive shockwave. Miss Lin was punched into the air, completely losing consciousness, missing a tooth. After the punch, Miss Lin crashed onto the floor with a loud noise, bringing along debris. Jackson and Carden witnessed this scene astonished. Jackson said, "Carden, you saved my life there." Looking at the angry Seo John, Jackson continued, "Even if every hero here rushed at him, they would not stand a chance." Seo John was advancing towards Miss Lin when Lucas ran ahead, raising his hand to stop him. "Wait." Seo John glared at him, his voice cold as he commanded, "Step aside." "Is this how Americans treat guests?" Lucas was scared, unable to speak, only raising his hand to block. Lucas spread both arms to block in front of Miss Lin, saying, "I will do anything you want, please spare him." Lucas was scared but had no other choice. He thought Cullen was wrong first, but if he dies the U.S. Hunter Management Bureau will blame Seo John. That would be no different from making him an enemy. Damn it, just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. He was bowing his head in thought when Seo John said, "Fine, so how much will you pay me to spare Miss Lin life?" Lucas was secretly relieved upon hearing this. If it only takes money, that is easy. He kept bowing his head in thanks. Seeing this, Seo John crossed his arms over his chest, looking indifferent. Seo John was still licking his lips with a sly grin. Min Eon saw this scene and asked, "What is the budget of the United States?" Su Rion took out his phone and replied, "As far as I know, the defense budget is 1,000 billion. Scene change on a highway. Two cars were driving away. Seo John sat in the car, in a very happy mood, a smile unable to close on his face. Lucas saw his expression and could only force a smile, saying nothing. Seo John sat in the opposite seat, cheerfully picking up his phone to look at it. Lucas thought $500 million? Even for the life of a Castropher hero, it is still too much. I suppose I will just turn a blind eye. After finishing his thought, Lucas asked Seo John, "Hunter Kim Seo John, forgive my curiosity, but I have always been wondering." Seo John looked at him and replied, "Go ahead." Lucas immediately asked, "Is it true that you faced Berserk in England?" Seo John put down his phone. Yes, it was definitely Berserk, and it was destroyed. Lucas took out a tablet and handed it to Seo John. "If so, could you take a look at this? This happened just yesterday." Seo John received the tablet, raised it to look, and was slightly stunned. In the video, he saw a skeleton casting magic. Lucas said this area was quarantined due to a distorted dungeon outbreak. The authorities think this is the result of distortion. Before he could finish, Min Chun, sitting next to Seo John, spoke up, "It is Berserk power, is it not?" Seo John glanced at Lucas. "Then what is the purpose of this summons?" Lucas did not hide it. "Correct, it is related to Berserk." Min Chun crossed his arms over his chest and asked, "When is the meeting?" Seo John was still watching the footage, his hand covering his mouth in surprise. Lucas replied, "In 2 days, but we have not gathered enough people yet." Min Chun grumbled upon hearing that, always so last minute. Seo John remained calm, holding his chin and thought, "What the hell is going on? I truly have not defeated Berserk. Or has it regenerated?" Thinking this, Seo John could not believe it. Thinking so, he quickly raised his head and asked Lucas, "Where exactly is this place?" "No, where did you say this was?" Scene change, at an area shrouded by a vast source of dark power. A man holding a sword with a radio on his jacket. A voice came from the radio asking, "Alpha Team, what is the situation? Is everyone alright?" He is Logan, replying, "Alpha Team here." The monster from the video on Seo John tablet was here. Logan transmitted, "We are confronting the 14-star monster, Arch. There are many casualties requesting backup. We just contacted the director. Everyone was trying to hold out against Arch attack." The radio transmitted again, "If you can hold out a little longer, the director will..." Logan stared in horror at the monster before him, muttering, "Damn it, it is regenerating again." Right after, the monster launched a fierce attack on Logan team. Everyone had fallen. Only Logan remained, too scared to stand, kneeling on the ground. The monster was scanning its surroundings. Logan reached for the radio on his jacket, speaking into it. "Even for an undead, this regeneration speed is too abnormal. Quickly find its life source. It is not an ordinary Arch." The monster suddenly took out a book, continuously chanting, a source of dark power enveloping it. Just then, a ray of light appeared in the sky. The monster immediately sensed it and suddenly froze. A massive source of power descended from the sky directly onto the monster, causing a huge explosion. Logan, still holding his sword, looked up and let out a cry. A person landed on the ground carrying a gleaming spear and spoke, watching through the video. "I was not entirely sure." Seo John had appeared. He kept one hand in his pocket, looked at the monster before him, and said with a smile, "But there is no mistaking this magical power. It is the heart of Berserk." The monster, now floating in mid-air, looked down at Seo John. Arch immediately released all of his power. Seo John gathered energy, blue sparks flashing. He looked at the monster and thought he needed to deal with it quickly before it absorbed all of Berserk's magic power. The monster drew a magic circle, focused its gaze on it, and chanted a spell. Seo John did not hesitate, charging forward to pierce through the monster's body, destroying the magic circles. The monster turned back, its eyes wide open staring at Seo John. He was flying through the air, radiating a power that dazzled the entire sky. Seo John said he still kept his promise to play ball with the head arch of that manchal boulder. Instantly, Seo-John's spear shot straight towards the monster. The spear carried a force that pierced through Arch. Logan was standing on the ground, his radio constantly ringing with calls for him. A voice asked if he was still alive. Logan, still staring in awe at the sky, then said the director did not need to come anymore. Let him finish it. Logan knelt down, clenched his fists, and said to send a medical team. The radio immediately asked if he was seriously injured, saying they would send a healer. Logan denied it, saying that when he got back, he needed to see a psychiatrist. A large deep pit had formed on the ground. The scene shifted to Litbury. He wore an excited smile at the sight, with Lucas following behind. They stood on a rock outcropping, looking at the large hole. Litbury asked if there was some tourist spot here he didn't know about. He put his hands in his trouser pockets, smiled, and asked Lucas about the gold hunter Seo-John. Lucas replied that he was searching for something, he did not know what. At the bottom of the deep pit, Seo-John held Arch's skull in his hand, bent down searching, and muttered asking where Berserk's heart was. He licked his lips happily, telling himself that just eating one dragon heart had significantly increased his energy. If it were Berserk's heart, how much stronger would he become? Seo-John eagerly rummaged through the bones for the heart. Suddenly he froze, not believing his eyes. Seo-John stood still, eyes wide, and said no, Berserk's heart was not here. Seo-John doubted, putting forward hypothesis. He thought it shattered from the Thunder God spear strike. Impossible. How could Berserk's power be destroyed by that thing? Thinking of another possibility, Seo-John clenched his jaw tightly. He immediately used his strength to leap out of the pit. As soon as he was out of the pit, he saw Lucas and Litbury already standing there. Seo-John landed where the two men were and asked Uncle Litbury if he was the Hunter Association president. Litbury, hands in his pockets, confirmed and asked him back. He tilted his head, looking at Seo-John, thinking to himself he did not expect him to be this terrifying. He could see immense power radiating from Seo-John's entire body. Litbury smiled in satisfaction, thinking he should have stopped Lin instead of paying $500 million, if only to satisfy his curiosity. Litbury stepped forward in front of Seo-John, extended his hand in greeting, and introduced himself as the president of the American Hunter Association. He thanked Seo-John for cooperating in hunting Arch. Seo-John hurriedly said that Arch had not been defeated yet. Litbury heard this, exclaimed in surprise, how strange. He said he had scanned the entire area, but found no trace of Arch. He thought its life thread had been destroyed. Seo-John said it might have seen it couldn't win and fled. It was possible it would not appear until it fully controlled Berserk's power. Hearing this, Litbury became more serious. Litbury asked about Berserk. Seo-John nodded, saying he could clearly feel Berserk's power from Arch. He explained the life thread to the two men. It was a crystal containing Arch's life force. If not broken, Arch would revive endlessly. Seo-John thought to himself that Berserk's heart must have been absorbed by it. Because he did not release the full power of the Longinus spear, he could not completely destroy Arch. Thinking this, he clenched his hand, loudly stating that a horrifying entity would be born. Hearing Seo-John's words, Litbury was momentarily stunned. He only silently opened his eyes wide in thought. He immediately ordered the gathering of heroes. Lucas exclaimed in surprise, huh? Litbury, after speaking, immediately turned around and left, telling Lucas to meet in 2 hours. Lucas stammered, saying wait. Lucas ran after him, saying they couldn't rush, everyone hadn't arrived yet. He hadn't even finished speaking. Litbury cut him off, saying if Richard complained, tell him it was his order, otherwise ignore him. Just follow the plan. Lucas said worriedly that if something went wrong, he might have to resign. Litbury kept walking, not turning back, only calmly replying, wait until the world goes to hell. Then who would you be president for? Lucas turned pale, unable to say a word. Lucas clenched his fists, asking Litbury coldly if he truly believed that absurd story. Litbury only remained silent, not answering. After a while, Litbury said to Lucas, after witnessing with his own eyes Colin turn into liquid mud, I am no different. Lucas opened his eyes wide, pressing his lips together tightly. Litbury put his hands in his pockets, continuing, no hero since the Great Flood is a match for him. Someone that strong has no need to lie. He must have a reason to be so certain. Above all, I trust my gut. Litbury turned back to look at Lucas, saying what he said was the truth. The scene shifted to a meeting room. Everyone had arrived. A hand slammed heavily on the table, causing a loud noise. Richard pushed his finger into the microphone, furiously saying everyone was swamped with work, yet he called them here just to search for the Arch entity. He questioned why Berserk's heart was inside Arch, and whether Berserk had been destroyed. He suspected that was a bodyguard, not a hero. Seo-John stood up sharply, saying, I can explain. Every eye in the room turned towards him. Seo-John furrowed his brows, his voice sharp as a blade. First, what I and my teammates faced was definitely Berserk. We personally witnessed it die. Richard, who was sitting across from him, questioned, so why is that? Seo-John continued speaking to everyone, saying that someone must have taken Berserk's heart before it was taken down. Richard and the others expressed deep skepticism after hearing this. Richard flew into a rage and shouted in his face, stop your nonsense, rookie. Even after being yelled at like that, Seo-John showed no fear or avoidance. Under the scrutinizing gazes of everyone in the room, Seo-John frowned in thought. He had anticipated this situation. All those seated here stood at the pinnacle of humanity. They would not easily be ordered around by anyone. Thinking this, Seo-John could only sigh. Immediately, he slammed both hands on the table, releasing a tremendous force that spread throughout the room. He looked straight at Richard and said, "Aren't you the one who understands Berserk's terror the most? If we do not find it, humanity will be doomed." Litbury and the others also turned their eyes towards Seo John. Seo John still stared at Richard, speaking each word clearly, hoping for your cooperation. Scene change. A helicopter appeared in the area where Seo John had once fought Arch. On the map, the movement routes were marked by bold and red pen, and everyone was discussing them. The heroes had also been dispatched, and they were discussing something among themselves. Seo John was now soaring through the air. He scanned his surroundings with his eyes. While everyone was busy, one person was yawning from boredom. He lazily sat down on the ground and complained, gathering all the hunters but seeing no monsters. A tired girl also scratched her head in agreement, saying the Berserk heart was just nonsense. Really, all this trouble just because of some crazy brat. At the same time, near a cave, a wave of dark power appeared. Deep inside, a crystal mass was enveloping a red gem. Around it, thick black smoke was also emanating. The scene shifted, night fell, and the helicopter had returned to the city. Seo John opened the helicopter door, and the wind rushed in. He stood at the edge of the door, thinking that even after expanding all of the center's senses, he still couldn't feel anything. Holding onto the helicopter with one hand, Seo John turned and asked Su Rion if she saw anything unusual. She was controlling a glowing orb in her hand and replied that no matter how she observed, she couldn't see any traces. After the meeting, the search continued with many hunters and heroes everywhere. Even after sweeping through America, they still found no trace of Arch. Seo John looked into the distance, feeling in his heart that time was running out. At that moment, in a large building, Seo John was walking heavily down the corridor. A voice rang out, catching his attention. Someone asked him if he was back already, and Seo John immediately looked up. It was Min Chun, who was standing with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall waiting for him. Seo John called out to the Sword Saint, and Min Chun asked him if he had found the clue yet. Hearing his question, Seo John could only close his eyes helplessly and shake his head. Seeing his silence, Min Chun then asked him what he planned to do now. After thinking for a while, Seo John replied that they needed to prepare for any contingency. Hearing this, Min Chun asked back about that contingency. Seo John explained that since they had searched everywhere without finding a clue, they might never find the Life Force ship, and this meant that they wouldn't be able to prevent the birth of an immortal arch wielding the power of Berserk. Trailing off, Seo John fell into silence. In his heart, he thought there was only one way left, to release the maximum power of the Lungina spear to pierce through reality. Clenching his fist with determination, he continued thinking that the current progress had only reached 20%, and he needed to increase it by another 10% to use this ability. After thinking it through, Seo John immediately left. As he walked past Min Chun, he spoke up to ask for permission to go ahead. With a resolute gaze, Seo John stepped forward, silently vowing to do everything to increase the progress. Hearing him say that, Min Chun remained silent, quietly watching his retreating back as he left. The scene shifted. The Grand Canyon, Arizona, USA, a majestic mountain of rock. People came here to travel and take photos. A couple was taking a picture, the man holding up his phone and talking to his girlfriend. A passing girl exclaimed in admiration at the beautiful scenery. In the distance, two heroes were resting, chatting about the peace and how hard it was to believe they had been searching all over America for days. The one resting his hands on his hips said he never expected a single professional hunter could cause chaos across all of America. The one beside him looked up at the sky. He had seen something. Everyone was drawn in and looked up as well. A little boy pointed into the distance and asked what that was. Seeing something floating in the sky, everyone was puzzled and curious. It turned out the dry skeleton had returned. People were confused and discussing, not knowing what was happening. Immediately, Ark used its power to unleash an attack. Above its head appeared a ring of stones of various sizes, its eyes glowing red. A person saw the monster, his face turning pale as he could only utter one word: run. Everyone immediately fell into panic, scattering and screaming for each other to run quickly. A man was running, turning his head to look back, his face bloodless. Right after that, he saw a beam of light about to catch up to him. A huge explosion occurred, creating a terrifying light. The hero sat down on the ground, so scared his whole body trembled. A gigantic arch was standing towering before him. Too terrified, he could only let out a weak scream. Monster extended its long hand towards the man whose face was drained of blood, saying that he was not the one it was looking for. The monster's hand clamped tightly onto his face. The man was extremely frightened, his mouth only managing to utter the words, "Oh God," followed by a piercing scream. The scene shifted. Litbury was walking down the road and asking about the casualties. Lucas ran behind him, replying that it was too early to assess. Litbury walked hurriedly, asking again about the monster's location. Lucas immediately reported that it was heading from the Grand Canyon to Phoenix, Arizona. Litbury panicked and asked about the nearby heroes. In the room, Litbury thought with a headache they had all fallen. He asked about Seo-John. Lucas replied that he had locked himself in his quarters and only sent a message asking for more time. Hearing that, Litbury pondered over the 3 words asking for more time. After thinking, he immediately ordered Lucas to gather all combat hunters, while he himself would talk to the heroes. Lucas replied, "Yes, sir." After speaking, Litbury began preparing his own equipment. He tucked 2 short blades behind his belt. Litbury gritted his teeth, muttering to himself that this was nostalgic. The scene shifted. Outside the building's corridor, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Seo-John was rushing down the corridor, saying to him that she wanted to come along too. Min-chun walked quickly, not turning his head, simply saying that everyone else was to stay behind. Seo-John showed dissatisfaction and protested, arguing that they could fight too. Seeing his granddaughter being stubborn, Min-chun shouted loudly, "Enough." Immediately after, he turned his head to look at Seo-John and said loudly, "This was an order, not a battlefield for her to intervene in." Seo-John stood still. Hearing her grandfather's firmness, she did not know what else to say. Sword Saint looked at his grandchild. He seemed reluctant but could not do otherwise. Min-chun immediately turned and walked away, leaving Seo-John alone in the hallway. Scene change in the city. Most of the houses had been destroyed by the monster as it passed, victims lying scattered on the ground. 2 heroes appeared. The girl panicked, pulled her hair and screamed that we were going to die. The man holding a sword and shield in a defensive stance also cursed, "Damn the monster." She said to hold out until the heroes arrived. Just as she finished speaking, a surge of power attacked. Arch appeared and called them a bunch of foolish insects. The girl covered her head and screamed. Arch stood before the girl, raised his hand and said he would show them a terrifying miracle from the deepest darkness. Despair, for death is unavoidable, after saying that it conjured a magic circle in the air. The heroes on the ground looked up, trembling and hopeless, thinking it was all over. At that moment, a person rushed out from somewhere. It was Litbury. He stood in front of the 2 heroes, his body emitting blue electric sparks. He immediately used his power to confront the monster, gathering the electric currents together. In an instant, Litbury's hair turned from black to white, his eyes glowed, then he drew 2 short blades. The man severely injured by the monster was enveloped in a golden light. The girl, seeing this, gradually calmed down. She stood up and saw a massive figure channeling power to the heroes. At this moment, the others also began to appear. Arch looked down below, saying he saw something long lost among ephemeral lives. A fragile hope standing before him now was Litbury and the heroes once renowned. Litbury raised his short blade, his eyes gazing deeply at the monster. The girl supported the hero on her shoulder. Seeing the others arrive, she joyfully exclaimed that they were saved. It was the Deluge Heroes group that had arrived. One of them spoke. It had been a long time since they fought side by side. Must be 20 years now. The swordsman beside him heard this and continued, "Indeed, many memories came flooding back." The group of heroes, while swinging their arms to warm up, said in unison that they could finally stretch their muscles after all these years. Just as they finished speaking, they immediately charged forward to coordinate an attack on the monster. It immediately cast dark magic, knocking several people far away, and shouted loudly, a bunch of trash flocking together. At that very moment, a streak of greenish-blue light carrying electric sparks struck directly towards Arch. It was Litbury. He charged forward, his entire body radiating electric sparks, and punched the monster directly. The monster dodged and immediately grabbed hold of him. Arch pulled Litbury close, its mouth gathering a power sphere. Litbury could only gape helplessly. At the last moment, a golden force struck down on the monster's head. Min-chun pierced his sword through Arch's skull, causing it to release Litbury. Litbury saw the opportunity and unleashed consecutive power slashes at the monster. At the same time, a surge of blue sea power shot straight forward. Someone on the tall building stuck his head out, laughed loudly, and asked Litbury and Min-chun how that was. Seeing Arch was unharmed, this person spoke, saying even cannon shells hitting its head were useless. Litbury gritted his teeth looking at the monster, thinking in his mind that it was not immortal, only its recovery from injuries was extremely fast. A man in a shirt, holding his injured arm, walked forward. Immediately after, he was enveloped in a surge of golden power. An older generation female hero was trying to heal everyone. She wielded her power while telling everyone to hold steady. On the monster's side, a pitch-black power sphere appeared in its hand. It looked at the heroes and uttered 2 words. Divine power. Proclaiming Arch immediately unleashed dark power. The entire sky was covered by darkness. The staff-wielding hero was still channeling her power. She called for everyone to quickly gather around her. At this moment, Arch only uttered 2 words, annihilation. As the words fell, it released a massive red power wave attacking towards the heroes. Below, the hero tried to resist, pouring all her power into the staff to unleash it. She had reached her limit, coughing up another mouthful of blood. The staff in her hand also shattered into pieces. Everyone was sent flying far away by the monster's power. Litbury knelt heavily on the ground, one hand clutching his chest, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Right then, Seo-John's voice rang in his ear. If we do not find it, everyone will die. Litbury sat still, frozen for a moment. Looking at the fallen comrades who had sacrificed, he thought he should have searched more thoroughly. We should have believed her words and directed the investigation more rigorously. Arch floated in the air, conjured a black hole, from which long spear-like objects emerged. It raised its hand and declared it would show the insects the apocalypse. Min-chun knelt on one knee on the ground, his hand still tightly gripping his sword. As soon as the monster finished speaking, it controlled the long spears to attack him. Min-chun looked up and saw the attack incoming, but it was too late to react. At that moment, Seo-jan suddenly appeared. She drew her sword and swung out several slashes, cutting through the spears the monster controlled. Min-chun saw his granddaughter and blurted out worriedly, "Why are you here?" Seo-jan, with a sharp gaze, let out a sigh of relief after handling the danger. Min-chun looked at his granddaughter and said loudly, "This isn't a 12-15 monster for you to play around with." He yelled for her to run. Seo-jan, understanding his concern, replied, "You too." She glanced at her grandfather and said, "I'm an official professional hunter too." Min-chun was stunned upon hearing that. After speaking, Seo-jan charged forward to attack. Seeing his granddaughter had matured, Min-chun spoke to his sword. "Sword Saint, our time is almost up. Oh, perhaps my era has long since passed." At that moment, Xiao Yun and Min Eon also appeared. Su Rian and Hei-un charged forward together to attack the monster. The four of them coordinated with each other perfectly. Seo-jan leaped and unleashed a powerful slash toward the monster. Arch saw her charging in and clapped his hands, saying, "Temptation is useless." Instantly, Xiao Yun was tightly bound by a rope that appeared from nowhere. She struggled incessantly, her body radiating power, but only vocal sounds escaped her lips. At that moment, Min-chun charged forward, slashing apart all the spears controlled by the monster. He blocked in front of his granddaughter and grumbled, "Really? Who do you take after being so stubborn?" Right then, a helicopter appeared in the sky. Two people in the helicopter opened the door, one holding a camera, the other a microphone. The cameraman asked, "Is this live broadcast okay?" The other replied, "The whole world is watching." "It's been decades since the Great Flood heroes fought together," the cameraman said. "But if we lose?" The man in the suit holding the microphone emphasized, "If we cannot stop the Demon King here, humanity will end." On the other side, after breaking free, Xiao Yun and her grandfather charged forward, landing powerful slashes on the monster. Seeing this, Arch thought in his head, "This is not good at all." He looked at Seo-jan's group of teammates, still thinking these lowly insects never give up hope. One directs, maintain, don't let him use his power. Watching them fight, Arch thought they no longer writhed in fear. Even knowing it's meaningless, they still struggle endlessly. He didn't like this. He was not pleased at all. In fact, it irritated him. In his eyes at that moment were filled with anger and fury. Arch was furious beyond measure. He conjured a giant skull shape in the sky and roared, "Demon descends." Everyone below heard the horrific roar. Each one froze stiff. The Great Flood heroes were also stunned, crying out. Litbury was speechless, his mind only buzzing with two words, chanting. At that moment, Arch gathered his power into a dark orb in his hand. He then swung his hand and threw that orb toward the heroes. Seo-jan knelt on the ground, her head buzzing. She raised her hand to touch her forehead. Hei-un's eyes were wide, her gaze vacant. She hugged herself with her arms. Arch walked up to her. He looked down at Seo-jan and asked the human him. He reached a hand towards Hei-un and said, "The symbol of hope rising in darkness." Seo-jan sat on the ground, holding her bleeding, wounded arm. At that moment, Sword Saint Min-chun charged in, his body radiating golden light power. With electric sparks, he yelled, "You bastard." Arch lifted Seo-jan with one hand. She screamed and trembled. He glanced at Min-chun, then swung his hand, sending out a wave of power, roaring, "Get lost." Arch's piercing scream echoed. Everyone who heard it groaned in agony. Arch released Seo-jan, thinking to himself, "Hope blooms, then turns into hopelessness heading toward me." Hei-un was wrapped in power threads, muttering, "No, Hei-un." Arch wore a bizarre smile looking at Hei-un and said, "Much better now." Immediately after, dark force shrouded Seo-jan's face, causing her to scream in fear. Just then, a voice rang out, "Take that filthy hand away." A bolt of lightning struck down from above. A blindingly powerful lightning bolt struck down in a zigzag pattern at the spot where Arch stood. He immediately sensed it and turned his head, glaring into the distance. Bolts of lightning with a blue light continuously struck down, creating earth-shattering sounds. One of Arch's arms was hit by a bolt and instantly vanished. He raised the stump of his arm to look at the lingering lightning. Arch held out his hand and looked, silent without saying a word. Seo-jan had been rescued from the monster's grasp. Arch turned to look at the back of the person placing Seo-jan down. He said, "This endless despair blooms from great hope." He glared and continued speaking to Seo-jan, "Come to me with your desolation. The end will be complete. You will not survive." Before he finished speaking, Seo-jan had already thrust a spear through him with blue light power. Arch had no time to react. His body, just pierced, slowly began to disappear. Seo-jan channeled all her power into the spear, piercing through the monster's body. The system at that moment displayed the lesson of perseverance at 28.7% progress. Sword Saint Min-chun rushed over frantically, calling out Seo-jan's name loudly. A person kneeling to treat her saw his worry and said, "She is still alive." Min-chun looked at his unconscious granddaughter on the ground. He said nothing but clenched his fists tightly. Knowing his granddaughter was safe, he lifted his head to look up at the sky again. At this moment, the two streams of power from Arch and Seo-jan were clashing furiously. Arch gathered his power into a sphere in his hand. The system displayed the gnarled lesson progress at 28.7%. He gripped his spear and charged forward while licking his lips, thinking he could not unleash a perfect strike. Seojan circled around Arch, thinking that to use the perfect Longinus ability, he needed to raise the gnarled progress to 30%. Seojan then charged forward, crazily unleashing lightning attacks at Arch. The system kept announcing the gnarled lesson progress at 0.2% and then 28.9%. Gnarled lesson progress was at 0.1% and then 29%. While defending, Arch thought his power was impressive, but human stamina had limits. Seojan's system displayed the gnarled lesson progress at 0.4% and then 29.5%. The gnarled lesson progress was at 0.1% and reached 29.6%. Arch thought he could still win. Two glowing golden X's appeared in his eyes. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Stop." Seojan was affected by the shout, his movements suddenly freezing mid-action. Arch extended his demonic arm towards Seojan, intending to grab him, and said, "I know what you are planning." Seeing him reach out, Seojan to escape his control, turned to glare at him, instantly activating his divine eye. Seojan swung his spear, unleashing a lightning strike that shattered the space around Arch, and said, "It seems you are the one deluding yourself." Arch was astonished, thinking he broke my spell. Before he could react, Seojan struck down a lightning bolt that tore through space. He said, "Time is not an advantage for either of us." Hit by the blow, Arch was immobilized, a corner of his skull cracked open. Seojan was enveloped in lightning, the remaining gnarled progress at 0.1%. Seeing his strength, Arch was momentarily unable to react, silently observing. After a moment, Arch spread his arms, made a sound, and released a cloud of black smoke. Seeing the smoke approaching, Seojan raised a hand to shield himself, wondering if it was mist. He immediately charged at him, thinking, he is trying to run again. He shouted, "Do you think I would let that happen?" Seeing him charge without hesitation, Arch laughed, his voice echoing through the space. Seojan suddenly froze as vines controlled by Arch obstructed him. He immediately swung his hand, unleashing a blast of power at Seojan, who was sent flying far away. Hit by the attack, Seojan clutched his bleeding wound, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He thought he had miscalculated, believing he had reached the gnarled level when fighting the Elder Historian. In truth, what was needed to reach the specialized level was for the student to understand and internalize the principle. At this moment, Seojan sat slumped on the ground. Arch raised his staff high in the air. Seojan blamed himself for that fatal miscalculation. Arch looked at him with a terrifying gaze and said, "It is over." Bound by his power, Seojan could not move. He wondered if he should use his second form, but it was too unstable. Seeing the stream of dark power hurtling towards him, he thought that even if he lost his life, his only option was to use the first form, annihilation. A shout rang out, "Snap out of it, you fool." It was Sword Saint Min Chun, who rushed over and pulled Seojan away from the attack. Seeing the Sword Saint, Seojan looked at him and called out, "Sir." The Sword Saint ignored his call and carried him on his shoulder. Litbury and the others below had set up a formation in the meantime. He commanded the heroes, "Shoot him down." Streams of light power attacked the monster, clashing against the streams of dark power. The Sword Saint threw Seojan to the ground, making him yelp. Min Chun left him there, flew into the air and instructed, "Go recover." Seojan sat on the ground and said, "Please wait." Another hero approached and extended a hand to heal Seojan. The other heroes combined their efforts against the power of the demon Arch. Everyone united and held their positions. "Do not give him a chance to breathe," attack. After a period of healing, Seojan spoke, "I am fine." He stood up and walked, calling out as he went, "Miss Seojan." As he walked, he turned his head and glanced at the unconscious Seojan on the ground. At this moment, Seojan was shedding tears, her mouth calling out, "Do not go anywhere. Please do not abandon me." He heard the call, stood silently for a moment, thinking that after one foolish decision, he was making another foolish decision. The answer was not yet set. Seojan's voice rang again. He thought to himself that he had known the answer from the start. He turned his head, smiled, and said, "I will not go anywhere without you." Seojan thought to himself that he had known from the beginning that Arch could not be killed by physical power alone. Seojan recalled Merlin once telling him that learning was a wonderful thing, but when it becomes a habit, it prevents us from expressing ourselves. Is following in the footsteps of others learning or imitation? Seojan gripped his spear and stepped forward. He remembered Merlin stroking his beard and saying, "Learning is not just to know, but also to define a path for oneself." Recalling that, Seojan thought he could not use the heavenly star-flowing spear the same way as the great sage. He watched everyone fighting, thinking to himself that he could use it in his own way. Arch swung his staff, unleashing dark power at the heroes, shouting, "Scram, you pests!" Instantly, many heroes perished under the monster's power. Just then, Arch saw something in front of him and froze. Seojan stood before him holding his spear, sweeping it to unleash power, a purple light appearing around him. Seojan looked at Arch, a flame of will to destroy him blazing in his eyes. Seeing Seojan blazing with power, Arch shuddered, thinking, "I must run. Right now, no matter what, he had to survive." Arch raised his hand to look at it. He realized his mana could not condense. Seo John held the spear, his entire body emitting black smoke. He focused his thoughts. The feeling was strange. Was he still holding the Longinus spear? Normally, the ultimate realm of spearmanship was the spear being one with the person. The person was one with the spear. Seo John's spear grew invisibly, thrusting straight towards Arch. That man stood frozen in place. Arch's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "This is..." In Arch's eyes, the crystal block containing the jewel cried out, "How can you?" That was the crystal block with the dark jewel inside. He used Arch's eyes to watch everything. Seo John held the spear piercing through the stone. That was the move of man and spear becoming one. The spear pierced the head, shattering his skull. Arch roared, "I am the ancient demon, a superior existence, the demon king Arch. I am the apocalypse, the eternal death," he said as he controlled the dark chains to wrap around Seo John. He angrily commanded the sharp chains to thrust at Seo John. "I will kill you." Su Rion from the ground saw the horrifying scene and shouted loudly, "Mr. Seo John." Min Eon looked up and muttered, "What is this?" Su Rion propped herself up on her hands and continued, "That is annihilation magic. That damn bastard intends to drag Mr. Seo John to die with him." In the critical moment, the sword Saint Min Chun jumped out to block in front of Seo John, swinging his sword to cut the chains. In his mind, he thought the only way to break annihilation magic was death, but if someone sacrificed themselves before the soul connection, he said quietly, "You owe me one life." Having said that, he charged towards Arch, not forgetting to instruct Seo John, "Take good care of Seo John for me." Arch's chains immediately surrounded Min Chun. In his mind, he still thought about Seo John. Has he been enduring this alone? He remembered his granddaughter's smile and thought if that guy died, Seo John would be very sad. He closed his eyes and sighed as if accepting death. Right at that moment, a hand reached out. Seo John rushed over to pull the sword saint back. The old man looked at him in surprise. He looked at Seo John and gritted out, "What is this?" Seo John spoke, "If something happens to you, Seo John will be very sad. Besides, he only owes Baldur money, not his life," he said while raising two fingers and smiling. Right at that moment, Arch's chains had already coiled around him. Teacher Seo John was coiled by the dark chains. Min Chun reached out towards him, shouting loudly, "This fool." In the dark space, as Seo John opened his eyes, Arch's voice rang out, "Truly foolish? Did you think you could escape me? This place is the domain of death. Even if you awakened that power, you can never leave." At this moment, Seo John was face to face with Arch. He had only one eye left, smiling viciously. "The only way out is for both of us to die together." Hearing this, Seo John said, "Since it has come to this, why not have a little chat with each other?" As soon as he finished speaking, Seo John sat down flat on the ground excitedly. "I have a few questions I want to ask you." Arch had never met anyone like this. Arch spoke, "Do not ask me how to leave here, it is useless." Seo John replied, "I just want to tell one last story. We both intend to die. You do not need to be wary of me." He pointed at the glowing jewel inside Arch's chest, "That heart, where did you get it from?" He answered directly, "I do not know either." Seo John looked puzzled and asked again, "You do not know?" Arch said, "I exist because of this heart, so I know nothing about it." Seo John asked further, "Does that mean you were born from a distortion in the heart?" Arch nodded, "That is correct." Seo John muttered, "Then why did you not say that from the start? As for that, will the heart be destroyed after you die?" Arch answered honestly, "It will return to its source of life force." Seo John crossed his legs and asked, "Where is that source of life force?" "I have searched everywhere." Arch replied, "It is a place of brown earth and mountains. People call it the Grand Canyon mountain range." Seo John was startled. "I searched there but found nothing," Arch explained, "because there is a barrier from the mana of that heart." Seo John let out a breath. "I understand now." "What a relief," Arch asked in confusion. "What relief?" Seeing him stand up, Arch asked, "What do you want to do?" Seo John spun the spear in his hand. "Do not worry, I am about to die." He squinted and smiled. "You said the only way out is to die, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Seo John gathered his power. A surging blue light radiated out. He struck the first lightning move. If the first 3 stances of the meteor sky spear were the ultimate skill of piercing, then stances 3 to 6 contained the power of the gods. Seo John charged forward. Golden lightning appeared. He was using the power of the thunder god. The 4th stance, thunder god spear strike. Seo John's eyes glowed. That was the power of the fire dragon. The spear released a massive surge of power. That was the 5th stance, fire dragon burns the sky. Seo John still swung the spear. Purple power appeared, the power of the nether god. That was the 6th stance, nether howl annihilation. His eyes shot out sparks. Seo John looked at Baldur with a hostile gaze in the 2nd stance. Meteor sky spear, heaven earth anomaly. Seo John swung the spear down. A trail of light struck straight. Right at that moment, Seo John staggered. He could no longer swing the spear. Seeing this, Arch could only watch in silence. Seeing Seo John lying slumped on the ground, Arch approached and looked. That man is dead. He looked at Seo John from behind and muttered to himself, "Was that his final struggle?" With those words, Arch's body immediately dissolved into dust. His final words before completely vanishing were that the Demon King should have been him, not Seo John. Scene change. At this moment, the observer appeared again. He saw Seo John making a V sign on his forehead, licking his lips in a pose, and giving a playful wink. Seeing him like that, the observer commented, "Truly, this madman." Arch's skeleton crumbled into dust within the void. The city was left in desolate ruins, everyone scrambling to find the destroyed extinction magic. Seo John lay unconscious on the ground as Minyeon and Su Rian ran over. Minyeon loudly called for the team leader. Two people who had been broadcasting live and witnessing this scene could only remain silent, speechless. The helicopter was still flying in the sky. Everyone who saw Seo John like that was saddened. Minyeon wept bitterly. He hugged Seo John and cried out loudly, telling him to open his eyes, team leader. Su Rian could not hold back her tears either. Scene change. Seo John scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Observer, sir, I'm not dead, am I?" Standing before the massive observer, he suddenly remembered, wait, he said I had to die to get out, so I'm dead but not dead. The observer was also confused. Hearing his words, the observer helplessly slapped his forehead, thinking to himself how this madman had returned. He recalled the image of Seo John fighting Arch and realized he had witnessed the entire process from the beginning. However, in the final moments within the absolute domain of extinction magic, he could not observe anything. Seo John broke the observer's train of thought, saying, "You haven't forgotten your promise to give me a free voucher, have you?" Hearing his demand, the observer raised both hands in confusion and replied, "That was for when you were summoned by me." Seo John protested indignantly, "Don't go back on your word, I mentioned it back then. Are you trying to cheat me?" Annoyed, the observer pointed and said to check the record of causality. The scene replayed exactly what Seo John had said. After watching, Seo John kicked up a fuss. "See, I was right. Give me the voucher now." The observer cursed inwardly, then helpfully told Seo John, "Fine, but I need to ask you how you returned here." Seo John laughed awkwardly and rubbed the back of his neck. "Does it matter how I returned?" Observer thought. "It matters immensely." Nothing was recorded, meaning he could repeat that sequence of actions. He must stop him at all costs. Seo John replied, "It's extremely complicated." The observer softly told him to take his time explaining. Seo John saw his advantage, holding up a finger with a condition. "If I tell you, give me another free voucher." The observer thought angrily, "This bastard has already grasped my weak point." He changed tactics, asking if he wanted items from the Transcendent shop. Seo John hesitated. Seeing him hesitate, the observer raised the offer to 15 items. Seo John's eyes lit up and he cheered. Seo John suddenly changed his mind, crossing his arms and saying he only wanted one voucher. The observer was stunned. Seo John turned away, thinking in his head that more would be a loss. The benefits were not just the voucher. Besides the voucher, there was also the emergency ticket, yet he wanted to trade it for 15 items. Seo John flattered and extended his hands pleadingly. "If you give me one voucher, I will obediently leave." The observer did not turn around, only replying, "Fine." Immediately after, he raised his hand and loudly declared he would give nothing until he knew how Seo John had come here. Seeing that, Seo John lay down on the ground and threw a tantrum, replying, "Okay." Seeing no reaction, Seo John went crazy and said, "I really can't do it, it's impossible." Seeing his reaction, the observer said, "Then don't. I won't give anything until you speak." Seo John roared, "Do you think I'm afraid of that? I have my own plans." The observer calmly replied, "Then do as you wish." Scene change. At this moment, the observer was deploying a formation, muttering that he should have done this sooner. He sighed, thinking that 3 weeks had already passed in that guy's space on Earth. This place was a void of only white light. An ordinary person's mental strength could not withstand this silence. There was still time. In the end, he would win. At this moment, Seo John was lying around, prodding his thoughts. Unable to bear it, Seo John jumped up. He seemed to have something up his sleeve. He stood up holding his spear and waved, calling out, "Observer, sir, are you there?" The observer thought, finally he gave up. Intended to take this chance to fix his bad habits. Seeing no reply, Seo John muttered as he swung his spear. The observer understood what he was about to do, and for a moment, he was stunned. Seo John swung his spear wildly, excitedly calling out for the observer. Seeing his commotion, the observer cursed inwardly and immediately appeared, saying, "Stop. I'll give you 2 vouchers, stop it." Seo John put a hand to his chin, thinking, "If I tell you how I got here, I forgo the emergency ticket, right?" He proposed 2 vouchers and 10 items. The observer said irritably, "Not a bit more." The observer said it wasn't allowed. If he didn't like it, he could stay here forever. Seo John roared that he was being threatened. At this moment, the observer spoke, "Transcendent forbidden art." He was startled and yelled, "You madman, don't rush, but the consequences of using a transcendent technique are severe." The observer reached out to adjust something, making a sound. Seo John called out to the Spear of Tribulation. He watched the observer adjusting the array circles. He spoke up and asked a few questions. The observer taunted him and then told him to go ahead and ask. Seo John sat cross-legged, propping his chin on his hand, and said that an entity wants to destroy space. Why isn't it acting? The observer replied that it was for the same reason as his own. Causality cannot be controlled, and overcoming it is impossible. Seo John held the spear to his chest, unable to finish his sentence before that man exclaimed, "That is also why he tried to kill me." Upon hearing that, the observer remained silent, unable to utter a word. Seo John asked again why it had deliberately destroyed the space-time dimension. He sighed and closed his eyes to think. Even he was unwilling to answer this matter. Just as he thought that, the observer spoke. "I do not know the details." Seo John opened his eyes upon hearing this. Seo John looked at Boulder with a confused expression. In his mind, he thought that he did not know, but rather did not know the details. Indeed, the observer knew something but was hiding it. While lost in thought, Seojan was drawn by a ringing notification sound. The system displayed the progress of the Atlas lecture, increasing by 0.7%, then 2.4%, then 3.9%. Seojan wondered why the progress had suddenly spiked. He pulled out his phone to look at it, then asked the observer, "By the way, what state is my reality in right now, sir?" The observer replied, "All beings who come here transcend causality. Your body's time has stopped." Seojan furrowed his brow. If so, why did the progress increase? Elder Arch had been dealt with. Wait a moment. His heart racing wildly, Seojan stepped forward and said to the observer, "Please send me back." He replied, "The causality record is not yet complete." Seojan said urgently, "I will not demand the card, just send me back immediately." The observer pointed a finger at him and said, "I will keep your belongings here. Be careful of the observer." Someone's voice rang in his ear. Seojan wondered, what was that? Whose voice was it? That voice rang out again, speaking of a choice. As soon as it finished speaking, flames erupted. Seojan turned back, his entire body being burned by the fierce flames. He exclaimed, "Fire!" The phone kept ringing with notifications. Seojan lay inside a sealed, burning coffin. He shouted, "Is this why the progress increased?" The system notified, "Atlas lecture mission, endure a temperature of 1000 degrees for 10 minutes. The coffin exploded and Seojan jumped out. He was wearing a suit, leaped into the sky, and cast his gaze downward. Everyone from his organization and team was present, stunned to see him break out of the coffin, especially the girl, who stopped crying the moment she saw Seojan and called out, "Mr. Seojan, Mr. Seojan." He said to everyone from the sky, "I am sorry, but I have urgent business and must go. I will be right back." The crowd could not believe it, and everyone was terrified. The scene shifted to the ground, where Suryeon stood frozen as if dead. She raised both hands to the sky as if surrendering. Haeun shrugged. That is the power of money. 3 weeks of hard work has paid off. Park Min-chun, the sword saint, sat slumped on the floor, saying wearily, "We were worried all this time, and he just disappeared for an emergency." Park Seo-jan of the Dream Team looked into the camera and yelled, "Are you watching this? Get back here right now. I am serious." Min-eon was tightly holding the agitated girl and said frantically, "Come back now if you do not want to die." "No, do not come back!" The scene shifted. Seojan arrived at a different place, looked around and saw nothing, muttering, "It is not here." He was searching outside the city, walking and speaking, "I have been looking for hours and still cannot find it." Just then, a large sphere rolled down behind him. Seojan rubbed his head, his expression serious. He should have asked for the exact location, or had it already been taken? Seojan was holding something, still thinking about whether to try the old method when looking for the holy physician. Thinking this, he immediately threw the object in his hand forward. The divine staff was released and spoke up, asking, "What do you want me to do?" Seojan replied instantly, "Find that heart of rage." Seojan used gestures to describe it. "It is a heart containing magical power. Lead me to it." The staff nodded vigorously. Immediately, the staff lunged straight at Seojan. He dodged it and shouted, "Did you find it already? That is not my heart, you madman." After a struggle, the staff had a swollen bruise on one corner. Seojan took out his phone, scratching his head and saying, "It is not your fault, it is mine." He scrolled through the phone system, but everything was empty. Seojan exclaimed, "Is there nothing useful in the Transcendent shop?" At that moment, something caught Seojan's eye directly. A white scroll appeared, named Tracking Talisman, the seller being that jester with a sewn mouth. The system explained it helped track a target, and the higher the level, the more talismans were needed. Reading this, Seojan held the scroll up high, his face filled with satisfaction. With one hand holding the paper and the other on his chin, he muttered, "It looks like an ordinary piece of paper." Seojan immediately tore the magical paper in half, saying as he tore, "Since it is from the shop anyway, I cannot just test it out." After tearing it, nothing happened. He stood rooted to the spot, muttering, "What is this? No effect at all." Seojan held up the glowing paper, observing it and then saying, "The number of papers used depends on the target's level." The system displayed a text box, "Buy more." He bought a large number of skill papers, but still there was no reaction. Just then, the mentor appeared and said, "You have been scammed." Seojan dropped his hands, replying, "What? I bought it from the Transcendent shop." The mentor asked, "Was the seller's name that jester with a sewn mouth?" "That is the alias of Archmage Loki, a prank on the cadets. That man occasionally did that when he was bored. Even though he had been reprimanded by the principal many times, no one could stop him." Seojan heard this, brought both hands up to squeeze his head, and could not find the words to say. He asked the mentor, "So do I get compensation?" The mentor replied, "I will speak to the principal, but there probably will not be any compensation." Seojan had just gotten a sliver of hope, but hearing this felt like a thunderclap right beside his ear. He stood there petrified, inwardly thinking about the 10 items he had bought from the Transcendent shop, a near-death battle with Arch, and a long confrontation with the observer. Seojan trembled with rage and let out a few cold laughs. His mind still thought, "No, my accumulated loot." Seeing him dejected, the mentor gave a comforting smile. "Kim Seojan, do not be sad, okay? After hearing that, Seo-John grew even angrier. Veins bulged on his forehead and his pupils constricted. He growled, "What did you say?" Hunter saw him in that state and also grew timid, not knowing what to say. Seo-John asked the mentor, "Loki also has a special class, does he not?" The mentor could not hide it and reluctantly replied, "Yes, but what do you want to do?" Seo-John said bluntly, "Call him over here." The mentor said, "That is a special class. It will consume the causality of Boulder with the class of Archsage Great Sage equal to heaven. Calculated according to the exchange rate at your place. It would be 5,000 billion an hour. Do you still want to do it?" Seo-John heard this, closed his eyes, and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I have been pretty short on money lately." At this moment, Seo-John opened his phone and saw a notification with a very large number in his account balance. He was astonished, thinking to himself where they got that money from. What did they do when he was dead? Seo-John immediately opened his phone to check, and the recorded footage from the heroes in the team had been updated. He thought, forget it, knowledge is the most important, and turned to say to the mentor, "I accept, call Loki here." The screen of Seo-John's phone showed a notification. "You will understand the deception when you experience it." He did not hesitate and pressed it. Loki appeared before Seo-John with an unfriendly expression, and spoke as soon as he appeared. Seo-John looked at him, feeling displeased inside, thinking, "This bastard? I know the reason his name is the clown with the sewn mouth." Seo-John got straight to the point, asking him why he did that. Loki pointed at him and said gleefully, "You are the fool I just tricked. I didn't force you, you just didn't do your research, you idiot." Seo-John's face darkened upon hearing that. Loki danced around in front of Seo-John while laughing and said, "You even spent big money to hire me here. I won't stand still for you to hit me." He said, "Be more careful next time," then turned and left, waving goodbye. The mentor's jaw dropped as he said the time wasn't up yet. Loki replied, "Didn't you see the class title? I taught everything I know." Seo-John grinned upon hearing that, and said, "If you want to leave, then leave." The mentor couldn't believe his ears and stammered, but the very next second, Seo-John threatened Loki, "I will go find Odin." Loki stopped upon hearing that but did not turn around, asking what for. Seo-John shrugged and replied, "I have some things to discuss with him, including matters concerning you." He smiled excitedly and told him he knew something very interesting. The mentor, standing before him, broke into a cold sweat and asked if there was something interesting. Seo-John spoke loudly, "I wonder if you know the real reason Balder died." Loki glanced at that. The mentor heard that name and spoke up. "Balder is Odin's son. They say he died in an accident." Seo-John shook his head vigorously and said, "That's not it." The narrative lines appeared at this moment. When the underworld witch prophesied his death, his mother made every living thing swear not to harm him. The only exception was the mistletoe, because she thought it was too weak to harm her son. When Balder was declared invincible, the gods attacked him with everything for sport. A blind man joined the game, and someone gave him a weapon made from mistletoe. "You want to play too, right? Here, take it, I made it just for you." He happily threw that thing away, and it really killed Balder. Thinking of this, Seo-John licked his lips, thinking that mistletoe was that spear. Seo-John spoke, "The one who gave that weapon to him was Loki, because he was jealous of Balder's radiance." He covered his mouth as if he had slipped up. The mentor was astonished and said the one who killed Balder was. Seo-John turned his back and walked away, pretending to speak loudly as he went. Odin, enraged by his son's death, killed him immediately. What if he knew the mastermind was Loki? Seo-John flashed a sinister grin and continued, "Maybe he will tear him apart." Loki turned around sharply upon hearing this and called, "Hey." Seo-John heard him call, raised his hand and said, "You still haven't left. I thought you were busy." Loki said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Seo-John's expression was a bit playful. He exclaimed, "Oh my, threatening what? I am just stating the truth." Loki crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking defeated as he said, "Fine, I will refund the money for the 10 items you bought." Seo-John reminded him upon hearing that, "Hey, you miscalculated." Loki did not understand why. Seo-John raised his hand and pointed at his palm, saying counted as 15 items, including compensation for mental distress time, and the summoning fee. Loki screamed, "What the hell?" unable to believe his ears. Seo-John calmly replied, "You don't want to." Loki replied bluntly, "Of course not." He turned his head away and said to Seo-John, "Do what you want, I just need to hide a few times, he will calm down." Seo-John calmly replied, "Then there is no other way." Loki walked away, raising his hand to his head saying, "Damn it, another headache." Seo-John turned to the mentor and asked, "Hey, does Odin still ride Sleipnir?" Loki suddenly froze upon hearing this. The mentor's eyes lit up as he replied, "Yes, that is the famous horse of the Supreme Academy. Master Odin treasures it very much." Loki trembled like a leaf, glanced around, thinking to himself that he, "Don't tell me," seeing Sion staring intently at Loki. The mentor asked him, "What are you up to?" Seo-John now wore a sinister smile on his face. He loudly told the mentor actually Sleipnir was born from. Just saying this was enough to make Loki scream. Scene changed, the mentor appeared looking tired with dark circles under his eyes. Loki on the opposite side also forced a smile. Seo-John stood a distance away from Loki and said, "I know you are mischievous, but I didn't expect this level, Master Loki." Loki angrily raised both hands to the sky. "Don't even think about it, you bastards." Loki had no choice but to turn back and compromise. "Fine, I will give you 15 items." Seo-John shrugged and replied, "Will 15 be enough?" I want 15 items in Gungnir. Loki's jaw dropped in shock and he said, what did you say? Seo John glared at him, raised one finger with a grin and said, that's right, Odin's Gungnir. Loki argued back that it was absurd. Seo John put his hands on his hips and said, you are like brothers with it. I just need you to persuade him to sell it. Loki replied, even if we are sworn brothers, it's impossible. You know how much he cherishes it. How can I persuade him? Seo John picked his nose and replied nonchalantly, why are you asking me? It is your business. Seeing Seo John so shameless, Loki's face turned pale and ashen. Scene changed. The observer was still controlling the magic circles. He reached out and touched a circle, then remained silent without saying anything. He opened the image of Seo John to watch, muttering to himself, the actions of this bastard have disturbed the space-time continuum where the causality of dimensions converges. The reason this happened is because the first transcendental did something. He was still watching the image of Seo John, thinking it doesn't matter his purpose or how he did it. One thing he knew was that the existence of Kim Seo John was a great danger. On his hand, the image of him shone, and he said, I will let you run rampant for a while, when the time is right. After saying that, the observer clenched his fist tightly. At this moment, the observer suddenly felt everything begin to spin, and wondered why it consumed so much karma. He realized the only entity who could do this, and immediately cursed in anger. What the hell was that bastard doing? Scene change. Gungnir had appeared before Seo John. He smiled and raised both hands to receive it. The holy relic that once killed Ymir and dismembered him to create the world. He held it in his hands and said, this is the blue Gungnir. Seo John laughed with gleeful satisfaction, saying that Loki had tried so hard, but who told him to cheat? He recalled Loki's miserable state when he brought Gungnir. Geta had said, take it, you boiled fool. The mentor saw this and panicked, raising a hand to his head, saying, a cadet possessing a weapon of the ancient transcendent class. The system announced Loki class progress 100%. You have received an S-rank magic art from this mentor. The mentor flew in the air and said, you are truly the craziest student of the Ultimate Academy. Seo John replied while holding Gungnir with one hand. Excited in his heart, Seo John thought that his earlier attempt with the fake Gungnir had failed. Now the real one would help him find the Berserk heart. Having thought that, he threw Gungnir into the sky and commanded, find the heart of Berserk for me. Receiving the order, Gungnir immediately flew everywhere to search for Seo John. Seeing it fly so fast, Seo John was slightly overwhelmed, thinking to himself that it was truly fast. If he lagged behind, he would lose sight of it. The mentor was also panicked by that speed and said, rumors about you are being passed around by everyone. Just then, Gungnir once again shot straight up into the sky. It was both radiating a source of red power and flying very quickly forward. Seo John held the mentor in his hand, chased after it with all his might and said, why is it flying so fast? He found it very unsettling, thinking that if it kept flying like this, it would destroy the heart, so he took out some weapon. He threw the weapon out and shouted loudly, fly, fly in the opposite direction. Gungnir immediately replied, okay. In the sky now, only a light could be seen binding in the air. The Gungnir descended back down near the ground, charged towards the cave that was being protected by a barrier of protective magic. Seo John caught up, swung his spear to strike Gungnir directly to stop it, and shouted loudly, stop. Finally, Gungnir stopped. Seo John held his head and sighed in relief. That was close. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the light, looking ahead excitedly. It almost destroyed the heart he had been seeking for so long. Another Gungnir also landed. Seo John used his spear to hit it to stop it and said, you came too. Seeing the cave before him, Seo John happily approached, walking and saying, well then, let's go get the item, shall we? The Gungnir silently cursed. Scene change, someone was calling out repeatedly, advisor. The mentor slowly opened his eyes in a dazed state. Just waking up, the mentor panickedly asked Seo John, where is this, who am I? Seo John knelt on one knee and replied, you are awake. The mentor immediately yelled, Kim Seo John, why did you suddenly kidnap me? Seo John put his hand behind his head, his face flushed red, laughing awkwardly. I was in too much of a hurry. He held out a red gem and said to the mentor, more importantly, look at this. The mentor dazedly asked what it was, sensing a strange energy. Seo John said this was the Berserk heart and wanted him to summon Huatuo. Scene change, Huatuo had been summoned and immediately said loudly, you have gone too far. Seo John sat cross-legged on the ground, asking him if that was the first thing he said to him after being apart for so long. Huatuo angrily said he had worked hard to refine the dragon heart for him. You even sent me away before I could explain how to use the medicine. Seo John remembered, awkwardly saying, just remembered now. He scratched his head and said he didn't mean to drive him away. He had no choice at that time. Huatua waved his hand, saying the dragon heart was rare and made for good research material. Seo John said he didn't know how to express his gratitude. Before he finished speaking, he took out the Berserk heart and handed it to Huatuo. The old man stammered, asking where he found it. Seo John happily said he just found it. What incredible luck. His eyes sparkled, unable to contain his admiration. This is the first time I have seen it in person. Seo John thought to himself that this was the first time he had seen him so astonished. After examining it for a while, Hua said with it, he could use the power of a dragon and even dragon language. Seo John asked back in astonishment. Remembering the monster he had destroyed, he thought that divine language was magic that interfered with rules. He never expected to be able to use the highest level dragon language. The mentor panically waved his hands, his face turning pale. A human using dragon language, you will become a monster. Seo John asked Huatuo if he could start. The old man stroked his beard, happily saying it had been a while since he was this excited. Just then, Huatuo seemed to realize something, opening his eyes to look. Seo John saw this and immediately held out the gem, asking if there was a problem. Huatuo replied, more than a problem. He covered his mouth and said, is this just a fragment of the dragon heart, but how can it be? Seo John broke out in a sweat, asking his meaning. Huatuo said directly, someone intentionally split the dragon heart into many pieces. Hearing this, Seo John felt as if he had been struck dead. Scene change in the forest. One man held the berserk heart, the other lay trembling on the ground. The old man tried to lift his head, clenching his teeth to see his own heart. There must be 2 parts of the dragon heart scattered everywhere. The man holding the heart laughed triumphantly. Immediately after, he raised the heart and ate it. Saint Hek panically screamed, Jin Qian, don't be crazy. That energy is not something a human can control, it must be destroyed. He coldly interrupted him, showing no concern. The old man flinched slightly. Jin Qian said coldly, I have lost everything. If I use it for revenge, this world will vanish. Saint Hek trembled, his eyes filled with horror. No, Jin Qian. Ignoring the old man's roars, he bit firmly into the dragon heart. In an instant, a powerful aura surged forth. As the blood boiled, violent energy tore through Jin Qian's body. He screamed in agony, his wretched cries echoing through the space. Jin Qian's eyes widened in horror, his body stiffening beyond comprehension. The faint silhouette of the Asura Emperor appeared, along with that voice. The guiding orb in his hand began to show cracks. Frowned out, why me? The Asura Emperor spoke in a steady tone. No one is more suitable than you. Jin Qian pondered for a moment, then turned his face away. I do not care. Madness you speak of, it can eliminate Kim Seo John, right? He silently looked at Jin Qian and replied calmly, it can. His expression was utterly devoid of spirit, because that matter no longer held any importance. Kim Seo John, if you dare, I will drag you down into the abyss with me. Now the orb had finally shattered. Black energy enveloped Jin Qian's body, then merged back inside. He slowly bent down, the Asura Emperor silently watching and chuckling lightly. The corner of Jin Qian's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. A strange, dangerous look appeared on his face. This body is unexpectedly good, and the current amount of demonic energy is truly astonishing. I can use magic to its fullest, but can this body withstand it? He said sternly, you do not need to worry about that. The Asura Emperor slowly approached the unconscious Black Saint. He channeled his power force gathering in his hand. Asura Emperor lightly moved his finger, the energy lifting the old man's body. He spoke up to remind, your time is limited. Even borrowing this body, you still do not belong to this space. The observers will find a way to eliminate you. Jin Qian sneered, observers? What other vermin are they? The Asura Emperor lowered his voice. I will entrust the final stage mission of the apocalypse to you. Elsewhere at the same time, Seo John's mouth hung open in shock. This is the only remaining shard out of 3 shards. Seriously, but it does not look like a shard at all. Huatuo mused, I still have doubts, but it is probably 8 parts right. This dragon heart is flawless, yet incomplete. The part that is separated is precisely the power it contained. He looked at the dragon heart in doubt. This is only the overall power? He nodded slightly, but that only makes the mission more challenging. I think we should consult 2 more masters. Just then, Menta spoke excitedly. Please let me handle that. The next second, a man appeared. Pleased to meet you. I am Bian Kui, a royal physician from the spring and autumn period. The person beside him also introduced himself. I am Paracelsus, an alchemist. Bian Kui hurried over to Huatuo, having greeted him enough, and asked to know if this was a real dragon heart. He clenched the dragon heart tightly, eager to refine it. Seo John sighed, leaving the refinement work to the masters. While he would just listen to the lecture, the mentor poked his small head out. Ah, Kim Seo John, you must know the hourly causality consumption is currently very high. He replied calmly he knew, because each of Huatuo's advanced courses cost 10 billion, 3 people would be 30 billion, correct? The kid scratched his head awkwardly. The courses of Bian Kui and Paracelsus were not simple. They were special courses, not advanced ones. Hearing this, he had a foreboding feeling, so that meant... The mentor winked playfully, with 3 people on your side. The price is 1,000 trillion per hour. Seo John was stunned, his face instantly turning pale. The kid kept talking nonstop regarding dragon language since he had never used it. He had to register for a private course. He had already selected a suitable language course. Countless notifications appeared. 1 word spoken can kill 1,000, even entire country. Taught by Mungan. Just thinking is enough. A supreme skill of curses. Taught by Leviathan. Azure Dragon Academy. Taught by the grotesque death god of Azure Dragon. The mentor nodded eagerly. He suggested these options for him. 1 notification caught his attention. You cannot cast curses. No problem. Tuition fee 100,000 trillion. After the course you will gain an SS Dragon Tongue. This is insane. Just how many zeros are there? Seo-John was still shouting, "What kind of tuition fee is this?" The kid sneered, even though he had registered for an advanced course. From now on the causality would be even crazier. However, he had registered for a minimal causality plan, so the situation was still manageable. As for the other cadets, he scrolled through his phone dejectedly. Incidentally, there was a cadet nicknamed the one with a cat's fate, who had to incur 137 years of causality just to attend the course. Ha, truly a cat's fate. Seo-John lazily glanced at the three people in the corner. He still had to buy a high-level part. Bian Kui was intrigued. Life and magic power inherently go hand in hand. If he absorbed it like that, his body would certainly conflict. Paracelsus was fascinated. It was necessary to suppress or return it to a natural state. Hua Tuo mused, since the goal was absorption, returning it to a natural state was better. He paused his hand on a notification. You want to buy a high-level part for 150,000 trillion won? Definitely. Within limited time, he surely wouldn't fail, right? A moment later, the mentor was still dreaming, fast asleep. The sound of a system notification made the kid jolt awake in fright. You have purchased the high-level pack. The three people behind immediately cheered. This was the dragon heart condensed by our essence. Hua Tuo urged, quickly, try it right now. Seo-John looked at the dragon heart with a scrutinizing gaze. Its appearance hadn't changed much this time, but the shimmering radiance had disappeared, replaced by a pure halo. Paracelsus nodded. Perhaps in other worlds there was no divine medicine like this. It was no exaggeration to call this the ultimate divine medicine. Before he finished speaking, the two who had just mixed the ingredients immediately vanished. He was bewildered. Could his balance already be below 1,000 trillion? Hua Tuo stood frozen on the spot. He shouted urgently. He could not leave without witnessing it like last time. Quickly try it now. Seo-John immediately replied, yes. With that, he resolutely took a big bite of the dragon heart. Seo-John evaluated as he ate. There were many flavors, which excited Hua Tuo endlessly. Suddenly, a new surge of power began to invade his body. Seo-John was astonished to see a crack on his magic bridge. He wondered to himself, was this okay? The old man observed. This was. Seo-John blurted out in shock, hey, my magic bridge is cracking. He was a little worried, was it really working? Right after that, Seo-John collapsed unconscious and Hua Tuo could only heave a frustrated sigh. His body felt as if its energy had been drained, completely unable to move. Meanwhile, the situation on the Lipbury side was extremely tense. Jin Qian asked calmly, do you not know where the cadet Kim Seo-John is? He looked impatient, truly troubled, because he did not have much time. He had struggled greatly to get here and needed to do something useful. Jin Qian's face hardened ferociously. How much karma do you have? Seo-John opened his eyes groggily, his consciousness not yet fully alert. Enter, you're awake, he gently asked the child. Suddenly, the power within him erupted, flinging the child far away. Seo-John looked back in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. He was dazed, only wanting to use a little magic to light things up. But what was this magic storm? Mentor is overwhelmed. Please help me, Mr. Kim Seo-John. After speaking, the child kept hitting rocks, then fell flat on his face in front of him. Seo-John worried, are you okay, Mentor? Mentor stood up, said he was alive, and asked about the power just now. He replied awkwardly that it was just a little illumination magic. The child was astonished. Just that little? How much did your mana increase in the end? Seo-John reached out a hand to feel. Indeed, his heart had changed noticeably. Is there any error with this mentor? I think there must be a problem. Mentor was suspicious. Impossible for there to be an error. Right after, the child gaped at the notification board showing the number 170%. The enlightenment rate soared. Sleipnir's progress reached 170%. Atlas increased by 20.7% along with other stats. He was at a loss for how to explain. The system continuously notified of surging power and boiling dragon energy. Upon enlightenment, you have mastered S-rank dragon energy. Error warning, the progress rate exceeds the karma calculation threshold, unable to evaluate current data. The system is reconfiguring the karma data. Complete, upgrade S-rank dragon energy to SS-rank dragon heart. You have fully mastered new dragon power. Seo-John was bewildered, wondering what this was exactly. Mentor exclaimed in shock. The child also tensely said this had never been seen in the academy's history. Suddenly, Seo-John's phone rang. He exclaimed in disbelief. He was silent for a long time, seemingly thinking about something very important. Seo-John spoke to the mentor, knowing you are very patient, but we must leave immediately. Mentor asked, dazedly, where to? His expression turned serious. He answered briefly, New York. At this moment, bombs rained down outside the city, and cries for help echoed everywhere. Jin Qian enjoyed the spectacle before him, laughing loudly and arrogantly. He looked ferocious. This place was truly ideal for gathering karma, accumulating 137 years in just one day. In a corner, a small trembling figure caught his eye. He recognized the girl, asked who this brat was. The girl trembled and begged for mercy. Jin Qian approached, sneeringly asked if you want to live that badly. Then how much money do you have? Zhang instinctively backed away, her face pale with fear. The girl fumbled in her pocket, groping for the remaining coins. Her small hands tremblingly held them out before him. Here you go. Jin Qian sneered in disgust. Just bronze coins, don't you have any bulger banknotes? Zhang tried to plead, please spare me. He suddenly snatched the girl. Fine, I'll accept this, but Jin Qian gave a cold smile. If I let you go, it won't count as karma. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, resentfully. He reconsidered. If it's robbery, maybe killing isn't necessary, but who knows? Just as Jin Qian was about to bring down his sword, a figure flashed into view. He was astonished to feel the surge of power rushing closer. Xiao Zhan was a step faster, releasing a powerful, precise pillar of spiritual energy. Jin Qian was knocked flying unexpectedly, leaving Zhang Ye unconscious on the street. He quickly rushed over to check on the girl's condition. Xiao Zhan breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that the girl had merely fainted. Behind him, the cold laughter of Jin Qian rang out. That was a dangerous strike just now. Almost broke my necklace. He gave a sinister smiling greeting. Long time no see, Kim Xiao Zhan. He frowned in suspicion and asked, "Who are you?" Qian probingly replied, "Have you forgotten me? You once made me lose everything." Xiao Zhan coldly cut him off. "Stop pretending." He said that the real Jin Qian didn't use a sword and lacked the strength to block a single strike from him. "You took over Jin Qian's body and read his memories, didn't you?" He fell silent, then slowly spoke. "I was only going to deliver the message from the owner of this body and leave." Right after, Jin Qian gave a twisted smile that sent chills down one's spine, but he changed his mind. With that, he suddenly shot forward to attack him. Xiao Zhan anxiously glanced back at Zhang Ye, who was still unconscious. He quickly swung his spear to block the attack at the last moment. Jin Qian laughed loudly, saying he would play with him for a bit. Xiao Zhan remained silent, his entire focus on the battle. Surge of power, he gathered his strength and launched himself upward. His figure streaked down from above, forcing him back a step. Blow after blow, Jin Qian dodged, cold sweat breaking out. Xiao Zhan raised his spear high, killing intent surging, locking onto the target. A suppressing strike, blue light tore through the ground. The shockwave exploded. Unexpectedly, Jin Qian stood there amused, laughing. Look at him. He was slightly surprised to see him still calmly standing to the side. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Zhan's eyes. He decided to swing his spear, but he was faster, using Zhang Ye as a shield in front of him. The spear tip was a handspan away from the little girl. Xiao Zhan immediately stopped. He stepped back warily. Jin Qian taunted, "You don't want the brat to die, do you? No wonder you kept luring me elsewhere." Xiao Zhan gritted out, "Let the girl go." He sneered, "The brat is just an outcome." He was suspicious of the word outcome. Jin Qian's killing intent grew thicker and thicker. Could he be? Xiao Zhan said in a low voice, "I have a proposal." Jin Qian said warily, "Not interested." Ignoring him, he continued, "I have two conditions. One, today is the first time I've seen this girl. I have no connection to her. Do not threaten me with her life. It would be futile anyway." Jin Qian found it amusing. "Just as I guessed, you see her as an outcome." Xiao Zhan coldly cut him off. And two, suddenly a wave of power surged violently. He emphasized each word, "If you touch that girl, you will die." Jin Qian was astonished by the immense surge of power, his pupils constricting rapidly. A shockwave hit. He couldn't react in time and was blasted backward. Jin Qian nearly died. If he hadn't held Balder with both hands, he would have been cut in half. He didn't expect him to hide his strength. Was he just testing him all along? "I don't understand what you're doing. What's the point of a dead brat? She's just an outcome." Xiao Zhan said coldly, "Is that why you did this?" He became agitated. "Just because of an outcome, I've faced so much trouble. But this place is amazing. Outcomes flow to me like water. It's a paradise. I don't understand you. For us, outcomes are everything. You can collect them easily, why don't you?" His face was expressionless, killing intent radiating silently. Jin Qian asked curiously, "What outcome does your action hold?" Xiao Zhan remembered his mentor's words. "Outcomes are just an excuse for the academy to meddle in cadet affairs, whether stealing 100 million or earning 100 million through your own efforts. The Transcendent Academy does not distinguish these two situations. No hunter in the world could stop me. If I plundered like that man in front of me, I could take all the outcomes in the world." He bent down to put Zhang Ye down, but Xiao Zhan's expression was icy. "I don't know what outcome means to you, but I am not interested." He took the coin from the girl's hand. "My outcome?" Xiao Zhan smiled faintly, clutching it tightly. "This much is enough." Suddenly he leaped, his figure shooting off. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Zhan stood before Jin Qian, cold killing intent enveloping. In another area, residents were evacuating. "Everyone, remain calm, move carefully." "Thank you, sir." Kang sighed. "Damn, we're short-handed. Who knew the Hunter Management Office would be taken down?" Baka said dejectedly. "Still can't contact Director Litbury." He nodded. "Yes, it seems he has." "What about Hunter Kim Xiao Zhan? We've lost contact since he ran from the funeral. Maybe he's also a victim." Baka quickly gestured to lower his voice. "Mind your mouth." Minion was worried. Xiao Zhan replied calmly, "It's fine, just do what you can." Xiao Zhan looked suspiciously at the notification screen on his phone. She yelled, "Sister, Xiao Zhan Appa's back." Minion was shocked. "Huh?" Xiao Zhan said. "Someone online says they saw him." An unexpected aftershock swept through. A few seconds later, Xiao Zhan asked worriedly if everyone was okay. Hajun reacted, "What was that tremor? Is someone fighting?" Hearing this, she froze, a feeling of unease rising in her heart. Without time to think, Xiao Zhan turned and left. "I'll go check it out. You two continue evacuating." He called out worriedly, "Sister." Her figure glided swiftly through the air, flickering in and out of sight between the buildings. Xiao Zhan stopped on a rooftop, cautiously observing her surroundings, her eyes wide and momentarily speechless. "You!" The scene before her was a fierce battle, blows and clashes in rapid succession. Mr. Seojan, amidst the chaos, Seojan recognized a familiar figure. Wait, the one fighting him over there. Jin Cheon, why is he here? Moreover, he's evenly matched with Mr. Seojan? She gritted her teeth, a surge of helplessness rising in her heart. She wanted to rush out and help him immediately, but knew she would only be a burden. She had to stay calm and not act on emotion. Strange, Seojan's movements today were unusually cautious, nothing like usual. It was as if he was fighting while having to protect something. She froze when she saw a little girl lying motionless on the ground. Seojan moved like lightning, punching his opponent squarely. The lightning-fast strike caught him off guard, sending him flying. Jin Cheon clutched his body in pain, unable to believe he had mastered the divine speed of Tianfei so perfectly. In terms of speed, Tianfei surpassed all dimensions of space, but few could learn it because they could not control the backlash. Yet this bastard was using something else too. He seemed to tear through space, deceiving all senses. That was the mystery in his movements. Seojan flew into attack again, the force strong enough to pierce through the entire building. He was surprised that Jin Cheon had blocked the previous strike. He grinned sinisterly, but he was not the only one who had gone through that process. Dark energy radiated powerfully from Jin Cheon, forcing Seojan to retreat. He swung his sword, the dragon-slaying sword, first form. Countless swords appeared in an instant, phantom swords. He gaped in astonishment, transcendent energy. A fierce surge of power erupted, spreading throughout the space. The energy reversed direction, hurtling straight to Tuong-A. Seojan was stunned, not good. The girl was still there. Just as the dark energy struck, a figure in a flash grabbed the little girl and dodged. Seojan held Jong-A tightly in his arms to protect her. He opened his mouth, his expression a mix of shock and surprise. Seojan called out softly, and Miss Seojan replied calmly, "Please hand this child over to me." His voice was full of determination. "I will protect this girl at all costs." A faint smile hung at the corner of his lips. Just as I guessed, nothing to regret. Seeing this, Seojan slowly turned around. He gathered his strength, unleashing the power within his body. A dense pillar of energy exploded, shaking the ground, pressure spreading throughout the space. Seojan silently made up his mind, the path of transcendence he wanted to walk. The path of the transcendent he wished to become. "I want to walk with people like this, not alone, let me be myself." At that moment, Shu Xia reported that the two of them were fighting on a military street in America. "Should we mobilize the cult members?" The Blue Emperor shook his head. "It is not yet time to show ourselves." He ordered a retreat, and his subordinate bowed respectfully and left. Behind him, Hao Sheng sneered, "You do not understand at all. You intend to use me as a hostage. Do you think that will defeat him? I do not know what scheme you have, for you have always been an unrestrained one, but..." Seojan's battle ended when the long spear pierced Jin Cheon. Seojan's gaze was sharp, focusing on each strike. He was completely overwhelmed, unable to react in time. Hao Sheng looked amused. "It seems you can no longer foresee the future." The Blue Emperor glared, his gaze sharp as a blade. Jin Cheon spat blood, pain clear on his face. He curled his lips in a mad grin. "So this is the stage he said he would prepare for me." Seojan growled, "Who exactly are you?" Jin Cheon thought for a moment. "I have no specific name." Having said that, his entire body was engulfed in dense dark energy. He quickly leaped back, widening the distance. Jin Cheon sneered scornfully. "To explain who I am, I must start from my dimension." Seojan was puzzled. "You have your own dimension." He nodded. "In the language of this place, it is called the demon realm. That term is also correct. In the demon realm, we have no parents. Most of us are born from the negative emotions of humans. Primal fear of darkness gave birth to the demon king. Cruelty gave birth to evil demons. And the existence humans fear the most. The earth shook, tsunamis raged. Truest, inexplicable fear created the existence called God. The problem is, I was born in the demon realm, so what fear gave birth to me? I am the unreal fear that gave birth to demon kings and evil spirits. Also the real fear that gave birth to gods, a twisted existence hated by the realm of existence itself. The fear humans have for their own kind. An existence whose mother is negative emotions. Humans call me an aberrant existence." Hearing this, his entire body stiffened, unable to believe what was happening. Seojan frowned in thought. The aberrant existence was a name famous throughout the superhuman community, known by the title of 137 years old, yet he had only been gathering karma all those years. How could he have come to Earth from another dimension? As he was still pondering, the figure of Jin Cheon ahead suddenly faded. Seojan snapped awake, full of vigilance. He was about to attack. In the blink of an eye, only he was left on the street, as if that man had never been there. Seojan was baffled, his eyes wide in confusion, not understanding what had happened. On the other side, Jin Cheon was panicking, fleeing headlong. He was terrified. Holy crap, this was the first time he had met a young soldier this incredibly strong. The spear he used had something strange about it. Normally, he would have recovered his strength by now, but this time he had lost a little. Could that be a superhuman weapon? No way. Enough, don't fight that thing. The karma here was too great. He had only collected a little, and it was already more than the 137 years of accumulation in the ghost realm. If he used it, he would be several times stronger than before. Thinking that, he got excited. He would make good use of it. Suddenly, a massive surge of power shot towards Jin Cheon when he wasn't paying attention. He narrowly dodged it. What was that? Jin Qian couldn't believe it. How did he find him? Seo John said coldly, you think I would let you go? 4 strikes Meteor Heaven Spear. Gritting his teeth to withstand the second move of the dragon-slaying sword art, this madman. He exploded with overwhelming energy. Thunder God Spear Thrust. Jin Qian's black energy manifested, heaven-holding sword. Boy stared, stunned in disbelief that his opponent was this strong. Seo John easily shattered the heaven-holding sword. Ji Kaon panicked. He had been pushed back again. Difference in superhuman rank. How could a young soldier use this energy? He didn't believe it. Could it be that he created it himself? Jin Qian looked up at the sky. It couldn't be like this. He stood helplessly watching the attack approach. A stream of blood energy suddenly shot out. Seo John frowned, observing closely. A stream of bright red blood seemed alive, moving constantly. He was curious. Regeneration? No, regeneration doesn't happen like this. Jin Qian sneered. Why are you surprised? I told you I am the fear that humans created. No other choice. I'm not used to using this power yet. That's all there is to it. Regardless of the side effects, this is the only way to survive. Having said that, he lunged forward, black energy radiating endlessly. Seo John tried to calm himself. The heavy, malicious intent made even his steadfast heart waver. Jin Qian howled madly, his eyes empty and lifeless. A moment later, a surge of black energy swelled from his body. He frowned, thinking it was a clone, but instead, his body was splitting apart. Seo John stared in shock at the massive object. What was manifesting? He was momentarily startled, his eyes full of bewilderment. Seo John wondered, what was that new chaotic thing? All great sins, the 6th sin. It opened its mouth to devour everything around it, gluttony. Seeing Jin Qian below about to flee, Seo John gave chase. Where do you think you're going? He shouted angrily. Hey, you think I have time to play with you? Jin Qian mentioned. If you follow me, gluttony will swallow this whole place. If you didn't care about the Karma Lotus, I would play with you. Having said that, he left him and rushed towards the monster. Jin Qian laughed triumphantly. This chance I will not. Old man Choi suddenly rushed in and slashed at his leg. Jin Qian was horrified, pain clearly showing on his face. He fell, his body staggering and crashing heavily to the ground. Jin Qian was on guard. What the hell? That bastard went after gluttony, didn't he? He looked up. What was obstructing him? Surge of power shot straight down. The aftershock spread far. Seo John frowned. What the hell is this? I'll come back after I deal with it. Hold him there. Everyone panicked seeing gluttony. Minion ran away. What the hell is that thing? As he ran, he shouted. Don't get close, you'll get swallowed. Evacuate the civilians now. Seeing Seo John return, Ha-jun sighed in relief. Miss, you're okay. And the child? She replied. He just lost consciousness, no serious injuries. A strange echo sounded, reaching the ears of the two. Haman was chewing through each building. The monster had arrived, swallowing everything it saw, without sparing anything. Seo John calmly spoke, it was fine. Ha-jun looked at her in a daze. She smiled confidently, he will be here soon. Seo John swept his sword across the ground, leaving a trail of light that bound and kicked up a thick cloud of dust. He charged forward, blocking the monster, his eyes full of determination. Seo John unleashed a technique, a strong gust swept through, spear and body becoming one. He executed the concept of the meteor spear art. Power crashed directly into monster's wide-open mouth. The tremendous pressure made its entire body tremble. A wave of force exploded, shattering everything around, overwhelming to the extreme. A thick cloud of dust rose high, shrouding the entire space. Everyone was terrified, thinking the monster was dead. Someone noticed and pointed. At that moment, he had just landed on the ground. It was the hunter Kim Seo John. Everyone was excited to see the hunter Kim Seo John had returned. A gentle smile bloomed on Seon's lips. He also felt it smiling back at her. The next second, Seo John vanished from everyone's sight. Jin Qian was still screaming nonstop in pain. Why do you keep attacking me like this? Damn it, it keeps destroying me. I can't do anything. Being stuck like this is really bad. Damn it, is there no way? Suddenly screamed in madness, and black energy rose up with it. Jin Qian raged, I was created from the 7 powers of the 7 deadly sins. I will abandon the 5th power, lust, and all its karma to reveal my true body in the demon realm. Another surge of power slashed into his body. Jin Qian's entire body seemed drained of energy, collapsing to the ground. His body was still lifeless as if dead. True demon realm body broke free, and he burst into loud laughter. Jin Qian quickly turned and ran away. He laughed gleefully. Indeed, it was no longer following him. Losing that pile of karma was a waste, but there was no other way. Consider an investment for a big gain, since he had promised himself all the karma of this space. Seo John was chasing closely behind. He just needed to survive to get it back. He shot after him, gathering strength with every step, determined not to let go. Jin Qian gritted his teeth in fury. This persistent bastard. Damn it, if I get caught this time I'm dead for sure. No choice, I have to use another one. I sacrifice the 7th sin, sloth. Seo John's gaze seemed to see through every movement, swinging his spear in preparation to strike. Jin Qian's figure blurred just as he was about to land the blow. He shouted in fury, next time we meet, things will be different. Jin Qian gritted his teeth, seeing the strike only an inch away from him. You bastard, he yelled, I will definitely kill you. His strike merged into the moment right before his face. Seo John held his breath, looking around, but saw no sign of Jin Qian. He clicked his tongue softly. He had disappeared. Gungnir lay discarded on the ground at that moment. Seojong went to pick it up. The mana traces had severed connection. He sighed in frustration. He let him live. He always thought he would face other trainees, but never expected this. That man temporarily retreated, but he will definitely come back. To completely defeat him, the only way is to fully utilize the power of Longinus. To do that, he must participate in the energy development session. The problem was still money. A notification on the phone caught Seojong's attention. Colin opened his eyes with a start, waking up. Litbury, sitting on the bed next to him, spoke. "You're awake, Colin." Colin looked around in panic. "What happened?" Litbury calmly replied, "This is a hospital. It's all because of Kim Seo-jon." Colin sat up in panic. "Kim Seo-jon, that's right, Kim Seo-jon." He yelled in anger. "I let my guard down. Next time, I won't be taken down so easily." Hearing that, the two next to him chuckled. Colin was furious. "What are you laughing at? You were also defeated by Kim Seo-jon." Litbury laughed, holding his stomach. "I never said that. If I had been defeated by him, I would not be alive." Colin faltered, "But you said we ended up like this because of him." Litbury replied, "I said we are here because of him, but I didn't say we were defeated. It's all because he arrived too late." Colin frowned in astonishment. Litbury continued, "There is something more important. Colin, I have something for you." Lucas handed him a stack of papers. Colin was shocked as he read, "A bill? Wait, $50 billion? What the hell?" Litbury munched on a banana and chuckled, "That is the value of your life." Lucas added, "From now on, you have to work hard to pay off the debt." The chairman was severely injured, so there were many matters to handle. Colin angrily looked at the stack of papers in his hand and told him to resolve everything properly. On the TV, a reporter suddenly broke the news that Hunter Kim Seo-jon, the one who had taken down Axelich, had once again saved America. On the screen, Seo-jon was scratching his head and helplessly enduring the yelling coming from himself. Colin stared nervously at the TV, his voice trembling, not knowing who he had messed with. The scene shifted back to Seo-jon's building. Mentor spoke up. He had finally met the trainee cadet from another dimension. The boy crossed his arms helplessly. It might just be a feeling, but strange things kept happening around him. Seo-jon picked up his phone in agreement. "Exactly." He handed the phone to the boy. "Can you take a look at this?" The boy was astonished. "This is..." Seo-jon replied, "After that trainee cadet escaped, I checked my phone and suddenly found a large sum of money appearing. No matter how I looked into it, this money wasn't sent by anyone, so I wanted to ask if you knew anything." Mentor pondered. "If it's you, it should be fine, since you know about the existence of the Observer. Basically, trainee cadets can take each other's karma. This is a method established by the Observer." Seo-jon was surprised. The Observer? He wondered why the Observer would let trainee cadets steal karma. The boy replied, "You know the relationship between the Transcendents and the Observer isn't very good. Because of the treaty since the early Baldur, the Observer cannot interfere directly, and internal fights among trainee cadets within the same dimension are encouraged." An image appeared in their minds of the Observer clenching his fists in excitement. "You understand too, don't you? From now on, slaughter each other." Seo-jon understood silently. He wanted to reduce the number of trainee cadets, and at the same time, reduce the number of fake Transcendents, because the killer wanted the dimensions to be stable. But the more he looked into it, the more he felt that wasn't the only purpose. The boy's voice rang out, "Be careful of the Observer." Seo-jon asked himself who was that mysterious voice from last time. He looked at the boy. "It seems I have to become a Transcendent to know all the details." Mentor scratched his head and laughed. Seo-jon reassured himself, "It will be fine." He spoke up, "Mentor, can you help me register for a short lesson?" The boy asked, "Who are you thinking of?" Seo-jon bared his teeth in a sly grin, "Master Satan." A stream of blazing red magic fire descended from somewhere. A person with two horns on his head laughed loudly, baring his teeth. "I have collected hundreds of souls today." The system displayed the great demon opposing the demon god Satan. Seo-jon had attended a short lesson to defeat Arch, so he had known Satan for a long time. He said excitedly, "We meet again, Master." Satan asked, "Have you dealt with that demon king?" A sorry excuse for a bag of bones like him daring to call himself a demon king. Truly laughable. Seo-jon smiled flatteringly. "Yes, everything is fine." But in his mind he knew full well it was thanks to the great sage equal to heaven. But he didn't care. The result was what mattered. Satan looked pleased. "Good, very good. Only then are you worthy of being my disciple." He frowned. "So why did you call me here this time before I even asked you this question?" Seo-jon whispered, "Can you take a taste of that spear when you stand before me?" He held the holy spear soaked in Jesus' blood, dealing lethal damage to demons. Said, "Even though you dislike Longinus, this is all I have left. It is not a main weapon, but a javelin." Satan was surprised. "Isn't that thing supposed to belong to that guy named Tho? How do you have it?" Seo-jon whispered into his ear, "It's like this." "What?" Satan was stunned. Wait a moment, Professor." No, trainee cadet, you spoke too fast." He questioned it, but I thought this part was not very clear. If he had been more ruthless, the benefits would have been greater. Seo-jon replied with a sly expression, "No can do. Taking everything at once finishes it. We must leave some conditions for later use." The mentor looked looked at the two of them in a daze. Satan said while taking notes, so it's casting a line to catch big fish, I understand. He suggested bringing it into the lesson. Lately, that bunch of demon cadets has been bored with studying and won't focus at all. Seo John exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? Satan affectionately put his arm around his shoulder. Do you think I set up a class just to play? At this rate, I'll get fired, help me out. Or maybe you become a demon and co-teach the class with me? Seo John replied wearily, thanks, but don't waste time, let's start the lesson. The mentor spoke up, I'll be gone for a moment and come right back. Kim Seo John was surprised. Where are you going? The kid replied, I need to report that cadet to the principal. The mentor promised to return soon, telling him to just continue listening to the lecture. Seo John watched in astonishment, while Satan standing nearby yawned. A moment later, he snapped his fingers. Alright, I don't want to waste any more time, let's begin the lesson. The floor was gradually covered by blazing red magical threads. Satan laughed loudly. Only those angels would explain it so stupidly. We demons use real combat, hit wherever you want, break whatever you want. Enough talk, come on, use magic to attack me. Seo John gripped his spear tightly, blue magic surrounding him, yes. He rushed straight towards Satan. His eyes stared straight at the spear without blinking. Suddenly, a blazing red shield appeared, and the spear only managed to pierce the shield. Jiajun was surprised. There was no magic left around the Longinus spear. Inside the shield, Satan smiled smugly. Suddenly, the blue magic on the spear flared up. It pierced through the shield, barely missing Satan. The shield vanished. He stepped out and dusted his hands. Every time I encounter that spear, I find it disgusting. Satan asked, did you notice anything unusual just now? Seo John replied, yes, my magic flared up too late. Satan replied, exactly, I deliberately slowed down your magic. Seo John was secretly astonished. I thought you only stopped it, but is that even possible? Satan described, an attack consists of two steps, the physical strike on the opponent and the magic that amplifies the power. Just now I slowed the magic so you could notice it, but normally it's not like that. The two forces are nearly simultaneous. The difference too small for the senses to distinguish, but it definitely exists. Satan formed a circle with his hand, using power to minimize the loss of magic, shortening the deviation. The pinnacle is called power release. He looked at Seo John. That state is where the attack's deviation is perfectly zero. A javelin appeared in Satan's hand. Let me show you once. He slashed in an arc. This is an attack with deviation, also the kind you usually use. This, Satan swung the javelin a few times behind him. He slashed a single strike straight forward. Seo John recognized the effect of the attack. With just a light swing of the hand at the space, Satan continued. This is the imperfect state of power release. The deviation between the two powers reaches perfection zero. Resonance occurs, distorting space-time. Transcendent power. Seo John panted, my power application progress is 29.9%. I thought it was only 0.1%, but it's not. I was too arrogant thinking I reached this level when fighting Axelich. Satan said, learning release is not easy. Few transcendents can do it. They usually just learn the basics and give up. But what about you? Seo John clenched his hand. No matter how difficult it is, I still need it. He asked worriedly, the deviation is zero. What do I need to do? Satan looked at him silently, then he grinned broadly with excitement. Seo John opened his mouth, panting heavily. He was exhausted. The progress was still 29.9%, training endlessly with no increase. Seo John groaned. This isn't very effective, is it? Satan snapped. What do you mean not effective? Look around you. Is it really not effective? A few black cracks have already appeared on the wall of space. Satan thought to himself, small spatial fissures, even if only for a moment, but the deviation has reached zero. To reach this level in such a short time, from my experience, it's definitely impossible. Yet this bastard. Seo John scratched his head, but right now it's not effective at all. Satan was angry, truly a greedy fool, greed enough to be banished from paradise. But at this rate, you'll succeed soon. He looked puzzled, but I am a bit curious. Why do you want to learn power release so badly? Wasn't the skeleton demon king in your dimension defeated long ago? Seo John scratched his head. Do you mean that guy Arch? Because another entity has appeared. Satan was surprised. Another entity? He replied, one who calls himself an aberrant being. Satan immediately narrowed his eyes in wariness. He suggested telling more about it. After a moment, Satan said, a cadet from the demon realm who calls himself an aberrant being. The monster from him devours everything. Seo John continued, the aberrant being calls it the glutton. Satan said, if so, it might be one of the 7 deadly sins. Seo John was surprised. The 7 deadly sins. Do you mean the original sins of humanity? He replied respectfully, that's right, didn't expect you to run into something like that. Seo John mused, the 7 deadly sins, pride, gluttony, envy, wrath, lust, sloth, the 7 roots of sin. I understand the aberrant being said it was born from human fear. The origin of the fear is related to human wickedness. Satan reminded, if so, be careful. Do you know Mephistopheles? Seo John replied, yes, the demon who wanted to tempt Phao to fall. Satan nodded. Right, that bastard is obsessed with Phao. He pulls stupid tricks to make Phao fall, creating the pleasure hell based on original sin and the 7 deadly sins. He roared angrily, that damn bastard. Just thinking about it makes me furious. The transcendent realm of the demon world having to clean up that mess makes me unbearably angry. Seo John was surprised. Pleasure hell sounds so familiar. Where have I heard that before? Next second he remembered, the question in the Transcendence mock test. Satan nodded. Yeah, they used it in the test because it's quite novel, weaker than true hell but still troublesome. Hell is a space where demons live and train. In other words, if humans are pushed down, the demons will become stronger. But if hell were nothing but suffering, no one would want to go there. So we created its opposite to tempt humans into falling. Even though Mephistopheles specializes in seducing humans into sin, you probably understand what I mean. And so the devils created a hell that looked like heaven, where no desire was denied. The hell of lust is where everything you want is available, a heaven lacking nothing, where even angels smile happily. The hell of sloth is where no matter how much you eat, you never lack, a heaven overflowing with food. The hell of gluttony is a heaven for you to torment your bullies and abusive parents to vent your anger. The hell of wrath is a heaven that satisfies your craving for things you cannot have. Hell of envy. Satan's voice rang out. All human sins originate from pleasure. The devils satisfied those primal desires, but then an accident happened. He looked at Seo John. You were there when it exploded, so you understand, right? Seo John answered nervously, the hell of pride. Satan nodded. That's where the accident happened. It all started when a man entered the hell of pride, a place that had no desires at all. We used to mock him and call him a fool, but it turned out we were the real fools. No, we underestimated him, underestimated the ultimate pride of humans, underestimated human arrogance. Seo John's widened in shock. Satan continued, that bastard truly wanted to become a god. He was extremely conceited. Time passed quickly. Seo John continued attending the Master Satan's class, and from that day on, the abnormal existence no longer appeared. He frequently monitored the activities of other countries to see if that man had struck anywhere, but no trace of the abnormal existence was found in the world. The plane took off again. Everyone was excited as they landed. It had been a long time since we returned home. Min happily shouted, Father Master. Seo Hun also spoke up, Mentor. No, Master. A man shook Seo John's hand. You did very well. The president of the Hunter Association looked pleased. On behalf of the Korean hunters, I thank you, Hunter Kim Seo John. The man beside him asked in surprise, Isn't my disciple in America? Seo John looked towards Manchel. Do you have a gift for me, uncle? He looked quite surprised to hear that. Seo John took out a skull and handed it to him. He said with satisfaction, This is Arch's skull. I promised you could use it to play soccer. Mang Qian trembled as he held it. He asked shakily, This isn't Arch's, is it? Seo John scratched his head. That man disappeared, so I couldn't bring him back. This skull belongs to an Arch before he became an Arch. They're probably all the same. Manchel looked at him with a speechless expression. Will you bring me a dragon corpse next time too? Seo John replied cheerfully, Actually, I could bring a dragon back. One appeared in Britain but disappeared. Do you want to touch me? In a way, I am a dragon too. An awkward silence fell. It had been several months since they last met, leaving behind the worries of Heian and her master, Seo John's father and the Holy Sovereign. And Paxil, you too. A man who still hadn't found his disciple was crying miserably to Seo John. All of them had returned to their daily lives. Seo John tiredly jumped to the bed. The system appeared, Satan's meeting progress, plus 0%, 29.9%. He complained seriously, I feel like I'm stuck here. Master, do you have any tips? Satan looked at him displeased. It seems you've grasped the basics. Actually, there's no trick. Why don't you learn a new sense? Seo John muttered, a sense? Satan replied, That's right. What sense have you learned? Seo John answered, transformation. Satan praised, Good, that center is very talented at teaching. But just one sense is not enough for you to freely use power release. It's not because transformation is weak, but because the difficulty of power release is too high. Seo John thought the rank of transformation is apart from the great sage equal to heaven and Satan. There's nothing the center can't grasp. But power release is a high-level skill. Even transcendents find it difficult. He asked curiously, if I learn a new sense, will it be easier to grasp power release? Satan replied, of course. The principle of power release is about sense. The imperfect Bulger deviation isn't something achieved deliberately. It's more like a habit formed from sense. As you said, you're currently stagnating in this state, you won't progress any further. Seo John frowned, understanding Satan's meaning. Even if I learn more, it's just wasting money. He stood up, then I'll learn a new sense and come back. Satan nodded. Yes, suspicion is one thing, but we can't waste precious time. But the remaining time won't be refunded. Then he disappeared. Seo John was stunned. Wait, 1 hour is 1,000 billion. The remaining time is 47 minutes 17 seconds. He calculated about 800 billion was wasted, his face filled with utter panic. He yelled, This is blatant fraud. Satan grinned, showing a thumbs up in agreement. Scene changed to another place. From inside came a frantic scream that gradually distorted. Something fell to the floor. The man in the black robe watched silently. He observed one of the 7 deadly sins. The 7 sins had created abnormal existences. Among them, 3 had been completely eliminated. Exceeding expectations, that man coughed hoarsely. Damn it. He trembled as he looked at the man in black. You said you would prepare the stage for me. Tell me quickly, what must I do? The man in black remained silent, thinking, fortunately the power of pride is still intact. called out to Pride, "Follow me." That man trembled and muttered, "I will kill you." The man in black was surprised. "I didn't expect to lose 3 sins. But thanks to that, the power of Pride has developed sooner than expected." Pride continued to scream, "Kim Seo-jan." Seo-jan looked at his phone. "I still have 97 billion won." He acted high and mighty, saying he learned it in a single session over 108 hours. No, 107 hours and 13 minutes. Seo-jan paused for a moment. Then he shouted he could not forgive that man. He really did swindle him out of 800 billion troops. But the problem was he invested 108,000 billion karma and made no progress. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He looked at his phone. Just as he thought, should he learn a new sense according to Master Saturn? It was such a hassle, he still had to learn dragon language. The system appeared. If you cannot learn dragon language, access the school lamlong.com. The master from the blue dragon heavenly beast. Seo-jan thought to himself, the tuition fee is 100,000 billion troops. The remaining 97,000 billion was still not enough. He widened his eyes. If he used the free discount coupon here, he could probably learn it. However, since he did not know how long the session would last, he could not use it carelessly. Seo-jan pressed on the message section, "Forget it. If you do not know, just ask." The mentor suddenly popped his head out and hit Seo-jan's forehead. "See my talent appearing right on time even before you called." The young boy happily said, "Success." Seo-jan grumbled, "What in the world?" The mentor replied, "When you open the one-on-one chat window, I received the notification, Mr. Kim Seo-jan." Young boy happily put his hands on his hips. "Well then." The mentor looked at Seo-jan, who was sitting up from the floor. "Why did you call me?" A moment later, the young boy's voice rang out. "The center's sense is enough for you to reach the transcendent level, but using it to release power is definitely another matter. If you are aiming to release power, I recommend taking this session." The mentor raised his phone high. "You can perceive everything. Master Mosai, if you complete the course, you will have SS Super Sense." Seo-jan expressed doubt. What kind of science has such a strange name, Mosai? I have never heard of that name. The mentor explained she is a transcendenter from another dimension, a transcendenter holding the divine power of creation. Seo-jan wondered, is this a figure on the level of Medusa from Greek mythology? The mentor spoke up, because the master of this class is a bit unusual. So if you feel uncomfortable, you can take the orientation class first. Seo-jan inwardly agreed. Perhaps he should find out what this class is like. Mosei's voice rang out. Sense only refers to changes in consciousness based on external stimuli. Here, external stimuli are not just the opponent. The SS Super Sense from this session is the ability to grasp all external information. It helps determine target information that is not revealed, even information the target themselves does not know. Seo-jan nodded. It seemed more reasonable than he thought. Suddenly Mosei acted coy. "I can feel it. I feel the burning gaze of the person looking at me." The screen suddenly displayed an error. "Please wait a moment. The Transcendent Academy complies with review standards." Seo-jan worriedly shouted, "Is it okay to learn this? This stuff is for all ages, is it not?" The young boy covered his ears. Although the master is a bit crazy, the study content is very reliable. Seo-jan looked at Mosai's sky-high ratings. He thought to himself, no matter how crazy the master is, the ratings do not lie, probably. So how much is the tuition? The system displayed 150,000 billion. This is insane. We only have 97,000 billion won left. How can we pay that? Seo-jan hugged his head and screamed, "How much money does this damned academy need to be considered rich?" What to do? He only had one free discount coupon. He could not save that much, and he still had to take Satan's session later. The tuition was bizarrely high. If only it were reduced a bit. Suddenly a flash of light sparked in his mind. The young boy mentor warily looked at him. "I am just checking what you have. This is interesting." Seo-jan asked, "Mentor, is the event from last time still open?" The mentor asked back, "Event A? Which event do you mean?" He replied, "The mock test event." The mentor understood. "Ah, the event for improving mock transcendent test scores. That event is still open." Seo-jan rejoiced. "Great. The event for improving mock transcendent test scores, simply put, helps cadets improve their scores compared to the previous time." Actually, he already received an 80% discount for the stab sense scan session through that event. Seo-jan calculated, if he scored 104.4 points, which is also 200% higher than his previous 52.2 points, he would get a 100% discount. And if he kept scoring 200%, the fake observer does not give free discount coupons, then he would make them himself. Seo-jan scratched his head and asked the mentor, "Should I take an ability test once?" The young boy eagerly said, quite curious, "It has been a while since Mr. Kim Seo-jan took a mock test. I will register right away." The system displayed, "Test fee 3 billion won. Do you want to participate in the mock transcendent test?" Zay is preparing the test. Please wait a moment. This mock test is based on previous questions from the Transcendent test. Difficulty follows the Transcendent standard. Karma has no effect. It consists of 7 sections, each question scored individually. This is just a practice test. The real one may differ. First, section combat. Question 1. Please answer according to 15 difficulty levels. Preparing level 1. Please wait a moment. Seo John thought to himself, the total score for the mock Transcendent test is 700 points across 7 sections. According to his calculation, he could get a maximum of 3 free discount coupons. If he scored 200 points instead of 104.4 points, the number of discount coupons would be 2. Seo John stepped into the test space. He had to score exactly 104.4 points. That is also the 200% progress threshold. Level 1, defeat one of the 4 great ferocious beasts, Taudi, within the given time limit of 30 minutes. A demon god roared before his eyes. Seo John smiled, one of the 4 great demon gods of Chinese mythology, and this is only a level 1 question. He calmly watched the demon god charging forward to attack. This is what a proper mock Transcendent test should be, right? Boom, a loud explosion rang out. The demon god opened its eyes wide in shock. There was nothing left where Seo John had been standing. While the demon god looked around in confusion, Seo John had already flown into the air. He raised his sword and charged upward, starting off light and easy. A streak of blue light from the sky aimed straight down at the demon god. It turned its head in astonishment. Nevertheless, the blue streak of light attacked in time. The demon god was hit, losing its balance. At that moment, Seo John landed on the ground. Alright, one more hit. However, the demon god in front had already fallen to the ground. Seo John looked at it in surprise. The system displayed completed level 1, remaining time 29 minutes 53 seconds. The mentor enthusiastically praised, Mr. Kim Seo John, that was truly amazing just now. Even though it was only level 1, you took it down in one move, and it was the highest difficulty Teddy 2. The scene shifted to the deep sea zone. The system was level 1, requiring him to defeat the Kraken within 30 minutes. Seo John stood before the giant octopus. He immediately attacked before it could react. The octopus was hit and lost its combat ability instantly. The system announced the completion of level 2, 29 minutes and 47 seconds remaining. The octopus crashed down onto the ground. Seo John shook himself off and looked at it. The mentor beside him clapped in praise, saying it was very excellent. Seo John shouted, "Wait, please pause the test." The kid asked in surprise why he would want to stop when he was doing so well. Seo John's voice was urgent, saying his stomach hurt too much and he couldn't focus. The mentor reluctantly replied, "Fine, the system will pause the test as requested." Out of the testing space, Seo John asked about the score. The mentor said it couldn't be known until the end, but I think you scored around 20 points. Seo John's face immediately changed. He knelt down on the floor. The mentor asked worriedly what was wrong, if his stomach hurt that badly. Seo John shouted, "At this rate I'll get a perfect score." The kid didn't understand, wasn't that a good thing? He yelled, "No way." The mentor wondered, since when was a perfect score a bad thing? Seo John knelt in despair. Couldn't he cancel the points, his free coupons? He worried with such a high score it would be hard to get 2 coupons, let alone 3. He needed to find a way to lower the score, but couldn't decrease it. Suddenly he picked up his phone. He had an idea. The system displayed information about the Kraken and instructional lessons. Seo John secretly rejoiced. Just as he guessed, he could lower the score by watching the lectures. He shouted to keep repeating these lessons simultaneously. "I can hear the score dropping. Wait for me, coupons." Kid looked at him helplessly. Why was it like this? He didn't want to know anymore. The system displayed Quest 2, Basic Endurance Level 1, steal the Shintamani from Emoji Kangxian and escape within 1 hour. Monster lunged to attack Seo John. It was immediately bound by its own tail. Seo John ordered it not to move. The system displayed Quest 3, Agility Level 1, survive against the Sphinx avatar for 10 minutes. A Sphinx spoke the question, there are 2 sisters born to each other. They are A. Who is it? Seo John took it down with 1 hit, making it fall to the ground. The system continuously displayed notifications, Quest 4 Mana, Quest 5 Spirit, Quest 6. Quest 6 used the primary weapon spear level 1. Quest 7 primary weapon spear proficiency ended. Results of mock test number 3. Total score of Kim Seo John 106.7. All failed. Seo John rejoiced. Perfect, 1 free coupon. He was excited and wanted to try again. Results of mock test number 4. Total score 214. All failed. Seo John cheered, got the second coupon plus the observer's coupon makes 3. He looked extremely happy. Kid's jaw dropped. The previous test he wasn't sure about, but now he could confirm. Kim Seo John adjusted the score perfectly. Was it really okay to manipulate the score for coupons? And was that even possible in the first place? Suddenly Seo John turned around. Advisor, start right away, I still have 1 more try. The mentor asked in confusion. Seo John was enthusiastic. This time I'll give it my all. The mentor glanced at the phone that had just buzzed with a notification. The kid called out to Kim Seo John. The principal wants to talk for a moment. Seo John spun around. I'm busy. Later. The kid panicked and called out aunt. Seo John thought to himself, this must be about the coupons. He kept walking. Interview later. Start the mock test now. The kid panicked and chased after him. The mentor clung to his leg and begged. The principal is begging. She asks if you can talk, worried about causality. Seo John shook his leg and told him to let go. The kid begged, please go. Finally, Seo-John scratched his head. Fine, make it quick. He thought to himself if she took back the coupons he would just lie down and not care. The mentor joyfully said to wait a moment. In another place, a delicate blonde girl slightly curled her lips into a smile. In a place unseen by anyone, a hand gently landed. At the same time, a strange feeling rose in Seo-John's heart. He flinched and turned around. The feeling was exactly the same as when he used annihilation. When he turned his head, he was already standing on a cloud before a towering building. The mentor sighed, not very pleased. Never thought he would come to the headquarters with you. Seo-John was horrified. Was this the ultimate academy? Inside the building, a dark elf made a phone call. Hemet, how have you been? My course is about to end. In a noisy office, phones rang incessantly. One employee worried, Siva, are you going to kill everyone who wrote reviews? Another complained why Loki was so late, everything was such a mess. The mentor led Seo-John past the noisy office. He heard two people talking about bad causality finances, that an ascender caused the academy to go bankrupt. The mentor pointed the way and invited him this way. Suddenly they met someone approaching. The other party warily asked who the two of them were. The mentor let out a groan upon seeing him. Then the kid smiled and greeted Lord Thor. The one who appeared was Thor, the god of knowledge from Egyptian mythology. He questioned why an ascender student was at the headquarters. Kid awkwardly replied this was Kim Seo-John from Earth. The director wanted to see him privately. Thor was surprised Irina was meeting him privately. He suddenly let out an exclamation, so it was you. Seo-John asked nosily, do you know me, sir? Letting out a long sigh, he closed his eyes and lamented. Of course, at this point, who did not know him? He kindly reminded him not to let anyone know his identity. Seo-John asked dazedly why at the same time. Not far from there, an employee yelled about what the hell was going on with this amount of causality. A furious shout echoed throughout the office, though explained to Seo-John that they might deal with him. After the meeting with Thor, Mentor led Seo-John into the instant teleportation elevator to go to the principal's office. When the elevator doors opened, they heard someone talking, an unhappy male voice asking why they were called. A female voice questioned did he not know the academy's causality was broken because of his lesson. The great saint picked his ear indifferently. Do not blame me. Just try meeting him and you will understand. Seeing a familiar figure, Seo-John thought to himself, so it was Sun Wukong, that was why the voice sounded familiar. He turned to look at the slender figure with golden hair. The girl grumbled back, then let me see. With that, she did not turn around but gently clapped her hands once. This action caused Seo-John, who was standing still in the elevator, to be dragged away by a strong pulling force, scaring him out of his wits. But instead of falling flat on his face, he was caught by the great saint. He smiled a long time no see. Seo-John looked at Sun Wukong with gratitude. He let go. He turned and stood steady, curiously looking at the girl. She spoke up saying it was an honor to meet him. Seo-John was dazed by her beauty, silently affirming she was the Supreme Academy Principal. She introduced herself as Irina. Seo-John thought she was very different from his imagination. Was she an elf? The great saint whispered, do not be fooled by her appearance. She is very old. But before he could finish his sentence, Irina used her power to slam him headfirst into the ground, much to Seo-John's shock. He watched his mentor get knocked down without resistance, horrified that even the great saint could not move. Irina got straight to the point. She informed him of the academy's poor financial situation. Simply put, they had to pay for the discount coupons the observer had gifted him. Finally, she concluded, therefore they could no longer continue the promotion program he was benefiting from. Seo-John frowned, understanding clearly in his heart that he knew it. He pondered, then replied fine. Irina happily thanked him. Because of the financial situation, they could not support other students. Her joy did not last long when she saw Seo-John lying sprawled out on the grass. He expressed his opinion irritably. Step over my dead body. Mentor held his forehead and sighed, knowing it would end up like this. Irina was dumbfounded, not knowing how to handle it. The great saint burst out laughing. Haha, I told you would never know what this kid would pull. Lying on the ground, Seo-John was as fierce as a fishwife. Doing something, huh? Do I look like someone who would return discount coupons? He began an uncompromising fight. If it was a problem, then do not hold the event from the start. I am just playing by the rules. Irina naively retorted. But clearly you have abused a loophole. Seo-John was not convinced. That is your fault for not writing it clearly from the beginning. Irina confronted him. They allowed promotions to help students who could not afford it. He remained stubborn. I did exactly that, trying to get as many discount coupons as possible. As the two argued back and forth, the great saint and mentor put on 3D glasses, eating popcorn while enjoying the show. On this side, Irina's hair was standing on end. She said, I did not plan to say this, but you should know a fact. Seo-John immediately became wary. She forced a gentle smile, calmly asking, did he know the academy was in chaos because of him? He was paying the minimum causality, right? Think about who makes up for that deficit. Seo-John replied nonchalantly, is it not that my causality is not counted? Irina almost roared that was just his thinking. The verbal duel reached a climax when she unleashed her solid explanation. Someone still has to pay the causality to create the lectures. If not enough, the observer will not allow unlocking. They have to cover the deficit. The great saint and mentor forgot to eat their popcorn. Finally, Irina pointed at Seo-John, yelled, I just want you to give in this once. Is it that hard? Her words pierced his conscience like arrows. In the fierce argument, Mentor rang the bell. The great saint judged Irina had won due to the present moment. Seo John was questioned until he was speechless, unable to retort in time. Unwilling to accept it, he still did not compromise. What does that have to do with me? Mentor sweated on his behalf. Truly unbelievable. Seo John still lay on the ground. Step over my dead body. These words only made Irina angrier. She used her power to lift him into the air. If you want, I will grant your wish. Do you know where you are? Provoking a powerful elf was not a wise thing to do at all. Irina easily manipulated his body. She was almost roaring. You say step over your body. A terrifying aura emanated, making his hair stand on end, but he gritted his teeth and endured, absolutely refusing to submit. The principal touched her finger to his body. Why do you not just stop everything and wake up? He trembled, thinking the principal could kill him. He clenched his teeth, but I cannot back down here. A surge of blue magic pushed him away from the principal. The great saint was surprised. Oh, you overcame the pressure? Now what? Are you going to counterattack? Seo John was still enveloped in the blue magic aura. To everyone's astonishment, he collapsed onto the ground. Seo John yelled, whatever, cut it open. The great saint, the principal, and the kid all looked at him speechlessly. The great saint laughed. Are you going to lie down again? Seo John was still lying flat. I do not know anything. He thought to himself that he felt a bit guilty. The Supreme Academy played an essential role in his growth, and they had also been lenient with him. But I still have lectures to attend. I cannot just keep using these free coupons like this. Spoke up. Fine. I will give up all the free coupons from the mock exam. Mentor asked in astonishment if he was crazy or had hit his head somewhere. Seo John sat up. But I have one condition. The principal was surprised. A condition? He continued, there are lectures I want to study using the free coupons. Please teach me directly, Madam Principal. The principal shook his head. Impossible. Seo John deduced, because he is the observer. She nodded slightly. That is right, you have guessed it. Normally I cannot meet students because the karmic burden in interview is too great. Based on his words, the academy is facing a financial shortage. If they had surplus, they would not have forced you to give up your free vote. So who is bearing the karma for this meeting? The answer is very simple. He asked. This meeting was requested by the observer and he will bear all the karma. The principal replied, that is correct. He said he would bear all the karma if I forced you to give up your free Baldur vote. Seo John thought, exactly. Deduced, then the burden of you teaching will fall on the observer, Madam Irina. The principal sighed. Even so, the observer knows. The karmic burden does not disappear. Seo John nodded. I know, but it is charged to him instead. But what about that? The principal looked at him in astonishment. Huh? Seo John spread his arms. What do you think this place is? The principal replied. It is the ultimate academy. She was startled. Do not tell me. Seo John grinned. It is exactly as you think. He thought to himself, the ultimate academy is a space outside dimensional space, like the borderlands, a place the observer cannot see. He said, whatever we do here, how would the observer know? If he says anything, just tell him you have forced me to give up my free vote. He dumps karma on you, so just return the favor. Even if it looks 1,000 times worse, who cares? The principal mused softly. The great sage looked intrigued. Suddenly the principal called out, advisor, could you go down and call Thoth for me? The boy answered in surprise, huh? Yes, sir. The great sage was surprised. Really? Are you going to join in on this madness? The principal shrugged. Is there any other choice? Without karma, we just have to fight Baldur. She turned to Seo John. I cannot teach you everything. I am transferring the karma to the observer. But if it becomes too great, this dimension will collapse. He nodded. I understand clearly. The principal asked, what do you want to learn? Seo John replied, Moses' super senses and the Blue Dragon Lineage Dragon Language Lecture. The principal nodded. Those are reasonable sensory techniques then. She turned to the great sage. Equal to heaven. Will you lend a hand? The great sage grinned in agreement. He took out his compliance staff. Can I go all out? The principal replied, whatever works. The great sage was satisfied. He swung his staff down hard. Fine. The principal lectured. Miss Moses' super sense examines the environment that constitutes the target. Miss Moses' sense is limited to perception, but if expanded, it can touch on controlling the environment around the target. When territorial sense reaches its peak, something like that is feasible. Great sage equal to heaven. He leaped high, raising his compliance staff. Here I come. Meteor staff technique. First stance. Distant celestial zenith. A powerful surge of magic shot down. Seo John was startled. Hey, have you gone mad? He said loudly, suddenly using the distant celestial zenith like that. Seo John felt as if many beams of light were piercing through his body. He was shocked, feeling as if the entire space was targeting him, even taking a single step. Even breathing felt like it needed someone else's permission to do. The great sage placed a hand on his shoulder. Hard to endure, isn't it? You must concentrate and look carefully. Among the ascenders, only the principal can do this. The principal stood before them, calmly watching the fireball approach. After all, she is X rank. She raised her fist. A white light shot out, causing the blazing red magic to gradually disappear. Seo-John looked around in shock. He could not believe his eyes. What was that? All traces of ascension energy had vanished completely. As if nothing had happened, the principal turned her head and smiled. How was that? Seo-John wondered, weren't you going to teach sense? The principal replied, this is sense. The great sage spoke up. It is not for nothing that she is X rank. Seo-John pushed him away. What is X rank? Does that rank exist in the Ultimate Academy? A voice cut him off. No, X rank does not exist. Thoth walked over. It transcends the records of karma, meaning it is beyond the rules. Hey, the great sage greeted cheerfully. Nice to see you again, Birdhead. Thoth looked at the principal. What do you need me for? The principal replied, to teach sense to Kim Seo-John. We need to register the karma with the system. He froze. Say that again? I am exhausted. The principal said calmly, when I teach Kim Seo-John, I need to record the karma in your book, Thoth. Thoth paused. Who is teaching who? The principal looked bewildered. Me. Who am I teaching? Kim Seo-John. He was silent, then reluctantly replied, I understand. And so, Thoth suddenly roared a moment later, the hell there is. Irina, do you not know what will happen? The principal chuckled, well, there are a few special cases. Thoth was furious, there are no damn cases. Unless the observer takes responsibility. Irina interrupted. The great sage burst out laughing, looking at Thoth's gaping mouth. Look at that Birdhead's expression. Suddenly, a hand landed on Seo-John's shoulder. Thor's eyes sparkled as he looked at him. Do you plan to record the lecture? This talent, huh? He swept his gaze over. What do you think, Irina? The principal replied, I have thought of that too, but he is a student, so there are limits. Thoth replied firmly, I will definitely find a way. Seo-John stammered, no, I only came to listen to the lecture. The great sage cheerfully watched the campus, which was full of vitality. Thor appeared, holding the Akashic record book. Lines of text from the book flew out around them. Seo-John was puzzled. Irina said he was registering the technique into the causality log. Since Kim Seo-John had not yet reached the transcendent level, he was still limited. Thor opened the book and murmured something. After a while, the book slowly closed. Seo-John was surprised to hear the notification sound from his phone. Thor nodded in satisfaction, saying that the registration of the sensory system was complete. Seo-John asked if he could use the sensory ability. She replied that it was just an authority for him to learn. Seo-John froze, suddenly realizing something was wrong. Irina continued, saying wasn't he supposed to learn it himself? Seo-John felt a beam of light penetrate his soul and he thought, wait. Irina smiled brightly, saying time was short and she would teach him the theory quickly. Naturally using his own body, hearing that made Seo-John break out in a cold sweat. A moment later, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, but Seo-John still had to continue moving diagonally through the tree trunks. Damn it. Irina stood aside and lectured, saying he must break the old concept of sensory ability, surpassing mere sensation and perception. He had to create his own realm through Baldur's sensory ability. He would dominate the space. As Irina manipulated the area around Seo-John, she only made a simple gesture like this. Seo-John felt an extreme sense of panic. He hurriedly dashed out of that space. The next second, Seo-John was overjoyed. The space had been terribly distorted. If he had been a little slower, his body would have been crushed like that. Irina clapped her hands, saying to keep experiencing it continuously, and he would soon grasp the feeling. Now, try attacking once. Seo-John was slammed heavily to the ground. He encouraged himself, saying an S-rank skill surpassed SSS rank. Learning it would improve his power output and benefit all future techniques. Seo-John was determined he would definitely learn it. He broke free from Irina's control pressure. Then, he quickly appeared behind her. Irina praised him internally, saying he was completely different from ordinary students. She said she now understood why the advisor and the great sage held him in such high regard, then clenched her fist. A spatial sphere shot straight toward him. Seo-John screamed in pain. Irina wondered to herself how many hours the lesson had been going on. She suggested taking a short break, saying she was not joking. Seo-John lay sprawled on the ground, his body feeling like it was being crushed under pressure. But in that moment, he vaguely sensed Irina's sensory ability. He was nearly dying from pain while the great sage and mentor were happily playing together. Suddenly, an idea struck Seo-John. He asked the great sage if he was bored and wanted to do something fun. The great sage reacted immediately, asking what was fun. Seo-John suggested he confront the principal. The great sage immediately turned away, refusing outright. Seo-John was stunned by that reaction. He was inwardly surprised, saying the one obsessed with fighting was refusing. The great sage murmured that he indeed liked fighting, but he had no hobby of getting his head bashed in for no reason. Seo-John whispered, was the principal that strong? The great sage replied that saying strong was not enough. Even if all the transcendents in the academy attacked, they were not sure they could defeat her. Seo-John gaped, huh? Then how strong was she? The great sage continued, saying he had never seen her fight at full power. Mentor also nodded. Seo-John asked, then when would she get serious? Suddenly the great sage said, but there is one person who can face her. Seo-John did not believe it, huh? There was such a person. The great sage chuckled for a while, and he pointed at him. Seo-John's eyes went wide in surprise. His face darkened. Me. The great sage replied yes, he could use the 3-dance Tien. Mentor also gave a slight nod. The great sage said his development speed was insane, and he might be able to defeat Irina. Seojan did not believe it, saying he would defeat that monster. He was astonished. Was he truly that insane? Irina suddenly cut in, saying extraordinary was not enough. She reiterated, saying there would be a day she would step down from the principal position. Seojan scratched his head, saying had she mentioned that before. Mentor reminded him it was the first time he had sought the principal's advice on the 3-dance Tien. Irina said there was one other person besides Kim Seojan who could match her. Seojan asked if it was the first transcendent. Hearing this, Irina lowered her eyes sadly. She shook her head, saying no, her master, how could she dare to compare? Seojan wondered what had happened to the first transcendent. Irina suddenly fell silent, saying nothing. After a moment, she said she herself did not know. His causality log had vanished. All records had been completely erased. Seojan was astonished. Could it be that? Irina replied, that was right, the observer had wiped everything clean. I cannot remember having a master, but traces still remain. Perhaps before being erased, he did something. She murmured softly, or perhaps he erased himself. Irina turned to Seojan, so I want you to uncover that secret. I value you a great deal. Seojan looked embarrassed at the praise. Irina put her hands on her hips. All right, stop talking and let us continue. The great sage let out a long yawn. He stood up and offered to help. Irina was surprised. Seojan yelled, you just said you hate fighting. The great sage calmly replied, that was if the opponent was that woman. Fighting you is fun. Seojan shouted indignantly, you only pick weak opponents to fight. Master, how could be so shameless? The great sage raises as you will staff. I just need to have fun. Who cares about that? Seojan flinched and drew his spear. You madman. The scene shifted to the Hunters Association. The chairman held his head and muttered, is this really happening? The other person replied, yes, I have confirmed it many times. It is the truth. He was extremely worried. Chairman ordered, we must find the diamond rank hunter Seojan. Seojan was struck directly by the as-you-will staff. He was sent flying far away. The great sage grumbled, boring, try a little harder. Seojan panted heavily. This is the power of the great sage equal to heaven, without the causal limit. The great sage yawned from boredom. You have to take responsibility for this. Seojan was furious. The great sage asked, are you giving up already? Seojan shouted in anger, I am no match for you. Should I have been training my senses instead? What use is hitting me over and over like this? The great sage replied coldly, just training is boring. Seojan was enraged by that reaction. He had an idea. How about this? If you can touch a single hair of mine, I will fight her properly. How about it? Marcel Jun was startled. The great sage equal to heaven gets beaten by the principal. No need to seal your fur or anything. He asked again, really? The great sage replied, of course. What does that woman think? Irina smiled. Seojan immediately got into a ready stance. I just need to touch your fur, you have to keep your word. The great sage laughed loudly. Of course I joke around, but I do not lie. You know that, but can you do it? Or are you planning to just keep getting hit and learn nothing? Seojan felt slightly provoked by that taunt. Seojan shot forward like a streak of blue light. You should prepare to take the principal's punch. The great sage quickly dodged the strike, a bit slow. Seojan landed on the ground. Looking around, he disappeared. Even though his senses had reached their limit, he still could not keep up with him. He closed his eyes tightly. The opponent was one of the strongest transcendents, so it was normal not to keep up. If he could not catch up, then he had to be one step ahead. Irina's voice echoed in his mind. An existing entity needs space, and it is hard to avoid affecting it. The flow of air changes when breathing. The slight movement when placing a foot. There are unavoidable limits. No one crosses that limit. Even when unable to detect the target, you can still detect it through indirect clues. The principal said to go further and control the surroundings. He slowly sensed each step, gradually pulling everything into his domain, pulling the surrounding space into the world of the senses. Seojan was a little disappointed in his weak senses, but he could vaguely feel the great sage equal to heaven, like a thread within reach but difficult to grasp. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Seojan attacked forward, and indeed the great sage was right there. Seojan looked at him seriously. The great sage looked back in surprise. Irina, watching from outside, also opened her eyes wide in astonishment. Seojan sensed one of the great sage's feet stepping back. Then that foot also retreated. He thought to himself, he has retreated. Seojan recognized the movement of the great sage, the trajectory of his strike. He calmly gripped his spear. He had sensed it all. The wind whistling as you will staff shot forward. Seojan thrust his staff straight forward. The great sage was surprised that he dodged the blow. He quickly dodged Seojan's strike. What is this? How did you improve so suddenly? Seojan remained silent, focusing on his senses. The great sage sneered, telling him he was still too inexperienced. In the blink of an eye, Seojan was struck again and sent flying to the ground. The great sage landed, looking at the cloud of smoke before him. Seojan struggled to his feet and asked for another round. The great sage noticed the change in his eyes. He thought to himself that he had observed very carefully, but still could not keep up with the final blow. He needed to sharpen his senses, so he charged toward the great sage again. Just as they were about to clash, an invisible force stopped them. Irina's voice rang out, saying the training session could only go so far. Seojan pleaded, and the great sage also regretted it. Irina remained adamant in her refusal. She said he was pushing himself too hard. The mental energy of the Buddha had limits, even if his physical strength was not exhausted. Irina praised Seo-John as he landed. She did not expect him to learn so quickly. She said he understood the theory and only needed to adapt it in his own way. More importantly, someone was waiting for him to return. Seo-John was surprised by this. He was about to say he did not think anyone was waiting when the phone in his pocket rang loudly. The system displayed the Atlas class progress at 8.6% and 8.9%. Progress indicators kept jumping wildly, 38.97%, then 79.4% and 39.07%. Seo-John panicked and yelled that his body was burning again. The great sage laughed, saying the troublemaker was indeed formidable. Seo-John begged Irina to take him back immediately. She was stunned and asked why moments ago he said he could endure. She also asked if he wanted to go right away even if it meant they might not meet again. Seo-John shouted that it did not matter right now. Irina burst out laughing. She snapped her fingers and Seo-John fell into a pitch-black void. He smiled, hoping for their reunion. Seo-John had completely vanished. Irina turned and smiled at the person behind her. She said she did not expect him to come directly here. That man called her observer. He asked in shock if Irina had lost her mind. Her actions were a breach of contract. Had she forgotten the consequences of breaking an oath? Irina retorted, asking which contract he thought she had broken. The observer said she had illegally manipulated cause and effect. Irina pretended not to understand, asking again whom she had taught. The observer was helpless against her feigned innocence. Irina insisted she truly did not know. She merely persuaded Kim Seo-John to give up his exemption vote, exactly as their agreement stipulated. The observer angrily argued that anyone could see he traded the lecture for the vote. Irina remained calm, denying it and asking if he had any proof. She giggled, asking if he had witnessed it with his own eyes. The observer trembled with rage. He roared that he would produce evidence. A record book from the appeared. It must contain a record of this matter. The pages were hastily flipped through. A powerful surge of magic erupted around Irina. She coldly emphasized that he should not interfere with the Academy's affairs. Her gaze turned sharp as she reminded him that the oath clearly stated this. The observer fell silent and closed the book. He said she could not use such a cheap trick. Could it be because of that bastard? Whoever it was, this decision was utterly foolish. He explained that the greater the burden of cause and effect, the looser the restraints on him. That was why they forbade using the exemption vote. He asked if she thought that person could withstand the real version of him, the one even she could not control. Irina folded her arms and cut him off, saying to just wait and see. The observer warned that even as the third transcendent being, she was still too inexperienced. Irina frowned and asked if he had said the exact same thing to her master. But in the end, he could not do anything and had to erase him. The observer replied curtly that she could think what she wanted. He turned back and said to remember one thing, she would definitely regret today's choice. Outside, Jimin commanded the fire magic to attack. A hell of fire with fire tornadoes appeared. She muttered to herself, wondering why he had not woken up yet, asking if she should burn him more. Seo-John opened his eyes and froze at the scene around him. Jimin prepared another hellfire. Seo-John shouted loudly to stop her. She casually replied, "Oh, you are still alive." Seo-John shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Jimin replied, "I'm cremating you." Suddenly from the door, Heian entered and called loudly, "Lord Seo-John." She panted, "Why do you keep dying and coming back to life? The chairman has been waiting for a long time." Seo-John was startled. "Wait, hold on." He shouted awkwardly, "Please don't come closer." Heian's face suddenly turned bright red, and only then Jimin realized Seo-John was naked. Heian stammered, I didn't see anything." Seo-John yelled, "Get out right now." In the meeting room, Heian's face was still flushed. Seo-John entered. "Sorry for keeping you waiting." Many voices rang out. "Team leader is still alive. You recovered really fast this time." The chairman bowed his head apologetically. "I woke you from your deep sleep." Seo-John waved his hand. "It's not that. I just visited a place like the other world, don't worry. By the way, what business do you have today?" The chairman remained silent, reaching into his coat pocket. He placed something on the table. "I am returning the full 25,000 deeds on time." On the table were two photos, one with black smoke, the other showing an imprisoned man. Mindu stood up excitedly. "Master." The chairman said these photos were sent by an anonymous person to the association. "Baldur, we initially thought it was a fake, but after verification, we believe it is real." Seo-John observed silently. He saw a man with his back turned, the exposed parts of his body wrapped in white bandages. Seo-John suddenly realized something. Twisted entity. Seo-John asked, "Are they demanding a ransom?" The chairman replied, "No. But they said if the matter is exposed, the Saint of Darkness will be killed." Minyon was shocked by that statement. The chairman closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, but this could very well be a trap." Seo-John remained silent, fully agreeing in his heart. They definitely sent the photos to notify a specific person. "Informing me." He clenched the photo. Seo-John stood up. "Where is this place?" Minyon looked at him tremblingly. "Team leader." Seo-John smiled. Do you think I would abandon your master? Brother Tran-An, don't worry, we will definitely save him. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the door. This time, we will go together. The four seniors appeared together. No one abandons an old comrade. Seo-John stopped them. No, please stay in Korea. He continued. This is just my speculation, but the Truth Organization might be involved in this case. If the Rain Wish team and all the heroes leave, Korea will have difficulty countering the reaction force. Please stay. The four looked at each other. Those guys again. It will be very dangerous if everyone leaves. The Sage of Law replied gloomily. Understood, we will stay. Seo-John nodded. I entrust the heroes to you. He turned to the chairman. Chairman, where were those photos taken? He replied. The southern tip of Africa, the Republic of South Africa. Scene change, a hand was holding gemstone. That man laughed loudly. Just sitting still and the karmic debts have piled up. Truly brilliant. Outside, a man yelled at the natives, move it. A fearful, trembling gaze hid in a nearby bush, covering its mouth. In South Africa at Kimberley Airport, Seo-John and the others stepped out. He noticed Minhyun was tense. Seo-John placed his hand on his shoulder. Seo-John comforted him. He will surely be safe and sound. He turned to the rest. Time is running out. Split into groups to gather information. Contact immediately if anything comes up. Understood. Seo-John pulled out a weapon. Don't waste time. He commanded, hurry up, find Lord Saint quickly. The item shot off, but to Seo-John's surprise, it suddenly started spinning around. Seo-John scratched his head. Strange, why can't I locate him? Did the Truth Sect already make a move? Suddenly a boy's voice rang out. You're a hunter here about that matter, right? Seo-John turned his head in astonishment. Crouched down, what matter? The boy gritted his teeth. What, you're also a follower of the Truth Sect? Seo-John denied it. No, I'm not. The boy cut him off. Stop pretending I know everything, and then ran off. He tried to stop him. Wait. The people around suddenly stared at him. Who are you? A follower of the Truth Sect? They happily handed him piles of food. Please accept this, sir. Thanks to you people, we are alive. Seo-John was flustered. I am not a follower. He ran to find the boy. Where did that kid go? I just got away from here. Seo-John thought to himself. Just a glance showed how deep the faith in the Truth Sect was here. But those kids thought I was a follower, immediately showed disgust, and even mentioned that matter. He must know something. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Kwabena was slammed hard into the wall. The boy screamed that he had already paid off his debt, so why were they still chasing him? They coldly said that was only the interest. They looked at his basket, asked if it was medicine leaves, then ordered him to hand it over. Kwabena refused, saying he could not. One of them grabbed his shirt, yelling if he had not had enough beating. A trembling voice sounded. That man looked at Seo-John, asked who he was and told him to scram. Seo-John smiled, saying he could not because he needed to see the kid. The other released Kwabena, asked what was the matter, if he was also a lone shark. Seo-John replied no. He scratched his head, saying he was considering starting something right now. The man got angry, yelling if he was joking. He lunged to punch him, but Seo-John quickly grabbed his arm. He twisted his arm back, remarking that the man's face had surely ended a few lives. He screamed for his accomplices to help. Kwabena stood watching the scene. A moment later, Seo-John had taken care of that group. He bent down to ask after the boy, seeing if he was alright. Kwabena replied yes. Seo-John glanced contemptuously at the men, asked why they would hit a child. Kwabena said he had borrowed money from them. He was stunned, asked how much he borrowed. Kwabena replied he borrowed 25,000 rand, had paid it back in full, but they said that was just the interest and demanded 250,000 more. Seo-John was furious, those bastards demanding interest 10 times the principal. Kwabena stood up to thank him, asked if he was a follower of the doctrinal cult. Seo-John said no, and asked why he hated that cult, when everyone here was friendly with them. Kwabena frowned, saying they did not know the doctrinal cult was doing terrible things in his hometown. Seo-John knew the boy knew something. He suggested the boy tell him details about the cult's bad behavior. Kwabena looked at him silently. The scene shifted to a residential area. Seo-John and Kwabena walked past two armed men speaking a foreign language. They walked past a man examining a weapon in his hand. Seo-John asked if there were many hunters around here. There must be a dungeon mutation. Kwabena answered irritably that they were rebels who came to his village freely. The boy pointed the way Seo-John followed. Suddenly, Kwaku noticed. He turned his head in astonishment. The person beside him nervously asked what was the matter. Kwaku shook his head, saying it was nothing. He told himself there was no way that person was here. Seo-John was walking in the direction the boy pointed. Kwabena entered the house, shyly inviting Seo-John in. Seo-John was astonished by the sight before him. Kwabena approached the girl lying on the floor, said he was back, Equina. The little girl worriedly asked why he looked like that. Kwabena replied he had tripped and fallen. It was nothing. Equina frowned slightly, asked if it was true. The boy nodded it was true. Equina looked at Seo-John, wondered who this man was. Kwabena introduced him, saying he helped me. I invited him back for a small matter. Little girl smiled, thanked him for helping her brother. Seo-John replied it was nothing. Kwabena picked up the comb, raked through the pile of medicine leaves he had earned. Seo-John looked around, saw no trace of adults. He looked at Equina, guessed they lived together by themselves. The little girl asked if he was a hunter. Seo-John replied yes, a professional hunter. Equina excitedly asked if he had ever met Hunter Kim Seo-John. Seo-John stammered, saying he probably had. Calm, and Kwabena's hand stopped. Boy's eyes lit up, asked really he had truly met Hunter Kim Seo-John. Kwabena excitedly questioned him rapidly. No wonder he was so heroic. Was he handsome? What was his personality like? Did he have an aura behind him? Seo John replied blankly that he was probably just an ordinary person. Kwabena got angry. Ordinary? No way. The boy dreamed. Hunter Kim Seo John was definitely cooler than his imagination. Seo John was startled by the image in the boy's mind, wondered who this was. He silently screamed. No, he asked seriously, just who was this? In reality, Seo John looked very ordinary. Kwana was still dreaming about his idol. Ikwina whispered to Seo John, Hunter Kim Seo John was his idol. Seo John was stunned and idle. The little girl proudly said her brother always dreamed of becoming a professional hunter. He had talent, so he had awakened naturally. Seo John was astonished looking at the boy. No wonder he found the kid's energy different. Ikwina's eyes lowered slightly. If he were trained, her brother could be very good. Kwabena hurried over to comfort her. The boy beamed, saying he was about to enter the Hunter Academy. He would become as good as Kim Seo John, earn money to buy delicious food for her, so she had to take her medicine to stay healthy. The little girl choked out a reply, yes. The scene shifted outside. Seo John asked the boy if he borrowed 25,000 rand from those thugs to buy medicine for his sister. Kwabena replied, yes, actually he did not have money for the academy because his sister was still very sick. The boy looked at him with a determined expression, saying he would never give up, because even the hunter Kim Seo John was poor before he became famous, and could not even enter the Hunter Academy. But he never gave up, he kept at it, and now he has become the best hunter in the world. Isn't that amazing? Seo John scratched his head sheepishly. Kwabena said excitedly, one day he will be just like Hunter Kim Seo John. Seo John was silent for a moment. He placed his hand on the boy's head and said that he would definitely make it. Kwabena asked in surprise, really, you think he can do it? Seo John replied, in his opinion, the boy is even better than Kim Seo John. He laughed and said, in real life, Kim Seo John is nothing special, his eyes light up at the sight of money, and his personality is not very good. Kwabena shouted angrily, who are you to speak ill of Hunter Kim Seo John? The boy disagreed, saying that no matter how strong he was, he could not compare to Hunter Kim Seo John. Seo John smiled, thinking that at first the boy was being polite, but now he suddenly calls him brother. After a moment, the boy shyly withdrew his hand, thanked him for his help and for believing that he could become a hunter. He formally introduced himself. His name is Kwabena. Seo John was about to reply when a warning shout cut him off. Emergency alert, emergency alert. We have been discovered by the government. Kwabena's face showed fear. The warning continued to sound, asking everyone to prepare. A pitch-black monster with 6 arms suddenly appeared, gnashed its strange white teeth. The scene flashed back to a few minutes earlier. 2 men landed on a rooftop, looking towards the distant village. The man from the photo Seo John received asked, is that the Red Village, where the rebels are hiding? Wilson replied obsequiously, yes, that is correct. That man continued, this troublesome matter should not have troubled you, but because Kwaku, the disaster hero, is in the village. Jin Cheon replied, since you have given me a diamond, I do not mind. I just need to wipe them all out, right? Wilson nodded eagerly. Suddenly, a voice cut into the conversation, so you are here. I was wondering where you had gone. Jin Cheon was surprised. My assistant? Wait, are you an apostle of the Lord of Punishment? That man said wearily, everything is ready. That day is calling you. Jin Cheon scratched his head. Is that so? Then I have no choice. Wilson was startled. Wait. He shouted loudly, that violates our agreement. Jin Cheon did not stop, waving his hand behind him. Do not worry, I am not deceiving you. Karma cannot be deceived, I will come back to deal with it later. Wait a moment. Wilson said angrily, if you leave like this, I cannot give you the diamond. Jin Cheon suddenly stopped. He said coldly, are you trying to steal my karma? Jin Cheon turned his head, murderous aura overflowing. Do you want to die? A strange and distorted magical space suddenly appeared. Winston begged for mercy in fear. The apostle of the Lord of Punishment stopped him. Do not kill him. I still need to cooperate with the government. Jin Cheon clicked his tongue. He grumbled, why are humans so troublesome? He reluctantly released Wilson. Fine, I will spare you this time, because I am about to become a god. I will be merciful to you then. The apostle sighed as he watched him grin, saying in any case he just needed to feel proud. He patted his own chest. Winston watched on in panic. A pitch-black mass fell down, transforming into a black 6-legged monster. It gnashed its teeth, drooling, the second power of the 7 forms of deadly greed. Jin Cheon's voice rang out here. He looked at the monster tightly clutching a pile of diamonds. Well, is it still not enough? He pointed at the village. The monster raised its eyes to follow. Jin Cheon said, see that village over there? It has everything you want to fill the void. He laughed. The more pain the better, make them drown in fear as you wish. Kill them all. The scene returned to the present. The monster gnashed its teeth greedily. Those who could fight in the village stepped forward in front of the monster. They heard they had been discovered by the government, but what was this thing? Did that man come alone? They were the elites among hundreds of rebels, so they shouted for it to stop and state its identity. One person angrily warned, if you take another step, it will not stop at words. Behind him, another person was suddenly dragged away. The monster tightened its grip on the neck of the person it grabbed. It grinned, gnashing its teeth, then snapped that person's neck. Seeing this, those around switched to attack. You bastard. Attack! Hurry! The monster picked up a brick and raised it high. slammed it into the ground, sending everyone nearby flying into the air. Then it stretched out its 6 long arms to grab them. Kwaku jumped up. A stream of white magical smoke surrounded his body. He shouted for everyone to retreat, then charged at the monster. He slashed across its body, causing the monster to pause for a moment. Question marks appeared above its head. The monster angrily turned its head back, grabbed Kwaku's leg, and slammed him hard into the ground. Kwaku coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain. Everyone around was shocked, calling out Lord Kwaku in concern. The arms of the monster lowered and pointed toward him. Kwaku gritted his teeth and struggled to stand amid the screams. A sudden blue flash of light appeared, stopping the monster. That beam of light aimed straight at its head. Immediately after, a blue lightning bolt struck down, like a heavenly meteor or a divine thunder spear. Seo-John watched the monster emitting black smoke, sensing that unpleasant aura. He realized he had felt a similar energy before. He turned his head in astonishment. Seo-John scanned the surroundings. That strange thing was nearby. He stood on the rooftop, holding a spear. The tall man looked down below. Kwaku stared wide-eyed at him, so I was not mistaken. He asked why a Kim-ranked hunter like Seo-John was here, and he replied it was for personal reasons. The monster's eerie shriek cut through their conversation. It clawed fiercely at the ground, while its other 2 arms pointed at its neck. The monster bared its teeth and grinned eerily at Seo-John. He looked at it and clicked his tongue, troublesome. Kwaku shouted that he was not one to talk. Seo-John silently advanced. The monster extended its long arm to grab him. Seo-John dashed away, a flash of blue light flaring up, gained momentum from another building. He charged swiftly toward the monster. It grinned, baring its teeth, and reached a hand out toward him. While running, Seo-John realized it was about to strike. He drew his spear to block the monster's attack. As he parried the blow, he thought it was stronger than the previous glutton monster, incomparable. Was the Twisted One's sinful power increasing? This feeling was truly ominous. He stopped to face the swinging arms. A pile of dirt and rocks scattered from where the monster punched the ground. Seo-John hovered in the air, looking down at the monster. He raised his spear, preparing to launch it. The monster flinched, tilting its head up to look. A combined divine spear shot forth, a stream of light attacking its face directly. Seo-John did on the ground. He frowned in astonishment. The attack was completely nullified. The monster bared its teeth in a triumphant grin. It pressed its body close to the ground, and it charged straight at him. He calmly realized he could only take it down by destroying the core, like the other Twisted Ones. Seo-John took a step. It was still incomplete. With no other choice, he began using his sensing skill. He gripped the spear tightly, unable to control space, but clearly sensing the holy spear Longinus and the 3-layered seal, as if it were a part of his body. The feeling was completely different from the combined divine spear. The monster lunged fiercely. Seo-John closed his eyes, suddenly opening his eyes. Perception. A blue light appeared around him. The scene shifted to the man who had sent the monster to attack the village. He halted. That disciple saw him turn back and asked, "What is it?" He gritted his teeth, frowned, and replied, "Greed." Back on the battlefield, Kwaku was astonished because the monster had vanished. An elite team could not shake it, yet now only a plume of black smoke remained in its spot. He looked at Seo-John, so this was the strongest hunter of humanity, Kim Seo-John. Seo-John calmly withdrew his spear. He sighed in frustration, still not knowing where that twisted monster had disappeared to. He scratched his head and walked toward a puddle of black water, intending to rely on traces, but was astonished to see diamonds. He picked one up, wondering what is this. Kwabena called out from behind Hyung. The kid worriedly asked how could this be? Behind them, a voice called out for Hunter Kim Seo-John. He cheered excitedly. Hunter Kim Seo-John came to save us. Kwabena was astonished. What did you say? Hunter. The kid turned to look at Kim Seo-John, who pointed a finger at his own face. Immediately, the kid shouted in surprise. Seo-John forced a laugh. Haha. Kwabena stood frozen, unable to believe what just happened. Kwaku lowered his head in gratitude, thanking him. He really did not know how to repay this debt. Seo-John was flustered. No, you did not need to do that. He raised his hand toward the puddle of black liquid. How should we deal with this thing? Strangely, when he defeated it, this thing dropped. According to her, it was a diamond. Since he was the hunter who killed the monster, it naturally belonged to him. Use it as you wish. Seo-John scratched his head and asked, really? Through her reply, we did nothing. Being saved by you is already a great favor. Seo-John laughed. Then I will not stand on ceremony. Kwaku stared wide-eyed at Seo-John, happily weighing the pile of diamonds. The diamond hunter Seo-John. I have heard many rumors, but I never expected his power to be so terrifying. He clenched his fist. If he is the one helping us, then perhaps, just perhaps, this country still has hope. Kwaku spoke up, saying that he had a special reason for coming all this way. Seo-John turned his head and replied, that is right. Kwaku continued, can you tell us the reason? Seo-John replied, I came to find Amsong, the hero of the Korean Great Disaster. He crossed his arms. I brought the dream team as the leader, bringing quite a few. Seo-John suddenly startled. Damn it, the team members, he forgot about the bread. Kwaku asked in surprise, Amsong? You mean Amsong is also here? Kwabena reacted suddenly, Sir Amsong. The two fell silent simultaneously, looking at the kid. Kwaku sighed in self-reproach. I cannot believe this is happening. I used to observe the Church of Truth often, but since they had no suspicious actions, I feared I was being too narrow-minded. We should have chosen the opposite direction. Placed a hand on his forehead, silent for a moment. Then Kwaku told Seo-John, our rebel force came here to support you all. Seo-John was surprised, asking for clarification. Why so sudden? I would be very happy to receive support, but through her reply, this help does not come without reason. We are fighting against a corrupt regime. Kwaku continued, it is a terrible scourge, that rotten regime. They hold power through financial resources from diamonds, hiring professional hunters who only use weapons for personal gain. He continued in despair. We gathered hunters who could not be bribed to oppose the government, once believing hope had flickered. But an entity beyond control slaughtered everyone. Seo-John muttered, an uncontrollable deformed entity. He thought of the monster earlier, the deformed entity. Kwaku clenched his hand, hearing your story. It seems the Church of Truth and the government have a close relationship. If we support you, we will eventually face the government forces. Ultimately, our goal is the same. Seo-John was stunned for a moment. So is it? Kwaku proposed, if you need manpower you can freely use our forces. We can start by finding Sir Hao Shenren. So, is there anything we can help you with? Crossed his arms, the people behind him silently watched Seo-John. Seo-John thought to himself, unlike him in America, we cannot rely on the government. With Kwaku's support, finding Hao Shenren will be much smoother. He quickly agreed, I would be very happy to have that help. Kwaku replied joyfully, sincerely grateful to you. He quickly turned around, I will notify all members to find Sir Hao Shenren. It may not be easy, but at least we will find a clue. Suddenly Kwabena spoke up, the person called Hao Shenren. I think I know his location. Seo-John looked at the kid in surprise. You know where Sir Hao Shenren lives? How do you know? The kid replied softly, well, you asked why I did not believe in the Church of Truth, right? The Church of Truth pretends to be a charity organization, but actually they are kidnapping people for experiments. Seo-John was startled, frowning. The kid continued, actually I almost got caught up in it. I was locked up with some other people in a strange place, waiting for something. Kwabena hesitated a little, but thanks to someone rescuing us, I and some people escaped. Seo-John asked, so who was the person who saved you? The kid replied, sir, he introduced himself as Hao Shenren. An image of a man flashed through the kid's mind. Seo-John asked, can you show me that location? The kid replied, that is not hard, but for you to get there is hard. It is a place where even the villagers often get lost. Seo-John rummaged through his pockets. If you do not mind, can you lead me there? He handed the diamond from the monster earlier. Is this enough as payment? The kid looked at him fearfully. Seo-John worried, is it too little? The kid stammered, no, it is not. Seo-John asked, what is your decision? A flame of passion ignited in the kid's heart. Kwabena answered vigorously, sir, I will definitely do it. Scene changed to another place. Heian angrily slammed into Seo-John. Brother Seo-John, why did you disappear without a word? Jai-Min also chimed in, brother, I thought you were dead. Seo-John scratched his head, replying casually, just had some things to handle. Heian snapped, but you should have notified us beforehand anyway. Seo-John ran over to the kid. Now that everyone is gathered, let us set off. You lead the way, Kwabena, yes. A hint of worry crossed the kid's face. Seo-John asked, you dislike the rebel force, right? The kid replied, honestly, yes. Seo-John whispered, I do not know the details, but in my opinion, Sir Kwaku and the rebels are trying to build a better world. Is there something wrong? Kwabena muttered, that is their way of thinking. I do not care about justice or beliefs. I just want to live peacefully with my little sister Ikwina. Hearing this, Kwaku and the others looked at each other in silence. There is nothing good about getting involved with the rebels. Like today, if they had not come to the village, that monster would not have bothered. The kid continued, luckily you were there so everything was fine. If not me, Ikwina and the villagers might have been gone. I cannot clearly distinguish what is right and what is wrong. In the end, it is just the pain each person endures in different circumstances. Seo-John cheerfully told the kid there is a person in Korea where he lives called the Saint of Medicine, who is very skilled in medical arts. That person can treat your sister. After this is over, let us go to Korea together. I will try to ask for help. Kwabena was moved, really? Seo-John nodded firmly. The kid burst into tears, thank you so much. He rubbed Kwabena's head vigorously. Then they all headed towards the door. Let us go. Yes, sir. Scene changed to another place. Rows of people in black gathered. The ritual is ready. Hao Shenren was hung up high, showing a puzzled expression. What are you people planning to do? Hao Shenren struggled to look at the person opposite him. The Emperor then remained silent. He gave a slight nod, signaling to his subordinates. Though numerous, they were merely weak mortals. Primal fear was the fastest way to shatter their fragile will. An eager citizen asked how we should begin, that this thing corrupts humanity. Facing their eager faces, he struck at their souls, then taunted them. A man with purple hair drew a pistol. He fired a barrage of bullets into the crowd. A black-clad butcher struck hard at the person nearest to Han. A terrified woman raised her hands to beg, why are you doing this? Please spare me. A magical blast shot forth, finishing her off instantly. Saint Hao roared, have you all gone mad? What are you doing? Stop, the white-haired follower raised his hand, creating a beam of light. That light pierced straight through the body of the citizen in front. That citizen spat blood and collapsed backward. People fell, crying out in panic and confusion. A magic array appeared beneath them. A voice rang out amidst the utmost terror. He smiled in satisfaction. This despair was truly magnificent. Let the awakening begin. Seo-John stopped in his tracks. Before him and his teammates, a large pit appeared. Kwabena looked around anxiously. How strange. There should have been workers here. Kwaku turned around to issue orders. Secure this area immediately. Suddenly, Seo-John sensed something very peculiar. He grew tense. His senses were being blocked. Impossible. Rather, it was being prevented from entering, as if crossing a boundary, exactly like the feeling when facing Irina. So this is Gungnir, we have already found this place. Suddenly a loud explosion echoed. Seo-John spun around. Haeun muttered, that was a huge explosion. Scene change. Jin Cheon was standing among the corpses of the citizens. Streams of golden magic seeped out, transforming into his purple energy. He laughed with glee at the surging wave of power. The purple magic stream grew increasingly powerful. Suddenly he froze. Jin Cheon coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body began to sway. Jin Cheon gritted his teeth. The streams of power were clashing. What the hell was going on? Emperor Than approached. The ritual is done. He asked why the powers were attacking each other. Emperor Than replied, the newly awakened pride is rejecting the other sources. Jin Cheon thought in worry. How arrogant. Separate the parts of greed and envy. They are merely burdens. He asked in pain, must I let pride devour everything? Emperor Than answered coldly, a true god must be utterly holy. Jin Cheon sneered, a god, is that so? Emperor Than snapped his fingers. The purple magic on Jin Cheon slowly faded away. He was surprised. The pain had vanished. Emperor Than replied, I have sealed the power of pride within your body. Jin Cheon was suspicious. A power rivaling a god being sealed in an instant. Could it be? He had suspected it ever since Emperor Than revived him, but Emperor Than tossed him a sword. Take it. He was astonished. This was Excalibur, the ultimate weapon of Instructor Arthur. Emperor Than said, whatever you think of me is useless. What is the thing you most want to do now? Jin Cheon replied, isn't that obvious? He wanted to kill that bastard. The sword flashed as he thought of Seo-John. Scene change. Seo-John stood before the massive cave entrance, inwardly annoyed at wasting so much time. Haeun and the others ran over, calling out to him. Seo-John said they needed to go inside immediately. Kwaku offered to go with him. Seo-John nodded. Very well, you disaster of a great hero. He told the rest of the group to wait outside for orders, and to send a few people to escort Kwabena back to the village. The young man placed a hand on the shoulder of the worried young boy and called his name. Seo-John smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I promised to take you back to South Korea, didn't I? The boy was moved. Yes, you're always like this. The boy called after him, Hyung, Ikwina and I will wait for you. You must come back. Seo-John waved back. Seo-John turned his head and gave a slight nod to the others. They stepped into the cave emitting eerie purple smoke. Let's go. As soon as they entered the cave, they saw strange pools of blood on the stone floor. Kwaku frowned. Damn it, what the hell were they doing in there? Suddenly, Seo-John's widened. A group of men in black emerged from the cave, and Seo-John raised his hand to stop those behind him. The men in black kept advancing toward Seo-John. A few of them drew weapons from their pockets. Seo-John's side also took out their spear. The men in black activated white magic and shouted, block the entire flow of magical power. Seo-John raised his spear and pointed it at them. Freezing heaven, third order. Infinite heaven, a flash of blue light shot out and attacked, causing them pain. Jimin's voice rang out, heaven scorching hellfire. The white-haired disciple gritted his teeth and endured the heat of the attack. One of Kwaku's men shouted, this time you cannot escape. A woman among the men in black sneered, insects like you dare. Suddenly, a strange wave of magic appeared and blocked Seo-John's party's attack. That man looked at him, never expected to meet someone in this situation, truly unforeseen. Seo-John looked at him warily. Scene changed to the forest outside the cave. The man was dragging his sword as he walked. His eyes were blood red, full of murderous intent. I will act exactly as I wish. He looked ahead. The village where greed was wiped out. Was it Qjian village? Seo-John's body suddenly trembled. I have never trembled in fear before a superior opponent. Wrath, eldritch abomination, great sage. I am forced to admit he truly inspires terror. Satan, the only ones worthy of my comparison. That was the head of the Supreme Academy, Principal Irina. Seo-John concealed his trembling. Is it the pure emperor? Everyone was stunned. Is it the supreme voice? That day after, the religion that ended the great calamity became the light saving humanity, with hundreds of millions of followers ruling the globe. Standing at the very peak was the pure emperor. He spoke. This was never a predetermined meeting. There must be a hand of the pure playing a role. Could it be that chance and necessity have merged, forging a new destiny? Even so, your end is not for me to decide, he said and walked past them. The men in black prostrated at his feet. How shameful. I should have prepared more carefully. But this is also a fate I should not witness. A vortex appeared in his hand. That vortex enveloped even the men in black. The men in black disappeared one by one. Jimin was astonished. Mass teleportation impossible. Seo-John leaped forward. He pointed his spear at the pure emperor cult, who coldly blocked it. Seo-John gritted his teeth and thrust his spear at the enemy. That man silently raised his hand, creating a vortex to block. He spoke. You are running into your death, Seo-John retorted irritably. You fled and still put on airs. He thrust harder. I never said I would let you leave easily. The spear emitted a stronger blue light. Pure Emperor cult was startled. Seojan continued advancing forward. He looked at him and murmured softly, as expected, "You far exceed all my expectations. But you are still a fool." His vortex devoured Seojan's blue magic. He clenched his fist. Seojan stood silently still. The magic around him had faded. The Pure Emperor cult coldly raised his hand. Seojan trembled and gritted his teeth. Dangerous, but his body could not move. Suddenly, he shot forward, quickly appearing behind that man. He attacked him. The Pure Emperor was astonished. He had to overcome the feeling of being suppressed. But just now, did you replicate that feeling of suppression? He interrogated, did Irina teach you that technique, even if learned is not easy to use? Seojan was astonished. You know the principle, who are you exactly? He was surprised, so Irina never mentioned me. Seojan clenched his teeth in anger. He raised his spear toward him, thinking to himself, if she did not tell me, I will force you to confess. Seojan shot off again, blasting towards his back. The Sword Emperor looked in surprise at the spear tip hurtling straight toward him. A deafening explosion resounded. He clenched his hands, struggling to steady his body. He quickly created countless radiant swords. Seojan appeared deeply anxious. He hurriedly blocked all the attacks from his opponent. Sword Emperor coldly stared at him, saying, I do not accept a twisted fate. I only plan to use you as bait for the play, and yet, he suddenly threw Holy Saint out. Seojan was stunned by that abrupt action. Holy Saint slammed into him, sending him crashing into the wall. Seojan gritted his teeth in anger. Get out. Facing him, the black-clad group was preparing to teleport again. The vortex grew stronger, making it hard for him to escape Black Saint. The others were also powerless to do anything. The Sword Emperor then slightly turned his face away. He muttered, the first transcendent of the martial world, your path will end in failure. As for me, I will be different. Seojan trembled as he struggled to endure. He raised his spear and leaped toward him. Did you think I would let you escape? A flash of blue magic gleamed on the spear. That man said it ends here, then clenched his fist. Rocks and dust flew everywhere as the cave gradually collapsed. The people outside looked back in surprise. Cave collapsed, Kwaku and the team tunnel. No time to look around, quickly clear the debris. Suddenly a female voice rang out, hey, you people outside fall back. They stared in surprise at the fire that suddenly flared up. A few seconds later, it erupted violently. A hand reached out from the pile of rocks. Ji-min exhaled, the chain is dead then. Hei-un grimaced, if I was a moment slower I would not have lasted. Everyone rushed over worriedly. Kwaku replied, I am fine, move quickly. A girl supported Seojan and asked worriedly, are you okay? He answered, I think I can still hold on. He asked, how is Amsong? She said he is still breathing, but his condition is quite bad. The girl advised, do not worry too much. Let the association clean up and return to the village. Both you and Amsong need urgent treatment. Seojan silently looked at her. Scene change, Kwabena said to the guide, I will go on my own from here. The boy cheerfully shook his head. Kwabena thought about his sister. If Seojan Hyung knew you came to Korea with him, Ikuina would be so happy. Run home right now and tell them, huh? Suddenly, the boy stood frozen before the smoke and fire right in front of him. He trembled. What? How did this happen? Kwabena entered the house and saw his sister lying on the floor. He shouted worriedly, Ikuina. Kwabena burst into tears as he touched her. Ikuina, your brother is here. He stammered. Seojan Hyung said you could come to Korea with him for treatment. Kwabena raised the diamond. Look, I can give you everything you need. And so the boy tears streamed down. You were supposed to be happy, but why? Wilson caught sight of the boy. He spoke up, I thought it was handled, there is still one left. Wilson scolded the man holding the weapon, do it properly, that is the request of that person. Kwabena trembled with rage. He spoke, you people, Ikuina. Wilson asked, what are you going to do? Deal with him quickly. That man raised his weapon, do not try too hard, kid. Kwabena picked up the nearest stone. He threw it at the man's leg, making him fall. Kwabena pinned him down, I will kill you. Wilson panicked and ordered, you fool, deal with that brat quickly. Kwabena angrily smashed the stone repeatedly into his face. Die, you killed my sister. That man angrily kicked the boy away, you damn brat. He raised his weapon and vanished in an instant. Kwabena stared blankly as the weapon hurtled straight toward him. Suddenly a voice rang out. What are you all doing? He stammered apologies. Jin Cheon thought to himself. I thought if I wiped out the village, that bastard would show up. He suddenly saw Kwabena's face was still intact. Jin Cheon smiled. This is an unexpected windfall, isn't it? Wilson spoke up. The assigned task was almost done. He cut in. You people not only killed the villagers but also the children. He stopped them. What? Immediately he finished off those two. Jin Cheon approached Kwabena. He reached his hand out to the boy. Kwabena looked up at him. Who is this person? Why did he help me? The boy placed his hand on his. Oh well, it doesn't matter anyway. He just killed those who killed Ikuina. A bright red light enveloped the two. Jin Cheon licked his lips in satisfaction. What a great rage this is. He looked at Kwabena. Anger towards the strong Era, the sin of wrath, envy towards Nvidia, the sin of jealousy. The sins within are urging like a resonance. Found it. This is a perfect nest. The scene shifted to Kwaku's group. They stood in shock. This village had been completely destroyed. Kwaku ordered search for survivors. A hand held Seojan back. He coldly said, the girl asked, where are you going? Please let go. In this state you won't accomplish anything by going. Seojan hesitated, but Hei-un said wait. She touched Ikuina's face. Hei-un declared the girl was still alive. She turned her head and said to Seojan, the child's soul has not left. Scene shifted to a mansion. Suddenly there was a sound of breaking, a wine glass fell to the floor, damn it. Akudor Ippo smashed things in anger. Why haven't those Cult of Truth members contacted me? Have they eliminated the rebel leader yet? Intense rage continued even after spending all the diamonds. Akudor Apo fell back in panic, face confused, mouth stammering, what the hell is this? The man before him sneered, long time no see, huh? Jin Qian flashed a contemptuous, malicious smile. Calling the guards is useless. I've already cleaned them out. Akudor Apo backed away in fear. What do you want? Diamonds. I can give you as many as you like. Jin Qian spread his arms, voice cheerful. Don't worry. I don't intend to make things hard for you. He put his hands on his hips and pointed behind him. A boy was walking in. There's just someone who wants to meet you. Kwabena, thin and frail, wearing a tank top that revealed his hatred. If it wasn't for you people. Kudurapo's eyes widened, sweat pouring out, clearly showing his terror. Kwabena stepped forward with a fierce aura. Then Iquina wouldn't have died. Akudor Apo retreated. Face pale, don't come near me, I can give you money. Another scene, Iquina breathed weakly. A soft light surrounded her. Heian was using magic on her body. Seo John asked worriedly, how is she? Heian said helplessly, I tried to hold her soul, but one day is the limit. Seo John crossed his arms and seriously asked about the others. Jimin closed his eyes, sweating. I searched everywhere, but Jimin showed dissatisfaction, damn it all. Iquina lay motionless. Perhaps ordinary doctors or mages could not save her. Seo John pondered, I could attend Wado's advanced lecture, but I can't risk my life. Seo John had a plan. The flight time from Korea to South Africa is 15 hours. He picked up his phone to contact the only person who could save Iquina now, the Saint of Medicine. Kwaku turned to Seo John worriedly and asked, how is everything? Seo John stated his strategy. I contacted the Saint of Medicine. He will arrive soon. Kwaku was satisfied. I will send someone to pick him up. Suddenly someone ran in frantically. Chairman Akudor Apo has been captured. Kwaku was shocked. What did you say? He said urgently. News came from Johannesburg. After the commotion at the mansion, Akudor Apo was dragged away covered in blood. Unknown who did it. He explained they saw their faces but had never met them. Only knew it was a man and a boy. Seo John was surprised. Seo John asked if the man could be located. He hesitated. That shouldn't be difficult. Du-un stepped forward. Are you going alone? We will come along. Seo John was firm. No, this time he'll go alone, leaving the two stunned. Kaden protested. What? Do you think we are too weak or just dead weight? Seo John said thoughtfully. No, you are very strong and trustworthy. Kaden didn't understand. Then why? Haksung stepped forward with a low voice. Because it is a trap. He was supported by Jimin, his body covered in wounds. I overheard the cult's plan. They used me as bait. He advised even if the plan changes, you all will still face real danger. Seo John was determined to go. I have a promise to keep. Seo John's face was resolute. That is why I will go alone on this trip. The other four people stood frozen before Seo John's answer. Kwaku had now pinpointed the location he indicated on the map, based on the group's information, the most feasible place being Johannesburg. Seo John gratefully thanked Kwaku for telling him, but Kwaku replied, no, I am the one who should apologize for making bold promises. Kwaku of the Martial Spirit Initiative extended his hand to shake Seo John's, wishing him luck in the battle. Two exchanged a handshake full of determination and resolve. Brahman expressed to Seo John in his own sulky way, if you die one more time, I will not forgive you. He quickly dashed off. Soon he arrived at the location he needed to be. Seo John looked out at the deserted road, without a single soul. Seo John saw a man lying face down on the ground. So this was the chairman they mentioned, the one who was dragged away. Behind Seo John, Kwabena suddenly appeared. Turning back, he saw that the boy Iquina was dead, completely devoid of any life force. Kwabena's body was radiating killing intent. All he saw was monstrous sin. At this point, he only wanted everyone to die together. Seo John spoke softly, saying that when he heard there was a child with the mysterious person, he prayed it was not him. The resentful killing intent enveloping the boy was unstoppable. Kwabena. The boy was firm, his face expressionless. Step aside, get out of here. I do not want to fight you, Seo John. Seo John knew why he had become like this. Iquina was still alive. Kwabena doubted, calling it a lie. Seo John understood his feelings. He knew he did not believe him because she was in critical condition then. Seo John gently advised. The boy stood frozen. He continued, but a divine doctor is coming from Korea right now to treat her. Only then did Kwabena calm down. Really? Jin Cheon stood on the upper floor, his voice dripping with mockery. You do not truly believe that, do you? Seo John was stunned. He still wore a contemptuous expression. It has been a while since I last saw a deformed creature. But anyway, this is no joke. Do you think spouting such a lie is going too far? He urged forcefully. Do not let yourself be spun around by those in power again. Your sister is dead. He was just spouting nonsense to toy with you. Just like the others, he struck the very pain that made him lose control. So go ahead and kill him. Jin Cheon's relentless, cutting words made him waver. Give back to them exactly what they did. Seo John panicked. His fighting spirit flared up violently. He could no longer hold back. Jin Cheon charged forward in fury. How dare you interfere in this matter? Seo-John, also brimming with killing intent, charged into the flames. His sharp gaze held no less killing intent. Kwabena still sat clutching his head in the chaos Jin Qian had created. Jin Qian taunted. What do you think? I prepared this special show just for you. He did not stop provoking. What I planted in the boy's mind was extreme jealousy and fury. Even so, his goodness was still a barrier that stopped the madness from erupting. Jin Qian grinned in triumph. But do you understand this? There exists a very effective trigger, one that will detonate and shatter that mental shield in an instant. While fighting Seo-John, he still sowed terrible thoughts into Kwabena's head. What are you still hesitating for? He focused on hypnotizing him. Finish him off. That bastard does not deserve to exist. The boy was almost shaken. Yes, he did not deserve to live. In the midst of the fight, Seo-John analyzed worriedly. The trigger he mentioned, could it be Kwabena himself? Impossible. Jin Qian kept talking to control him. The most brutal sin is taking a life. Once committed, the barrier collapses and the demon seed rises completely. Boy unconsciously walked towards Akudarapo. Kwabena slammed his hand down on the ground. All the pent-up resentment and anger poured out, his face showing clear intent to kill. Taste the agony of watching something that could be saved slip through your fingers. Seo-John shouted in worry, stop right now. Seo-John looked at Kwabena, trying to persuade him. If you kill someone and become a monster, do you think about how much pain Ikwina would feel? Jin Qian struck a powerful blow with his sword. It sent Seo-John flying back. How ridiculous. Even while being knocked back, Seo-John still tried to convince him to save his good conscience. Your hands were not made to kill your own kind. Do not let the hands that once protected Ikwina be stained with blood. Jin Qian still wore that malicious smile. Sacrifice one life to bring peace to 1,000 people. Do you know how many lives that bastard has taken? He kept stuffing ideas into his head. Just by eliminating him alone, thousands of innocents will be saved. The boy hesitated, clutching his head. Seeing his hesitation, he taunted. You fool, still hesitating. It seems your admiration for him runs deeper than I thought. Realizing that, Seo-John calculated. If that is the case, as he was calculating, Jin Qian angrily unleashed a fatal blow, his crimson killing intent sending Seo-John tumbling backward. If he sees you destroyed with his own eyes, perhaps his thoughts will change. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Seo-John blocked the blow, worried. He had reached a completely different level from before. From the aura Jin Qian radiated, his potential could not be underestimated. He was now an entity of a different caliber. To defend himself, Seo-John had to summon another spirit. Divine spear united, heart enlightened. Jin Qian let out a truly contemptuous smile. Seo-John fought in confusion, one spear thrust heading straight for him. Seo-John was extremely surprised, not understanding why. Jin Qian remained upright, unharmed, a cunning smile on his face. Did he truly intentionally not defend himself? In the end, it was still useless. Jin Qian unleashed a massive lethal technique, a vertical red streak rising to the sky. Its area of effect was very wide. It was like a bomb had just landed. Seo-John sat down in the pit in dismay, utterly bewildered. Sweat beaded on his face, his gaze full of doubt. He raised his sword arrogantly. You cannot do anything to me. Jin Qian's gaze was sharp. You yourself understand that, do you not? Rocks and dirt from the strike fell everywhere along with the invisible damage. Han stepped toward Kwabena, his footsteps echoing in the near harvest season. He still maintained his condescending tone of superiority, believing humans were truly foolish. Even knowing it was impossible, they were still easily tempted in their utter desperation. Kwabena turned to look at him in a daze. He seized the opportunity to instill his thoughts. You see the result. Impossible will always remain impossible. That is the true face of this harsh world, preordained from the start by the one standing before you. With the smile of a villain, Jin Qian cornered the boy, so finish him off. He continued, killing him won't bring your sister back, but at least that tragedy will never happen to anyone else. He approached, handing the sword's hilt to Kwabena. The boy took it with both hands, believing Ikwina's pain would end forever. He leaned in, provoking. That's right, this filthy world where all efforts are meaningless. Wipe it all away. Only then was Seo-John lucid enough to rush over and stop him, telling the boy to halt. Seo-John held a spear in one hand while struggling to approach. Jin Qian sneered again. You still have the strength to get back up? Even Seo-John pondered his words, genuinely finding them not wrong. This world was never as brilliant as he had imagined. Seo-John couldn't shake that thought. Living in such a reality, sometimes he just didn't want to care about anything anymore. Both of them had already died on the spot. He recalled his teenage years, times when even countless words of comfort couldn't ease his heart. Mom. Then when doing hard labor, no matter how much effort he put in, nothing ever got anywhere. Even with debts from the Talent Academy, he remained determined. It will be fine if I work hard, someday the future will. He remembered getting injured, times he wanted to give up everything, to collapse and never get up. Times he had to wear a mask that everything was fine, I'm okay. Uncle Manchel, I can start over. Seo-John remembered the boy's words, it's okay, Ikwina, I will never give up. Suddenly he realized something, only now do I understand why Kwabena weighed so heavily on my heart. Seeing Kwabena as if transported back, he saw a reflection of his own former self. Jin Qian confidently taunted, what argument will you use this time? More self-deception. That's why I hate listening to sermons. Seo-John retorted, it truly has value. Jin Cheon's eyes widened in surprise. What? Seo-John persuaded with humanity. Even if a heart is filled with darkness and not beautiful, it still has its own value. He was very sincere. It drives people to live with ultimate longing and effort. Suddenly, a powerful flash of light erupted, illuminating the faces of the two men facing each other. Jin Cheon grew anxious, gritting his teeth. What's happening? Is it lightning? He refuted his own thoughts. No, this is... Seo-John's face was clearly revealed in the light, his clenched fist showing unprecedented determination. From the light, Seo-John's figure appeared clearly. Jin Cheon's eyes widened in shock, sweat rolling down. What? In an instant, space was torn into a rift. He looked at Seo-John, who hadn't moved yet. What on earth was that power just now? Blinding ray of light struck down hard toward him. Caught off guard, Jin Cheon gritted his teeth and blocked the blow. You bastard! Fine, let's settle this properly. Seo-John quickly identified the weakness. Cannot rely on the force of the strike. He watched Jin Cheon block the blow and analyzed that what revived the twisted one's body was heart magic and rage. His mana was nearly infinite, but it clearly had a limit. A vortex of power. There was no such thing as perfect immortality in the world. That was where the thought began. He launched a very powerful counterattack, almost overwhelming Seo-John's technique. Useless. Han Haiyan arrogantly declared, I am a god, having touched the realm of transcendence, having experienced the ultimate in arrogance. You think you are an agent of justice. You are nothing but a filthy human. Seo-John taunted back, if you are human, show filthy desire like a human. Not everyone sells their soul like you do. Struck a nerve, he gritted his teeth in anger. Seo-John continued, how could a twisted one who only materializes depravity like you understand? Perhaps it's time to end this game. Jin Cheon decisively turned to Kwabena, urging, hey kid, what are you doing? Don't waste time, finish him off. The words rushed toward the boy. He had already raised the knife to deliver the final blow. Kill him, kill him. Seo-John panicked and shouted, Kwabena. A strike containing destructive power was launched toward Seo-John. He yelled, run. Jin Cheon tried to intervene. This is a very important scene, don't interfere. Kwabena raised the knife above his head, ready to act uncontrollably. He asked himself, why did he go this far? What am I to him? Just a kid he could have ignored. The boy struggled incessantly. Will everything end with just this one action? Jin Cheon relentlessly urged, just once you can do it, kid. You are better than I thought. When it's over, let's go to Korea together. Go on. Kwabena's body trembled violently. I hate this, I really hate it. Why did it go this far? Why do this futile thing? I can't. Tears streamed down the boy's face. Did you only make me make this painful choice? I can't do it. Jin Cheon launched a finishing blow toward Seo-John. He quickly ran to Kwabena, continuing to stoke his hatred. What are you doing? That's the one who killed your sister. Don't tell me you believe that bastard. He lost his composure as the plan nearly failed. Fine, let's say she is still alive. Even if she didn't die, the fact that he tried to kill your sister remains unchanged. So kill him. Jin Cheon pressed on. Boulder already gave you power, what's the problem? But Kwabena lacked the courage, stammering, he lost patience. Enough. Jin Cheon touched the boy, transmitting dark intentions to Kwabena. Die. Behind him, Seo-John was launching a sneak attack on Jin Cheon. A critical blow sent Jin Cheon flying toward a corner of the wall, crumbling a large section. He was in pain, silently looking toward the boy. It seemed the boy was also heavily injured, lying limp in Seo-John's arms. Equina, you said she is still alive, right? Seo-John softly replied, she is alive in critical condition. But once our master sends word, she will pull through, for sure. Boy weakly thanked the heavens. Truly, thank heavens. Seo-John worried. The forced activation of the sin power is becoming violent. At this rate, Kwabena, tears welling up, forced a guilty smile. I know I'm being shameless to say this, but please, take care of my sister Equina. She's just sick, but she can do anything. The child spoke his final words as if he was about to leave this world. Seo-John gritted his teeth in pain. I'm glad I met you. Seo-John comforted him. You won't die. Kwabena breathed heavily. Seo-John stood up, his heart heavy with worry. Once sin begins to rampage, it cannot be stopped. However, if the power of sin were to be separated from Kwabena, Jin Cheon stood in the distance, a smile on his face that seemed more timid than before. Seo-John was so angry he ground his teeth. Emotions will surge and the mind will become hazy. Normally, one must avoid being swallowed by emotions. But this time, I will no longer suppress the boiling feelings inside me. Kwabena's body lay there, but some source of power seemed to be pulling him. Voices called out, lingering around the boy. Come here, Sins, there is a more comfortable place for you than your current dwelling. Seo-John himself seemed to be affected too. He felt a great discomfort in his head and body, surrounded by a certain aura. Jin Cheon looked over from the opposite side with smug satisfaction. What? I thought he was going to do something amazing. So he's just absorbing the sin into his body to die in that boy's place. What a fool. He has underestimated the madness of sin. He analyzed the upcoming event. He didn't even realize that by being driven mad by sin, he might end up killing the very child he wants to save. The image of Sion gently patting Kwabena on the head. Seo John seemed to have had the humanity in his smile fade away. It's okay, don't worry. Do you want to stay somewhere safe? Kwabena quickly replied yes. On this side, Jin Qian was extremely confused. Things were not happening as he had predicted. What the hell? How is he maintaining his sanity? He was furious. I can't feel the power of sin in his magic. But that's not the look of someone being consumed by madness. Could it be? A dark force surrounded Seo John's body, but he stood firm. Jin Qian was baffled. Is he suppressing the madness of the sins themselves? Seo John was slowly walking toward him. He seemed afraid. Impossible. How can an ordinary person control the power of sin? The wall of equanimity should have collapsed. So why? I don't always think positively, you know. Seo John asserted as a human. It's not just me, everyone is the same. You won't understand. He had a highly analytical and discerning mind. The root sins of humanity, pride, wrath, envy, gluttony, sloth, lust, greed, and the supreme mental barrier that prevents us from being consumed by these negative thoughts. Seo John calmed himself down. I thought that was the meaning of equanimity, but now I understand equanimity was never like that. The Buddha's teachings are based on the foundation of no thought and impermanence. That does not mean a state devoid of all distracting thoughts. The equanimity that Shakyamuni Buddha spoke of, the equanimity I felt and realized, is not the disappearance of negative emotions, but the mastery over them. Seo John had nearly internalized that principle, not being swayed by any negative emotion. It is not liberation from negative emotions, but remaining steadfast and unshaken by them. No one is perfect. Equanimity may be the supreme mental system, but supreme does not mean flawless. Lotus flower that the Buddha loved so much, ironically, blooms from the filthiest mud. A beautiful flower blooms from impoverished swamp, the same applies. The brightest hope always blooms from the depths of despair. On this side, Jin Qian could not believe Seo John had done that. Sin itself is not evil, it is simply the emotions that humans inherently possess. It only becomes a sin when expressed through action. He was sweating profusely. Impossible. I can no longer feel the power of the sins, Seo John said calmly. However, if one does not indulge in those emotions for too long, if one is not swayed by them. Seo John's eyes radiated an incomparably firm power. The two sins were completely subdued. Jin Qian was greatly surprised. Being reverse hypnotized made him tremble. He realized, am I afraid me? His combat power exploded, and he unleashed his dark palm strike. I am a god. Dragon-slaying sword art, first form. Illusion sword and invisible power, a technique with immense destructive force. He roared. Meanwhile, Seo John stood motionless. Satan continuously analyzed the techniques. The attacking action consists of two main processes. The physical impact dealt to the opponent and the magical force amplifying that physical strike. Bursting energy refers to the state where the error between those two forces is exactly bold or no. Sat Zhang also sneered contemptuously. This is not a realm that can be easily reached, nor is it a technique one can deliberately use. Even transcendent beings succeed once and then give up. But if, just if, you could make the error between those two forces perfectly bold or no. Satan spoke while executing the technique, when had Jin Qian's sword already flown, and entering the infinite martial arts realm that lies beyond understanding and reason. A powerful distortion of space and time will occur, and, he continued, its power is nothing short of extraordinary. He let out a sinister smile. Even the word transcendent is insufficient. This time, Jin Qian was caught off guard, his mouth agape in shock. Finally, Seo John delivered a finishing blow. Celestial Moon Star Fracturing Spear, 7th form, 10,000 miles. In the space of that technique, Seo John seemed to be pulled into that vortex. He tried to resist, his gaze unwavering. He was knocked backward. Seo John's face fell. I was almost dragged into that bounded space. The 10,000 miles technique that the great sage equal to heaven taught me shouldn't have been this strong. His weapon dripped with a thick, black liquid. Is it because I absorbed the power of the two great sins and reached the state of release? Jin Qian was struck so hard his form warped, his face unrecognizable. You bastard. Light purple mixed with black, swirled into a web-like shape, spreading everywhere. They moved quickly, seeping into every nook and cranny of the house. He seemed to transform into a different shape. His face became torn, and long claws grew from his hands. I'll show you the price of defying a god. Seo John had also anticipated his power. He replied calmly, as expected, you are truly arrogant. Seo John dragged his blade, emitting an invisible power of a bright red color. He radiated a power that opposed Jin Qian's. The red overwhelmingly dominated the purple. Two sides clashed fiercely, each bearing faces full of murderous intent. Seo John was proud of his sword, he said. I already suspected this sword. And indeed, it was a superior weapon. How did you come to possess an authentic Excalibur like that? Jin Qian was no pushover either. His weapon had been upgraded from the previous time. There was no longer a gap between their weapons. His eyes shone brightly. That meant the outcome would depend entirely on the level of the one wielding the weapon. Seo John's sword slashed toward him, fast, sharp, and filled with killing intent. Jin Qian became beast-like, with a darkened face and sharp teeth. He roared, I am a god, the one who looks down upon all things from above. He shot forward swiftly. It had to be this way, stay back. I told you to take this thing away from me. Seo John calmly replied, I have been thinking about a way to completely destroy you. His gaze was sharp. Even if I could kill you using Baldur's release, I do not think I could erase you. He stomped and shot over Jin Qian's head, but he dodged. He used his weapon to deliver a quick, clean slash. Suddenly, a source of power began to unfold surrounding him. He shouted loudly, what? Green sprouts were wrapped in a wondrous light. What is this? Heaven, moon, cloud, stone, spear form, eighth, myriad forms. Jin Qian's face panicked. His mouth yelled ceaselessly. His sword swung wildly. Stay back, I told you to stay away from me. Seo John raised his sword in an unawakened summon. Heaven, moon, cloud, stone, spear form, ninth. Heaven and earth collapse. The immense power sent Jin Qian flying far away. He was completely defeated by this strike from Seo John, with no ability to resist left. Ground split in two. Meanwhile, he still thought, I am a god, the god of all things before whom the whole world must kneel. No one can stand above me. Why? Why is it like this? Seo John pressed his face close to his, speaking in a magnanimous tone, a man like you, I know. Seo John's sword plunged straight into Jin Qian's chest. I know I am but a tiny human. The vast void, the origin of all things, before it there is no beginning nor end. Even his presence could not leak out, it was utterly empty. Its harmony formed the shape of energy, but despite seeming empty, it was not truly empty. Heaven, moon, cloud, stone, spear form, third. Sin of supreme void, he roared in agony. A light arose. Then it fell at Seo John's feet, merely a round red lump. Seo John turned his back. Good heavens, the great sage equal to heaven, the victorious fighting Buddha. It turns out even the Buddha of combat is still a Buddha. Seo John staggered away, clutching his sword from exhaustion. Master Great Sage, what exactly have you created this time? A frantic scream echoed from a different corner of the sky. It turned out to be Kwabena. The boy ran over in panic. Before the boy was Seo John lying sprawled on the ground. Big brother. Kwabena knelt right before Seo John. No. The boy's tears fell profusely. No. The boy's voice still echoed. The observer was right there. No. The observer seemed to have had trouble with Seo John before. He is back again. Seo John called to the observer. Are you here? Are you stuck in another dimension? Seo John cheerfully scratched his head. There you are. He kept rambling. I thought you had run off to another dimension again. Honestly, why must I hole up here just to see your face once more? The observer asked warily. How did you manage to come back here again? Seo John laughed cheekily and spoke rapidly. Aren't you observing everything? The observer sighed. This brat just cannot be extraordinary in a normal way. He angrily pointed a finger at Seo John's face. You bastard, I do see everything, I saw it all, but I had to ask again because I could not believe it, you sly Seo John. Really? I could have squeezed more out of you. He scolded Seo John with feigned anger. This brat, whenever you get a chance, all you think about is squeezing me. Right? Squeezing? That is just reasonable compensation for the deal. You either misheard or you are misunderstanding now. Misunderstanding my foot. You clearly just said you could squeeze more out of me. The observer wearily raised a hand to his face, signaling, forget it. As promised, I will give you one free pass. Now get lost. Seo John asked curiously, what is this? You are giving it so easily this time. This is already too familiar with the next steps. If I do not give it, you will throw a tantrum and make me cut my stomach open. Take it and scram. The superior weapon forged by Sun Wukong is composed of 9 forms and 3 transformations. Now both the 9 forms and 3 transformations are recorded in the law of cause and effect. You will not be able to come here anymore. He crossed his arms in front of him, his voice resolute. Farewell, brat. Meeting you is truly bad luck. I hope we never meet again. Seo John countered, are you sure you want to chase me away like that? Seo John added, cause I think I will be visiting the boundary space a few more times. The observer was surprised. What did you say? He tried to restrain himself. No, if I answer, I will get swept up in his rhythm immediately. Seo John was truly sly. I mean, getting a free pass is nice, but that will be troublesome for you, right? I will give you a discount, a special promotion. This place is kind of your home, right? Visiting too often would be impolite. Impolite? Since when did you care about such things? The observer crossed his arms over his chest. Stop talking nonsense. You know you cannot come here anymore. Then what? Seo John feigned surprise. You know about that too. He crouched down. I thought so too, but the skill I learned this time is much stronger than I expected. Seo John kept rambling, ignoring whether the observer understood or not. I am making a negotiation offer here. If you do not want it, fine. I will not force you. Then I will just take 1 pass each time I visit without any discount. The observer judged, what exactly is the skill you learned? I cannot say that, damn it. The observer seemed to lose patience. Then how many more times can you come here? Seo John remained cheeky, rambling on without stopping. At least 8 more times. The observer uttered a curse that day. Since the creation of heaven and earth, for the first time the will of the observer manifested in the form of a swear word, and it was recorded. Hearing Seo John say this, the observer frowned and raised his voice. Do not fool around. What? 8 times? If you are going to lie, you should at least make it believable. Hearing that, Seo John licked his lips, thinking to himself that the man indeed would not let him go easily. In Seo John's mind at that moment, he recalled the previous time he had been trapped in the boundary space. Back then, in his panic, he was nearly pulled in while using the 7th form, which had not yet fully merged with the mystery of collision. If he could harmonize it into the heaven moon cloud stone spear, he could violate the laws of causality. But the problem was that nothing was certain. Seo-John's next words startled the observer. You also know that I once attended the Ultimate Academy, right? Seo-John stood in front of the observer, extending his hand as he continued. I glimpsed what the principal did at that time. She performed an unbelievable technique. How unbelievable? The observer folded his arms and listened. He closed his eyes, then opened them and continued. But do not misunderstand, I was not snooping. The principal does not know. Seo-John thought to himself, if he only spoke vaguely, the man would not believe him, but there was a reason he had not yet kicked him out of this space. The man thought it was unlikely, impossible, but what if it was true? The observer was very annoyed upon hearing this, but had to think it over. A technique from Arena. If true, then forget 8 times, he could come back 100 times. The two stood facing each other. Seo-John spoke again, then let us start with about 5 tickets 6. The observer heard this but remained silent in thought, not answering. Seeing that, Seo seized the opportunity to raise the price. Or how about you just make it 8? Hearing this, the observer grabbed Seo-John and said hastily 6. Then it is settled at 6 tickets. Seo-John agreed upon hearing that. All right, I am taking a bit of a loss, but since you worked hard, I will accept 6 tickets. The observer saw him agree and quickly copied the moment before saying, I will record the causality of what you just said. As soon as the observer finished speaking, Seo-John cheerfully reminded him, right, that was for the future. This visit is separate, is it not? So that makes 7 in total. The observer frowned upon hearing this and said, I will take note of the causality you just mentioned. After the agreement was reached, Seo-John immediately activated his power, opening the Book of Light, and words flew out from the notebook. Done with the task, he handed the notebook to the observer and said, so is accepted, right? It is similar to Thoth's book. The observer took it, examined it, and said it seems to be done. I will verify the contents of the record. The observer lifted the notebook and carefully read through every single page. After reading, the observer asked Seo-John, is this what you learned from Arena? Seo-John placed his hands on his hips, looking displeased as he replied, learn from the principal. No, I just peeked. And I never said that technique helped me get here. Seo-John made a like gesture with his hand and continued, the method I mentioned is the heaven moon cloud stone spear merging with the mystery of collision. The observer held the open notebook in his hand and said to Seo-John, that has already been recorded, whatever. No matter how much the collision amplifies, amplified power alone cannot violate the laws of causality. Once causality has been recorded, no amount increased power will help. Hearing that, Seo-John scratched his head and nodded, so it is useless. The observer thought for a moment and then said, then my free ticket is also voided. Sensing the danger, Seo-John questioned him, what do you mean, a promise is a promise? The two immediately began to argue. The observer raised his voice, promise. This was a scam from the very start. Seo-John argued back, a scam, this is a proper negotiation. The observer countered, negotiation my foot, no dimensional entity would accept such nonsense. This is a scam, therefore void. Seo-John's mouth did not stop. He sprayed saliva towards the observer. Void, you already agreed to 6 tickets. You cannot take back your word. The observer trembled with rage but said helplessly, this madman. Immediately after, he flatly refused, I absolutely refuse to give you anything at all. Seo-John heard this and lay down on the ground in protest. Fine then. The observer fumed and shouted, by your logic, I promised to give you tickets, but I never said I would send you back. Stay here forever or give up the tickets, the choice is yours. Seo-John yelled that he could not do that. The observer ignored him as he lay there, turning his back to say, shut up. This time it is absolutely and definitely a no. Seo-John lay there hearing this, worry rising in his heart. It was tense now. He thought about whether he should try to warp the boundary space, like before, to scare the man. Was there any way for him to get out on his own? As Seo-John was thinking, he seemed to realize something and eyes wide, he called out. Seeing him unmoving, the observer thought he had given up. At that moment, Seo-John sat bolt upright. Just then, a clean streak of power passed by, and the observer turned to look. Seo-John now had his eyes closed, raising his hand to condense the shards. He thought to himself, when the principal summoned me to the Ultimate Academy, that feeling was exactly the same as the moment after using the Heaven-Earth Baldra Wreck. He used both hands to feel as if tearing through space, still thinking in his mind, yes, that was the feeling. Level X, the causality that could not be recorded. Like drilling a small hole through space, he would pass through the gaps between the layers. At this moment, Seo-John truly felt himself tearing through space. Seeing this sight, the observer was utterly astonished. He furrowed his brows in anger, and then said to Seo-John, do not tell me. Seo-John turned his head to look at the observer, smiled and said, if you forcibly bind me back again, that will be another free ticket, understand? Watching Seo-John leap out of his space, the observer could only curse, you damn brat. Scene change back to the other side. At this moment, the boy Kwabena was kneeling dejectedly beside Seo-John. The boy's tears fell drop by drop onto the back of his hand, his voice trembling as he called out, "Brother, brother." Tears streaked down his face, his whole body shaking as he spoke, "I am sorry. I am truly sorry." At that moment, a voice rang out asking Kwabena, "What is it?" The boy cried and sobbed, "It is because of me. It is all because of me." Just then, Seo-John opened his eyes to look at the boy and said, "What are you apologizing for, kid?" Kwabena saw Seo-John suddenly wake up, and the boy fell back in fright, before letting out a scream. Kwabena raised his hand to point at Seo-John, stammering, Why, how are you still alive?" Seo-John sat cross-legged looking at him and asked in return, "So you wanted me to die?" The boy heard this and immediately denied it. "That is not what I meant." The boy, with a face full of tears and snot, tremblingly said, "I thought you were dead. I really thought your death was because of me." Hearing the boy say that, Seo-John just let out a sigh and gave a soft smile. Seo-John walked over to the boy who was kneeling and crying, helping him up as he said, "Let us go, Kwabena. We need to check on Ikwina's condition." Scene change. On another side, Seo-John's teammates were all in a flurry. Minjo asked, "Will she be okay?" Seo-John rested his chin on his hand and replied, "For now, all we can do is wait." At that moment, Seo-John and Kwabena returned. Seo-John also had a kudo appo slung over his shoulder. Seeing him, everyone called out in unison, "Seo-John." He saw them and waved his hand. The man then parted the curtain and came out. Seeing the scene before him, he froze for a moment. He walked over to where Seo-John's crews gathered and greeted him. "You have arrived." Seo-John placed a kudo appo on the ground, and hearing the man speak, he also greeted him, Saint of Medicine. He stood up and looked at the Saint of Medicine, asking, "How is Ikwina?" The man heard this and informed them of the girl's current condition, that her situation was very serious. Kwabena, standing nearby, heard this and his face darkened, unable to speak. The boy then stepped forward and walked towards his younger sister. The Saint of Medicine placed his hands on his hips and said to Seo-John, "If you had arrived just a little later." Kwabena went inside. Ikwina was also sitting up at that moment. The girl raised her hand to rub her eyes, and then called out to her brother, "Brother, brother." Kwabena heard his little sister calling him, and he could not believe his eyes, his body trembling slightly. Immediately, Kwabena went over and hugged his sister tightly. Seo-John and everyone standing outside saw this scene and felt somewhat heartened. Tikamoni once said, "If asked what success is, I would answer that it is to smile often and smile a lot." Seo-John watched the two children being able to reunite like that, and he could not help but smile. In his mind at that moment, he thought, but maybe Tikamoni was wrong today. Kwabena held his sister tightly in his arms, crying like rain, tears continuously streaming down his cheeks. The sky had now turned to dusk, the sunset descending, the sun disappearing behind the hills. Scene change. At this moment, the Saint of Medicine was holding something in his hand, a puzzled look on his face as he spoke. "How did you know I would need that? Were you instructed by someone?" Kwabena heard him ask that, and the boy shyly raised his finger to scratch his cheek before replying, "No, I did not have money for that, so not exactly." Hearing the boy say that, the Saint of Medicine was extremely excited. "Did you comprehend this on your own?" Seo-John, standing nearby, looked at everyone and thought to himself that Ikwina would probably be fine. Seo-John turned and walked away, one hand pulling out his phone, the other in his pocket. He walked while thinking. The Akudor Apo poison had been handed over to Kwabena. The urgent matters were done. Should he now deal with the Excalibur sword along with the heart and the rage? Seo-John's phone screen lit up. He was startled. "Why am I suddenly receiving so many notifications?" The screen showed 20 unread notifications. Opening the phone, a series of notifications from the system flooded in. Completed poison, heat, and cold immunity course. Indestructible body. Ultimate physical training. Instructor Atlas. Comprehended A-rank instructible diamond. A-rank poison immunity. A-rank temperature immunity. Completed faster than anyone. Unlike everyone else, ran at the speed of light. Comprehended S-rank God speed. Completed spear body fusion. Instructor Great Sage equal to Heaven, comprehended S rank. Completed Celestial Moon Cloudstone Spear. Instructor Great Sage equal to Heaven, comprehended S rank. Looking at the pile of notifications, Seo-John's mouth hung open, speechless. Suddenly, a red warning appeared. Seo-John wondered, what is this? The system displayed an error. The values do not match the trainee's causality. Right after, another notification arrived. Resetting causality complete. Reflecting transcendent stats, S-rank deceit technique evolved in SS rank, new causality being recorded. Another warning came. Error, causality originates from a non-existent course. Mandatory course unlock required. Error, cannot assign course to this causality. Error, field is beyond the reach of the Ultimate Academy. Reporting to customer support, causality department. After the series of warnings, the mentor appeared and yelled, "What the hell did you do?" Seo-John was dazed, not knowing how to react. The mentor angrily ranted at Seo-John's face. "What did you do to overload the causality system, Kim Seo-John?" Seo-John lifted his head from the ground. "I didn't do anything." The mentor barked, "The whole academy is in chaos." Seeing the mentor with his hands behind his back, looking imposing, Seo John broke into a sweat. If something happens at the academy, it's usually my fault. I guess it's probably me. He scratched his head and handed the phone to the mentor, but I only received these weird notifications. The mentor snatched the phone and examined it. Mentor opened his eyes wide, checking each warning. After reading, his mouth hung open. Causality doesn't match the profile. Seo John asked back, "Why are you asking me?" The mentor turned back to read the warnings on the phone again. He turned around frantically. "What is this?" Seo John could only reply, "Seriously, why ask me?" The mentor broke out in a sweat, his voice full of doubt. "I've never seen anything like this. Last time you graduated with Transcendence, now this." Seo John scratched his head. "I don't know." The mentor pressed on. "What did you do?" Seo John still insisted. "I really didn't do anything." The mentor angrily shouted in his face, "Liar." Seo John honestly said, "I only went to meet the observer again, got 7 tickets through legal negotiation. Since the old miser wouldn't send me back, I escaped the boundary space myself." The two looked at each other without speaking. In the mentor's head, he thought, "It really is your fault." After a while, the mentor tiredly rubbed his eyes. Seeing a new notification, he said, as expected. A list appeared. Tikamoni 98% plus 17.6%, Lu Dongbin 9.84% plus 31%, Satan 9.29% plus 63%, Senses 77.7% plus 77%. Course is completed. Win Release A, Rebirth A, Motion Kill S, Divine Power S, Heavenly Lord System, Void Shattering S, Great Sage equal to Heaven System, Rakshasa Chop S, Fraud Technique S, Dragon Heart S, Indestructible Diamond A, Toxin Immunity A, Heat and Cold Immunity A, Godspeed S, Stone Spear S, Spear Body Fusion S. The mentor said, "Now I understand why this mess happened." The mentor's mouth hung open. "Gautama Buddha's course is at 98%. You're almost done with the complete training method." Even when he rubbed his eyes and looked again, the numbers were the same. Seo John stood still, listening. The mentor tried to check the phone again. "It must be an error." Seo John asked, "Didn't you once say the law of causality couldn't have errors?" The mentor replied, "Right, errors cannot exist." Seo John was about to add, "Then why?" Before he could finish, the mentor screamed, cutting him off. "But this can only be an error." The mentor shoved the phone close to Seo John's face. "Look, Gautama Buddha's progress is 98%. Do you think that's reasonable?" "No way. This number cannot exist." The mentor's eyes were bloodshot, as if he was about to go mad, and he still shouted, "This class is notorious for driving people insane. Even transcendent masters have failed. How did you reach 98% in just over a year?" Mentor stuck his face into Seo John's face. "Even you must know how absurd this is, Kim Seo John." Seo John broke out in a sweat, stammering, "It is absurd, but I really did it." Mentor stepped back, still holding the phone, his expression wary. Immediately after, he clenched his hand into a fist. He raised his hand as if to smash the phone. "I'm gonna smash this glitchy piece of junk. I should have smashed it last time. I'll take the opportunity to buy you a new one. Stop using defective scrap metal." Seo John panicked and reached out to stop him. He held the mentor's hand tightly with both hands. "Wait, calm down, advisor." Mentor struggled helplessly. "Let go. A device that reports false causality must be destroyed from this universe." After a heated argument, Mentor 1 laughed happily and rubbed his hands. He stepped back to gain momentum and swung his hand. "How can this be real? It makes no sense at all." Seo John wanted to speak, but couldn't get the words out. Mentor glared angrily at Seo John. "Spill it. If you've done something crazy, confess now." Seo John put the phone into his pocket and answered bluntly, "It's nothing too crazy, but Excalibur." As soon as he heard that, Mentor's jaw dropped. Looking at the sword in Seo John's hand, he said, "Isn't that the transcendent weapon that instructor Arthur cherishes more than his own life? How do you have it, Kim Seo John?" Seo John replied, "Its owner was wiped out, so I took it." Mentor snarled, "Wiped out?" Mentor imagined Seo John killing someone and spoke up. "Who wiped him out?" "Was it you, Kim Seo John?" "That is correct." He held the sword, sheathed it carefully, and then said, "But it's not very useful to me. I want to sell Excalibur. Are students allowed to trade directly? Or is there an auction house?" After hearing this, Mentor's face turned pale. He then fell flat on his back as if in free fall. Seo John called out, "Advisor!" Seeing Mentor faint with his eyes tightly shut, Seo John called out repeatedly. Though unconscious, Mentor muttered, "Pretending to be crazy to avoid duty as an Odysseer won't work." Seeing that the teacher did not respond, Seo John sat down and shouted loudly, "Advisor!" Hearing the piercing scream, Mentor jolted awake. He jumped up, still dazed. What? What just happened?" Seo John sat cross-legged. "You fainted right after I asked if I could sell Excalibur." Mentor nodded. "That's right, I fainted." Then he roared, "Stop joking. How dare you kill Instructor Arthur?" Seo John panicked. "What are you talking about? Why would I do that?" Mentor looked at him suspiciously. "To steal Excalibur and sell it." Seo John couldn't believe his ears. What kind of person do you take me for? Hearing that, Mentor relaxed a bit and asked, so how did you get Excalibur? Seo John crossed his legs properly. That first-year student from another space-time I told you about, remember? That student kept it. Mentor's voice was suspicious. That's even more absurd. How could some first-year own a transcendent weapon tied to history? Seo John scratched his cheek. I want to ask you that too. But while I'm here, I want some course consultation. Mentor sat down on the ground, crossing his arms in thought. After a while, he said, before we go to the course shop, let's deal with the Excalibur matter first. Holding Seo John's phone, Mentor said, there's no auction house here, but there is something similar. However, because this is Excalibur, even the Transcendent Masters might rush to fight over it. Seo John let out an "oh." Mentor stared hard at Seo John. Should I post it for sale right away? Seo John crossed his arms. No. Seo John put on a sly expression. First, let's meet Instructor Arthur, the original owner. He has seen change. Seo John had gone to see Arthur. Seeing the visitor, he greeted him cheerfully. Pleasure. I am Arthur Pendragon. Just call me Arthur. Do you want to learn my round table swordsmanship? Seo John reached into his bag to fumble for something and replied, no. More than swordsmanship, I want to talk about something else. He pulled out something that flashed brightly, startling Arthur into a cry. Looking at the sword in Seo John's hand, he stammered, asking why he had it. Seo John put his hands on his hips, replying that he was the one who had to explain why it had fallen into his hands. Hearing this, Arthur reached up to rub his chin, deep in thought. He wondered if that man had been erased, what happened to the borrowed karma. Seo John looked at Arthur and immediately sensed something was wrong. He silently confirmed in his heart that his guess was correct. Seeing Arthur's forced expression, Seo John continued his reasoning. A degenerate could not directly buy Excalibur, even with enough karma, because Arthur would never sell a weapon that symbolized himself. Just like when he used Loki to obtain Gungnir, Arthur had been forced to hand over Excalibur. And the one who forced Arthur to do that was the Great Sound. Seo John broke the silence, saying he had obtained it, but it wasn't very useful to him. He held up the sword, scratching his head as he explained that Excalibur wasn't a bad weapon, but he used a spear, so he wanted to sell it. Hearing this, Arthur was startled. At that moment, Mentor, who was beside Seo John, turned to look at him. Seeing Seo John flash a smile, Mentor's jaw dropped, thinking in his head that his smile was too gentle. Something was about to happen. Seo John raised a hand, telling Arthur that Excalibur was a weapon the instructor cherished deeply. Seo John squinted with a smile, saying it felt wrong to pass it to someone else. He would feel guilty. Hearing this, Mentor sensed something off, wondering if Seo John even had such emotions. Seo John handed the sword to Arthur, saying he wanted to give it to him. Arthur couldn't believe it and asked again. Arthur leaned his face close to Seo John, laughing and saying he wouldn't refuse. Seo John pulled the sword behind his back, also smiling in return. He rested the sword on his shoulder, winked at Arthur, and said it wasn't free though. Before he took it to the auction house, he would let him buy it first, a right of first refusal. Hearing this, Arthur's mood immediately dropped. Arthur quickly recovered his composure, stroked his beard, and asked the price. Seo John scratched his head, thinking, then said usually the seller names a price first, but then he raised one finger and winked at Arthur. Seeing him raise a 1, Arthur immediately offered 10,000 trillion. Seo John feigned innocence, saying Excalibur was worth far more than that. Arthur furrowed his brow, thinking no wonder it was so expensive. He then offered 100,000 trillion karma from his subspace. After speaking, Arthur clasped his hands behind his back and sighed, thinking it was a massive number, but he could still pay it. Seo John, hearing this, replied with satisfaction, very good. Right after, his words struck Arthur like a thunderbolt, saying that meant he didn't want Excalibur anymore. Arthur, dumbfounded, asked again. Seo John raised one finger and said, be honest, the starting price was already 100,000 trillion. Buying it at that price would really drain him. Arthur immediately raised it to 1 million trillion, saying that was his limit. Seo John was still not satisfied. Mentor, observing from the side, thought to himself, impossible. Arthur pursed his lips tightly. Seo John still held up one finger, twirling it around. Mentor's face turned pale, thinking impossible, and the advisor immediately understood the reason behind Seo John's scam skill. That skill was ranked SS, on par with the Heaven Moon Cloudstone Spear. He still kept one finger up, a greedy look on his face as he said, 1 trillion. Hearing this, Mentor fell through the air, while Arthur stood frozen in shock. Scene change, a man stood with Mentor before a beach with violent waves crashing. Mentor turned, clasping his hands behind his back, asking if Odysseus was about to leave. The other replied yes, he could no longer break his oath. Odysseus told Mentor he had one request before leaving. Mentor asked what it was. Odysseus did not turn around, only said please. He turned his head, brought his hand to his nose as a joke, then said, lend me 1 trillion karma points. Hearing this, Mentor's jaw dropped, a panicked look on his face. Back in the present, Mentor sat on the ground, loudly asking where he was, who he was. Arthur's voice rang out, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Mentor scratched his head, remembering, right. Looking at the scene before him, Mentor thought, Seo John was at it again. Arthur stood opposite, frowning and saying it was unacceptable. Who in the world would demand 1 trillion karma points? Seo John just picked his ear with his finger. Seo John, not happy, asked Arthur if he didn't like it. Arthur immediately cried out, of course not. Hearing this, Seo John turned to leave, saying if he didn't like it, there was no other way. Arthur, panicking, held his head with both hands, pleading for him not to go. Seo John turned his head coldly, saying, Instructor Arthur, don't be stingy. 1 trillion was a massive number, but considering Excalibur, it wasn't unpayable. Seo John put his hands on his hips, turning as he continued. If he thought about how his subspace nearly collapsed, truthfully, he had wanted to demand more but had restrained himself. Seo John added he must have received some karma when handing over Excalibur. He couldn't have spent it all yet, could he? Arthur seemed off target, speaking up that Seo John thought to himself. He knew full well it was a number Arthur couldn't bear. Even a transcendent had limits. A glimmer of sympathy crossed his eyes. Then Arthur offered to replace it with something other than karma, anything at all. Arthur listed a whole bunch of things, from the round table sword techniques to aura, promising to teach anything if he lowered the price. Seo John, hearing this, thought, got it. He tilted his chin, pretending to think, then said if he answered one question well, he would lower the price. Arthur cheered, immediately asking. Seo John only asked 2 words, who? Hearing this, Arthur's entire body stiffened. Seo John looked straight at Arthur, asking who the person he gave Excalibur to was. Who was that person after all? Arthur hadn't expected him to ask that, and his expression immediately became troubled. After a moment, Arthur spoke to Seo John, saying he couldn't answer that. Seo John, displeased, squinted, thinking who was the great sound that made Arthur unable to reveal the identity. Was there some binding agreement? After thinking, Seo John grew a bit irritated, letting out a sigh. His next words made Arthur cry out, saying if he didn't like it, there was no other way. He handed the sword to Mentor in front of Arthur, instructing him to take it to the auction house. Arthur's face darkened, thinking in his head that Excalibur must not be allowed to fall into someone else's hands. Suddenly, he shouted as he unleashed his power. That could not be possible. The sound from Arthur's shout immediately traveled straight towards Seo John. Seeing this, he immediately turned to look at Balder with a sharp gaze and an expressionless face. Seo John immediately used his power to condense it into a sphere carrying lightning. Seeing this, Arthur raised his hand to block. After the power dissipated, Arthur stood dumbfounded, his mind pondering the contract of causality that exceeded the ability of a first-year student. Seo John's eyes lit up. He clenched his hand, emitting a massive surge of power, then said to Arthur, if there is a chance, I will see you again later, instructor. He immediately turned to leave, telling Mentor to go, leaving Arthur standing there staring at his back. He suddenly raised his hand and called out loudly, wait a moment. At this time, Seo John was wearing a smug smile. He immediately turned back, changing his tone. What is it? Why do you keep calling me? I am busy too. Arthur clenched his hand and replied, I cannot say it directly. But then he lowered his hand, intending to take something out. Seo John, seeing this, opened his eyes wide with curiosity. Arthur took out a cup. Seo John deduced it was a container, no, a chalice. And Mentor approached Arthur, reached out to take it, and asked in confusion, what is this? Arthur replied, the reward I received for lending Excalibur. Seo John exclaimed in surprise, you traded Excalibur for just this crude cup. Suddenly the pouch on Seo John's hip stirred, making him instinctively look down. Longinus was reacting inside the Kibisis pouch. His spear was now constantly emitting a sound. Seo John thought, resonance? He looked at the cup glowing in Arthur's hand and said, could it be the Holy Grail? Hearing him say that, Arthur remained silent as his answer. Additional information was that the Holy Grail once held the sacred blood of God, so its resonance with Longinus was understandable. Seo John stared at the cup thinking, but the Holy Grail is different from Longinus. It must be the chalice that God himself used. And that great sound, a voice cut off Seon's thoughts. No. Arthur still held the cup, saying, I used to think so too, but not anymore. Seo John asked seriously, then why did they keep the Holy Grail? Arthur answered honestly, I do not know. Seo John sank into thought. Great sound. Who are you really? Scene change, returning to the Green Emperor's dwelling. He appeared again. He leaned his cheek on his hand, speaking slowly, asking that, I guess you are observing. Starting to get worried, are you? At this moment, the Green Emperor was still sitting on his chair in the room. The observer was also there. He spoke. I wonder what the first transcendent would think if he saw your current state. Seeing the observer frowning at him, he still spoke calmly. Do you think you can control him? His development speed has surpassed all limits thanks to someone. If this continues, you will not be able to control him. Hearing this, the observer only lowered his head in silence. The observer asked in doubt what their goal was. The Green Emperor stood up from his chair, replying, to release the causal bindings placed on this dimension. The observer looked at the Green Emperor and asked, are you doing it yourself? Impossible. He leisurely paced as he replied, there is currently no other way to confront that one. Hearing this, the observer frowned, reaching out a hand toward him and asking, "And you think doing that will release the causality?" The Green Emperor retorted, "Since when could anyone interfere with the causality of this dimension?" He turned back to look at the observer with a sharp gaze, continuing, "I cannot just stand by and watch anymore. Perhaps it is because of the variables surpassing the presumed limits." The observer nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. That is true. He has manipulated the causality tied to the Earth, bending the destiny of the entire planet, and that was done by just one person. Thinking of this, the observer immediately remembered the image of Seo John. The Green Emperor spoke up in objection. "Your interests and mine are completely opposed. Sometimes even enemies must join hands and cooperate. A first-year student has approached the ranks of the Transcendence and then disappeared. If this continues, neither you nor I will achieve our goals." He clenched his hand tightly, saying, "Now there is only one who can confront Kim Seo John, a true god who has ascended to the transcendent ranks." His gaze became extremely terrifying. The Green Emperor shouted loudly, "Release the causal bindings." Scene changed back to Seo John, who now had additional information about Arthur's cup. The Holy Grail is a sacred artifact that grants its owner extraordinary powers, happiness, eternal youth, and endless wealth. Seo John recalled, raising his hand to his chin in thought. According to legend, King Arthur was obsessed with the Holy Grail. If its price was Excalibur, that was reasonable. As for the reason the Great Sound possessed the Holy Grail, set that aside for now. Seo John finished thinking and then spoke to Arthur. Understood. Seeing him speak so abruptly, Arthur asked with both hands, "Then what about Excalibur?" Seo John picked his nose and answered calmly, "Of course, it is 100 trillion. Upon hearing this, his face turned grim. He waved the cup, trying to reason. "This is unjust. You clearly said." Seo John interrupted, "I said I would reduce the price if you revealed your true identity, but I never negotiated the receiving portion." Arthur was furious, trembling but unable to do anything, clenching his hand and restraining himself, thinking, "This brat, to be honest, I am afraid I will lose if we fight." Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, looking down at the Holy Grail in his hand. After a long while, Arthur closed his eyes and sighed in defeat. "So this is something I can never possess." He raised his head to look at Seo John and asked, "What if I give you the Holy Grail?" Seo John was somewhat surprised. Hearing this, Seo John said, "It will be purchased at a 50% discount." Arthur crossed his arms and said, "Fine, I will manage to get 5 trillion. Seo John raised his hand and replied, "Okay, including the Holy Grail. The total is 5 trillion plus 5 trillion. Arthur saw the mistake and retorted, "You said 5 trillion, so what is the extra 5 trillion at the end?" Seo John answered calmly, "The instructor's personal tutoring fee is 5 trillion per hour. As for our part, the value-added tax is borne by the consumer." Arthur was dumbfounded. Mentor consoled him, "Instructor, this is not your fault. Even the observer or the principal are helpless." In the end, Arthur handed the Holy Grail to Seo John, saying, "It will take time to prepare 5 trillion. I give you the Grail first." Seo John took it and said, "I accept it as a deposit." He grinned happily, seizing the opportunity to earn more. "If you do not pay immediately, additional personal tutoring fees and 5 trillion in VAT will be added, right?" Arthur trembled with anger but replied, "Understood." Right after that, Arthur immediately vanished. Before leaving, he told Seo John he would prepare the karma and return. Seo John reminded him there were only 31 minutes left, yet he gave up 257.3 billion. The mentor, standing beside Seo John with his sword, thought that if it were him, he would definitely not want to stay another second. After Arthur left, Seo John held the chalice in his hand and raised it towards the sunlight. Looking at the gleaming cup, Seo John wondered if this was the Holy Grail. It looked rather ordinary. He wondered if he should pour water into it and take a sip. Thinking it, he did it. Seo John found a bottle of water, opened it, and poured it into the cup. He raised the cup filled with water and drank without any hesitation. Immediately, Seo John's eyes widened as if he sensed something strange. Seo John raised his hand to his forehead and said excitedly, "It was insane. It truly was an elixir production machine." Seeing this, the mentor asked, "Is it really that good? Please let me have a sip." A moment later, Seo John held the chalice, one hand on his hip, thinking, if the engraving effect did not activate on products from the chalice, then its usage was nearly limitless. At this moment, the mentor was pouring an entire bottle of water over himself because Seo John had filled it with holy water from the chalice. Seo John continued thinking, wondering if this chalice could be used in the process of cultivating Wrath's heart. After drinking the water, the mentor started coughing and choking loudly, his coughing cutting off Seo John's train of thought. He grabbed the bottle filled with water, flew in front of Seo John, and said he would be back later. He wanted to ask the principal which other lecture Seo John should attend. Seo John nodded in agreement and asked him to inquire about the instructor, the great sage equal to heaven. Seo John excitedly raised his hand, giving the mentor a thumbs up, then continued, "Tell him I am willing to settle everything with Baldur in a duel." The mentor said goodbye and vanished. Alone now, Seo John walked and thought the Excalibur issue was resolved. He should start. Right then, he saw a crowd ahead, whispering and murmuring about something. Seeing the crowd, Xiaojun walked and wondered why everyone was gathered like that. Upon arriving, he asked what had happened. Min Eon saw him, scratched his head, and called him captain. Xiaojun then saw something in front of him and was somewhat startled. Looking at the man tied up and kneeling on the ground, trembling, he immediately recognized him as Akudo Epo. The man saw him and also looked up. At this moment, someone from behind Xiaojun spoke, saying that in South Africa, they had lived through unbearably long periods of suffering. Kwaku, along with 2 others, walked over and said to Xiaojun, I have thought for a very long time. In my heart, I want to tear them apart immediately, but it feels wrong to kill them meaninglessly. More precisely, we do not have the right to do so. Akudo Apo, kneeling on the ground, felt somewhat empty hearing this. Hearing Kwaku say this, Xiaojun spoke, I do not know what I should do, but I will step forward. He faced him and continued, gather journalists from all over in my name to expose the reality of South Africa. The brutality of Akudo Apo, the suffering and sacrifices of innocent South African citizens. Also the crimes committed by the Church of Truth. Kwaku and the others were stunned by Xiaojun's words. Kwaku raised both hands and asked Xiaojun, are you planning to confront the Church of Truth? It is not merely a religious organization. It is no different from a single individual standing against the entire world. Xiaojun, I Saint and Kwabena, standing by, also became worried. Xiaojun replied, I know, but the Church of Truth is the source of countless sufferings. I plan to overthrow the Church of Truth. Will you help me? Hearing this, Kwaku was stunned and could not react in time. He looked at Xiaojun, who was standing before him with an extremely determined gaze. Kwaku looked at him then and thought for a long while. Right after that, he immediately agreed to Xiaojun's proposal. All right, I will help you. The 2 people behind wanted to say something. Captain Kwaku, this matter. One person behind clenched his fist and called out loudly to Captain Kwaku. Kwaku knew what he wanted to say and cut him off. From a very long time ago, the heroes of the Great Catastrophe fought for the world, but ultimately could not fully fulfill their will. Our battle has ended. Look around, countless people have died and become sacrifices. South Africa has dyed red with blood. Countless graves have been erected here. Kwaku turned back and said to his comrades, then what did we fight for? Why do we pick up these mirrors? For the oppressed and suppressed, for family and friends, and for the future our children will live in. So then, who are those lying over there? Kwaku clenched his hands into fists and said with a determined voice, the Battle of South Africa is over, but our war has not stopped. Hold your heads high, face it properly. Families we could not protect, the innocent people we could not protect. I will no longer run away. This is the South Africa we must protect from now on. We will fight anything that threatens South Africa. Our war is not over yet. Kwaku's comrades, hearing this, exchanged glances with each other, saying nothing. Seeing no one responding, Kwaku stiffly turned his head to look at Xiaojun. He walked in front of Xiaojun and said seriously, we will fight side by side with you. Cut scene to Cape Town, the legislative capital of South Africa, inside the international airport. Xiaojun, along with his comrades and Kwaku, held a press conference. Many reporters were present to document it. What Xiaojun revealed caused a global shock in real time. After watching the press conference live, people immediately exploded with comments. Many considered Xiaojun's declaration of war against the Church of Truth laughable. Hundreds of millions voiced their defense of the church. However, at this moment, one person spoke to the media. Everything Hunter Kim Xiaojun said is the truth. The Korean Professional Hunters Association will stand shoulder to shoulder with Hunter Kim Xiaojun. The news from Korea paved the way for a wave of support from Italian Prime Minister Samuel, United Kingdom Aria, the U.S. Hunter Management Bureau Litbury and Lucas, and Kwaku of South Africa, all representing their nations, had spoken out in support of Xiaojun amidst the rising chaos. The Church of Truth, which had remained silent until now, issued an official statement. Cut scene. Someone opened their phone to read trending news. Urgent bulletin, official statement from the Church of Truth. They would reveal everything related to the Apostle ceremony. Xiaojun finished reading the news on his phone and wondered suspiciously, the Apostle ceremony? Kwaku stared straight at him with a pensive expression and asked, are you ready to leave now? In the vast waiting hall, 2 groups of people stood facing each other. Xiaojun replied, there are only a few weeks left until the Apostle consecration ceremony announced by the Church of Truth. Having declared war, he could not just sit still. Kwaku frowned, his worry evident. The consecration ceremony will be held in Korea. Holding such an important ceremony there instead of their headquarters in Greenland is definitely targeting you. He added, Kwaku will also attend that consecration ceremony. Xiaojun asked in surprise, you too, Kwaku? He gave a faint smile, sincerely extending his large hand forward. Perhaps it is just a small help, but it might be of some use for your coming battle. Xiaojun stood still, his gaze full of contemplation. The South African would never forget his debt to him. He broke into a radiant smile, his eyes closing in happiness and relief. The 2 shook hands, signifying a steadfast pact and absolute trust, which was undoubtedly a tremendous help. The plane took off, shooting high through the layers of white clouds. The scene shifted to a building. The 2 old men, with extremely fierce expressions, shouted loudly, Bien Kui, this is too absurd, you are truly trash. Bien Kui and Paracelsus took turns shouting, leaving Seo-John standing there taking the heat, his face covered in spit. We painstakingly refined the heart for you, so why did you dismiss us so abruptly? You are truly trash. He scratched his head with a wry smile, explaining that he never drove them away back then. It was just unavoidable circumstances, and he was the only one who stayed to witness everything. Seo-John rummaged through his pocket while speaking frankly to ease the tense atmosphere. So that is how it is? Well, not exactly. The dazzling light from the red sphere in his palm made all three old men change color simultaneously. I have prepared one more thing. The three shifted from fierce to utterly stunned upon seeing the precious item he was holding. How did you manage to get that? Can you ask you all to refine it again? Tears erupted, every face beaming with joy. Of course, do it right now. But before that, he enthusiastically brought out a large bottle and white glasses, inviting the seniors to taste it. Would you all like to try a glass? They downed it in one gulp, then immediately froze in shock. Their eyes bulged in sheer terror. What the hell is this? He held up the glowing sphere, continuing, this is holy water created from the Holy Grail. What if we used it to refine the heart? That is insane. This is completely insane. The three of them could not hide their astonishment mixed with fervor as they competed for the opportunity. I will do it right now. No, let me do it. You are truly no different from light itself. Seo-John grasped the doorknob firmly and calmly stepped outside. Inside, the heated discussion continued. Let us analyze the holy water composition first. With this otaku trio handling it, there is no need to worry. Suddenly a voice echoed. Do you know where you are, daring to barge in? Seo-John peered inside. I just came to have a quick word. We have nothing to discuss with your faction. Kalia stood with her arms crossed, full of confidence and defiance. If you drive me away, you will regret it, Kalia. He stepped closer, asking with a doubtful look, what do you think you are doing? Hunter Seo-John, you arrived just in time. Seo-John turned his face away. She kept pleading. I want to talk to you for a moment. I have nothing to negotiate. A sharp green light flashed in his eyes. Even so, you had better listen to me at least once. Persistent, are you not? A surge of green energy erupted, the pressure causing Kalia to step back in surprise. Since we do not know what the Church of Truth is plotting, there is no need to get tangled in nonsense. His hair became disheveled. Seo-John said coldly, I already said there is nothing to discuss. Kalia flashed an arrogant smile and issued a threat. You will regret this. She is the appointed successor of the pure apostle. In the dark space, the final threat rang out with sarcasm. You dare treat me like this before the consecration ceremony? Do you intend to become an enemy of the Church of Truth? Talking too much is useless. Her face changed color as she saw the punch nearing her face. What? Seo-John leaped into the air, channeling all his strength to strike straight down at Kalia. The extremely violent impact shattered the stone porch and sent her flying. What kind of absurd strength is this? Seo-John's eyes blazed with killing intent as he swung a treacherous kick. The feeling was not of blocking with a shield, but of the whole shield crashing into the body. The blow landed, white dust billowed up, and rocks flew in all directions. Kalia looked up to the sky, her eyes rolling back in sheer shock. Massive boulders were hurled into the air, tearing through the chaotic atmosphere. Kalia lay face down in the thick dust, her whole body in pain, while Seo-John still stood imposingly in the distance. Her body trembled as her eyes showed shock and fear. Wait. With a cold face and sharp eyes, he looked at Kalia and questioned. Doing this gains you nothing. You think I would not dare? Seo-John's legs stood as firm as an unmovable mountain. They will not let this slide. Let them try. Kalia broke out in a cold sweat, barely suppressing her trembling as she continued. Now is not the time to act stupidly aggressive. The red aura of killing intent surrounded Seo-John, his eyes glowing a terrifying white. I am going to die. I am truly going to die. In her panic, Kalia tried to cry out, but the sound got stuck in her throat, leaving only broken noises amidst the trembling. After a moment, she managed to get the words out. The Wrath Heart. Seo-John was stunned upon hearing this and looked at Kalia. What? A trembling hand held out a crimson sphere, radiating a mysterious light. Kalia came to deliver this to you. Faced with this strange action, he showed clear suspicion. What game are you playing? Why give it to me? I do not know either. They just told me to bring it here. Seo-John carefully observed Kalia. I swear on the name of truth, I truly know nothing. It seems she is not lying. She shook as she handed the sphere to him. Is it an order from the Grand Voice? Seo-John received the sphere from Kalia's hand. He gripped the crimson item firmly and looked at her coldly. Let us meet again at the consecration ceremony. Seo-John held the blazing sphere in his hand before the frightened eyes of Kalia, who knelt slumped. Decisive footsteps glide down the hallway. In the silent space, he walked while thinking. What are they plotting? They must know I will absorb the heart. Could they have already tampered with it? Seo-John's expression showed determination, his eyes looking straight ahead coldly. Whatever scheme they have, I will not sit and wait. In the silent space, thoughts raced. The Wrath Heart refined from Baldur and the Holy Grail. Redeemed from Arthur for 5,000,000,000,008 fragments. Prepare for the worst case scenario. Baldur, everything I have. The Emperor sword, his face hidden in the shadows, reported that Kalia had safely delivered the heart. The vast room was filled with reflected light as an order was given. Withdraw. Outside the glass window, he stood watching a small bird chirping in its nest among the green trees. He stood looking out the window bathed in white light, filled with doubt. Evil is simply evil. Faith is merely decorative camouflage. A giant serpent opened its mouth to swallow the bird nest whole, creating an ominous scene of death. No matter the reason, no matter how justified, to one who must die, it is just an excuse. The Emperor's sword uttered a cold remark. I am evil, nothing more, nothing less. He pondered the fateful moment. Only 1 month remains until the apostle consecration ceremony. On that day, all accumulations will determine whether the world meets its end or receives salvation. Or perhaps, he looked on with a calculating gaze. Was the will of the first transcendent one correct? From another perspective, Seo John wore a contemplative expression, his sharp eyes observing everything. He cherished a precious orb, from which dazzling light radiated within. Bian Kui, Paracelsus, and Huatua were all extremely excited, cheering about the warrior's heart. The 3 old men's eyes lit up as they surrounded him, incessantly asking about dragon raising or spoils of war. Bian Kui and Paracelsus were delighted, while Huatua said there were a total of 2 hearts that needed refining. The mysterious crimson orb floated, promising the most suitable power for Seo John's body. He asked about the refining time. The 3 replied that it would take a long time because the power had to be extracted. Huatua mused, stating this couldn't be rushed, and asked if he would be chased away this time. Seo John stood under pressure, beads of sweat forming, facing the strict demands from Bian Kui. Suddenly remembering, he wondered if he still had enough money to last until the medicine was completed. Seo John scratched his head doing the math, recalling the trio charged 1,000 billion won per hour, and he only had 97,000 billion left. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock, sweat streaming down his face. A long string of numbers appeared on the system interface. 1,195,500 billion won. The 3 old men behind him were bewildered, wondering what was wrong with him. It was truly frightening. He stared at his phone, instinctively holding his head, not believing an additional 1,100,000 billion had just been transferred in. Even though he had seized the karma of a distorted entity, this amount of money was still too absurd, surpassing South African diamonds. He sank into thought, his face full of doubt about the scale of the 1,100,000 billion capital flow. Amidst the darkness, Seo John stood under the phone's light, suddenly realizing the final piece, the Church of Truth. If it was the Church of Truth, possessing and operating that amount of money was completely reasonable. His gaze turned icy, wondering if he had seized all the karma the church had prepared for that entity. He turned to ask Huatua about the processing time, and was told it would be about a month. Seo John looked ahead, anxiously calculating 700 hours, equivalent to 300,000 billion. The 3 old men laughed gleefully, surprised that he could afford up to 100 hours, praising his generosity. They turned and left, reassured to continue their research, depending on Seo John. He stood with hands on his hips, looking at the excited faces of the elders, certain that 1,100,000 billion was enough. Huatua exclaimed that the bull's effect was much greater than expected. Seo John forced a smile, suggesting they consider other applications, but feared the research time would be prolonged. He reassured himself, thinking he had plenty of time anyway, hoping things would be okay. Mentor suddenly appeared, startling Seo John, who exclaimed the kid's name. Chaos ensued as the kid flew around, making him dizzy and worried. He quickly grabbed Mentor, his teeth clenched. Calming down, Seo John asked the kid if he was okay and received a confident response. Mentor worriedly said that this matter was truly serious. The kid recalled the image of Irina with a tilted and angry expression. She was talking to the observer about releasing the karmic bindings. The observer explained that he had not fully released those chains. Irina asked again in confusion, and the observer said intervening in the laws of the world was impossible. He continued, saying at most it could only be adjusted. So he had merged the chaotic karmic stream from another dimension with Earth. The observer bowed his head slightly, but said that he had known. Irina was horrified to realize the dimensions were collapsing like dominoes. He spoke to confirm. Interwoven strands of green energy formed a chaotic sphere. Irina's gaze was thoughtful. She was forced to ask. She asked directly why the master had disappeared. Irina clenched her fist, confused as to why Seo John retained the memory of the master. Returning to the present, Seo John sat down, looking up at Mentor, asking about the karma of the dimensions. Suddenly, Seo John pushed the door and rushed in with a panicked look, confirming the bindings had disappeared. The sky above the skyscrapers was covered by a massive black-purple energy vortex. He stood amidst the murmuring crowd, unable to believe that gate. His face tensed as he heard Mentor talk about movement between entities. Seo John glanced worriedly at the kid, understanding that chaos was inevitable. He looked up into the sky, contemplative before the enormous gate that blotted out the heavens. The purple energy vortex continued to expand. Had the multidimensional merging process begun? The woman comforted the crying child, everyone helplessly watching the scene before them. His eyes narrowed, resolute yet laced with anxiety, asserting it wasn't over yet. Seo John stood motionless, facing the difficult question of being out of options. Mentor's gaze turned sharp, speaking of the only entity that could oppose the karmic stream. The kid excitedly said that the dean believed Seo-John could stop it. The city sky suddenly became eerie, revealing a bottomless black hole that seemed to want to devour everything. Amid the densely packed skyscrapers, the sound of fierce collisions rang out unceasingly. In the office, Seo-John crossed his arms, his face tense. He lost patience and asked irritably, "How long are you all going to argue? Don't rush. Major matters need more careful consideration." His expression changed when he saw them raise empty glasses. "My throat is dry from arguing. Go get me a glass of holy water." Again, holding the receipt in front of the cashier, Seo-John scratched his head sheepishly. The officer asked if a water pipe had burst because he saw him drinking too much holy water. The other three were still engrossed with their glasses. Seo-John helplessly spread his arms and begged, "Anyway, I beg you, the mind synchronization ceremony is only 2 weeks away." "Alright, stop jumping around." Helpless, he could only look at his phone with a worried expression. The advisor should be arriving soon. Just as he was tired, Mentor suddenly appeared with a bright smile. "Mr. Kim Seo-John, I have finally arrived." Seo-John anxiously asked about the matter he had requested to be handled. Mentor replied, "There are some things to say, but first, look at this." A system panel appeared. Heavenly Moon Cloudstone Spear, Ultimate Skill, Instructor Great Sage equal to Heaven. If the Dragon Source has no effect, then Azure Dragon Secret Recipe Rice Pillow, Instructor 4 Spirits, Azure Dragon Divine Spear Alliance Skill Setup, Optimization Complete, Phenomena Manipulation. Instructor Arena, but the Boulder Fruit is corrupted. Instructor Arena, Transcendent Awakening. After completing this course, you will receive the SSS rank Heavenly Moon Cloudstone Spear, S rank Brass Head Iron Neck, and many other skills up to X rank. Mentor flashed a bright smile, observing his reaction. "So, what do you think?" The brilliant radiance reflected in Seo-John's eyes. He was completely stunned. "This is insane." His face with wide, shining eyes showed astonishment mixed with extreme excitement. With trembling hands holding the phone displaying the skill list, he muttered, "This is really insane." Mentor said confidently, "Just as you predicted, the dimensions and causality have disappeared. The free passes are no longer limited." The kid happily explained, "The things that were previously burdened by causality can now be done." 4 X-rank skills, that's quite a lot, isn't it? So what? Forget it. It's not the first time you've seen something like this. Suddenly, Seo-John coughed. "However, there is a serious problem." He fidgeted and asked, "What is it?" "Did the observer give something again?" Mentor replied, "It's not what you think." Mentor's voice became harsh, emphasizing that the biggest obstacle now was the time problem. Overlapping notification panels appeared. "Only 2 weeks left. It's impossible to complete 7 courses in that time." Sion pondered, bringing his hand to his chin to calculate whether he could complete even 1 course properly. Therefore, the kid consulted the principal. Suddenly, his face showed surprise upon hearing, "There is a way to extend time, Mr. Seo-John." "Extend time?" Mentor crossed his arms and shook his head. "Time magic?" "No, that is an absolute rule dictated by causality." Seo-John said sternly, "Time cannot be directly interfered with, so how?" A glowing spatial network appeared. The kid said cheerfully, "Baldur, a way for you to travel to another dimension." Mentor flew in circles. The flow of time is not the same across dimensions. Some are fast, some are slow. The kid did a simple calculation. For example, 1 second on Earth equals 5 seconds in another dimension. Mentor illustrated martial arts training. If you train on Earth for 1 day, in another dimension you could train for a full 5 days. Seo-John calculated, this method would indeed significantly increase the available time. The kid winked and shrugged. Normally, stepping into another dimension is impossible, but now it is possible thanks to the merging of causality. Seo-John pondered, "A round trip requires 2 passes." Mentor replied, "No problem. The shortage can be compensated by paying with causality." Mentor looked up with an innocent expression. "What did the principal say?" The kid continued, "The Transcendent Academy has ceased operations because causality across dimensions is disrupted." Mentor smiled encouragingly. "The principal said the only one who can solve this is you, Seo-John." The kid spread his arms wide and jumped up. "She will support you fully, and of course, Mentor will too." Seo-John asked, "If I go to another dimension, how much time will I get?" "The maximum ratio is 20 to 1. Mentor continued, "There are 2 weeks left. With a 20-fold increase, you have about 40 weeks, 10 months. The kid floated, urging, "The explanation is done. We should depart now." "Wait." Mentor tilted his head in confusion. "Can you give me some time?" On the other side, the massive energy vortex still appeared in the night sky. The light engulfed the entire cityscape below. Min-Eon was fast asleep, his mouth slightly open from exhaustion. Su-Ryeon and Hae-eun were also fast asleep on the mat spread on the floor. In the other room, the 2 children were still sleeping soundly. Under the full moon, sharp currents of energy formed reactive arcs around the rooftop. Fiery pink sword slashes cut through the night with each agile movement Seo-John made. Blazing spiritual energy enveloped her body as she put in all her strength, her face showing clear determination. With one strike, she slammed her sword into the ground, creating a circle of bright pink energy. Seo-John panted heavily, her face beaded with sweat and exhaustion. Her hands gripped the sword hilt tightly, the sword vibrating fighting incessantly. Unable to hold her ground, Seojan collapsed to the floor. Looking at her palm, she silently admired. It's truly amazing after drinking that mysterious water of Seojan's. Her sweaty hand clenched tightly as a self-reminder, I am still not worthy of standing beside Seojan. Zhao Yun's shadow stretched long on the ground as footsteps approached. She wanted to train more but had no strength left to move. She turned around, a flicker of surprise appearing on her sweat-soaked face. Seojan smiled warmly, scratching his head awkwardly. He said he did not mean to eavesdrop. Seojan turned around and asked him how long he had been standing there. He said it had been a while. She should have called. She sat down on the floor listening. He did not want to interrupt her. Seojan stood up and asked, putting that aside, why had he come here at this hour? She gently touched her neck, her face showing hesitation. There was something she needed to tell him. Seojan said calmly he needed to go to a place for a while. He stammered that he probably could not return until the clan ceremony took place. After hearing that, her eyes widened, sweat trickled down. She exclaimed in panic, "What?" Under the moonlight, the final conversation grew urgent. She asked when he would leave. Seojan said he had to go immediately. He waved goodbye, then turned and walked away, apologizing for interrupting her training. Her eyes were sad, filled with thoughts about all they had been through together. In the dark, boundless space, two figures gradually drifted apart. Why did she feel that the stronger Seojan became, the more he distanced himself from everyone? Seojan's hand clenched tightly in helplessness. She had a premonition she would not see him again after this. Unable to hold back, she shouted in despair, pulling at Seojan's steps, "Please do not go." He looked sideways with a sharp and determined gaze. He turned around, looked at her in confusion, and asked, "What is it, Seojan?" Seojan's face clearly showed worry, with beads of sweat. He wished she would lean on others a little. He stood silent. She said he was always the one supporting others without leaning on anyone because he was too strong. Her face was sad, truly heartbreaking. Seojan pursed his lips and looked at her with regretful eyes. Even if he wanted to stop her, he could not. Please return safely. Seojan looked at her with confusion, but his cold face suddenly softened into a warm smile. Under the moonlight, the two faced each other among the white petals. He said of course he could not leave them behind. The mentor was trying to wrap both arms around a tree stump. Seojan entered the room. The kid asked if everything was done. He replied he was ready to depart. A brilliant purple light emitted from beneath Seojan's feet. The mentor asked if they should leave now. His face was full of determination. Seojan would definitely become stronger and return.